Chapter 1. Task Reward, the First Mech. In the M country, Fox Prison, within a cell, a young man with black hair and yellow skin is scribbling feverishly at a desk, the paper adorned with a bewildering array of symbols. His cellmate, a tall and slender black man on the upper bunk, leans over to take a glance, only to be overwhelmed by the complexity of the symbols, utterly incomprehensible to him. "Zhou, are you drawing runes? Aren't you from the distant and mysterious eastern lands? I've heard that your people possess incredible martial arts skills, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Is it that by inscribing such symbols, you could escape from prison? Or perhaps become invisible?" His eyes widen, as if he has stumbled upon a groundbreaking secret. The black man, named Glenn, has shared a cell with the youth for 2 years. Throughout this time, he has witnessed Zhou increasingly immersed in his writings and drawings, now realizing that he must have been concocting spells with the intention of achieving escape. Zhou Yang glances back at his fanciful cellmate, left momentarily speechless. The naivety is utterly endearing. He turns his attention back to the paper, penning the final lines. As the last symbol is inscribed, a sudden voice reverberates in Zhou's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. The system is now activated, and rewards are being dispensed." The pen clatters to the ground as it slips from Zhou's fingers. 2 years, exactly 2 years since his incarceration, have led him to this moment. He has finally uncovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations, also known as the NS equations. These equations, heralded as one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, describe fluid dynamics and hold immense applications across various fields, including weather simulation, stellar motion, and the design of aircraft and vehicles. The scientific community has long sought to elucidate the smoothness of solutions to the NS equations. In simpler terms, finding the general solution amidst a sea of particular solutions. Locating this general solution could elevate the applications of the NS equations to unprecedented heights. The difficulty of this task is underscored by the NS equations' inclusion among the 7 Millennium Prize problems. The Millennium Prize problems, posed by the Clay Mathematics Institute, represent 7 monumental challenges in mathematics, with a reward of $1 million granted for the resolution of each. While $1 million serves as a token reward, anyone who successfully resolves any of the problems within the mathematical community earns near-divine status, along with exalted recognition. And now, a prisoner confined within the walls of a penitentiary has managed to discover the general solution to the NS equations, solving a Millennium Prize problem. This would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the academic world. Yet, Zhou Yang is no ordinary individual. He hails from the Sea Nation, born to parents who were military industry experts. Tragically, during Zhou's early childhood, enemy spies abducted his parents in an attempt to extract classified military research. Under coercion, they steadfastly refused to divulge any information and were ultimately brutally murdered. At that time, Zhou was old enough to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon learning the truth of his parents' demise, he vowed to carry on their legacy through research, aspiring to transform Sea Nation into the most powerful country on the planet. With the nation's support, Zhou was admitted to a youth academic program at an early age, displaying extraordinary talent, and by 18, he was sent to Princeton University in M country to pursue a PhD in physics. At 20, he graduated with his PhD in physics and simultaneously began to pursue a PhD in mathematics. By 23, he successfully earned dual doctorates in both mathematics and physics. After accumulating 2 years of invaluable experience at a physics research institute, Zhou decided to return to his homeland, intending to devote his knowledge to the service of his country. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhou was reported for allegedly stealing and leaking precious experimental data from the institute, leading to his wrongful imprisonment with a 10-year sentence. A shining star had fallen, akin to a meteor. Yet, even amid despair, fortune smiled upon him. On the very first day of his incarceration, he astonishingly awakened an all-encompassing system, the all-purpose technology system. To activate the system, however, he must overcome a challenge. Within 3 years, he must discover the general solution to the NS equations. Though Zhou regards himself as a prodigious talent, he hesitates to proclaim with certainty that he can accomplish this task, given the formidable nature of the Millennium Prize problems. Nevertheless, an intuition guides him, suggesting that this system may be his key to freedom. Thus, For 2 years, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the NS equation's general solution. Fortunately, the system provided him with a certain degree of research direction. Though merely a rudimentary guideline, it is of unparalleled value, akin to a lighthouse guiding a ship lost at sea, illuminating the path for Zhou. Without such guidance, even a decade may not suffice for him to unravel this profound problem. Indeed, his relentless dedication has borne fruit. After 2 years of frenzied research, Zhou has succeeded. I wonder what kind of reward the system will bestow. He muses with eager anticipation. Minutes later, the system's voice reverberates once more. Reward distribution. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the manufacturing technology for the first-generation mech. Instantly, Zhou holds his breath. Mech manufacturing technology. Is this for real? It feels as though a wealth of knowledge has materialized within his mind, and as he focuses, an overwhelming torrent of information floods in. Indeed, it is the technology for constructing mechs comprehensive in scope, delving into every aspect of mech construction, even detailing the production methods of each screw and wire, along with their underlying technical principles. A singular mech encapsulates the pinnacle of technological advancement, featuring energy systems, power transmission systems, control systems, and more, with each component embodying manufacturing techniques that transcend current technological boundaries. I've struck gold, Zhou exclaims in elation, raising his fist in triumph. If he can thoroughly comprehend and harness these technologies, C Nation's scientific research capabilities will ascend to inconceivable heights. Once mechs are successfully developed, C Nation's dominance over Blue Planet could very well become a reality. At this moment, the system's voice echoes again. Main task: please construct the first mech within 5 years. Reward: unknown. Zhou furrows his brow, realizing that building the first mech within 5 years is no simple feat. Even though he now possesses the complete technology for mech manufacturing, the undertaking itself represents a technological leap, with each component embodying advancements beyond the current era. For instance, high-density integrated chips do not rely on the mainstream silicon-based technology of today. Silicon chips have essentially reached their limits, and academia is exploring subsequent chip materials such as graphene, carbon nanotubes, and single-crystal germanium. However, the key systems within the mech manufacturing technology, Zhou has acquired demand even more advanced bionic cellular chips. While the system has provided specific production methods, knowing the process does not guarantee successful fabrication. It is akin to being in a primitive society where one is informed that purifying sand can yield chip material, yet, despite such knowledge, one would be utterly incapable of actual production. Given the current state of technological advancement and manufacturing processes, the prospect of developing a mech within 5 years appears overwhelmingly daunting. Chapter 2. Self-rescue begins with a letter, however. The foremost dilemma confronting Zhou Yang was his impending release from prison. Zhou Yang still faced an 8-year sentence, while the system had only granted him a 5-year term. It was inconceivable for him to fabricate mechs while incarcerated. Navigating a legitimate path to freedom was no simple feat. Reflecting on his imprisonment, Zhou Yang recalled it seemed orchestrated. A whistleblower, followed by the FBI's abrupt arrival, uncovering stolen data and classified documents within his home, even finding evidence of communication with buyers on his computer. Astonishingly, millions of dollars had appeared in his bank account out of thin air. The entire scenario was evidently a setup. In hindsight, this likely related to the pivotal materials Zhou Yang had discovered during his experiments at the Research Institute, which focused on high-strength flexible materials primarily intended for military-grade bulletproof vests. During his research, Zhou Yang had inadvertently stumbled upon crucial data of significant scholarly value. Perhaps certain individuals sought to monopolize this research, or perhaps some officials feared Zhou Yang would bring these findings back to Country C, thus orchestrating his downfall. Consequently, the prospect of securing a release through conventional means seemed almost non-existent. The only viable option was to rely on his homeland to rescue him. After his incarceration, Zhou Yang's friends had sought assistance from the embassy, which had endeavored to advocate for him, hiring expensive lawyers, yet to no avail. The embassy could not resort to extraordinary measures to extricate Zhou Yang. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen. The TO compelled the state to expend its resources for his liberation. He needed to demonstrate his worthiness. Gradually, Zhou Yang formulated a plan that he resolved to compose a letter to his country, proving his value. However, this letter could not be sent directly by him, though 2 years had passed. Zhou Yang was uncertain whether he remained under surveillance. Thus, sending the letter directly would risk interception. For safety's sake, he turned to his cellmate, Glenn. Glenn, you guessed correctly. I am indeed drawing symbols. However, this symbol is exceedingly complex, and I cannot complete it alone. Doubt if you assist me with the task. I will teach you. Once you master it, you will be able to become invisible and stealthily escape from prison. What do you say? Zhou Yang proposed. Glenn, brimming with excitement, leapt from his bed, exclaiming, Zhou, I knew it. You're practicing mystical Eastern arts. I will help you with anything, even if it means blowing air. Zhou Yang felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly replied, No need for that. Just help me send a letter. In no time, Glenn dispatched a letter to one of Zhou Yang's friends, who then relayed it. The letter traversed oceans, arriving at the communications office of the Aerodynamics Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The recipient was the institute's director, Lin Peiyuan. That morning, Lin Peiyuan arrived at his office, where his secretary briefed him on the day's agenda, which was filled with essential engagements that could not be postponed. Eventually, the secretary placed a few letters on Lin Peiyuan's desk. Although most communication had transitioned to email, some still opted for traditional mail. Typically, these letters consisted of invitations to lectures or award ceremonies, lacking significant importance. Thus, Lin Peiyuan did not feel compelled to examine them immediately, that he opened his computer and began his daily tasks, casually assigning work to his team. After brewing himself a cup of tea, he picked up the letters to peruse them. As expected, they were mostly routine invitations. Suddenly, he noticed a letter from Country M. As he flipped through the correspondence, Lin Peiyuan was taken aback when he stumbled upon a letter from America. Hesitating briefly, he opened it. The envelope was thin, containing only a single sheet of paper. Upon glancing at it, Lin Peiyuan was rendered speechless. The general solution to the NS equations, by heavens. In an instant, Lin Peiyuan spat his tea, his first reaction being disbelief. Which lunatic would send a letter proclaiming proof of the NS equations' general solution? It was absurd. He cursed under his breath. The NS equations were of immense renown. Anyone who substantiated their general solution would have the world buzzing with news and accolades. Yet as Lin Peiyuan instinctively skimmed the subsequent content, he found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. The secretary knocked and entered, stating, Director, it's 10 o'clock, we must depart. However, Lin Peiyuan seemed oblivious to the interruption. When the secretary called out again, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand impatiently, saying, Do not disturb me. The secretary, astonished, cautiously replied, Director, this meeting is crucial. If you do not attend, it cannot commence. Then let it not commence, Lin Peiyuan retorted without hesitation. After a moment's reflection, he added, In fact, cancel all my appointments for today, tomorrow, and the day after. The secretary was taken aback. Lin Peiyuan's schedule was typically packed. Director, is there an issue? He inquired, sensing something was amiss. Lin Peiyuan remained silent for a while before suddenly standing up. Find out how long it takes to get the fastest flight to City W. What? The secretary was nearly bewildered by the abrupt shift from canceling all engagements to urgently traveling to City W. He quickly checked his phone and responded, Director, all flights to City W are fully booked for today. The earliest is at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Shall I book you a high-speed train ticket instead? High-speed train? No, that is too slow. Lin Peiyuan shook his head, his eyes lighting up. To go find Colonel Chun from the adjacent airborne group and arrange for a helicopter to take me to City W immediately. What? The secretary almost thought he had misheard. Organizing a helicopter to City W. What urgent matter could Lin Peiyuan possibly have to warrant such haste? Hurry, if anyone inquires, just say I arranged it, Lin Peiyuan barked. Dismissing the secretary, as an esteemed academician, he certainly had the authority to requisition a helicopter. Before long, a helicopter soared into the sky, carrying Lin Peiyuan directly to City W. In City W. At the Supercomputing Center. Director Lu Guangdao received a message informing him that a helicopter would land on their helipad in 10 minutes, carrying a significant figure. Anyone arriving by helicopter was evidently not an ordinary person. Prompting Lu Guangdao to act without delay, he hurriedly led several key personnel from the Supercomputing Center to the rooftop helipad. Since its establishment, the helipad had seen very few landings. Director, who are we waiting for? Someone inquired. Lu Guangdao shook his head, uncertain. Just then, the helicopter's roar filled the air, and moments later, a camouflaged helicopter appeared, flying straight toward them. Lu Guangdao's jaw dropped, his mind blank. The promise of a helicopter had morphed into the arrival of a military aircraft. What on earth was happening? Chapter 3. Relentless pursuit for verification. Not only was Lu Guangdao stunned, but everyone present was equally bewildered. overwhelmed with astonishment. The presence of a military helicopter signified that its passenger could not be an ordinary individual. As the military helicopter descended, its formidable frame exuded an intimidating aura. The cabin door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair stepped out briskly. Director Lin, upon seeing the elderly man's face, Lu Guangda was further astonished. This was an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a luminary in aerodynamics, adorned with countless accolades and honors. Such a prominent figure would typically announce their visit in advance, allowing the supercomputing center to prepare accordingly. This sudden appearance, arriving by military helicopter, was unprecedented. Lu Guangda's first thought was that something monumental had transpired. Enough pleasantries. I will ask you directly. Does your supercomputer currently have any available computational power? Lin Peiyuan inquired without preamble. Behind him, the military helicopter ascended into the sky. Were it not for the turbulent winds, the onlookers might have felt as though they were dreaming. Lu Guangda, jolted back to reality, quickly responded there should be none available, that he was aware that the supercomputing center in City W housed the nation's most powerful supercomputer, the Great River of Light, which had been burdened with national research tasks since its inception. The notion of idle computational power was virtually non-existent. Contemporary scientific research often required extensive data processing, something ordinary computers could not manage. The more complex the research, the higher the demand for computational resources, making it imperative to utilize supercomputers. Consequently, it was improbable that the Great River of Light would have any spare capacity. Lin Peiyuan had evidently anticipated this scenario, as he followed the group downstairs. He remarked, Director Liu, I have a vital proof that requires computation. Would it be possible to halt some non-essential tasks and allocate some computational power for my use? Stop. Lu Guangda's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively replied. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Those utilizing your computational resources have all paid for them. Halting anyone's work would undoubtedly offend someone. Lin Peiyuan appeared unconcerned, asserting, what is inappropriate about it? There are priorities in life. My matters take precedence. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the supercomputing control center. Various screens displayed the operational status of the supercomputer, which was running at full capacity. As expected, Lu Guangda cautiously inquired. Director Lin, what computations are you undertaking that necessitates your personal presence? He found it perplexing. If it were a routine task, Lin Peiyuan could have easily delegated it to someone else or even managed it via a phone call or email. By the way, Lu Guangda continued, how much computing power do you anticipate needing? Given Lin Peiyuan's esteemed position, he felt compelled to show respect as long as it wasn't an excessive demand for computing power. Temporarily halting a few projects might be understandable. After pondering, Lin Peiyuan replied, I'll need 50% to start. We can add more if necessary. Lu Guangda's mouth fell agape. 50% of computing power? Was he jesting? The computing capacity of the Great River Light reached 9.3 quadrillion calculations per second. For those unfamiliar with the term quadrillion, it equates to 930 billion calculations per second. Utilizing 50% would mean employing 500 billion calculations in a single second, an astronomical figure. The leaders present exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. What could Lin Peiyuan possibly require such immense power for? Had there been any recent major projects at the Aerodynamics Research Institute? Director Lin, you cannot be serious. 50% of the computing power? Lu Guangda chuckled nervously. Lin Peiyuan frowned and spoke sternly. Are you suggesting I'm joking? Director Liu? I traveled a great distance by military helicopter. Do you think I would jest with you? His words struck Lu Guangda, reddening his face and silencing him. With a huff, Lin Peiyuan continued. Do you know what I'm calculating? I'm validating the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. Do you understand what that implies? At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Each individual present was a distinguished academic, well acquainted with the renown of the Navier-Stokes equations. Some had even researched them. Yet now, Lin Peiyuan claimed he was validating the general solution. They almost believed they had misheard. Had someone truly solved the Navier-Stokes equations? If that were the case, it would have been headline news by now. After all, this was one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Whoever managed to solve it would undoubtedly be a frontrunner for the field's medal, the highest honor in mathematics, often dubbed the Nobel Prize of the field. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Lu Guangda stammered, Director Lin, you mean to say you wish to validate the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? Lin Peiyuan nodded. Is my explanation not clear enough? No, Lu Guangda hastily shook his head. I mean, this is the Navier-Stokes equations. Has someone proven it? Who you? The absence of any international news reports on the matter led Lu Guangda to surmise that Lin Peiyuan must have made the discovery himself. In an instant, his gaze shifted to Lin Peiyuan, filled with awe and respect. After all, he was an academician, a heavyweight in the field of aerodynamics, capable of tackling such formidable challenges. However, Lin Peiyuan shook his head. It was not I. Then who Professors Qiu and Yin? Lu Guangda queried, surprised that in the realm of mathematics in the country, the names Qiu and Yin were indeed prominent. Lin Peiyuan shook his head again, about to speak, when he suddenly recalled that while he had been engrossed in the proof, he had not paid attention to who had sent the letter or who had conducted the proof. This morning, I received a letter from Country M that the sender claimed to have proven the Navier-Stokes equations, that I have reviewed the proof, and my intuition tells me it is correct, but the final general solution requires validation by the supercomputer. As Lin Peiyuan explained, he pulled out his phone to send a voice message to his secretary, instructing him to preserve the letter from Country M and to ascertain the identity of the sender. The people present exchanged puzzled glances, frowning. They had assumed it was a domestic proof, only to discover it was from abroad. However, Lu Guangda hesitated. Wait, Director Lin, if this proof is from someone in Country M, why would they specifically write to you? They could simply publish it in Country M that I believe the proof must have originated from our side. Realization dawned on the others present. Indeed, if it were proven by someone from Country M, there would be no reason to send a letter to Director Lin that it was likely that it was a scholar currently abroad who had reached out to Lin Peiyuan for assistance. At that moment, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand, stating, "Let's not rush to uncover the identity of the prover. Our foremost priority is to verify the proof. Director Lu, can you allocate some computing power for me?" Lu Guangda regained his composure and nodded vigorously. "Forget about just a portion of the computing power. I will take it upon myself to halt all computational projects today and utilize all available computing power to expedite the verification of this proof. Now that we understand this pertains to the Navier-Stokes equations, there's no question. Stopping all other projects is a small price to pay." Chapter 4. Verification complete. A person in distress. Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu, was organizing meeting minutes when he received Lin Peiyuan's message. Upon reading the contents, he was taken aback. The details of the sender? Lin Peiyuan had mentioned in the past that any letter he reviewed that did not explicitly require preservation would typically be shredded and disposed of. The pile of letters from earlier had already been destroyed and thrown into the trash. Oh no! Yang Mu screamed, bolting from his office and racing toward the trash bin. The small bin was now empty, having been diligently replaced with a new bag by the cleaning staff. Yang Mu felt as if he might faint. After inquiring with the cleaner responsible for the director's office, he learned that the trash had already been taken to the central waste station. When Yang Mu arrived at the waste station, he encountered hundreds of bags, all uniformly wrapped in black plastic. He felt as though he might lose his mind. How could he possibly sift through such a vast amount of refuse? Nevertheless, given Lin Peiyuan's directive to uncover the sender's information and content, he had no choice but to comply, as it was the highest order. Taking a deep breath and enduring the overwhelming stench, Yang Mu began to dig through the trash. He searched through the refuse until noon. Several researchers, taking a stroll after lunch, were horrified to discover the esteemed secretary rummaging through the waste. "What on earth? Secretary Yang, are you doing?" one person asked incredulously. Yang Mu, filthy and appearing utterly exhausted, mumbled, looking for something. The observer wondered what could possibly have been lost to compel Yang Mu to personally sift through the trash, especially given the Institute's strict protocols regarding sensitive research materials, which were usually handled by dedicated personnel who would shred and incinerate them, leaving no trace. "Why not gather a few more people to help you?" the colleague suggested. Yang Mu paused, realizing the folly of his solitary endeavor. "That you're right," he thought. "Why am I doing this alone? Get over here, you. If you're free, come help me look." He pointed at the individual who had spoken. The person felt a wave of regret wash over them, realizing their words had led to this predicament. However, as Lin Peiyuan's secretary had issued the command, the individual could do nothing but comply, albeit reluctantly. "You keep searching. I'm going to fetch some help," Yang Mu said, darting off. Soon, he had enlisted a dozen security personnel and several office staff members to assist in the search, with so many hands. It did not take long before they located the item Yang Mu sought. As they pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, Yang Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. "What are you staring at? Keep going," he barked. Fortunately, since the letter had originated from the United States, its envelope was somewhat distinct, making it easier to identify. In a short while, Yang Mu had restored the envelope and discovered the sender's information, an address. But that was all. He quickly noted the address and used his phone to check the map, confirming its existence. Yang Mu sent the address to Lin Peiyuan, but received no response. Meanwhile, at the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan and Lu Guangdao awaited the results of the supercomputer's verification with bated breath. The proof process provided by Zhou Yang was detailed, offering a general solution. However, whether this solution was indeed the true general solution or merely a specific solution required verification through the supercomputer. This involved knowing the answer and then using the supercomputer to repeatedly apply it to solve the Navier-Stokes equations under various conditions. The entire process was computationally intensive, demanding extraordinary computational power. Fortunately, Lu Guangda had halted all computational projects, allowing the supercomputer, capable of nearly 1 quintillion calculations per second, to conduct the verification efficiently. Director Lin, perhaps I should stay here and keep watch while you take a break. Lu Guangda suggested. Lin Peiyuan shook his head and remarked, "Rest? How can I possibly rest over such a monumental matter? You must understand the significance of solving the Navier-Stokes equations. It will fundamentally transform the entire field of fluid mechanics and various related studies. Under these circumstances, how can I leave? The Navier-Stokes equations may be viewed as a purely mathematical problem, yet mathematics serves as the foundation for numerous scientific disciplines. Solving these equations not only resolves a mathematical conundrum, but also provides robust theoretical support for a multitude of scientific inquiries. For instance, in aerodynamics, it influences the design of fighter jets, the maneuvering of missiles, and the launching of satellites, all of which are inextricably linked to the study of fluid dynamics. Any breakthrough in technological applications hinges on theoretical advancements, which invariably commence with mathematics. Therefore, the resolution of the Navier-Stokes equations holds profound significance for Lin Peiyuan in his exploration of aerodynamics. At such a moment, even death would not deter him from witnessing the birth of the ultimate result. Lu Guangdao opened his mouth, but refrained from further persuasion. They waited for a full day. With the support of supercomputing power, the verification process proceeded swiftly. As the program completed its run, Lin Peiyuan sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, "What are the results? Has it been proven?" The researcher promptly retrieved the computational results. Lin Peiyuan, understanding the implications, gazed at the screen and was momentarily rendered speechless. The onlookers around him were equally astonished. "Incredible! It has truly been proven." After a brief silence, someone exclaimed, cursing in disbelief. The N01 reproached him. In that moment, a collective urge to express their exhilaration surged through the crowd. The Navier-Stokes equations, a millennium problem, had been validated before their very eyes. If this news were to be made public, it would reverberate throughout the world. "Director Lin, it is indeed true," Lu Guangdao exclaimed, as if he himself had proven the equations. Lin Peiyuan vigorously waved his fist, his excitement palpable. After a while, he managed to regain his composure and stated, "Now, the most crucial question is who has proven the Navier-Stokes equations." Lu Guangdao nodded earnestly. With the supercomputing verification completed, the pivotal issue now was identifying the individual responsible for the proof. If the letter from Country M indicated that it was a foreigner, their joy would be in vain. Naturally, the advancement of theory benefits the entire scientific community, yet who would not desire the honor of such a historic achievement to belong to someone from their own nation? "Let me take a look," Lin Peiyuan said, pulling out his phone. Yang Mu, on his end, should have already gathered information about the sender. The phone displayed a plethora of details, and as Lin Peiyuan scrolled through, he was taken aback. "In prison? How could this be?" Lin Peiyuan was momentarily stunned. Chapter 5. One letter is not enough as a secretary to a leader. It is always prudent to be vigilant. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu scaled the wall and searched online for the address, managing to find a home phone number, which he attempted to call, but to no avail. By this point, he had gathered the basic information and believed he could report back to Lin Peiyuan. However, upon reflecting on the message Lin Peiyuan had sent, Yang Mu felt increasingly restless. The message requested all information regarding the sender, clearly indicating that his collected data was insufficient. Moreover, considering the situation's deeper implications, it was remarkable that the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a leading figure in the field, had personally mobilized a military helicopter to swiftly travel to W City, all due to this one letter. Thus, the contents of this letter, or rather the identity of the sender, became exceedingly significant. Such a simple investigation would surely leave Lin Peiyuan dissatisfied. After careful consideration, Yang Mu decided to call the embassy of Country M, requesting their assistance in personally visiting the sender's residence to inquire about the letter's context. He leveraged a connection with a classmate working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thereby incurring a favor. Several hours later, Yang Mu received a return call from the embassy. revealing the details surrounding the letter. The sender's name was Chang Bin, a doctoral student working in Country M. The crucial revelation came next, according to Chang Bin. He was not the one who sent the letter. Rather, it was a friend who had asked him to assist in mailing it. This friend, named Zhou Yang, was currently incarcerated. The embassy, committed to their good deeds, also investigated Zhou Yang's situation, and Yang Mu diligently noted everything, gradually forming a preliminary impression of this individual. Zhou Yang's parents were military-industrial experts assassinated by spies, and he had received state protection. Displaying remarkable research talent at a young age, he was sent abroad for further study, ultimately earning dual doctoral degrees. His future appeared exceptionally bright. However, due to his involvement in stealing laboratory research data for profit, his life trajectory had taken a dramatic downturn. Nonetheless, Yang Mu had gathered comprehensive information about the sender, promptly reporting his findings to Lin Peiyuan before turning to the internet to search for details regarding Zhou Yang's case. Lest he falter under Lin Peiyuan's inquiries in his search, Yang Mu discovered some irregularities. The case progressed unusually smoothly, with irrefutable evidence. Yet he sensed something amiss, primarily due to his gut feeling that Zhou Yang was not the type to steal experimental data for profit, especially considering his parents' fate, which had been tied to experimental data. This case seems problematic. It feels as if he has been framed, Yang Mu murmured to himself. After pondering for a while and preparing to rise for a cup of coffee, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Yang Mu's demeanor shifted. It was Lin Peiyuan calling. Director, Lin Peiyuan's tone was grave. "That I have reviewed the information you collected. You have done well, and your research is quite comprehensive." A single sentence filled Yang Mu with quiet satisfaction, making the hardships he endured seem worthwhile. "That it was my duty," he promptly replied. Lin Peiyuan continued. "Zhou Yang is of great importance. Book a flight to Country M immediately, and find a way to meet him. Inquire about his demands, then contact me without delay." Understood? Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback. Why such urgency? What was the significance of Zhou Yang that warranted such attention from Lin Peiyuan? "Is there a problem?" Lin Peiyuan pressed, noticing Yang Mu's silence. Startled, Yang Mu snapped back to reality and replied, "No problem. Director, that I will book the flight right away." After hanging up, Yang Mu remained incredulous. His instincts suggested that the letter, or rather Zhou Yang, posed significant issues. However, the specifics eluded him, and without Lin Peiyuan's disclosure, he dared not inquire further. "I must find out who this Zhou Yang is." Yang Mu resolved silently to a Fox prison. Zhou Yang lay resting on his bed. For the past few days, he had refrained from writing or drawing anything, knowing that any such action could lead to considerable trouble. Instead, he recalled the information imprinted in his mind by the systems, which remained remarkably clear. Over these 2 days, Zhou Yang had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Mech's power system. This understanding pertained primarily to battery technology, which utilized carbon nanotubes as conductive agents, resulting in batteries with remarkably high energy density. This was no ordinary technology. To stated plainly, breakthroughs in battery technology would revolutionize the world, fundamentally altering the existing energy structure reliant on petroleum. At that moment, the door to his cell swung open, and a guard approached. "Zhou, you have a visitor," the guard announced. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in surprise that they've arrived. "My letter has taken effect." Following the guard, Zhou Yang entered the visitation room, where a bespectacled, refined young man stood alongside a sharply dressed middle-aged man. "Hello, I am Yang Mu, from the domestic side. This is Huang Xiang, a prominent local lawyer." The well-dressed young man greeted Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang frowned and took a seat. Yang Mu continued, "Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce myself further. That I am the secretary to Lin Peiyuan, the director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute. The letter you sent to Director Lin has been reviewed, and he has instructed me to come to Country M to meet with you and clarify the intentions behind your correspondence." Pausing for a moment, Yang Mu added, "Additionally, I have gathered some information regarding your case and believe there may be some issues. You might be wrongfully accused, which is why I brought lawyer Huang. That he is a well-known local attorney with his own private firm, and he has a solid working relationship with our embassy. He may be able to assist you. How about we let lawyer Huang explain further?" Yang Mu suggested, glancing at Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang nodded, retrieving documents from his briefcase and laying them out on the table. "Mr. Zhou, I have studied your case in detail. While the evidence chain appears robust, I believe there may be issues with the procedures surrounding the collection of that evidence. Given some time, I should be able to demonstrate that these procedures were flawed. If that is the case, the evidence will be rendered null and void, so I remain quite confident regarding your case." Huang Xiang elaborated passionately, Meanwhile, Zhou Yang felt a surge of anger within. Is this all? Please, lawyer, assist me in my legal battle for release. It is a jest. Had lawyers been of any utility, Zhou Yang would have long since been freed. He has been employed in M country for 2 years, earning a handsome salary and is not short on funds. The caliber of lawyer he seeks is beyond reach. The crux of the matter lies in the influential backing of this research institute. Conventional legal avenues are utterly futile. It appears that the potency of this letter I have penned is insufficient. Zhou Yang abruptly rose, startling Yang Mu and his companion. Zhou Yang stated, "Tomorrow, at this same hour, I shall provide you with certain materials. You will assist me in delivering them to Director Lin." With that, Zhou Yang turned and departed. "Since the NS equation lacks the requisite value, I shall present you with something that will captivate the world." Chapter 6. The battery model. Upon exiting the prison, Yang Mu was enveloped in confusion. What did this signify? Yang Mu murmured to himself. Based on his investigations, Zhou Yang had intentionally sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, presumably to garner his attention. This assumption proved accurate, as Lin Peiyuan took it seriously enough to personally travel to M country for a meeting with Zhou Yang. Yang Mu speculated that Zhou Yang's ultimate aim was to secure his release. Having already engaged a lawyer, why was Zhou Yang so reluctant to converse? Huang Xiang shrugged, remarking, "Who can say? However, Mr. Yang, I have examined this case, and seeking a retrial is exceedingly challenging. Thus, the legal fees will be substantial." Yang Mu seemed oblivious to this, muttering to himself, "Very well. I shall return tomorrow. I am eager to discover what this fellow is truly up to." The following day, Yang Mu arrived as promised in the meeting room. Zhou Yang appeared, holding a letter, which he first handed to the prison guard. The guard opened it to find 2 thin sheets of paper inscribed with symbols that appeared to him as incomprehensible as celestial script. After returning the papers to the envelope, the guard nodded to Zhou Yang, indicating all was in order for dispatch. Zhou Yang then placed the envelope before Yang Mu, stating, "Please help me deliver this letter to Director Lin." With that, Zhou Yang turned and exited the meeting room. Yang Mu's eyes widened, his mind racing with a singular thought. Another letter? At that moment, he was utterly perplexed by Zhou Yang's intentions. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang had already departed, and Yang Mu gritted his teeth, opening the envelope to examine the 2 thin sheets of paper. Yang Mu, serving as Lin Pei's secretary, relied not on connections, but on his own merits as a graduate of a prestigious university and a former academic achiever. He could decipher some of the symbols on the paper, recognizing them as chemical equations. The remainder comprised complex mathematical symbols, the kind typically beyond the grasp of even doctoral candidates. This appeared to be a mathematical model. Yang Mu mumbled to himself, scratching his head in bewilderment. After pondering for a moment, he decided to stow the envelope and exit the prison. Once outside, Yang Mu promptly called Lin Peiyuan. "Xiao Yang, how did it go? Did you meet him?" Lin Peiyuan inquired swiftly. "Director, I saw him, but he divulged nothing to me," Yang Mu replied, briefly recounting the encounters. Lin Peiyuan paused, then exclaimed, "You mean he handed you another letter, the contents of which may be a mathematical model?" "Yes, my apologies, Director. I do not fully comprehend it, that I suspect it might be a mathematical model. How about this? I'll take a photo and send it to you for your review," Yang Mu suggested. "All right, send me the photos," Lin Peiyuan instructed. Without hesitation, Yang Mu quickly snapped 2 pictures with his phone and sent them to Lin Peiyuan via WeChat. INW City. Lin Peiyuan had yet to leave. He felt an intense intuition that Zhou Yang possessed something of value, that a once prominent student, now imprisoned, had discreetly validated the NS equation and sent it to him. This was a prelude to astonishing the world. Perhaps Zhou Yang harbored even more extraordinary research findings. Thus, Lin Peiyuan resolved to remain at the supercomputing center, ready to verify any further revelations Zhou Yang might present. Upon receiving the letter, Lin Peiyuan was overcome with excitement. As the first individual to validate the NS equation, he surmised that Zhou Yang might have yielded significant results in his ongoing research. Upon opening the images, Lin Peiyuan scrutinized them meticulously, that a mere glance left him astounded. The content was not a mathematical model, nor a study of the NS equation, but rather a data model for a battery. The paper elaborated on a high-performance battery model utilizing carbon nanotubes as conductive agents, detailing preparation principles, material ratios, and the data verification process that if the data proved accurate, the battery's performance would exceed that of contemporary batteries by a factor of 100 or more. Lin Peiyuan was stunned, his mind blank. The world's technological revolutions hinge upon energy, an essential foundation of industry. From the steam power of the Industrial Revolution to the subsequent reliance on fossil fuels, and now to electricity, wind, solar, and even nuclear power, humanity's technological core fundamentally revolves around energy utilization. Each breakthrough in energy alters the global paradigm. As evidenced by the rise of Y country during the steam age and M country during the oil era, scientists universally predict that the next energy revolution will center on electricity. However, such breakthroughs are arduous. Advancements in battery technology have stymied scientific progress. Consider that even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still rely on thermal energy to generate steam. Hence, breakthroughs in energy are paramount. Imagine a vehicle that can travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, or a mobile phone that can operate for months on a single charge. The ramifications of advancements in electrical energy application would revolutionize the human experience. Now, a groundbreaking battery model lay before Lin Peiyuan. How could he not be exhilarated? Gasping sharply, Lin Peiyuan's hands trembled as he held his phone, acutely aware of what a breakthrough in battery technology signified. It could potentially dismantle M country's hegemony over oil and upend the existing global economic order. The design presented was meticulously detailed, complete with theoretical foundations and verifiable data. One could assert that with these 2 sheets of paper, the production of such a battery could commence immediately. Is this truly real? Lin Peiyuan rubbed his eyes, rapidly calculating in his mind. After a moment, he paused, concluding that his initial estimations were accurate. The theory was flawless. Only a physical prototype remained for validation. How could Zhou Yang, imprisoned, have devised such an innovation? Lin Peiyuan trembled with excitement. Countless scientists globally labored to achieve breakthroughs in battery technology. One could reasonably assemble a research team of 200, investing billions and still yield no significant results. Yet Zhou Yang, alone in prison, had accomplished the seemingly impossible. After a prolonged moment, Lin Peiyuan regained his composure and began contemplating the value of this information. Its authenticity required verification, but more pressing was ensuring the information's safety. This data could influence national ascendance, necessitating that no adversarial state obtain it. Meanwhile, Yang Mu, in M country, held this precious information. Instantly, Lin Peiyuan's mind raced with possibilities. As Yang Mu drove back to his hotel, he received a call from Lin Peiyuan. "Director, have you reviewed the materials?" Yang Mu inquired. Lin Peiyuan's voice was grave as he replied, "Yang Mu, you must undertake 2 tasks. First, drive to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, upon my hanging up, immediately destroy your phone, obliterating all data, leaving no trace that you understand." Yang Mu slammed on the brakes, stunned. What was happening? Why did Lin Peiyuan react with such gravity after reviewing Zhou Yang's letter? Chapter 7. I have found myself in a serious predicament. Confusion, doubt, and even fear enveloped Yang Mu. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon something monumental? Do you understand? Lin Peiyuan pressed. Yang Mu snapped back to reality. Responding, "I understand, Director." Lin Peiyuan acknowledged him with a brief then disconnected the call. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mu glanced at the envelope resting in the passenger seat, a chill running down his spine. Looking at his relatively new phone, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, but resolved to act. Gritting his teeth, he exited the vehicle and forcefully smashed his phone onto the ground. Unsatisfied with merely breaking it, he returned to his car and drove over the remnants twice. The device was reduced to fragments. Yang Mu collected the shards, ensuring no trace remained. The Aerodynamics Research Institute was a confidential entity. Yang Mu was well-versed in basic confidentiality protocols to this moment. The realization struck him. He had been exposed to sensitive information. Meanwhile, in W City, Lin Peiyuan, having ended the call, promptly sought out Lu Guangda. "Director Lu, I require access to your secure phone." That Lu Guangda's jaw dropped at the gravity of the request. "What is going on? A secure phone? Isn't that a bit excessive? The issue is we don't have one." Lu Guangda replied, half amused and half exasperated. Lin Peiyuan shot him a disparaging glance, as if to say, "Is it really so beneath a supercomputing center to lack an internal line?" Lu Guangda felt the sting of embarrassment. After a moment of consideration, Lin Peiyuan said, "Find someone to drive me to the nearest military district. I recall there is one in W City, and they certainly have secure communications." That Lu Guangda stared in astonishment at Lin Peiyuan, eager to inquire whom Lin intended to call, given the grandiosity of his actions. Would sending an email or a WeChat message not suffice? However, after a moment's contemplation, Lu decided against asking. Some questions were better left unposed, as they might lead to awkwardness. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan arrived at the military district, identified himself, and was escorted to a red telephone. "Please, Director Lin," said the colonel who had accompanied him, his expression grave as he exited the room. Lin said nothing further, picked up the red phone, and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in M country, Yang Mu anxiously awaited in the embassy, having locked himself in a room, tightly clutching the envelope given to him by Zhou Yang. Too fearful to act, he refrained from eating or drinking, not daring to even doze off. The slightest sound outside made him jump. Finally, after 2 hours, a middle-aged man in a black suit, his demeanor icy, knocked on the door. "Here are my credentials," he stated, displaying his identification. Though in his nervous state, Yang could barely comprehend the details, only noticing the embossed national emblem. "Comrade Yang Mu, I have come on orders from above to retrieve a confidential document," the man said expressionlessly. Yang snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed over the envelope Zhou Yang had given him. "Very well, we will take it from here," the man replied before turning and leaving the room. It was then that Yang suddenly recalled the department listed on the man as credentials. The 6th Bureau of Special Affairs, a department that existed only in legend that a classmate of his had entered the Special Affairs sector. And while the classmate had been tight-lipped, he confirmed some details, such as its legendary status, handling overseas special operations akin to the CIA. "This time, I've truly stumbled into something significant," Yang thought to himself and mused. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? How could a mere letter provoke such a reaction? In S City, at the headquarters of Penguin Corporation, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, dressed plainly and carrying a briefcase, arrived unexpectedly. Approaching the front desk, he stated, "Hello, I need to see the head of your data center." The receptionist paused, then inquired, "May I have your name, sir? Do you have an appointment? Appointment? No, but can I make one?" The man produced a credential from his pocket and handed it over. The receptionist, momentarily entranced by the golden emblem on the document, quickly opened it and, upon realizing its contents, became flustered, stammering, "Yes, I will contact them right away. Please hold on." Minutes later, the middle-aged man met not only with the data center head, but also with a vice president from the group. While police visits were not uncommon, a visit from the Special Affairs Department was unprecedented. For a fleeting moment, the data center head questioned whether the government intended to take action against Penguin. "Greetings, I am Wang Hui, the head of the data center, and this is our Vice President Han Yusin," he said. The man nodded and, smiling, presented his credentials for confirmation. After both scrutinized the documents, they returned them, believing them to be genuine. No one would dare forge credentials from the Special Affairs Department. The man continued, still smiling. "We require access to your database to delete certain data that I hope you will grant me the necessary permissions for this operation. Furthermore, I need access not only to your domestic database, but also to your international records to delete additional data." Wang Hui blinked in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. Han Yusin immediately objected. Shaking his head, "This is impossible. Our database contains our company's trade secrets. How could we allow you unrestricted access to delete information?" Wang Hui nodded in agreement. The notion of unrestricted access to their database and the deletion of data was no trivial matter. The man maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet his unwavering gaze sent a shiver down Han Yusin's spine, causing his face to flush red as he exclaimed, "I now question your identity. I need to make a phone call." "Feel free," the man replied, his expression unchanged. He then turned to Wang Hui, commanding, "Now, take me to the control center and grant me the necessary permissions." Wang Hui stood frozen, while Han Yusin shouted, "Wang Hui, I dare you." At that moment, the call connected, and Han Yusin exclaimed, "Mr. Ma, there is a serious issue at the company." "What? You already know." In the next instant, a barrage of curses erupted from the phone. Han Yusin's face shifted from red to pale, and by the time he hung up, he was drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man remained cheerful, looking at Wang Hui and asking, "Can we proceed now?" Wang Hui trembled and nodded, leading the man to the control center. Chapter 8. A mission that cannot fail. Lin Piyuan's phone call had already stirred the higher-ups, who swiftly reached a decision. Point 3 actions were to be undertaken. First, ensure the safety of the documents. The Special Affairs Department would escort the envelope in Yang Mu's possession back to the country via secure channels, while simultaneously deleting any records on WeChat and erasing related data. Second, leverage the information at hand to promptly conduct process validation at the Research Institute. Assigning this task to the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, led by the renowned battery researcher, academician Chen Tiankai, who would head a research team for production verification. Lastly, efforts must be made to extricate Zhou Yang and bring him back to the country. No matter how advanced the technology, it could not surpass the importance of the individual behind it, especially someone who had validated the NS equation. A remarkable achievement. This task was entrusted to the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs. In B City, within a nondescript office building, few would suspect it to be the headquarters of the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs. Director Han Haining was engrossed in studying all available information regarding Zhou Yang. The details extensive, even noting the scores Zhou achieved in elementary school mathematics exams. As he finished, a knock interrupted his concentration. "Come in." The door opened to reveal a slender figure clad in a fitted dress and a crisp white shirt. Her appearance immaculate, with a bobbed haircut and refined features. She was a striking beauty, outshining many celebrities, exuding an icy elegance akin to a human ice mountain. "Director," she greeted. Han Haining looked up, smiling. "Ruiyun, you've arrived. Please have a seat." Once she settled, Han assessed her closely. Despite being a woman, she was one of the most exceptional operatives in the 6th Bureau, having accomplished numerous seemingly impossible tasks. "Comrade Chen Ruiyun, I have a mission for you," he said, pushing the dossier across the table. "Your objective is to ensure the safe return of Zhou Yang to our country." Chen Ruiyun quickly skimmed through Zhou Yang's file. Nodding slightly, Han Haining continued, "Two things. First, the safety of the target is paramount, that if anyone attempts to shoot at him, you must immediately shield him with your body. The goal is to keep him alive. There is no room for failure. You must succeed, do you understand?" Chen Ruiyun's breath caught, her gaze falling on the front-facing photo of Zhou Yang wearing a doctoral cap. Based on the dossier, he appeared to be an ordinary scholar studying abroad, and she struggled to discern any extraordinary traits. Yet, she was taken aback by Han Haining's insistence on such stringent demands. The target must be kept safe at all costs. Failure was not an option. "Understood, Director," she affirmed with a resolute nod. Han Haining continued, "The target is currently imprisoned in a facility in M country that I do not care what methods you employ, whether legitimate or otherwise. Even if you must blow up the prison, I only require one outcome. Bring him back safely. As for the resources you need, any resources you may mobilize at will. Should any consequences arise, I will bear them. If I cannot, the state will support you, understood?" Chen Ruiyun held her breath, comprehending the gravity of being granted unrestricted access to any resources without regard for consequences. This was a mission unlike any she had previously encountered. The Special Affairs Department operated in the shadows, especially the 6th Bureau, primarily conducting operations abroad, where any incidents would lead to the state denying their existence, necessitating caution in their actions to avoid major fallout. However, Han Haining's directive was clear. Make a ruckus if necessary, regardless of the scale, as long as the mission was accomplished in that moment. Chen Ruiyun grasped the significance of her task and Zhou Yang's safety. "Director, I understand that. I assure you I will complete the mission," she declared firmly as she stood. Han Haining nodded and said, "All right, make arrangements and depart as soon as possible, that I will give you a phone number. Any resources can be coordinated through him. I mean, any resources, do you understand?" Han Haining added one final remark. Chen Ruiyun felt a chill run down her spine and nodded vigorously. An hour later, she boarded a plane bound for country M. The next day, upon her arrival, a middle-aged man who had previously taken the envelope at the embassy picked her up at the airport. "He Bing. Right? Hello." Chen Ruiyun greeted as she provided an address, saying, "Take me here." He Bing didn't ask any questions and drove off immediately to BY evening. The car arrived at an ordinary residential neighborhood. They stopped in front of a 2-story house. Its lights aglow, and through the windows, shadows of people could be seen moving. Chen Ruiyun, wearing sunglasses, exited the vehicle and knocked on the door. Then a middle-aged Caucasian man with a red nose opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Ruiyun, he paused, clearly not recognizing her. "Mr. Mason, right? My name is Chen Yin. If it's convenient, could we talk in the yard?" Chen Ruiyun smiled. The middle-aged man, surprised that she knew his name, hesitated but eventually nodded, closing the door behind him as he followed her to the yard. Once they were alone, Chen Ruiyun smiled and said, "Mr. Mason, you work as a prison guard at Fox Prison, earning an annual salary of 54,000. Your wife works at a supermarket for 43,000 a year, and you have 3 children. Your eldest daughter is attending college out of state with an annual tuition fee of 23,000, and you also have a mortgage and a car loan. According to our investigation, you must owe quite a bit on your credit cards." Mason's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Ruiyun, astonished that she knew so much about his personal life. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, wary and angry. Chen Ruiyun continued, "By the way, you seem to have a debt of about 80,000, which indicates that your financial situation is in dire straits." Before Mason could respond, she added, "I have a proposal that could earn you millions, perhaps even more. What do you think?" Just as Mason was about to explode with rage, the mention of millions rendered him momentarily speechless. Chen Ruiyun maintained her composure, saying, "There is an inmate in your prison that I want released. How you go about it is up to you. Given your position, it should be feasible. Once completed, I can offer you 3 million and arrange for you and your family to relocate to a country that does not have an extradition treaty with country M. Mason gaped, dumbfounded as he absorbed her words, his breathing becoming heavy. That's impossible. It's too difficult, that I'm not the only guard in the prison. He shook his head. What about 5 million? Chinrian replied coolly. Mason's eyes narrowed sharply, but he still shook his head. How about 10 million? Chinrian smiled. Mason's eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth. I can't do it alone. Then let us make it 30 million. You decide who to bribe. As long as you agree, I can transfer 10 million to you immediately, and the remaining 20 million will be sent once my person is out. Mason's mouth fell open. Speechless. Chapter 9. I have already paid upon receiving the transfer notification and seeing the string of zeros in his account. Mason's eyes instantly turned red. Rest assured, I will do as you request and get the person out. He hurriedly affirmed. What could be more real than the money in his bank account? A full 30 million to achieve this goal. Mason might need to bribe a few night shift guards, estimating about 1 million each, which would still leave him with around 25 million dealt with such wealth. Fleeing country M for a new life in a foreign land seemed quite appealing. I await your good news, Chinrian said, leaving her phone number behind as she departed with grace. Han Haining had already indicated that any means necessary to rescue the person were acceptable, and in Chinrian's view, bribing a guard was the most straightforward and efficient method. For the entirety of the mission, 30 million was a trivial sum. Mason expressed his gratitude profusely as he saw Chinrian off. Once she was in the vehicle, she provided another address, saying, Take me here. He Bing remained silent, driving like a mere tool, until they reached their destination. This area, on the outskirts of the city, was filled with various factories, and the streets were dirty and chaotic, adorned with colorful graffiti. He Bing felt a twinge of caution. If memory served him right, this was the territory of a local gang. Eventually, they arrived at an abandoned industrial complex. Chinrian checked the time, her demeanor unchanged as she exited the car and approached the iron gate, waving her arm at the camera mounted above. After a brief wait, the gate opened, revealing 2 burly men. One approached Chinrian, while the other moved toward Bing. Hands up, one of the men commanded in Russian. Chinrian complied, but then coldly retorted, I don't appreciate being touched, that if you wish to keep your hands, I suggest you refrain. The man frowned, about to retaliate, when a voice from inside suddenly called out. Let them in. Chinrian strode directly into the dilapidated factory. Despite its shabby exterior, the interior was a treasure trove, resembling an auto repair shop, spacious and filled with luxury sports cars. That Bing scanned the factory warily, noting at least 13 individuals present. Not a problem, he thought, feeling slightly reassured. Even without Chinrian's assistance, he could handle these men. Moreover, if memory served, Chinrian was also a formidable expert, a top-tier one at that. Pegrov, a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, approached Chinrian, smiling and attempting to embrace her. Chinrian deftly sidestepped and addressed him fluently in Russian. Mr. Pegrov, where are the items I requested? Pegrov gestured, and several men brought out massive arms containers. As they opened them in front of Chinrian, an array of weapons appeared, including tactical gear, throwing weapons, and close combat knives. All present in abundance. That Bing quickly assessed the equipment, realizing it was enough to outfit a 5-man tactical team. The realization dawned on Bing. Where's the money? Pegrov inquired. Chinrian waved her phone, indicating account number. Pegrov promptly provided the account details, and without further ado, she initiated the transfer. 1 million has already been credited. Mr. Pegrov, you may check, Chinrian stated. Pegrov pulled out his phone to verify and nodded with a smile. However, the next moment, he abruptly shut the arms container and asked, I'd like to know, what do you intend to do with such high-precision weaponry? Chinrian remained unfazed, replying, Does a knife seller inquire whether his customers intend to use the knives for chopping bones at home or for robbery? And if I insist on asking? Pegrov sneered. At that moment, the once bustling repair shop fell silent, with all the mechanics halting their work to observe. The tension thickened in the air. Bing tensed, resembling a predator poised to strike, ready to spring into action at Chinrian's command. Chinrian smiled. So, if I don't disclose my intentions for these weapons today, I want to be able to take them. Pegrov nodded, affirming correct. The mechanics, tools in hand, began to close in. All right, Chinrian maintained her smile, nodded to Bing, and turned to leave. Pegrov's men did not attempt to stop her. Bing's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction as he muttered. Director Chin, let me handle this. Despite their numbers, Bing was not intimidated. These street thugs were no match for their elite training. Given the chance, he could eliminate everyone present within a minute. Chinrian remained silent. Heading outside to the car that he Bing reluctantly followed. As a special operative, he was bound to obey orders, and without Chen Ruiyun's command, he could not act. Just then, an SUV pulled up beside their vehicle. He Bing's caution heightened. Did Pigrov intend to turn on them? But as the window rolled down, a square-faced Asian man appeared. Chen Ruiyun lowered her window as well. Comrade Chun, in accordance with higher orders. I am Hu Jingping, captain of the Jiaolong team, here with 4 team members to report for duty. Please provide instructions. The man spoke in a voice as hard as stone that He Bing was taken aback. It was their own team. Chen Ruiyun nodded slightly, pointing toward the factory behind her. The weapons you need are inside. For the time being, use this factory as your base and await my orders. By the way, I have already paid for the weapons. If they refuse to comply, handle it as you see fit. With that, Chen Ruiyun rolled up her window and instructed the driver. He Bing was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Chen Ruiyun was even more ruthless than he had anticipated, sending an entire special operations team to secure the weapons and take over their base. Hu Jingping parked the car and glanced back at the interior. Inside, 4 robust men sat rather cramped, each possessing a formidable physique and dark complexion. One of them, towering at nearly 2 meters, appeared as strong as an ox. 30 seconds to resolve the situation, Hu Jingping stated calmly. Understood, Captain. The 4 exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Though unaware of the circumstances within the warehouse, they faced any challenge without fear, for they were members of the elite amphibious special operations team, the pinnacle of special forces in the world. Chapter 10. We are here for weapons inside the warehouse. One subordinate exclaimed, Boss, we struck gold this time. $1 million all profit. Pigrov shared in the excitement. His earlier insistence for Chen Ruiyun to disclose the purpose of purchasing weapons was merely a ruse. As Chen had pointed out, those who sell knives do not concern themselves with whether the blades are intended for culinary use or for harm. Thus, Pigrov aimed to capitalize on deceit, threatening Chen Ruiyun, and was pleasantly surprised by the ease of his success. These sea country folks are spineless. A mere scare was enough for them to back down. Daha! A bunch of fools. If such an opportunity arises again, we can certainly pursue it. Understood? Laughter erupted among the subordinates. Meanwhile, Hu Jingping and his 3 teammates commenced their operation. The 3-meter iron gate posed no challenge. They effortlessly executed a standard 2-man maneuver to vault over it. Beyond the gate, a large man lounged in a chair, engrossed in his phone, and was taken aback upon seeing the 4 descend upon him. Who are you? He shouted, but before he could rise, the most massive teammate delivered a fierce kick to his chest. The resulting thud resonated as the man was sent sprawling several meters away, unconscious. Iron Bull, ease up. You might kill someone, another teammate cautioned. Iron Bull scratched his head, replying, I was gentle. He was just too weak. The other 3 glanced at the fallen giant, a burly man of nearly 1 meter 80, and questioned his perceived weakness. Approaching the main entrance, Iron Bull wasted no time and delivered a powerful kick. The heavy iron gate was sent flying, along with the wooden door behind it, landing several meters away. With heads held high, the 4 strode into the warehouse, where the previously jubilant crowd turned to stare in shock. Who are you? Pigrov shouted with rising anger. Iron Bull laughed heartily, exclaiming, We are here for weapons, fool. They don't understand you. Stop talking and get to work. The 4 men charged in like wolves among sheep, immediately engaging in combat. Within mere seconds, everyone in the warehouse lay defeated. Too weak, Iron Bull remarked as he tossed the giant into a pile of tires. All right, I'll go open the door for the captain. Shortly after, Hu Jingping entered, disregarding the fallen bodies, and approached several weapon crates that he picked up an M4, pulled back the bolt, aimed briefly, and nodded in satisfaction. Inspect the weapons. Yes. The 4 teammates quickly moved forward to gear up. They donned bulletproof vests, tactical vests, helmets, and night vision goggles, assembling their weapons with a focused silence, the only sound being the clinking of metal. Unconscious Pigrov raised his head in terror and shouted, Who are you? Do you know who I am? The 5 men ignored him. After a moment of futile cursing, Pigrov ceased, realizing the unique demeanor of the 5. They were soldiers, sea country soldiers. Pigrov's eyes widened in realization. These were not just ordinary soldiers. They were the best of the best. Armed to the teeth, they had come to M country. What were their intentions? At that moment, regret washed over Pigrov. He felt foolish for ever questioning Chen Ruiyun's motives. Asking now would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Even in that moment, he felt his life was in jeopardy and hastily pleaded, Don't kill me. I swear I know nothing. I saw nothing. Hu Jingping secured a handgun in his holster and ordered, Disperse. for the time being. Remain armed and await further orders, ready to act at any moment. Understood. Once the four dispersed, Hu Jingping turned to Bygrov and stated in English, "From now on, this area is requisitioned." Bygrov comprehended and dared not refuse, merely nodding stiffly. Meanwhile, Chen Ruyun, after arranging the Dragon team, contemplated meeting Zhou Yang. Bribing Mason was Chen Ruyun's plan A, theoretically the most viable option for success. While the Dragon team served as the backup plan B, one he preferred not to activate unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of the plan, Chen Ruyun felt the need to inform Zhou Yang, to prepare him psychologically. Moreover, he was curious about the man who warranted such a costly rescue effort from the state. The following day, at Fox Prison, a guard approached Zhou Yang. "Someone wishes to see you." Zhou Yang, engrossed in a book, stood up, thinking that his second letter had indeed made an impact. His bunkmate, Glenn, poked his head over, inquisitively asking, "Zhou, why have so many people come to see you these past few days?" "Nothing," Zhou Yang replied with a smile as he left. Once he was gone, Glenn pondered for a moment before descending from his bunk, summoning the guard. "Officer, may I make a phone call?" Led to the phone, Glenn dialed a number, to Mr. Chris. "There is something about Zhou Yang I wish to discuss." Glenn spoke in hushed tones that, "Oh, what is it?" Chris inquired. Glenn continued in a low voice. "Several visitors have come to see him recently, and a few days ago, he asked me to send a letter. Since sending that letter, he has changed. He was always writing and drawing, but now he has suddenly stopped. That letter, I have seen it. There is no significant issue. However, you mentioned he has had visitors. Has he said anything?" Chris pressed. Glenn shook his head that no, he hasn't said a word. "Very well. This month's $1,000 will be sent to your wife. Should anything else arise, inform me immediately. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Glenn hung up the phone. At the Minsk Physics Institute, in an office, a middle-aged Caucasian hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. His name was Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director at the institute. Previously, Zhou Yang had been a member of his research group, which had developed high-strength bulletproof materials. This breakthrough had been transformed into a commercial product, successfully produced by a company that secured several billion in contracts with the Ministry of Defense. This achievement had brought Chris considerable wealth and established him within the upper echelons of arms procurement, forging deep connections with the Defense Ministry. Yet, despite his success, Chris harbored an unsettling concern. Zhou Yang, the very person who had developed the high-strength flexible materials. For 2 years, Zhou Yang had been imprisoned, and Chris had maintained contact with Glenn to monitor him. Now, Zhou Yang, who had previously shown no unusual behavior, suddenly began to engage with others, triggering Chris's instincts that something was amiss. Contemplating this, Chris picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Frank, first, congratulations on your promotion to FBI Field Office Director. If convenient, we need to meet." Chapter 11. Plans change in the prison visitation room. Zhou Yang met with Chen Ruyun. The latter's beauty momentarily left Zhou Yang dazed, and it took him a moment to regain his composure before sitting down. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, my name is Chen Ruyun." She introduced herself with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded, remaining silent. He was unsure of Chen Ruyun's identity or purpose, hoping she wasn't another opportunist like Yang Mu, attempting to con him with legal representation. Zhou Yang's silence didn't deter Chen Ruyun, who scrutinized him before continuing. "Mr. Zhou, I am here to ensure your safe return to your home country. You'll be leaving here as early as tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after that. I hope you are mentally prepared." Zhou Yang clenched his fists beneath the table, excitement bubbling within him. Finally, his letter had borne fruit. "All right," he nodded slightly, then inquired, "Is there anything else?" With a smile, Chen Ruyun shook her head. That smile rendered Zhou Yang momentarily enchanted again. "Then farewell," he said, rising. "Goodbye," she replied with a smile. The next day, Chen Ruyun received a call from Mason, notifying her that he would be waiting outside the prison at midnight to escort Zhou Yang out. Zhou Yang, in anticipation of his release, prepared accordingly. At T5 that afternoon, a guard opened Zhou Yang's cell and stated, "Zhou, gather your belongings. You are being transferred." Before Zhou Yang could respond, Glenn above him exclaimed, "Zhou, what is going on? Why are they transferring you to another prison? Did you request this?" Zhou Yang remained calm, internally thrilled. It appeared everything was part of Chen Ruyun's plan, her influence extending even to the prison authorities. There was nothing to tidy up. "Let us depart." Zhou Yang adjusted his clothing and strode out of the detention cell with his head held high. It would not be long before he stood upon the soil of his homeland. Following the prison guard, he boarded a transport vehicle, which then exited the prison and embarked on the highway, heading eastward. Meanwhile, at 6 o'clock, Mason arrived at the prison, driving a brand-new Porsche. "Sheriff, did you win the lottery?" A colleague inquired, astonished. Mason, beaming with pride, had indeed received a windfall of $10 million, prompting him to replace his dilapidated Toyota with a luxurious Porsche, a mere $100,000. A trifling sum. It's a secret. Mason replied with a mysterious smile as he entered the prison. Several colleagues on the night shift also arrived, exchanging knowing glances and nods. Mason proceeded with the routine handover, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Just after completing the handover, a colleague rushed to Mason, his face pale. "Mason, there has been a serious issue. That person is missing." "Which person?" Mason asked, taken aback. The colleague raised his eyebrows and insisted, "You know that person." It took Mason a moment to comprehend. It was the individual they intended to rescue. What happened? "Where is he?" Mason pressed, realizing that without the individual, their plans were in jeopardy, especially with $20 million still at stake. "I don't know," the colleague replied. "After my shift, I specifically checked the cell, and he was already gone. When I inquired, I learned he had been transferred, but there is no record of that transfer." A cold sweat broke out on Mason's brow. His first thought was that the situation had been compromised, prompting an early transfer. "Keep it quiet. Act as if nothing has happened," Mason instructed hastily. Fortunately, he had already received an advance of $10 million. The colleague stiffly nodded, but then asked, "What about our money?" Mason shot him a glare. "What money? We haven't completed the job. There is no money to claim. Don't kid yourself. I know you've received payment. How else could you afford the Porsche?" Mason felt a surge of frustration, regretting his ostentatious purchase. Had he known, he would have refrained from buying the car. Now, he would need to pay off these individuals to keep them quiet, lest someone harbor ill feelings and expose him. In this way, his $10 million could dwindle to $5 million, a significant loss. "Fine, I'll give you what you need," Mason lamented internally. Outside the prison, Bing drove quietly with Chenrian, awaiting developments. As the clock struck midnight, the anticipated moment arrived, yet there was no change. "Director Chen," Bing said, frowning. Chenrian mirrored his concern and suggested, "Let us wait a bit longer." Another hour passed. Chenrian dialed Mason's number. After 2 attempts, she finally reached him. "Mr. Mason, I believe I require an explanation," she stated coldly. Mason's voice quivered as he explained, "It's not my fault. I only learned after my shift began that the person you wanted to rescue was suddenly transferred, and there is no record of it. Someone must have found out. Please, don't call me again." He hung up abruptly. Damn it. Chenrian couldn't help but curse. She was frustrated not only by the unexpected turn of events, but also by Mason's failure to inform her immediately about Zhou Yang's transfer. 7 hours had passed since Mason started his shift. Who knew where Zhou Yang had been taken? Bing, with a serious expression, asked Director Chen, "What should we do now?" Taking a deep breath, Chenrian calmed herself and began strategizing their next steps. The priority was to ascertain Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Mason had revealed a crucial piece of information. Someone had inexplicably transferred Zhou Yang, leaving no records behind. Utilize all intelligence networks to trace Zhou Yang's location, particularly focusing on the police system. And don't forget the FBI. Chenrian added, considering that ordinary police likely lacked the capability for such an operation. Yet she couldn't fathom why the FBI would suddenly transfer Zhou Yang. If her actions had been exposed, she should also be in danger. Why only Zhou Yang? This implied someone had been monitoring him closely. In an instant, Chenrian contemplated numerous questions. Also, investigate the case from 2 years ago when Zhou Yang was imprisoned. There might be overlooked details. Bing nodded in agreement. Chenrian commanded the Special Affairs 6th Bureau to activate all intelligence networks in M country, employing every possible connection, even resorting to hacking local surveillance systems to trace the transport vehicle's route. After half an hour, Chenrian had uncovered Zhou Yang's whereabouts, but the news was grim. The intelligence indicated that the transport vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and had not exited since. This meant Zhou Yang was now detained within the FBI's stronghold. Chapter 12. Plan B. Assault on headquarters at an abandoned factory. The 5 members of the Serpent Dragon team had awaited for a full day and night. They showed no signs of impatience. Some watched television, while others played cards, simply resting. Suddenly, a phone rang. Xu Jinping, engrossed in the television, perked up, quickly grabbing his phone. After glancing at the screen, his expression shifted. "Gather," he commanded, and in an instant, the 4 teammates stood before him, fully equipped. Even while using the restroom, they hadn't discarded their weapons. They spent a minute clearing their traces before setting out. After issuing the order, Hu Jinping turned and left the factory. A minute later, the 5 of them drove towards their destination. At 5 in the morning, with the sky just beginning to brighten, they stopped before a large building on the city's edge. Hu Jinping retrieved a tablet and displayed Zhou Yang's photograph, stating, "This is our target. Our mission is to safely extract him. Remember, the target's safety is our top priority, as long as he is alive. We cannot fail. His life is more valuable than our own." Looking at the four, Hu Jinping's tone became severe as he asked, "Do you understand my meaning?" The four exchanged smiles, one member replying, "Understood. His life is worth more than ours. We must protect him at all costs. Don't worry, Captain. I'll take the first bullet." However, the atmosphere turned serious. Such a mission, where failure was unacceptable, posed the greatest challenge. Hu Jinping said no more. Their duty was to accomplish the mission at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. This was the headquarters of the local FBI office. According to intelligence, the target was detained on the 5th floor. The building housed over 30 armed security personnel, along with an unknown number of FBI agents, leaving uncertainty about how many armed adversaries they would face at that moment. Tainyo raised his hand, and upon receiving Hu Jinping's nod, he asked, "Captain, are we permitted to use lethal force?" The other three turned their gazes towards Hu Jinping. Given that they were in a foreign city, and the target was the FBI headquarters, their adversaries were likely ordinary security personnel, perhaps even many regular office workers. It would be nearly impossible to breach the building and extract the target without firing a weapon. However, such actions could lead to significant casualties, which would not be taken lightly. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Jinping declared, "Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. Aim to resolve conflicts through hand-to-hand combat." The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although they were only 5, and the place they were about to storm was akin to a den of tigers, they felt no fear. The 5 donned their masks, and Hu Jinping commanded, "Action!" at his signal. They swiftly exited the vehicle and dashed towards the building's main entrance like a gust of wind. The entrance was equipped with security checks, and a guard sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. 50 meters away, Hu Jinping sprinted ahead, reaching the security check in mere seconds. As he rushed past, the alarms blared in response to the weapons he bore. Yet, in that split second, Hu Jinping delivered a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the guard's desk flew backward, sending the guard sprawling several meters away. Silenced instantly, Hu Jinping landed and continued his advance, firing a quick burst. The 2 guards at the front desk had merely raised their heads to comprehend the commotion when they felt a rush of cold air overhead. Instinctively, they recoiled, only to see 2 bullet holes appear in the wall behind them. They realized the bullets had narrowly missed them. Not a sign of a miss, but a deliberate act, taking advantage of the distraction. He Biao dashed forward, executing a flying kick that felled both guards. Meanwhile, Hu Jinping had already rushed towards the stairwell. Up. The 5, heavily armed, sprinted up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, in just 20 seconds. They reached the 5th floor, bursting through the stairwell door into a spacious open office. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the office was still bustling with activity as numerous individuals hurried about. Engrossed in their tasks, suddenly, 5 fully armed men appeared, leaving the agents present in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Without hesitation, Hu Jinping and his companions dashed toward an interrogation room situated 30 meters away. Inside the room, Zhou Yang was restrained at a table, facing a white man who was shouting aggressively. Since Zhou Yang had been extracted from prison, he had endured nearly 10 hours of relentless interrogation, with various individuals alternately pressuring him for answers. The white man leaned in closer, demanding, "Who were the individuals you met?" He continued, "You must be exhausted. Speak up, and I can let you rest. I imagine you're hungry too. Would you like a hamburger? Just say the word, and I will fetch one for you." Zhou Yang, parched and weary, initially felt anger and confusion over Chen Ryun's dubious promises of rescue. However, as fatigue set in, he became numb to the white man's inquiries, pretending not to hear. That moment, a loud bang reverberated through the room as the door was forcefully blown off its hinges, collapsing partially. Figures surged in with lightning speed. "Who are you?" The white man shrieked, instinctively reaching for his firearm. But before he could grasp his weapon, Hu Jinping swiftly approached and struck the man's neck with a precise chop, causing him to collapse unconscious. "Mr. Zhou, we have received orders to escort you out," Hu Jinping stated solemnly as he approached Zhou Yang. Startled, Zhou Yang regained his senses and looked at the 5 armed men before him, who appeared as if they had descended from the heavens. It was evident they were military personnel. Is the government truly this bold, sending soldiers to assault the FBI headquarters? Remarkable, he thought. Upon collecting himself, Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Blackbird had already found the key to his handcuffs and freed him. As he sat up, darkness clouded his vision, and he slumped back down, his strength depleted after 10 hours without food or water and continuous interrogation. Iron Bull, Hu Jingping called out, the largest among them. Iron Bull swiftly lifted Zhou Yang in a princess carry. Let us go. Hu Jingping led the charge outside. Outside, the initial shock had morphed into chaos. Armed security personnel at the monitoring center had detected the situation in the lobby and rushed to respond, arriving just in time. Meanwhile, the agents on site received the alert and quickly drew their weapons, aiming toward the interrogation room. Consequently, as Hu Jingping burst out, he was met with a barrage of gunfire. Chapter 13. Successful retreat on the 6th floor of the FBI headquarters. In the office of Director Paul, he had yet to conclude his work for the day when he received a call from his friend Chris. Rest assured, I have brought the subject back and am currently interrogating him. This fellow is quite resilient. Despite nearly 10 hours of questioning, he remains silent. However, I sense he will soon relent. 12 hours is the threshold for an ordinary person, and he will inevitably divulge all the information. Old friend, trust me on this that you're overreacting. He is merely an ordinary individual. What havoc could he possibly wreak? If you seek a permanent solution, I could arrange for him to be sent to a high-security federal prison, orchestrating an accident to silence him forever. Once I finish my questioning, I will send him on his way. A.S. Paul ended the call and prepared to summon someone for an update on the interrogation. He was abruptly interrupted. Director, there's an emergency. Terrorists have breached the premises. Paul was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing his ears. Terrorists? Is this for real? Call security. Panic set in as chaotic voices crackled over the radio. That they're coming out. Damn it, flashbangs. My eyes, open fire, fire. A cacophony of gunfire painted Paul's face pale. Flashbangs? Are we truly under siege by terrorists at the FBI headquarters? This is escalating dramatically. People are injured. Fall back. The assailants are heavily armed. Call for backup. They're on the 5th floor. No, they've descended to the stairwell. Hold your ground. I'm en route to the stairwell. Wait, there is no one here to know they're too quick. They're on the 2nd floor. Hurry, someone! Amidst the gunfire that sounded like firecrackers, the shattering of glass echoed ominously. They've broken the windows and jumped from the 2nd floor. Quick, pursue them! Damn it, we can't keep up. Paul's mouth fell agape as he rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Witnessing an SUV speeding away with flared eye in that moment, he trembled with fear, overwhelmed by the realization of the audacity of those who dared to disrupt the FBI headquarters. Though they were merely a division, they were still part of the FBI. Even the most ruthless criminals would think twice before challenging them. Why are you still standing there? Get moving. Pursue them. Call on the police. The entire city must be on the lookout. Paul screamed as he bolted from his office. Descending to the 5th floor, he was met with utter devastation, as if a hurricane had swept through. Several security personnel and agents lay injured. Director, one of his subordinates, approached to report. Initial assessments indicate over 20 individuals have sustained various injuries, including 7 gunshot wounds. However, it appears the assailants did not aim to kill, as none of the injuries are life-threatening. Paul felt dizzy. He had just been promoted to director. And now such an incident had occurred. Failing to apprehend those responsible would jeopardize his position. Who are they? He demanded. His subordinate shook his head, fear evident in his expression that we don't know. They were fully armed and wore masks, obscuring their identities. However, they exhibited exceptional training and marksmanship that I suspect they may be military personnel. They also managed to abduct a prisoner from the 5th floor. A prisoner? Which prisoner? Paul inquired, bewildered. The one you brought back for interrogation yesterday, Zhou Yang. What? Him? Paul was taken aback. The revelation struck him like lightning. 5 fully armed individuals, equipped with flashbangs and professional weaponry, had dared to infiltrate the FBI headquarters solely to rescue Zhou Yang. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? In a flash, Paul connected the dots, recalling Zhou Yang's frequent meetings just days prior that a sense of dread washed over him. He realized he was entangled in a monumental affair. Quick, contact headquarters and the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, you heard correctly, the Department of Homeland Security. This is serious. While Paul was panicking, Hu Jingping and his team swiftly escorted Zhou Yang away from the scene. This mission turned out to be surprisingly simple. Iron Bull remarked, chewing his lip. They had prepared for a glorious endeavor, only to find that the FBI operatives were woefully inadequate, allowing them to rescue Zhou Yang with such ease. Indeed, Blackbird chimed in. They hardly fired their weapons, likely fearing the repercussions of excessive violence that if they had been reckless, they could have secured Zhou Yang in mere minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at his rescuers with admiration. It wasn't that the FBI was incompetent. Rather, his rescuers were extraordinarily skilled, and if he was not mistaken, they were indeed a genuine special forces unit, employing their full arsenal against FBI security armed with mere handguns. An overwhelming display of force. "Thank you," Zhou Yang expressed, his heart swelling with excitement at finally being free. His mind raced back to his homeland, where he was determined to apply his knowledge to strengthen the nation, aspiring for it to become the most powerful entity on this blue planet. His resolve was clear. The ruler treats me as a national hero. I shall repay in kind. The mobilization of even special forces underscores the significance of Zhou Yang. Xu Jinping shook his head slightly, signaling that no gratitude was necessary. Yet he couldn't help but study Zhou Yang with curiosity. What manner of person warranted the intervention of such elite forces? However, upon closer inspection, Hu Jinping saw only an ordinary young man. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang had made an impression on him, one that would undoubtedly deepen in time. The vehicle halted at a street corner, and Qinren emerged from a nearby car. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the oversight in my arrangements. Unforeseen complications arose, and I regret the distress caused to you. Thankfully, the mission was accomplished. Otherwise, I would bear the weight of your misfortune." Initially, Zhou Yang felt resentment toward Qinren for the perceived betrayal, having believed he would be rescued only to find himself at the FBI headquarters. However, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of plans, he felt no anger. "It's all right. What shall we do next?" Zhou Yang inquired. Aware that they were still in the United States, Qinren smiled. "Leave the next steps to me, Mr. Zhou. Please allow me to handle the arrangements." Zhou Yang nodded, waving goodbye to Hu Jinping before entering the vehicle. "You all may proceed with the original plan for withdrawal." Qinren instructed Hu Jinping that a bold assault on the FBI headquarters would undoubtedly rouse the entirety of America's various security agencies, including the FBI, CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security. At that moment, it seemed likely that a vast net would be cast to apprehend Hu Jinping and his companions. However, Qinren was not concerned about their safety. After all, they were the elite Dragon Team, adept at secure extraction. Chapter 14. The battery validation at the FBI headquarters. Representatives from the true headquarters, including CIA and Department of Homeland Security personnel, had all arrived. In the conference room, leaders from various departments gathered to hear the case report. Paul presided over the meeting, exhaling deeply, and said, "Let us watch the video." The entire headquarters building was replete with cameras, and Hu Jinping and his team had not considered severing the video signal, resulting in their actions being recorded in full. From the moment Hu Jinping's team appeared, he accelerated, kicking both table and person aside. Swiftly ascending to the 5th floor, faced with an entire room of armed agents, they made a quick escape using a stun grenade to clear their path. The entire video was brief, taking less than 5 minutes. At that time, the building housed over 50 armed agents and more than 30 armed security personnel, totaling around 80. Yet, astonishingly, the 5 individuals completed the abduction and safe escape in a mere 5 minutes. As the video concluded, the assembled leaders fell into a profound silence. These 5 individuals were masters. Their equipment was exceptional, not merely average. The CIA representative remarked that they were well-trained, highly professional, and undoubtedly possessed service experience from special forces. The more they discussed, the more serious their expressions became. They had encountered formidable opponents this time. One of the FBI heads stood up and stated, "The key issue now is how to apprehend them. An assault on our FBI and the abduction of a prisoner is a provocation against us that if they manage to escape, how can we maintain our dignity?" The leaders of the other 2 departments exchanged glances, silently thinking that the disgrace fell solely on the FBI, yet they dared not show any sign of dissent. "Let us first investigate their weapons. They are not common items and should be traceable. We could also look into the lists of retired military personnel and mercenaries. Moreover, such a significant operation would surely have local whispers, so we should keep an ear out for that." As various suggestions were proposed, Paul cleared his throat, produced a photograph, and affixed it to the whiteboard. "Ladies and gentlemen, we should start our investigation with this individual." As everyone turned to him, Paul continued, "This man is Zhou Yang, the prisoner who was abducted. He is a convict held in prison, and we had received intelligence that someone might attempt to rescue him. Thus, we temporarily relocated him to our headquarters. However, as soon as we brought him in, the assailants directly attacked our headquarters and abducted him." The CIA representative raised his hand and asked, "What is so special about this person?" In a moment of panic, Paul suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang's abduction could perfectly conceal the incident from years ago when he had framed Zhou Yang. This individual had once been a researcher at the Lofa Institute of Physics, responsible for a classified military project involving high-strength flexible materials. 2 years prior, he had stolen crucial research data to sell to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and caught, or this classified research would have been compromised. The room filled with frowns and serious expressions, realizing that this matter involved sensitive military research. This was no trivial affair. Paul continued, "At that time, the evidence was irrefutable. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, our attention towards him has never waned. Just a few days ago, he suddenly began frequent interactions with individuals from Country C. And linking this with our intelligence about someone attempting to rescue him leads me to a bold hypothesis. The ones who abducted Zhou Yang are from Country C, and their objective is the research data he possesses." Everyone's breathing quickened. Who would have imagined that Country C was involved? "Paul, are you certain of what you're saying? Do you have evidence? If not, please refrain from making unfounded speculations," a serious CIA agent inquired. Paul nodded vigorously, stating, "Of course, we have been monitoring him, and there are records of his prison visits. These can serve as evidence." Suddenly, the head of the Department of Homeland Security stood up, saying, "Please continue. I need to report this to the minister." With that, he left the room, prompting the CIA representative to follow suit. Thus, Zhou Yang's name entered the radar of the U.S. intelligence agencies. Upon realizing the potential leak of crucial military research outcomes, U.S. intelligence frantically sought Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Country C.AT, the Energy Research Institute. The research team led by Chen Tiankai had successfully developed a battery model and was currently conducting data tests on the battery, which was the size of a fingernail. Thanks to breakthroughs in manufacturing materials, the battery's volume had been significantly reduced, representing an astonishing advancement. With modern battery technology, achieving a smaller size while maintaining the same capacity had become exceedingly challenging. Let us first test the capacity. Chen Tiankai's eyes were slightly red. He had hardly rested over the past few days, dedicating himself entirely to this validation research. The researchers beside him began the testing. Soon, the data emerged. 8,300 milliamp hours. Upon hearing the results, the numerous researchers present gasped in astonishment, their breaths becoming rapid. That a battery with a capacity of 8,300 milliamp hours would typically be the size of a palm. Yet this one was merely the size of a fingernail and a mere millimeter thick. Truly incredible. Chen Tiankai suppressed his excitement and urged, "Continue testing point one by one." Testing data emerged, revealing a decay efficiency of 95. The battery's energy reached 43 watt-hours, along with open circuit voltage, internal resistance, operating voltage, and various performance indicators, all of which far exceeded modern battery specifications. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Tiankai's eyes widened. Unable to contain his exhilaration, this tiny battery represented a revolutionary technology capable of altering the entire world. The gathered researchers could not help but erupt in cheers, fully aware of what such battery technology signified. Who developed this battery? It's astonishing. I don't know. It seems the manufacturing process was handed down from above, but it hasn't specified who exactly developed it. Whoever it is, I can only think one thing. They are a genius. To create such a battery is nothing short of divine. Indeed, it's not an exaggeration to say this is yet another technological revolution. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Chen Tiankai raised his hand, saying, "All right, let us continue testing the other data. There is still much to verify, such as charge and discharge rates, and the battery's performance under extreme conditions. Then we must assess safety, no matter how impressive the performance. If it explodes upon use, it is unacceptable. Furthermore, a battery this small storing such a vast amount of energy is akin to a miniature bomb, making safety paramount." Having arranged everything, Chen Tiankai hurriedly exited the laboratory. On one hand, he needed to report the validation results to his superiors. On the other hand, he was curious about the genius behind this groundbreaking battery technology. Chapter 15. Homecoming, VIP treatment. The airplane gradually descended. "Mr. Zhou, we are about to land," Chenriyun softly remarked. Zhou Yang turned, peering through the aircraft window, where the vast landscape became visible. "Motherland, I have returned," Zhou Yang whispered, his eyes glistening with emotion. Having left his homeland at 18. He was now 27 years old. Nearly a decade had passed since his departure. "You leave home young, return old, yet your accent remains unchanged." Although Zhou Yang's hair did not show signs of gray, the 2 years spent in prison had undeniably left traces of hardship. "Thank you." Zhou Yang collected his thoughts and expressed gratitude to Chenriyun, who had facilitated his release. After departing the FBI headquarters, Zhou Yang had, under Chenriyun's guidance, undergone a transformation, first forging a new identity to travel to Country J, north of the United States, before finally boarding a flight home. Chenriyun smiled, "No need for thanks. It was my duty." Her radiant smile captivated Zhou Yang, rendering him momentarily speechless. That moment, the voices of those seated ahead drew Zhou Yang's attention. Sister Sue, how many people do you think will come to pick us up? How does this outfit look? Should I wear a scarf? Zhou Yang, seated in business class, overheard a man speaking to a woman seated beside him. The man wore a baseball cap and dark sunglasses, obscuring half his face and lending him an air of mystery. The woman replied, "Why wear a scarf? What you need now is exposure. Don't worry. I've arranged everything below. Just walk in style when the time comes." Their conversation caught the attention of a young lady seated next to them, who stared at the man for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Are you Huku? Oh my, I can't believe I'm on the same flight as Huku." Her companion also reacted with excitement. Passengers in business class turned their attention to the commotion. Curious glances exchanged, some even pulling out their phones to take surreptitious photos. As Chenrian, who was sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up and positioned herself directly in front of Zhou Yang. The two were mere inches apart. Zhou Yang could almost feel Chenrian's breath upon his face. Taken aback, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Chenrian retrieved a cap and a pair of sunglasses from her backpack and handed them to Zhou Yang. After he donned them, she whispered, "I apologize, Mr. Zhou, that I fear those people might take your picture. The higher-ups wish for you to maintain a low profile for the time being." Zhou Yang finally grasped the situation, slightly nodding as he glanced toward the man named Huku seated ahead. He appeared to be a celebrity, as many in the business class seemed to recognize him. Huku stood up to greet the crowd, taking photos with admirers. Chenrian scanned the area with a keen eye, noting every individual wielding a mobile phone. Do you know him? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Chenrian cast a glance at Huku and replied, "He seems to be a star who suddenly gained fame after appearing on a variety show this year." Zhou Yang regarded Chenrian with surprise, not expecting this stoic female agent to follow entertainment shows. A faint blush crept onto Chenrian's cheeks as she admitted, "I watch occasionally." That moment, the plane began its descent. Once the aircraft came to a halt, the passengers began to gather their belongings in preparation to disembark. However, the cabin door remained closed. Why isn't the door opening? Someone questioned. There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they exited yet? As confusion spread among the passengers, a flight attendant appeared and said, "Please wait a moment. Everyone, we may be delayed in disembarking." "How long will the delay be? We are in business class, after all. We should be the first to leave." The passengers erupted in protest. The flight attendant smiled but offered no explanation. That moment, someone noticed the absence of shuttle buses outside, indicating that not only they but also the economy class passengers were still on board. What is going on? Everyone wondered, and Zhou Yang, who had been preparing to disembark, felt perplexed. Chenrian whispered, "Mr. Zhou, please remain calm and patient for a moment." Zhou Yang nodded and returned to his seat. Just then, a woman named Sue shouted, "Hey, what is your airline playing at? The plane has landed. So why can't we get off? There are many people outside waiting to pick up Huku." The flight attendant remained unfazed, still smiling. 5 more minutes passed that Huku approached, removing his sunglasses to reveal a handsome face. "Miss, there are many fans outside waiting for me that I've scheduled to pick up with them on Weibo. Now that you're not letting me off, they'll be left waiting unnecessarily. There are hundreds of them. Could you please make an exception and allow me to disembark first?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but stroke his chin. Finding Huku rather attractive, Sue chimed in, "And it's not just fans. There are numerous reporters waiting to take pictures of Huku. You're delaying our business. Where's your supervisor? Let them come out." The flight attendant continued to smile, seemingly under strict orders not to allow anyone to disembark. Zhou Yang, growing restless, stood up and said, "Miss, is there a special circumstance we should be aware of? If there is, could you please explain it to us? If there is a valid reason, we can wait a little longer." Chenrian opened her mouth but said nothing, returning to her seat with a hint of exasperation. The flight attendant maintained her smile. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, there are several cars outside, indeed several of them. They're all red flags. And look at those license plates, entirely numeric. Incredible. I see now. No wonder they're not letting us off. We must have a VIP on board. They probably want to hold a welcoming ceremony. Which VIP? Why are they flying commercial? Are they in first class? Who could it be? It must be someone extraordinary. Just look at that row of red flags." Zhou Yang also peered outside but saw nothing. At that moment, the plane door opened. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit boarded the aircraft and entered the business class, surveying the surroundings until his gaze landed on Zhou Yang. He hurried over, saying, "Mr. Zhou, welcome back to the country. My surname is Li, and I'm in charge of your pickup." Instantly, the entire business class fell silent, all passengers staring at Zhou Yang, realizing he was the VIP. Zhou Yang was equally stunned. So this commotion was all for him. Are you here specifically to pick me up? He asked. Yes, Mr. Zhou, Li confirmed with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't resist glancing back at Chenren. Didn't you say I should keep a low profile? Very well, Zhou Yang replied, picking up his belongings, which consisted only of a small backpack. I respectfully stepped aside as the passengers in business class watched in disbelief, having speculated about a special VIP, but never realizing it was seated among them. Appearing so unassuming. Indeed, to the onlookers, Zhou Yang's demeanor was remarkably understated given the grandeur of his presence, in light of such status, it would be reasonable for him to be flanked by bodyguards in black suits. Ensuring a barrier to strangers, Chenren followed suit. At this moment, Zhou Yang abruptly halted and turned to Huku. Aren't you eager to disembark? Why don't we leave together? He then gestured toward the other passengers in the cabin, asking Mr. Li, can they leave as well? Li nodded with a smile. Of course, if you say so, then they may proceed. Please, sir, and Miss Huku gaped at Zhou Yang. Astonished, he believed his own arrival was grand, but compared to Zhou Yang's, it was insignificant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huku hesitated to refuse, but soon nudged him, saying, sure, that sounds great. It's a good opportunity to meet him. Anyone capable of such an impressive display was undoubtedly extraordinary. Who wouldn't he want to meet a figure of such stature? Chenren furrowed her brow, inwardly scoffing at the notion of recognition. However, she said nothing. Zhou Yang's words were final. Huku trailed behind Zhou Yang as they exited the plane and boarded the same luxury car. Although he had ridden in various lavish vehicles before, he had never encountered a red flag of this caliber, one he could hardly have imagined. The car drove directly toward the airport exit. Hey, aren't we going to the terminal? Sue exclaimed suddenly. Li responded, no, we're leaving directly from the underground parking lot. Sue was momentarily taken aback and stammered, but that is not right. She faltered, unable to articulate her reasoning. Zhou Yang interjected, perhaps we should pause for a moment. There are hundreds of fans and reporters waiting for them. Sue's face flushed with embarrassment. Boasting about her prior arrangements had seemed impressive. But in comparison to Zhou Yang's situation, it felt utterly trivial. Huku, blushing, quickly added, it's fine. I can explain to my fans later. Li continued to smile, saying, you really don't need to go. There are hardly any people in the terminal. Hardly any people. The two were taken aback, failing to comprehend that as they spoke, the car arrived at the parking lot entrance. It came to a stop, and someone opened the door. You two may exit here and walk down that staircase to the arrivals hall, Li instructed. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and obediently exited the vehicle that Sue had hoped to ride with Zhou Yang to get acquainted. But once inside the car, she felt overwhelmed and dared not mention it. Goodbye, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Zhou Yang smiled, waving farewell to them. Huku quickly replied, no problem at all, appearing incredibly obedient. The car drove away once more. Huku exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Wow, I was so nervous I could hardly breathe. Sue, who on earth is that guy? How would I know? He is definitely not an ordinary person. Sue replied, her expression filled with lingering apprehension. Had she known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have associated with Zhou Yang. 4 cars were present, all filled with bodyguards in black suits. Although Li had not revealed his identity, it was evident he was not an ordinary individual. His demeanor exuded an unmistakable aura. Let us go, Huku said, grabbing his suitcase and heading toward the arrivals hall. All right, the matters of big shots have nothing to do with us. Get ready. Your fans are waiting outside. Don't get too close. And remember to smile when facing the reporters, understood? Sue cautioned. Huku nodded, taking note. Upon arriving at the arrivals hall, however, both were left dumbfounded. The expansive space was eerily empty. No, there were people, but they were all police officers, including heavily armed special forces patrolling. There were no fans or reporters in sight. They stood with their mouths agape, finally understanding why Li had mentioned the arrivals hall would be of no use. It was utterly devoid of people. Has the entire airport been sealed off? The woman named Sue asked, bewildered. Is it really necessary just because you are here to pick up Zhou Yang? Even foreign leaders do not warrant such a grand display. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached them, coldly stating, please hand over your phones for inspection to ensure no unauthorized photographs have been taken. Huku was taken aback once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already left the airport in a vehicle. He observed that the airport was swarming with police and special forces. Have you truly shut down the entire airport for my sake? Zhou Yang inquired, astonished. The middle-aged man namely nodded slightly, explaining this was specifically arranged by higher authorities. Zhou Yang felt a surge of gratitude. This was the nation's regard for him. Yet he thought it unnecessary. It truly is not needed. Zhou Yang murmured. Li smiled silently. Zhou Yang shook his head lightly and turned to Chenrian, saying, "You previously advised me to keep a low profile. Is this what you meant?" Chenrian replied, "In my opinion, this is indeed quite low-key. Not making an announcement and returning home quietly. What could be more discreet than that?" Zhou Yang was at a loss for words and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" He was eager to make significant contributions to his country using the technology he had acquired abroad. The middle-aged man, Li, responded, "The leadership believes that since you have just returned from overseas and are fatigued from your journey, it would be best for you to rest for a while. Once you feel rejuvenated, we can discuss future matters." After a pause, Li continued, "Moreover, you have been away from your homeland for nearly a decade. The country has developed rapidly during this time. Wouldn't you like to witness its beauty?" Zhou Yang's heart stirred, and he suddenly asked, "Could you take me to a specific place?" After nearly 10 years abroad, he felt compelled to pay respects to his parents. Given their status, they could have been interred in a cemetery. But according to his grandparents' wishes, they had been laid to rest in their hometown. "Certainly, I will arrange that," Li assured him. The following day, Zhou Yang traveled back to his hometown, Z City, in a special vehicle. Chapter 17. The treatment of a hero. Z City, Linjiao County, Gu Mountain Township, Wanghu Village. Gu Mountain Township derived its name from a peak reaching several hundred meters, known as Gu Mountain, while Wanghu Village lay at its foot. Directly in front of Gu Mountain was a large lake, and Wanghu Village, situated on the mountainside overlooking the lake, was aptly named. The village was small but had recently gained a road. The cement path leading into the village was flanked by fields of rapeseed flowers. During the blooming season, the hills were awash in vibrant yellow, attracting visitors from the county town seeking the picturesque scenery, leading to a flourishing agritourism economy. 3 cars entered Wanghu Village, one following the other. In the middle vehicle were Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun, and the middle-aged man who had greeted them at the airport, Li Tianshu. When I was a child, the most vivid memory of returning to my hometown with my parents was the sprawling fields of rapeseed flowers. It's a pity that it isn't the blooming season now. Otherwise, we would have witnessed it, Zhou Yang remarked, gazing outside the window. However, he saw no rapeseed flowers nor fields, only barren hills on the mountainside. A temporary road led upward, lined with construction vehicles and numerous workers in hard hats busily toiling away. Zhou Yang frowned. Li Tianshu leaned out to take a look, commenting, "It seems they are developing the area." Zhou Yang remained silent, commanding, "Drive faster." Li Tianshu furrowed his brow. As a secretary, he was adept at discerning the moods of his superiors, and he could sense Zhou Yang's growing discontent. Soon, the car came to a halt. The once tranquil Wanghu village now exuded a bustling commercial atmosphere. Agritourism establishments had vanished, replaced by restaurants and small supermarkets. Along the main road cutting through the village, several cars were parked, including luxury vehicles. Zhou Yang did not exit the car immediately. The personnel in the 2 preceding vehicles disembarked first, all dressed in plain clothes, revealing themselves to be security personnel. "It's clear now," Chen Ruoyan said, adjusting her earpiece. Addressing Zhou Yang, Li Tianshu then opened the door, inviting Zhou Yang to step out. As Zhou Yang exited and surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of his childhood memories. "Who are they?" Villagers from a nearby shop curiously scrutinized Zhou Yang's group, whispering amongst themselves that "I haven't seen them before, but look at this entourage. They must be significant." They speculated that this was yet another visit from a superior to oversee the developers. Recalling a previous visit from a leader accompanied by a similar crowd, Zhou Yang retracted his gaze, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He realized he had no remaining relatives in the village, not even distant kin. Likely remained. His only tie was the joint grave of his parents on the mountain. Chenrian retrieved some offerings from the trunk. "Let us head up the mountain," Zhou Yang said quietly, leading the way. Navigating the familiar yet strange narrow path and ascending the mountain trail, they soon encountered a security guard who blocked their passage. "What are you doing? This is a construction site. You cannot enter," the guard insisted. Zhou Yang's expression shifted. His worst fears had come to fruition. Upon seeing the construction site on the mountain, he had worried that his parents' grave lay within its bounds. Now it appeared to be the case. "Move aside." Zhou Yang's eyes reddened as he commanded sternly. The guard hesitated. "Hey, why are you glaring at me? This is a construction site. If you want to enter, you'll need to speak with your superiors." Zhou Yang remained silent, but Li Tianshu's face paled dramatically that he quickly signaled to Chen Riyun, who waved her hand dismissively. Several security personnel swiftly approached, forcibly removing the guard from their path. Zhou Yang said nothing and pressed onward. Soon, he arrived at a flat area that had been leveled, that if his memory served him correctly, this should be where his parents' grave was located. Zhou Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Nearly collapsing, that Mr. Zhou. Li Tianchu quickly steadied him, alarmed. Qinrun immediately shouted, "Get a doctor!" Fortunately, a doctor accompanied their group. That a middle-aged man with a medical kit rushed over to "I'm fine," Zhou Yang insisted, pushing Li Tianchu aside as he knelt on the ground. "Mom, Dad, your son has come home." His anguished cry left him speechless. In that moment, Zhou Yang was consumed by rage. His parents' grave was the sole remnant of his existence, and now it had been desecrated. He felt a profound sense of injustice for his parents, who had sacrificed their lives for their country as military industry experts. He vividly recalled them toiling day and night in the name of national defense. They had devoted their lives, even their very lives, to the cause. Yet upon their passing, they had not even been afforded a proper resting place. Was this the treatment heroes were meant to receive? Li Tianchu's expression darkened further as he stepped forward. Speaking softly, "Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Without needing Zhou Yang to articulate his thoughts, Li Tianchu understood what needed to be done. Just then, a group of individuals rushed towards them from a distance, brandishing sticks and other makeshift weapons that its them. The leader shouted, pointing at Zhou Yang and his companions, "Who it's them causing trouble on the site?" Who, a young man adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, swaggered forward, eyeing Zhou Yang's group with disdain. "You have some nerve coming here. Do you know where you are? You want to cause a scene, don't you?" The crowd remained silent. Hu glared at them, demanding, "I'm talking to you. Ignoring me? Fine, if you want to play this game, let us see how it ends. Get them." Qinrian waved her hand coolly, instructing. "Liamo, you go." One of the security personnel stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and bounding toward the group. Despite facing a dozen armed individuals, Liamo appeared undeterred as he charged in. "Fight me," Hu yelled, swinging his metal pipe at Liam Udel. Imo's punch landed with a speed that rendered it nearly invisible. With a resounding thud, Hu crumpled to the ground, dazed, realizing the pipe he wielded had bent upon impact. Imo swiftly became a whirlwind of movement, dispatching the remaining assailants with a flurry of strikes. Moments later, he stood alone amidst the chaos, having effortlessly subdued them all. Chapter 18. Taking the troublemakers away after completing the task, Li Mo returned calmly, as if defeating a dozen men were a trivial feat. Zhou Yang rose and asked, "Could someone fetch me a shovel?" Chunrian pointed to an individual, who promptly complied. Meanwhile, Hu and his gang lay groaning on the ground, with Hu exclaiming, "You think you're tough? Just you wait. This isn't over." He pulled out his phone to call for help. The onlookers made no attempt to intervene, even casting their gazes elsewhere. Soon, a shovel was retrieved, which Zhou Yang accepted, aligning it with the location before beginning to dig. "This piece of land has been leveled, and the graves of my parents are likely buried beneath. After many years, the surrounding landscape has changed." So Zhou Yang is uncertain of the exact location. Nevertheless, he is determined to excavate and rediscover his parents' resting place. "Mr. Zhou, allow me," Li Tianchu hurriedly volunteered. "In no need. I will handle it myself." Zhou Yang firmly declined. Li Tianchu's expression shifted slightly as he took out his phone and made a call. Within 10 minutes, a large number of workers arrived from the construction site. Simultaneously, 2 police officers in uniform appeared on the mountain road. A robust group advanced, led by a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Manager Chu, who Lao Dao exclaimed, as if he had found his anchor amidst the turmoil. He quickly stood up and approached, saying, "These people are being too aggressive. They can fight. Just look at what they've done to me. They must be here to cause trouble. We cannot let them go unpunished." The middle-aged man stepped forward, surveying Zhou Yang and his group before speaking in a stern tone. "What are you doing here? Do you know where you are? This is the construction site of Qiyun Group, and I am the project manager. Chu Bo, why are you causing a disturbance here?" No one responded. Zhou Yang continued to dig, having already unearthed a shallow pit, yet still failing to locate his parents' grave. At that moment, the 2 police officers approached. "Captain Su, you've finally arrived. These people are causing a ruckus on my site. Could you assist in handling this?" Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang and his group. Wanghu village is undergoing significant development, with many people coming and going, prompting the town to establish a police service office. The 2 officers were from this office. That a middle-aged officer stepped forward, glanced at Hu Laoda and his group, then raised his voice. "Who are you?" Still, no one replied. Everyone stood silently around Zhou Yang, watching him dig. The middle-aged officer frowned and said sharply, "If you want to speak, then you can all return to the station." Yet no one moved. The officer glared and approached, but was intercepted by a special officer. "You dare to assault an officer!" The middle-aged officer bellowed, furious. The special officer remained silent. Chen Riyun exchanged a glance, and the special officer produced an identification document, displaying it to the middle-aged officer. The officer, initially filled with rage, suddenly appeared doused in cold water, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he scanned the document. "Who exactly are you?" he stammered. The special officer tucked the document away without answering. Ignored yet again, the middle-aged officer refrained from further anger, the words and seal on the document causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Captain Su, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Chu Bo inquired, stepping closer. The middle-aged officer shook his head. Chu Bo frowned. "Then what are you waiting for? Take them away. Their presence here is disrupting our timeline." The middle-aged officer continued to shake his head, insisting, "Let us just drop it. It's a minor issue. Not worth the trouble." The identities of Zhou Yang's group intimidated him into silence. "Not worth it?" Chu Bo shot back, scrutinizing the middle-aged officer with suspicion that he remembered the officer's abrupt change in demeanor after seeing the special officer's credentials. After a moment's thought, Chu Bo looked at Chen Ruyun. "So you have connections, do you? I'd like to see who dares to oppose Qiyun Group in Z City." With that, Chu Bo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected, and he boisterously announced, "Director Liang. Right? This is Chu Bo from Qiyun. We met at the last banquet." The middle-aged officer shuddered. Director Liang was likely the head of the municipal police department. "Director Liang, we have a little situation here. Our project at Gushin is being obstructed. This is a key project for our city, with investments in the billions and a tight schedule. If this disturbance delays us, I want to be able to account for it." "What? You'll send someone over?" "Excellent, I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Chu Bo wore a triumphant expression, pointing at Chen Ruyan. "You'd better not leave. Wait and see how I deal with you. Who dares to stand against Qiyun Group? You should inquire about our standing in Z City. We are the top dog." He raised his thumb, brimming with arrogance. Yet, to his dismay, not a single person acknowledged him. Everyone remained focused on Zhou Yang, who was still perspiring and digging. Another quarter of an hour passed, and from a distance, several police vehicles could be seen descending the mountain. Minutes later, over a dozen officers ascended. The lead officer was another middle-aged man, Ayami Jun, the chief of the Gushin Township Police Station. "And you are Manager Chu." The middle-aged officer introduced himself. Chu Bo stepped forward, shaking Jun's hand. "I apologize for the delay in your project. Manager Chu, I will take care of the troublemakers immediately." Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang's group. "It's them." Jun frowned slightly, about to speak, when Officer Su hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. "What?" Jun's expression shifted drastically. "Are you certain? It couldn't be fake credentials, could it?" "Fake?" Officer Su hesitated, realizing he had only glanced at them and hadn't examined them closely. Jun scoffed. "Old Su, you're really mistaken. Those types wouldn't come to us. They must be counterfeit credentials. This is serious. We need to take you all in for further investigation." He waved his hand, and a dozen officers surrounded Zhou Yang's group. Just then, a convoy of military trucks appeared at the base of the mountain. "Why are there so many military vehicles down there?" someone exclaimed in surprise. Moments later, a battalion marched up the mountain, directly approaching the crowd. Marching in unison, over 100 armed soldiers reached the scene. Everyone froze in shock, unsure of the unfolding situation. Leading the group, a sergeant sprinted to Zhou Yang's side, saluted, and announced, "Comrades, we are from the 121st Regiment of the Z Army District, here to report under the command of Captain Meng Yuanqi. Please give us your orders." This declaration. Everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 19. First, let's excavate the mountain. Chu Bo, Jun, the local police, and dozens of construction workers stood frozen, stunned into silence. Faced with so many armed soldiers, they dared not move. Tianchu nodded slightly, instructing, "Captain, please take your men and seal off the entire site, then halt all operations." "Understood." Meng Yuanqi snapped to attention and turned to his battalion, directing, "All units, 1st platoon to the north, 2nd platoon to the east, 3rd platoon to the south. Each platoon will dispatch a squad under the command of Deputy Captain Hong to secure the west side. No one is allowed to enter or exit the site." With the order given, the troops swiftly moved into action, their silence punctuated only by the sound of marching feet, creating an atmosphere of awe. Chu Bo gaped, shouting, "On what authority do you seal off our construction site?" "On what authority?" Li Tianchu beckoned Chu Bo forward. "Manager Chu, do not approach. They are armed." Hu Lauda trembled with fear, tugging at Chu Bo's sleeve. Chu Bo gritted his teeth, declaring, "If they have the guts, let them kill me." He stepped forward, challenging, "I want to hear your justification for sealing off our site. If not, Qian Group will not let this matter rest." Li Tianshu smirked disdainfully, as if to say, "Young man, you are out of your depth. Qian Group, you say? Let us not accuse me of abusing power, and we'll stick to the facts. This is Gushin, and the government has long established regulations prohibiting commercial development in areas of original landscape. How did Qian Group obtain its development permits? Is there an issue here that I need to elaborate on?" Chu Bo stood agape, unable to articulate a single word in response to "Oh, and one more thing. It's time to start looking for a new job because you are about to become unemployed," Li Tianshu added thoughtfully. "Unemployed?" Chu Bo snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth. "Our development activities are legitimate commercial operations. Qian Group is not afraid of scrutiny. You think you can make me lose my job? Who do you think you are? Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't interfere in our internal matters. And let me tell you, the Vice President is my uncle. You think I'll be unemployed?" "What a joke," Li Tianshu chuckled, shaking his head, no longer willing to engage Chu Bo in debate. Given Li Tianshu's stature, arguing with Chu Bo was beneath him. In Li Tianshu's eyes, Chu Bo's perspective was painfully narrow. When he mentioned unemployment, it was not about Chu Bo being fired. Rather, it was about the entire Qian Group facing destruction. "Take them away," Li Tianshu ordered nonchalantly. Meng Yuanqi and several soldiers promptly stepped forward. Escorting everyone present away, as Chu Bo descended the mountain. The construction site had already been completely sealed off by the soldiers, leaving the workers bewildered as they exited as Li Tianshu had predicted. The site was now closed and operations ceased. Infuriating, Chu Bo took out his phone and called his uncle. However, the line was busy for quite some time before the call finally connected, as soon as the call was answered. His uncle bombarded him with questions. What on earth happened at the Gushin construction site? Chu Bo was left bewildered. How could his uncle possibly know something had gone awry so quickly? Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how many calls I've received? From the Industry and Commerce Department, the Tax Bureau, Environmental Protection, Fire Safety, and Social Security. All of them were calling. It feels as if they are intent on destroying our Qian Group. I only found out after asking around that someone at the Gushin site had offended someone, and now they want to investigate Qian Group. Tell me, what happened at the Gushin construction site?" Once again, Chu Bo was taken aback. How could such a rapid response from so many departments be real? Previously, he had boasted that Qian Group had nothing to fear from investigations, but that was mere bravado. In reality, any department could launch a thorough investigation, and the prospect of so many agencies collaborating was unprecedented. "Uncle, what does this mean for Qian Group?" he asked, dazed. "What can it mean? Are you foolish, with so many departments investigating together? It's over for us. Qian Group is finished. We're going to shut down today, tomorrow, or very soon." Chu Bo clutched the phone, frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, he recalled what Li Tianshu had said about job hunting. If Qian Group collapsed, he might indeed need to look for work. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang struck something with his shovel, producing a loud thud. He quickly set down the shovel and began to clear the dirt. As he unearthed the soil, a black coffin emerged, causing Zhou Yang to weep uncontrollably. "I found it." After a moment, he stood up and carefully backfilled some of the dirt before climbing out of the pit he had dug. "Director Li," Zhou Yang called out, referring to Li Tianshu, a director from an unknown department that Li Tianshu hurried over. Zhou Yang gazed at the distant lake, where the gentle breeze caused ripples on the water's surface. "How is the verification of the materials I submitted?" Zhou Yang inquired. "The battery technology was submitted to the state several days ago. That if all goes well, the verification product should have already been produced. After all, I provided a comprehensive design plan complete with data. While there may be some challenges in industrial production, it should be relatively straightforward in a laboratory setting." That Li Tianshu's expression changed, and he quickly replied, "I am not fully informed on the specifics. Let me make a call and find out." With that, he pulled out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. That a few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, slightly agitated. "Great news," he exclaimed. Those two words were enough to meet Zhou Yang's expectations. "You asked me earlier about my plans. Well, I've made a decision." Zhou Yang turned to face Gushin and declared, "I wish to construct a laboratory here." "Absolutely," Li Tianshu responded without hesitation that he had just spoken to his superior, who briefly mentioned the results of the battery verification and concluded with a statement. All of Zhou Yang's requests would be fulfilled. Therefore, not only could they build a laboratory, but if Zhou Yang desired to blow up the entire mountain, Li Tianshu would ensure it happened. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Director Li, I haven't even specified the scale of the laboratory yet. And you're already so eager to agree. Mr. Zhou, you jest. Regardless of the laboratory's size, it remains merely a laboratory, which pales in significance compared to your presence. Therefore, as long as you wish for it, we will construct any size laboratory you desire. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, sensing the weight of his words, that it appeared that his second letter had indeed made an impact. Very well then, let us begin by excavating this mountain. Zhou Yang said nonchalantly. Excavate. Li Tianshu instinctively looked up at the towering Gushan, which stood several hundred meters high and covered dozens of acres. Is there a problem? Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianshu quickly shook his head. No, you make the request and I will ensure its execution. Even if you wish to dig through the earth, I will make it happen. Given the state's current infrastructure capabilities, excavating a mountain or even filling a sea was a trivial task. Good, Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was the attitude he desired. His sole intention upon returning to the country was to contribute to its strength, aspiring for the nation to become the first on the blue planet and even venture into the endless cosmos. For Zhou Yang, wealth and power were mundane and insipid. Not to mention, the battery technology Zhou Yang had offered was worth a staggering sum, that if he were to request 100 billion from the state, it would be granted without hesitation. Thus, he was indifferent to money, viewing it merely as numbers. What he desired, the state would provide. Upon returning to the village, Zhou Yang and his team settled in. He began drafting design plans. Envisioning the laboratory within Gushin, a sudden inspiration. His goal was to develop mecha within 5 years. Such a formidable weapon could alter global dynamics, so confidentiality was paramount. Thus, hiding it within the mountain was entirely necessary. The next morning, Zhou Yang awoke and handed a preliminary design of the laboratory to Li Tianshu. The entire laboratory was divided into several key areas. A support area for the production and design of components surrounding the mecha. An assembly area for the nearly 10-meter-tall mecha, requiring ample space for assembly and testing. And a research area for theoretical studies and technical verifications. Additional living spaces were also included in the design. However, this initial design was merely Zhou Yang's concept. It would need to be adapted to the terrain and developed into detailed construction plans by a professional design institute, which Li Tianshu would handle. Very well, Mr. Zhou, that I will make the arrangements, Li Tianshu promptly stated. The machinery of the state was set in motion, operating with astonishing efficiency. The very next day, government officials arrived in the village, presenting an irresistible condition: relocation of all villagers from Wanghu village. Furthermore, not just Wanghu village, but several villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushin were also to be moved. Simultaneously, construction teams entered Wanghu village to commence on-site measurements. Large machinery arrived, accompanied by thousands of construction workers. With the first task being road construction, not just any road, but a highway. Zhou Yang didn't inquire about its destination. To him, the rapid progress was akin to moving mountains and filling seas. What had been barren land one day was flattened the next, with concrete laid and foundations completed by the third day, transforming into a wide, straight highway by the fourth. The investment was staggering. With costs beyond measured up, Mr. Zhou, here is the first version of the design. How do you find it? If it's unsatisfactory, I can have them revise it, Li Tianshu said in a conference room, presenting an overall design rendering video of the laboratory. It was detailed, utilizing Gushin as the foundation and designing the entire laboratory within the mountain. Zhou Yang's previous requests were all fulfilled, and the design standards adhered to the highest benchmarks. Having worked at an internationally advanced physics research institute, Zhou Yang was well acquainted with laboratory design standards. The laboratory before him was among the finest globally. This is acceptable. Let us proceed with construction based on this design. Zhou Yang affirmed. Li Tianshu felt a sense of relief. Producing a design in just a few days was no small feat. The estimated construction period is 45 days. How does that sound to you, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang nodded. 45 days to excavate a mountain and construct a high-standard laboratory was an impossible task without the state's extraordinary infrastructure capabilities. By the way, I would like to visit BYD. Is that possible? Zhou Yang inquired. With the laboratory arrangements in place, he was now focused on one task: creating mecha. The endeavor was a systematic project. Even a single screw on the mecha could not be sourced from a regular hardware store. The technological sophistication of such screws might surpass contemporary advancements. Moreover, the key was in industrial production. Zhou Yang did not intend to experiment with production. He aimed to leap directly into industrial-scale manufacturing, a plan he had yet to disclose to the state. Presently, they still believed he was focused on battery research and were unaware of his mecha ambitions. No one questioned him, and he remained silent. The state was fully supportive, eliminating the need for him to present a proposal for funding. In essence, he could simply proceed with his plans. Li Tianshu nodded. Of course, I will make the arrangements. The following day, Zhou Yang boarded a helicopter heading to the nearest airport, accompanied by Li Tianshu and Chen Ruoyun. It seemed the arrangement was for Li Tianshu to oversee daily operations while Chen Ruoyun was responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang observed a newly established camp just a few kilometers from Gushin. This will be a confidential research facility, a basic security measure, Li Tianshu explained. Zhou Yang marveled inwardly. Was this what they termed basic? The journey was silent, and that evening, Zhou Yang and his companions arrived in City X. That after resting for the night, they set off the following morning to visit the assembly plant of BYD. Zhou Yang chose BYD because it is undeniably the leader in battery technology in the country, boasting unparalleled industrial production capacity and technical prowess. Upon their arrival, the factory was adorned with festive decorations and balloons. A result of prior notification, Director Li was warmly greeted by Wang Haoning, the chairman of BYD, who approached Li Tianshu with a handshake, expressing his welcome. Wang Haoning recognized that Li Tianshu was not an ordinary individual. Even the highest-ranking officials from the provincial government would treat him with utmost respect. Li Tianshu nodded slightly, but quickly stepped back to introduce Zhou Yang, saying, Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning, having grasped nothing but air, swiftly turned to Zhou Yang, saying, hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang replied, good day, Mr. Wang, shaking hands with the man who had elevated battery technology to a world-class level, earning Zhou Yang's admiration. They withdrew their hands. Wang Haoning took the opportunity to appraise Zhou Yang, who appeared remarkably youthful. No more than 30, the fact that such a young man commanded the presence of Li Tianshu spoke volumes about his exceptional standing. Wang Haoning, experienced as he was, noted the security personnel disembarking from their bus. Each guard exuded vitality and was clearly not just for show, equipped with genuine weaponry. Such individuals could not be ordinary folk. Pondering Zhou Yang's identity, Wang Haoning struggled to recall who he might be, but to no avail. He was left wondering what Zhou Yang sought by visiting his factory. Was it merely a casual inspection? Regardless, he decided to put on a good face, knowing it was crucial for maintaining appearances. Thus, with a more sincere smile, Wang Haoning led Zhou Yang's party through the factory for a tour that lasted over 2 hours. They explored not only the assembly line, but also the Research and Development Center, showcasing the latest lithium battery technology. Eventually, as they approached the administrative building, Wang Haoning discreetly inquired of his CTO. Wu Chen, what do you think they are here to see? Wu Chen frowned in thought before shaking his head. That I cannot say what their purpose is, but I am certain that Mr. Zhou possesses significant expertise. Wang Haoning raised an eyebrow. Expertise? Wu Chen nodded. During the tour, he asked several pivotal questions, core inquiries, in fact. While I cannot assert he understands the technical details, he certainly has a profound understanding of the battery industry and its technology. Wang Haoning frowned, contemplating the implications. Could it be that Zhou Yang was a technical expert? With someone of Li Tianshu's caliber accompanying him and such high security, why would he visit his company? Meanwhile, Zhou Yang engaged in conversation with Li Tianshu, recognizing him as a crucial link to the upper echelons that he could relay his intentions through Li Tianshu. Director Li, what do you think? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu pondered briefly before responding. It's quite impressive. I am aware that BYD is a model for private enterprises, leading in battery technology, both domestically and internationally. Zhou Yang smiled. Then what would you say to entrusting the production of my battery technology to BYD? Li Tianshu was taken aback, quickly responding, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that you intend to have BYD produce your developed battery? Why? His immediate reaction was one of confusion, as such advanced technology should ideally be manufactured by state-owned enterprises. Even if existing state enterprises were inadequate, establishing a new one would not pose a significant challenge. But then, realization struck Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou, are you implying that the battery is ready for production? The notion felt ludicrous, as it had only been in the experimental stage. The leap from laboratory validation to industrial production was vast, often taking years to achieve. Yet Li Tianshu suddenly considered the possibility that Zhou Yang had indeed resolved the issues surrounding the industrial production design of carbon nanotube batteries. Overwhelmed by excitement, he recalled that the nation had anticipated it would take years, if not a decade, to realize this technology. Zhou Yang, smiling, explained that the system provided not only the battery technology, but also the corresponding industrial production techniques. This encompassed everything from the industrial production of carbon nanotubes to the preparation of battery electrodes, the infusion of conductive agents, and the final packaging. all ready for mass production pending a few adjustments to the manufacturing processes. Realizing this, Li Tianxu's excitement intensified. Mr. Zhou, I must make a phone call to discuss this with the higher-ups, he stated urgently. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding that communication with the upper management was essential for garnering their support. Upon reaching the conference room in the administrative building, Zhou Yang sat down with a cup of tea while Li Tianxu stepped outside to make the call. Wang Haoning and other senior executives of BYD exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about Zhou Yang's intentions. When Li Tianxu returned, he leaned closer to Zhou Yang, lowering his voice. The higher-ups are very interested in your proposal, Mr. Zhou. In principle, they agree to your plan to have BYD industrialize this technology. But the specifics of the partnership may require state involvement. Zhou Yang quickly grasped the situation. Essentially, the state would seek equity in the venture. That is acceptable, he affirmed, as his initial vision had indeed been for the state to take the lead while leveraging BYD's established industrial production capabilities. Mr. Wang, I am quite impressed with BYD's battery technology. Today, I also wish to discuss a collaboration to produce a new type of battery, Zhou Yang declared, looking directly at Wang Haoning. Wang Haoning was taken aback, as were the other executives present. None had anticipated such a request from Zhou Yang. The notion of collaboration to produce an entirely new battery left everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Haoning's instinct was to decline politely, feeling that the proposition was implausible. However, before he could voice his refusal, his phone rang. "Excuse me, I must take this call," he said apologetically, stepping away to answer. After a brief exchange, Wang Haoning suddenly exclaimed, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai has agreed to come? He's already on his way? Wonderful. I will go greet him now." With that, Wang Haoning rushed out of the conference room, only to remember the guests he had left behind. That he swiftly returned, apologizing. "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, I must attend to a distinguished guest who is arriving shortly. Please excuse me for a moment. I will return shortly." Wu Chun, please ensure our esteemed guests are well taken care of. Wu Chun nodded diligently, and Wang Haoning, with an apologetic smile, hurried out. Zhou Yang remained unperturbed, showing no signs of displeasure. Li Tianxu, however, was slightly surprised, whispering, "That is academician Chen Tiankai. He assisted with the validation of your carbon nanotube battery, though." Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback. That if that is the case, perhaps we could engage in a discussion shortly. Wu Chun, sitting opposite him, quickly rose to pour more tea for Zhou Yang, apologizing. "I sincerely regret any inconvenience. This guest, General Wang, has been invited for quite some time and has finally consented to come. So he is a bit excited. That if there is any oversight, I hope both of you will forgive us." Zhou Yang waved his hand lightly, asking, "Is there a blackboard?" "A blackboard?" Wu Chun was momentarily puzzled but quickly nodded. "Yes, we have one." He hurriedly instructed someone to fetch a whiteboard. Zhou Yang stood up, took a marker, and said, "You are the CTO, right? Let me write something for you to review." He began sketching on the whiteboard. "Is this a process flow chart?" Wu Chun caught a glimpse and immediately comprehended. Zhou Yang nodded slightly and continued. Meanwhile, Li Tianxu's expression changed dramatically. His first instinct was to clear the room, preventing anyone from accessing the production process of the carbon nanotube batteries. However, Zhou Yang was present, and since it was Zhou Yang who chose to write, Li Tianxu reconsidered and refrained from doing so. Instead, he approached to examine it, even though he didn't fully understand it. "Mr. Zhou, what is the production process for?" Wu Chun inquired after observing for a while, perplexed. Zhou Yang replied, "Batteries." "Batteries?" Wu Chun was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That can't be right. The production process for lithium batteries can generally be divided into 6 steps. Preparation of electrode slurry, coating, cutting of electrode sheets, stacking, assembly, and injection. What you've depicted is completely different." Wu Chun was well-versed in the production process of lithium batteries. "Of course, it's different. This is a revolutionary battery production process," Zhou Yang stated, putting down the marker. "Estimate how many steps of the process requirements your company could fulfill with your current production technology." Zhou Yang prompted. The flowchart Zhou Yang had drawn not only delineated the production process, but also detailed the standards and requirements for each step. With his chin resting on his hand, Wu Chun scrutinized it for a long time, finally furrowing his brows and saying, "Mr. Zhou, I am unsure what kind of entirely new battery you are referring to, but from the flowchart you have written, our BYD could probably meet about 40% of the process requirements. 40%. This figure was beyond Zhou Yang's expectations. He had initially thought 30% would be the maximum. After all, although both were battery productions, carbon nanotube batteries were entirely different. What if there were a technological upgrade? Zhou Yang inquired. Wu Chun shook his head. That would require substantial investment. However, in certain areas, we could indeed meet the process requirements through upgrades. If we disregard the investment, we could achieve about 70%. That he quickly added, I'm referring to an ideal scenario, without considering the input costs. That aligns with my thoughts. Zhou Yang smiled and returned to his seat. BYD's technological prowess and production processes are undoubtedly top-notch in the country. Zhou Yang felt assured in his choice. Naturally, some might argue that military enterprises should be more advanced than private enterprises. In theory, that holds true. Yet in practice, military and private enterprises follow entirely different technological paths. Take chips, for instance. Military research focuses on making chips more durable and stable. In simple terms, functionality and reliability are paramount. While factors like size and nanometer specifications are of little concern to them, as their chip placements differ vastly from the compact nature of mobile phones. Conversely, private enterprises are more concerned with performance, integration, and compactness, leading to distinct requirements in their production processes. Thus, the notion that military technology can easily be 20 years ahead and directly applicable to private enterprises is utterly unrealistic. In the realm of battery production, BYD undoubtedly holds the leading position in the country, a universally acknowledged fact that Wu Chun regarded Zhou Yang with a hint of suspicion. At this moment, he became genuinely intrigued by the entirely new battery Zhou Yang mentioned. Zhou Yang had even produced a seemingly coherent production process flowchart, which did not appear to be hastily crafted. Could it be that a new technology has truly emerged in the market? Unable to resist, Wu Chun took out his phone and began searching for related news, but found nothing. After inquiring with several acquaintances, he managed to glean some information that a classmate working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences sent him a message stating. Dante asked, there is simply nothing. That Wu Chun's heart raced. Perhaps there truly was something. That he looked back at Zhou Yang, whose expression had transformed multiple times. His intuition told him that Zhou Yang possessed some insights. Zhou Yang paid no further attention to Wu Chun and continued a hushed conversation with Li Tianshu. The remaining 30% of the process, I can organize a team to break through. The investment will be significant, but in the long run, it is essential, Zhou Yang stated. The greatest gain from overcoming a technology is not merely the technological achievement, but the cultivation of research talent throughout the process. Talent is an invaluable treasure. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhou, what is your preliminary estimate for the required investment? Zhou Yang pondered deeply, raising a finger. 100 billion. Li Tianshu nodded slightly. That didn't seem excessive. If 100 billion could resolve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the nation would surely rejoice. For such strategic investments, 100 billion is a mere drop in the bucket. The government has already subsidized several hundred billion for the development of new energy vehicles. Zhou Yang cast a speechless glance at Li Tianshu, saying, you, director, truly do not regard money as money. That I meant 100 billion, not 1,000 billion. That even this amount, in my view, is more than sufficient. How much? Li Tianshu's eyes widened, quickly exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, could 100 billion be too little? From Li Tianshu's perspective, resolving such a groundbreaking production process would warrant an investment in the thousands of billions. It is akin to solving chip production processes. As long as a resolution is found, an investment of thousands of billions feels trivial. Not at all, Zhou Yang smiled, for he had already obtained detailed production processes from the system. Now it was merely a matter of translating these into reality. Chapter 23. Not a human, but a deity. Li Tianshu, still skeptical, nodded. 100 billion or 1,000 billion. He decided not to argue with Zhou Yang any further. The government was fully supportive in this area, so whatever Zhou Yang requested would be granted. What are your thoughts on this collaboration, Mr. Zhou? Li Tianshu inquired. Zhou Yang replied, we could establish a new company, separating BYD's battery production business and incorporating it into this new entity in exchange for technical shares. The government would then invest according to proportions, and profits could be distributed accordingly. The specific shareholding percentage could be negotiated with BYD. Battery production is one of BYD's core businesses, alongside many others, such as automotive production. Zhou Yang's idea to separate BYD's battery business into a new company effectively utilizes BYD's existing battery production technology while avoiding any ambiguity in the division. I understand, Li Tianshu nodded, asking, and what about yourself, Mr. Zhou? If this new company is established with BYD supplying production technology and the government providing funding, what role will you play? After all, you are providing the most crucial technology. Without it, the company cannot exist, and I will step back. It is unnecessary that I do not lack for money, Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, even though he currently had no money to his name. However, Zhou Yang was not in need of funds. His meals were arranged, transportation was provided, and even his clothing was managed by dedicated personnel. Chinrian not only ensured Zhou Yang's security, but also took charge of his daily life. Thus, Zhou Yang found himself utterly devoid of need for money. That Tianshu chuckled, refraining from further discussion. His inquiry aimed to gauge Zhou Yang's perspective. Zhou Yang could decline, but the government could not afford to overlook contributions from those who excelled. After a brief wait, Wang Haoning returned, offering his apologies before stating, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, it's nearly noon that I would like to treat you both to a simple meal in the company's cafeteria. Coincidentally, Academician Shun is also present. We can sit together, chat, and get acquainted." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement that Li Tianshu also stood, saying, "That sounds great. I am familiar with Academician Shun." Wang Haoning was momentarily taken aback, unaware that Li Tianshu and Chen Tiankai were acquainted. The group set off toward the cafeteria, which was not an employee cafeteria, but rather an upscale dining area, exquisitely adorned like a five-star hotel. Upon entering, they encountered a group exiting, led by a white-haired elder. With others anxiously attempting to stop him, that I've already mentioned, "I am pressed for time and cannot spare a moment to dine with you," the elder said, clearly displeased. Wang Haoning's expression changed instantly as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Academician Chen, what is the matter? Why are you suddenly leaving?" The white-haired elder was indeed Chen Tiankai, and he glanced at Wang Haoning and replied, "General Wang, I appreciate your kind invitation, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. So I'll have to decline the meal, as long as you ensure that the discharge testing machine is available for our use on time. That will suffice. There is truly no need for anything else." Chen Tiankai had come to BYD to borrow a discharge testing apparatus, a device that only BYD possessed nationwide. Wang Haoning remarked, "Academician Chen, I have already agreed to the matter of borrowing the equipment. I assure you it will be taken care of. I understand you are occupied with work, but even amidst busyness, one must strike a balance between labor and leisure that a meal won't consume too much of your time. By the way, I would like to introduce you to a friend." However, Chen Tiankai, rather obstinate, waved his hand and was ready to leave that moment. Li Tianshu stepped forward, saying, "Academician Chen, it has been a long time since we last met." Chen Tiankai was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Tianshu, uncertainly asking, "You are Director Li. What brings you here?" They had previously crossed paths, merely acquaintances. By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? I would very much like to meet him." Chen Tiankai hastily added. Recently, Chen Tiankai had been diligently engaged in the verification of carbon nanotube batteries. The more tests he conducted, the more astonished he became by the superior performance of this new battery, which surpassed any existing battery of the era. Thus, his curiosity about the developer of this battery reached its zenith, that he had persistently submitted requests to meet the developer, but they had consistently been denied. Nevertheless, by leveraging his connections, he had learned that the developer was surnamed Zhou and was currently in the country, accompanied by Li Tianshu. If he found Li Tianshu, he would be able to meet Mr. Zhou. "I implore you, Director Li, I truly wish to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his guidance." Chen Tiankai even resorted to pleading. Nearby, Wang Haoning and several executives from BYD were left dumbfounded. Chen Tiankai, who had shown them no regard even for a meal, was now beseeching Li Tianshu to meet some Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning's mind was in a frenzy, thinking, "You are an academician." He could hardly fathom what kind of eminent figure could compel Chen Tiankai to ask for guidance so willingly. Meanwhile, Wu Chen's expression changed suddenly. He discreetly glanced at Wang Haoning and gestured towards Zhou Yang, who was not far away. Mr. Zhou, accompanied by Li Tianshu. Could it be Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared blankly at Zhou Yang, a storm of realization brewing within him. Since Zhou Yang's arrival, he had dismissed him as merely an ostentatious second-generation official. When Zhou Yang later proposed collaboration to develop a new type of battery, Wang Haoning had not taken it seriously, considering it mere nonsense. Yet now he realized he had been the greatest fool, praying for divine intervention, only to discover that Zhou Yang was the true powerhouse. Li Tianshu smiled and gestured toward Zhou Yang, saying, "Academician Chen, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou. You are Mr. Zhou?" Chen Tiankai's eyes lit up as he quickly approached Zhou Yang, examining him with palpable excitement. "Greetings, Academician Chen." Zhou Yang extended his hand in salutation. Chen Tiankai hurriedly shook hands with Zhou Yang, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you developed is nothing short of miraculous. It is a groundbreaking invention that could change the world." In that moment, Chen Tiankai struggled to find more suitable words to articulate the technological marvel of the carbon nanotube battery. To him, the innovation in battery technology was akin to the very heart of industry, possessing the power to transform the entire world. Wang Haoning and the others were once again rendered speechless. Chen Tiankai's reaction seemed excessively deferential. What was this carbon nanotube battery that had elicited such commendation from the nation's foremost battery expert? Academician Chen Tiankai, Wang Haoning could discern that this was not mere commercial flattery. It was sincere admiration that in an instant. Wang Haoning's gaze towards Zhou Yang shifted. By the way, I have heard that you also solved the NS equations. That is another significant achievement in the scientific community, Chen Tiankai added. The news regarding the resolution of the NS equations had begun to circulate within select circles, and Chen Tiankai was aware of this. Wang Haoning was taken aback once more and lowered his voice to ask Wu Chun, "What exactly are the NS equations? Are they formulas?" Wu Chun, fully aware of the significance, chuckled at Wang Haoning's ignorance and replied, "Well, it is indeed something extraordinary. No, it is something exceptionally remarkable. Anyone capable of solving that is beyond human. Truly divine." Chapter 24. Time is limited. Let us produce directly at that moment. Li Tianshu stepped forward, saying, "Academician Chen, please do not be overly excited. Mr. Zhou is here and won't be leaving anytime soon. You both can discuss any issues at length. How about we share a meal together?" Chen Tiankai, overwhelmed with excitement, resembled a fan meeting his idol, and at his advanced age, Li Tianshu feared for his heart's well-being. Zhou Yang, equally taken aback by Chen Tiankai's enthusiasm, quickly added, "Yes, Academician Chen, I also have several matters to discuss with you. Let us converse while we dine." "Discuss what?" "You are far more knowledgeable than I in battery research," Chen Tiankai humbly retorted. "Yes, let us eat. We should eat quickly," Chen Tiankai remarked, hastily urging. Wang Haoning gaped, realizing that after his lengthy pleas, Chen Tiankai had shown little interest in dining. Yet Zhou Yang's mere suggestion had prompted him to stay. "Please, after you," Wang Haoning quickly interjected, feeling inexplicably excited, recognizing Zhou Yang as the true technical expert. Furthermore, it dawned on him that Zhou Yang's visit was to seek collaboration, as Zhou Yang had previously mentioned wanting to partner with BYD to produce a new battery. That moment, Wang Haoning finally connected the dots, realizing that this new battery was likely the carbon nanotube battery mentioned by Chen Tiankai. Deliberately delaying, Wang Haoning discreetly inquired of Wu Chun, "What can you deduce about this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun replied, "Carbon nanotubes have indeed been studied, being utilized as conductive agents for grouting, significantly enhancing battery performance. However, they are quite expensive." "Expensive?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they are costly, as their preparation is quite complex. To my knowledge, no domestic enterprise has successfully achieved industrial production, necessitating imports. Commonly used carbon black conductive agents cost around 50,000 per ton, while those derived from carbon nanotubes can exceed 500,000 per ton, inflating costs tenfold. Sometimes superior technology does not equate to civilian application, due to cost considerations that no matter how excellent a product may be, if it is prohibitively expensive, it will not sell, posing a significant challenge." "I see," Wang Haoning mused, furrowing his brow, and refraining from further inquiries as he hastened to follow. Inside the private room, the host and guests took their seats. Chen Tiankai eagerly engaged Zhou Yang, wishing to thoroughly discuss the technical aspects of the carbon nanotube battery. "Academician Chen, let us first enjoy our meal. We can delve into the details afterward," Zhou Yang suggested with a smile. Chen Tiankai reluctantly nodded, the meal lacking any true flavor. Subsequently, the group dined without discussing business, indulging in light conversation about local customs until they finished their meal. Wang Haoning then ushered everyone into an adjacent lounge, serving tea. Zhou Yang finally stated, "I have arrangements for tomorrow. Let us aim to resolve as much as possible today." Everyone present felt a sudden chill and turned their attention to Zhou Yang, uncertain of what he intended to address. "Manager Wu, could you help me find a blackboard?" Zhou Yang requested. Wu Chen nodded and quickly summoned a blackboard. "Mr. Wang, if it is convenient, may I ask your team to step outside for a moment? The matters to be discussed next may be somewhat confidential. Wu Chun can remain to ensure that you comprehend any technical issues." Zhou Yang stated rather bluntly. The executives from BYD exchanged uneasy glances, looking to Wang Haoning, instinctively aware that Zhou Yang was about to tackle significant matters, namely, the collaboration. Wang Haoning subtly nodded, signaling the other executives to depart. Li Tianshu also exchanged glances with Chen Ruyan, who swiftly exited to ensure the meeting room was secured. Zhou Yang approached the blackboard, contemplated briefly, and wrote down 2 lines. "Matrix energy, carbon nanotube battery." Turning, he addressed the group. "Here, Director Li represents the state, Mr. Wang represents BYD, Academician Chen represents the research community, and I shall oversee the technology that Mr. Wang may find this method of discussion somewhat abrupt, but my time is limited. I need to visit many more locations that I cannot devote excessive energy to the battery segment, so I leave it in your capable hands. Battery technology is but a small component of the overall mech system. Zhou Yang had to travel nationwide to address all industrial production issues related to the Mechs. The system allotted him 5 years, and the time was indeed short. Wang Haoning quickly raised his hand, saying, Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about the nature of this carbon nanotube battery? Is it a battery utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If so, hasn't such a battery already been developed? Zhou Yang pointed to Chen Tiankai, replying, Mr. Wang's question can be addressed by academician Chen. Chen Tiankai eagerly nodded, stepping up to the blackboard to write down data that I won't delve into overly complex details. This carbon nanotube battery isn't merely about using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We have already synthesized it in the lab, and prototypes have been produced. Here are the specific data. They are authentic and reliable. Chen Tiankai began to jot down figures on the board, except for a few tests yet to be conducted. Most fundamental evaluations had already been completed, and Chen Tiankai was quite familiar with the battery's specifications. Impossible! Wu Chen was the first to scream upon seeing the data on the blackboard. Wang Haoning could not help but widen his eyes, exclaiming, Academician Chen, have you perhaps made an error in the unit of measurement for this battery? Surely the length and width cannot be 20 millimeters, but rather 20 centimeters, according to the data penned by Chen Tiankai. A battery with a side length of merely 20 millimeters and a thickness of just 1 millimeter astonishingly boasts a capacity exceeding 8,000 milliamp hours. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Tiankai, sensing Wang Haoning's astonishment, replied with a hint of pride, that is precisely why I assert that this is a groundbreaking battery that will transform the entire world. Wang Haoning's mouth fell agape. If what lay before him was indeed true, as Chen Tiankai had claimed, it could indeed revolutionize the world, that a single charge could propel an electric vehicle for thousands of kilometers, or allow a mobile phone to function for an entire month on one charge. Moreover, with such a compact battery, smartphones could become even sleeker, accommodating additional functional modules. Transforming the world is no idle jest. Zhou Yang gestured for Chen Tiankai to take a seat before stating, Mr. Wang, we are about to establish a brand new company, which we shall name Matrix Energy. Your esteemed company will divest its battery production operations and contribute its technology as equity in Matrix Energy, while the state will provide the initial funding. Just as Chen Tiankai was about to sit down, he was taken aback, standing up abruptly and exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that we are to commence the production of carbon nanotube batteries directly? Zhou Yang nodded affirmatively. How could that be? With current production technology, these batteries are not yet manufacturable. Chen Tiankai interjected hastily, momentarily losing his composure. After fabricating a prototype battery in the lab, he had estimated that, given the present production capabilities, it would take several years to overcome the relevant manufacturing processes and achieve industrial production. Yet now, Zhou Yang was informing him that they were prepared for industrial production, even having settled on a company name. Surely, this was a jest. Chapter 25. The first step of the long march. Zhou Yang paused and turned to Wang Haoning. I believe this is also a question on Mr. Wang's mind, Zhou Yang inquired. Wang Haoning nodded, still somewhat dazed, his mind buzzing with thoughts about the potential impact of this battery on the industry. That it struck him like a bolt of lightning that this battery was still in the experimental phase. A far cry from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued. Unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries possess unique characteristics that in addition to the conductive agent primarily comprising carbon nanotubes, the battery itself is fabricated from modified carbon nanotube materials. Therefore, I perceive two significant challenges for industrial production. First, the availability of inexpensive carbon nanotube raw materials that, if I am not mistaken, our country has yet to resolve the industrial production of carbon nanotubes. Relying entirely on imports for domestic demand, that Wu Chen nodded vigorously, acknowledging that this was indeed a major hurdle for the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. The cost of production was paramount. Chen Tiankai concurred. Indeed, in terms of theoretical research on carbon nanotubes, we are nearly on par with the world's leading standards. However, we face substantial gaps in manufacturing processes. Our nation's theoretical research has always been robust. To put it bluntly, my inability to produce something does not preclude me from envisioning it. And in laboratory conditions, where significant funds are invested, almost anything can be realized. However, when it comes to industrial production, we face considerable discrepancies compared to foreign counterparts, which is an issue deeply rooted in the entire industrial environment and cannot be rectified in the short term. Zhou Yang asserted, "I will take responsibility for the cost-effective preparation of carbon nanotube materials, and I will resolve this issue swiftly." The attendees were taken aback by this proclamation, particularly Wu Chun and Wang Haoning, who exchanged dubious glances, pondering whether Zhou Yang could truly deliver on such a grand promise. Zhou Yang refrained from elaborating. His system contained comprehensive industrial production data for carbon nanotubes. This material would not only be indispensable for battery production, but also for various components in exoskeleton technology due to its excellent conductivity, structural stability, and high-pressure resistance. Thus, resolving the production processes was essential. Zhou Yang elaborated, "The second challenge lies in the production of the battery casing, as the interior of the battery consists of multiple layers with a highly intricate structure. My proposal is to employ chemical etching methods for mass production. In essence, the battery production process will be segmented into multiple tiers, with each tier utilizing a layer-by-layer pressing method for assembly, followed by chemical etching to carve out the complete battery casing, which will then undergo injection molding." Zhou Yang sketched a simple diagram on the blackboard. Chen Tiankai's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "Of course, why did I not think of that?" He had created the prototype in the laboratory using costly precision instruments, painstakingly assembling it piece by piece. Zhou Yang's approach addressed two issues. It would allow for the simultaneous formation of the casing's complex internal structure and facilitate mass production, thereby reducing costs. Moreover, the entire process was significantly simpler than the production of traditional lithium batteries that Wu Chun was left speechless. Zhou Yang's proposed manufacturing method seemed almost fantastical, that he wondered how Zhou Yang had conceived such an idea. However, considering Zhou Yang was the developer of the carbon nanotube battery and had even resolved the NS equation, it was hardly surprising that he could tackle production process challenges with relative ease. "Will it truly work?" Wang Haoning, unable to comprehend fully, discreetly inquired of Wu Chun. That Wu Chun pondered carefully before nodding slightly, that if these two challenges could indeed be overcome, the industrial production of the batteries seemed plausible in his estimation. Wang Haoning, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of assurance. "Very well." Zhou Yang set down his pen and regarded Wang Haoning. "I believe I have conveyed the essential points. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang? Are you willing to collaborate? The state will undoubtedly provide full support, leaving only the matter of BYD to address." That Wu Chun watched Wang Haoning with bated breath, hesitating to speak. Wang Haoning remained calm. Having weathered many storms, he carefully scrutinized Zhou Yang for a moment before responding. "Certainly, such a transformative endeavor for the battery industry is not something BYD could possibly turn down at present." All information regarding the carbon nanotube battery was based solely on Zhou Yang and Chen Tiankai's assertions. Wang Haoning had yet to see a prototype. That IT would not be an exaggeration to say that their claims were less substantial than a PowerPoint presentation. However, the decisive factor prompting Wang Haoning's decision lay in the government stance. Li Tianshu represented the state, and with such backing, Wang Haoning felt no trepidation. Moreover, he understood that if this endeavor were genuine, it symbolized the future, and opposing the future would only lead to obsolescence. Only by embracing the times could one achieve greatness. That Mr. Wang is quite bold, Li Tianshu remarked with a hint of melancholy in his tone. He had hoped for Wang Haoning to decline. He preferred to entrust such good fortune to a state-owned enterprise. Yet, since Zhou Yang had decided to collaborate with BYD, he resolved to respect Zhou Yang's wishes, albeit begrudgingly allowing BYD to seize yet another opportunity for advancement. Wang Haoning smiled, sensing in Li Tianshu's tone a confirmation of his decision. He quickly rose, stating, "Mr. Zhou, having concluded our important discussions, it would be an honor for BYD to engage in this collaboration. Since you have taken the time to visit X City, I must extend the courtesy of a host. How about you stay a couple more days, and I will show you around?" Zhou Yang, however, shook his head that no need. There will be opportunities in the future. Both Zhou Yang and Chen Tiankai shared a disinterest in leisure pursuits. Having settled the matter, Zhou Yang declared, "Then it is decided. BYD will provide production technology, and the state will furnish the initial funding for academician Chen. If feasible, I hope you and your team can assist with the industrial design and factory upgrades for carbon nanotube batteries as a commercial collaboration. The intellectual property rights for the research outcomes will be acquired by Matrix Energy in a lump sum or through collaborative development. Details can be discussed among you." Chen Tiankai pondered seriously before responding. "I currently have no other projects. I can certainly assist." That Wu Chun felt a surge of excitement. This was a remarkable opportunity to collaborate with Chen Tiankai. "Let us proceed, then. For any technical issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me directly," Zhou Yang concluded. Many things may appear simple in theory, yet the practical execution often presents significant challenges. To resolve these issues, one must undoubtedly invest personal effort. Nonetheless, with comprehensive production data at his disposal, the overarching direction posed no obstacle, which was the most critical factor. Having addressed the battery issue, Zhou Yang remained vigilant. The battery challenge was merely the first step of a long journey. For the development of exoskeleton technology would entail countless technical hurdles yet to be overcome. Chapter 26. A significant investment when the state resolves to undertake a task, once the decision is made. The speed of execution is beyond question. The very next day, as Zhou Yang set off for his next destination, Li Tianqiu had already informed him that the general framework for collaboration had been established. In the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD would contribute its entire battery production business, valued at $400 billion, in exchange for a 40% stake. Meanwhile, the state would provide $600 billion in funding for a 51% stake. In theory, Matrix Energy is valued at $100 billion, and the state has invested $60 billion, which should entitle it to 60% of the equity. However, it only received 51%, as the remaining 9% was allocated to Zhou Yang. This implies that Zhou Yang, without any effort, now possesses 9% of a company valued at $100 billion, equivalent to a stake worth $90 billion. Moreover, this is not merely an estimation, but represents tangible assets amounting to $100 billion. Does this mean I have become a billionaire? Zhou Yang chuckled. Tianqiu replied, Indeed, in 10 days, once you sign, it will be so. Zhou Yang understood that this $90 billion might be a reward from the state. Initially intending to refuse, he reconsidered, recognizing that rejecting it would be a false display of integrity. Therefore, he decided to accept it. Very well, let us expedite everything, Zhou Yang said. 10 days later, the signing ceremony took place as scheduled. BYD held a special press conference. As a publicly listed company, such a significant asset shift necessitated an announcement. Many financial journalists attended the event. Any insider information? One asked. I inquired with a familiar executive at BYD. But he claimed ignorance. Whether he truly didn't know or was deliberately withholding information is uncertain. Familiar journalists exchanged insights that I genuinely don't understand what is being concealed. It must be disclosed eventually. If they could share some details in advance, it would help us prepare our reports. Perhaps they are hiding a major revelation. Maybe a new generation of electric vehicles is about to be launched. Stop joking. If it were a car launch, the scale would be much larger. It's impossible. At that moment, staff announced the journalists could enter. The venue was modest, adorned with banners for the BYD Group and Matrix Energy's signing ceremony. What sort of signing ceremony is this? I've never heard of Matrix Energy before. Is it an energy company, perhaps involved in battery production? Could BYD's battery division be undergoing significant changes? Let us stop speculating. We'll know when the attendees arrive. After a brief opening remark from the host, Wang Haoning and other BYD executives appeared. The signing representatives from Matrix Energy consisted of two individuals, a 30-something man wearing glasses. Refined in manner, introduced by the host as Zhou, accompanied by a young woman who was his assistant. Many reporters quickly pulled out their phones to search for information on Matrix Energy, but found nothing online. It seemed almost as if Matrix Energy had materialized from thin air, with no corporate information available. Everyone took their seats. Wang Haoning welcomed the journalists and finally stated, I announce a decision. BYD will completely spin off its battery division, entering Matrix Energy as a technological investment, thereby acquiring 40% of its shares. The room erupted in astonishment. My heavens, what is BYD doing? Selling off its battery division? Impossible. The battery business is BYD's core operation. How could it be sold? Didn't you hear? It's a technological investment into Matrix Energy. But that doesn't add up. BYD's battery division is worth hundreds of billions. How do they only receive 40%? I understand now. This clearly indicates BYD has secured an investment while simultaneously spinning off its battery division. They had previously announced plans to separate the battery business and establish a new company, thus facilitating this investment. If that's the case, then BYD's entire battery division must have garnered 40% of the shares. Doesn't that mean the investment exceeds $500 billion? More than $500 billion. Likely around $600 billion. BYD's battery division is valued at approximately $400 billion. Who has such deep pockets to invest $600 billion? Numerous financial journalists buzzed with speculation, realizing that BYD's discreet approach had a purpose. This investment was nothing short of a game changer. All eyes turned to Zhou, eager to uncover who was behind Matrix Energy, capable of such a monumental investment. Zhou maintained a composed demeanor, showing no intention of speaking. Once the contract was prepared, Wang Haoning and Zhou simultaneously signed it, marking the conclusion of the press conference. Journalists were left bewildered. Is that it? No introductions or explanations. For an investment worth hundreds of billions, BYD should at least clarify their plans for this funding and what they aim to expand. And Matrix Energy is shrouded in mystery. With such a substantial investment, an introduction is warranted that ITS, likely a secretive giant, is attempting to penetrate the battery sector, but they haven't disclosed their identity yet. Could it be Evergrande Group? They announced plans to manufacture vehicles, specifically new energy cars, and investing directly in BYD's battery division would resolve their battery technology issues. Speculations abounded among the reporters. Yet Hezeu offered no clarifications and quickly departed post-conference, denying journalists any opportunity for interviews. Meanwhile, BYD executives, including Wang Haoning, were equally reticent, refusing all interviews. The following day, as anticipated, this news dominated the financial headlines, and even some general media outlets reported extensively on it. Matrix Energy's name rapidly entered the public consciousness. However, due to its enigmatic nature, many media outlets struggled to uncover any information about the company, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, numerous media outlets resorted to conspiracy theories, drawing significant attention. Nevertheless, the most profound impact was felt in BYD's stock. The spin-off of the battery division was a monumental event, resulting in a dramatic drop in stock price right from the opening bell, plummeting to the limit with no signs of recovery. This is disastrous, a black swan event. I've lost hundreds of thousands. What I say, few hundred thousand? I just increased my holdings last week. And now it's all gone. Millions. This was my capital. The BYD stock forum was rife with lamentations. And this was just the beginning of BYD's stock decline. Chapter 27. What does it feel like to become a billionaire? Zhou Yang stared at the contract before him. With a signature, the 9% stake in Matrix Energy, amounting to $90 billion in liquid assets, would be secured. What does it feel like to suddenly become a billionaire? Zhou Yang was uncertain. He felt remarkably calm, akin to simply signing a paycheck, as if receiving 90 yuan was no different. Li Tianshu tucked away the contract and remarked, I've heard that BYD's stock has been in free fall for several days. I imagine President Wang is quite disheartened. That is to be expected. Zhou Yang replied that BYD has divided its core battery operations, trading them for 40% equity, which is tantamount to an investment. The investment, nonetheless, is into a company no one has heard of, Matrix Energy. Such negative news is bound to affect the stock price. However, this is merely a temporary setback. Once carbon nanotube batteries are in production, BYD will undoubtedly experience a resurgence. Therefore, now is the time to buy BYD stock. It will surely yield substantial profits. By the way, Chief Chen, what is your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly asked Chen Ruyan, who was beside him. Chen Ruyan was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to address her. After a moment's thought, she replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps 20 or 30,000. That you're impressive, not even knowing your own salary. Zhou Yang mused, if you have some spare cash, consider purchasing some BYD stock. In 3 months, I assure you, you will earn tenfold. That if the carbon nanotube batteries go into production, the impact will not only be felt in the electric vehicle sector, but across all industries utilizing batteries. At that point, it would be surprising if BYD's stock didn't soar. Earning tenfold would be a piece of cake. Chen Ruyan considered the idea, but shook her head. No, I'm not in need of money. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at Chen Ruyan again. She shared his nonchalant attitude toward wealth. That Li Tianshu interjected. Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that the production issues related to carbon nanotube batteries will be resolved in 3 months? With the collaboration finalized, Chen Tiankai's team had already entered BYD's research center to commence technological development and upgrades. That Li Tianshu was uncertain how long it would take, but 3 months seemed too rapid. It should be about right, Zhou Yang replied. The technical data is readily available. With Chen Tiankai's team's capabilities and BYD's research center's years of experience in the battery industry, 3 months should suffice. However, there is one prerequisite. The raw materials. By the way, has Tian Chemical responded? Zhou Yang inquired. Behind him stood a young woman named Li Ziyu, dispatched to assist Zhou Yang as his secretary. Responsible for various daily tasks. It was said she was a high-achieving graduate with impressive credentials. That Li Ziyu shook her head. I'll reach out again to follow up. In the 10 days leading up to the signing, Zhou Yang had visited several companies, primarily to observe operations. For instance, he toured bearing companies, transmission system firms, hydraulic oil producers, and various machinery manufacturers. He also visited Tian Chemical, but did not meet the company as president. Leaving shortly after a brief tour, Tian Chemical is a leading enterprise in the domestic carbon nanotube production sector, boasting numerous patented technologies. However, despite being the domestic leader, its products still lagged significantly behind international standards and did not meet the requirements for carbon nanotube batteries. However, the foundation remains. Zhou Yang's intention is akin to that of BYD: to collaborate, share technology, and enable the partner to possess high-level carbon nanotube production capabilities. Soon, Li Ziyu returned with a somewhat grim expression and reported, "Mr. Zhou, Tiannai Chemical has declined." Declined? Li Tianshu furrowed his brow. Did they provide a reason for their refusal? Li Ziyu nodded and said, their exact words were that they have confidence in their products and do not require collaboration. What audacity! Li Tianshu scoffed. The CEO of Tiannai Chemical is named Yangbo, right? I shall remember that. In Li Tianshu's view, seeking Tiannai Chemical was aimed at addressing the raw material issue for carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal was tantamount to defying national interests. Such disobedient companies must be taught a lesson. Zhou Yang, however, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Since they are unwilling, we shall produce it ourselves. Let Matrix Energy establish a company responsible for carbon nanotube production. Here are the relevant production technologies I have compiled, and we aim to commence production within 3 months. Yes, he spoke. Zhou Yang retrieved a document from a nearby folder and handed it to Li Tianshu. Zhou Yang had little to say regarding Yang Bo's disrespectful dismissal. Anger was unwarranted. To him, this was a trivial matter. Initially intending to support local enterprises, he felt it was unfortunate that they chose to dismiss such opportunities. If low-cost carbon nanotubes were to begin production, it would directly impact Tiannai Chemical. Given their current technology, lowering prices would only result in losses. Not lowering prices would render their products uncompetitive, leading to inevitable decline or closure. Li Tianshu examined the document and found it incomprehensible, yet he felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the raw material issue, but now he was completely reassured. It appeared that, as Zhou Yang had indicated from the outset, he not only developed the carbon nanotube batteries, but also resolved the industrial production issues associated with them. Mr. Zhou, where shall we go next? I will make the arrangements, Li Tianshu inquired. In recent days, Zhou Yang had visited numerous machinery companies, leaving Li Tianshu somewhat perplexed about his intentions. If we were to make batteries, how do these fit into the equation? First, let's return to Wanghu village. I need to prepare some materials for the upcoming plans, Zhou Yang replied. After circling back, he had familiarized himself with the leading enterprises in the domestic machinery industry. Now, he needed to gather relevant information and address issues one by one. However, there were several core problems that required thorough preparation, such as chip issues, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. Compared to these systems, even the batteries seemed trivial. Wanghu village, Li Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded without further questioning. The following day, Zhou Yang hurried back to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu did not accompany him. As Zhou Yang indicated, he would not need any arrangements made. He also needed to report on the progress of his work. Nevertheless, Chunrian followed Zhou Yang to oversee his security. Although it had only been a little over 10 days, Wanghu village had undergone significant changes. The sound of machinery echoed, and the original village had been entirely demolished, replaced with new constructions. The excavation of the mountain was progressing rapidly, showcasing the nation's remarkable infrastructure capabilities. Zhou Yang settled in a temporary residence at the mountain's foot and began his preparations. In the interim, he resolved some technical issues for BYD. 3 months swiftly passed that a phone call from Li Tianshu interrupted Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has come off the assembly line. Chapter 28. The one with the greatest contribution at BYD's headquarters. The factory was festooned with decorations, and a carpet extended all the way to the administrative building, covering over 2 kilometers. Hurry, they're here. By the way, do I look all right? Wang Haoning, accompanied by several senior executives from BYD, hurried outward while inquiring about his appearance. His assistant, struggling to keep pace, gasped and nodded. You look perfect. Looks mean little. It's all about charisma. Never mind, let us get moving. Wu Chun, have you organized the research and development team to prepare a welcome reception? Wu Chun nodded eagerly. Yes, they've been waiting since 8 this morning. Good. Wang Haoning ceased further discussion, and the group hastily arrived at the entrance. After waiting nearly half an hour, a vehicle finally arrived. They're here. Anxiously awaiting, Wang Haoning and his team rushed forward. Wu Chun discreetly waved his hand, and the 30 or so neatly lined up research members enthusiastically waved their bouquets, cheering, while others displayed a banner welcoming Chief Engineer Zhou Yang. As the vehicle came to a stop and the door opened, Chunrian exited first, scanning the surroundings cautiously before stepping aside to allow Zhou Yang to disembark. Mr. Zhou, welcome. Wang Haoning quickly approached, extending his hand in excitement. Congratulations, President Wang, Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands with him. Wang Haoning's smile was nearly ear to ear as he exclaimed, "It is indeed a shared joy. The successful production of the Longshin battery is largely thanks to you, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yang waved his hand modestly. "I merely provided some materials. The real credit belongs to you all." Zhou Yang also shook hands with Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen, although Zhou Yang had supplied relevant technical documents over the past 3 months. The successful upgrade of the production line and the development of several key devices were achievements that could not be separated from the hard work of Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen's teams. Chen Tiankai shook his head. "I cannot take credit for this. Several critical production devices were designed with your direct guidance, Mr. Zhou. Therefore, if we were to discuss credit, it ultimately belongs to you." Wu Chen nodded in agreement. The upgrade of the production line was no trivial matter. It involved significant modifications based on the original setup. Zhou Yang provided the direction for the transformation, while Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen executed the specifics. Yet, when it came to the design of several critical devices, they encountered failures and could not meet the technical requirements. Ultimately, it was Zhou Yang's design insights that led to the successful completion of the final design. Thus, despite Zhou Yang's absence from BYD for 3 months, the completion of the production line remained closely tied to him. "Mr. Zhou, please do not be modest. Let us hurry inside," Wang Haoning urged. Zhou Yang nodded. After 3 months of addressing battery issues, he was pleasantly surprised, having already seen the prototype, but this was his first encounter with the official product. Just then, a luxury vehicle approached in the distance, notably bearing military license plates. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform stepped out, accompanied by a lieutenant colonel. The man surveyed the area and made his way toward them. Although he did not introduce himself, the commanding presence of a soldier made those in his path step aside. He approached Zhou Yang and smiled, saying, "You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. That it's a pleasure to finally meet someone so accomplished at such a young age." After a brief pause, the middle-aged man extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department." "The General Assembly Department?" Wang Haoning exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yang was equally taken aback. The General Assembly Department was not an ordinary agency, responsible for the procurement of equipment for the domestic military and logistic support, directly interfacing with major military enterprises, wielding considerable power. "Hello, General Gao," Zhou Yang responded, shaking his hand. That if he were to guess, Gao Jianjun's visit was most likely related to the Longshin battery, and the source of this information had likely leaked from high-level discussions at that moment. Another vehicle approached. Wang Haoning was taken aback again. More people are coming. He distinctly remembered having only notified Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu. Had he known so many would attend, he would have organized a grander welcome ceremony. As the vehicle came to a halt, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit with graying hair stepped out. "Minister Ling." Wang Haoning's eyes widened in recognition. He was no stranger to this man, the current head of the Ministry of Energy. Given BYD's primary business in the battery industry, interactions with the Ministry of Energy were inevitable, making Wang Haoning well acquainted with its head. Following the elderly man, Li Tianshu stepped out, trailed by He Ziyu, the legal representative of Matrix Energy. Even now, Matrix Energy was merely a shell company, lacking even an office space. "Minister Ling," Wang Haoning greeted warmly. Minister Ling, known as Ling Hongjun, greeted everyone amiably and eventually approached Zhou Yang, smiling. "Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I finally get to meet you in person." During this period, although Zhou Yang had remained in Wanghu village, his name had grown increasingly prominent, especially among the higher echelons. The nation placed great importance on Zhou Yang due to his development of the carbon nanotube battery, which is now known as the Longshin battery. Initially, the nation believed that the Longshin battery would be a long-term project, likely taking several years to yield results. Nevertheless, the government invested without hesitation. Zhou Yang was tasked with the research laboratory and allocated billions for its establishment, in collaboration with BYD. The state committed an additional 600 billion. The government was even prepared for the possibility of failure. However, what they did not anticipate was that within a mere 3 months, Zhou Yang would bring the Longshin battery to fruition. When Li Tianshu conveyed this news, even the higher echelons of the state were left in astonishment. The entire process was exceedingly swift and remarkably smooth. After all, the national leadership had engaged in multiple discussions, recognizing the monumental changes the emergence of the Longshin battery would bring. It could be said that at this juncture, the state was not even adequately prepared to embrace the arrival of the Longshin battery, all thanks to Zhou Yang's singular efforts. Consequently, Zhou Yang's significance to the nation soared to an incredible degree. leading even Minister Ling to approach him with utmost courtesy. Chapter 29. Astonishing endurance outside the door. A group exchanged pleasantries. Ultimately, it was Li Tianshu who suggested, Minister Ling, General Gao, and Mr. Wang, let us not linger here in conversation. We have all gathered today for a common purpose, so let us proceed directly to the factory. Everyone nodded in agreement. The attendees were all present for the Longshin battery. Gao Jianjun represented the military, while Ling Hongjun stood for the national leadership. The group made their way to the factory. Building upon the original battery production line, BYD undertook upgrades and worked overtime to complete the construction of 3 production lines. The group arrived at the first line. Given that the entire factory was a dust-free environment, they proceeded directly to the control room on the second floor, from where they could gaze down upon the production line through a vast window. Wu Chen introduced, this is our first production line, which aside from a few critical positions, achieves approximately 80% automation. The entire line's output can reach 130,000 units daily. 130,000 units. Quite impressive, Minister Ling remarked with a smile. With 3 lines, we could produce 390,000 units a day. That efficiency is indeed commendable, Wu Chen continued. The key lies in our newly designed chemical etching equipment, which allows for large-scale uniform production, followed by slicing and other subsequent processes. That he glanced at Zhou Yang and added, these critical pieces of equipment were all designed by Mr. Zhou himself. Ling Hongjun nodded slightly, saying, I have heard of this, that Mr. Zhou excels not only in theoretical research, but also in industrial design, that I hold great admiration for him. Zhou Yang humbly deflected the praise. Wang Haoning interjected, esteemed leaders and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, we shall officially commence the production line and observe the first batch of Longshin batteries. Ling Hongjun and the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang was indifferent. He felt he had seen enough. The battery issue had essentially been resolved. Subsequently, outside the factory, a ribbon-cutting ceremony took place without any reporters present, yet this moment would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in history. Returning to the control room, the production line was ready and all workers were in position. They awaited the signal to commence operations. That Mr. Zhou, please, Ling Hongjun smiled, not waiting for Wang Haoning to speak. Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement. Among those present, only Zhou Yang was qualified. After a moment's consideration, he stepped forward and pressed the master control switch. The production line powered up, the system activated, and the workers began their preparations. The low-cost carbon nanotube raw materials began to flow in. And as the production line operated, various processes were executed. Approximately half an hour later, the first batch of Longshin batteries was produced. The workers promptly delivered the first batch of products. Zhou Yang picked up a Longshin battery, measuring 2 centimeters on each side and a mere 1.5 millimeters thick. The battery's positive and negative terminals were located on the front and back, respectively, by stacking 2 batteries together and securing them with a specialized slot. A series connection could be achieved. Similarly, parallel connections were equally straightforward. In summary, the square batteries could be conveniently connected to form battery packs tailored to various needs. Ling Hongjun held up a Longshin battery, exclaiming, it is truly unimaginable that such a small battery possesses such a vast capacity. Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement, adding, this is truly an epoch-making product. While people often speak of foreign black technology, I believe the Longshin battery represents the true essence of black technology. Wang Haoning was equally exhilarated. Over the past 3 months, he had grown increasingly excited, grateful for his decision to collaborate with Zhou Yang. He could foresee the profound impact this innovation would have on the entire world. By the way, what about the cost? Ling Hongjun inquired. Gao Jianjun also looked on, aware that cost was a critical factor. Wang Haoning raised a finger, proud to declare, we have conducted calculations, and based on the current 3 production lines operating at full capacity, if we exceed 100 million units per month, the cost can be reduced to approximately 10 yuan per unit. Really? Ling Hongjun was taken aback. Is it truly that inexpensive? Gao Jianjun, astonished, remarked, for instance, a high-quality 18,650 battery typically retails for around 20 yuan. Yet the Longshin battery outperforms any existing lithium battery in terms of capacity and performance, all while maintaining such a low price. This is simply unbelievable. How did you achieve this? Wang Haoning explained with a smile. The cost is so low primarily due to the low-cost preparation method for carbon nanotubes proposed by Mr. Zhou, which significantly reduces raw material costs. Furthermore, we have not factored in our D costs. Typically, high-quality lithium batteries involve substantial research and development expenses associated with patents. In our case, all the research and production line modifications were driven by Mr. Zhou's efforts, making it nearly impossible to quantify that portion. Hence, we did not include it in our cost calculations. Ling Hongjun nodded, acknowledging, indeed, the credit belongs to Mr. Zhou. Observing Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, Ling Hongjun was filled with awe. The successful production of the Longxin battery was undeniably attributed to Zhou Yang's singular efforts. When it came to merit, no one could surpass him. At that moment, Zhou Yang inquired, "Have you produced sample battery packs yet?" The individual Longxin batteries were merely the foundation. For distribution, they needed to be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning smiled enigmatically, suggesting, "Gentlemen, let us change locations that I also have a surprise to share with you all." "Oh, what surprise?" Ling Hongjun asked, intrigued. Wang Haoning did not elaborate, leading the group away from the factory to a building within the park. Zhou Yang smiled, recalling that this was the assembly plant for BYD's automotive batteries. He had already guessed what the surprise might entail. "Please take a look." Upon opening the building, a brand new car was revealed to the group. A car. Ling Hongjun was taken aback. Wang Haoning nodded, stating, "Gentlemen, this is our new Han DM model, originally scheduled for release in the second half of the year. However, due to the emergence of the Longxin battery, we decided to redesign this vehicle, with the primary modification being a reduction in the size of the battery compartment. Compared to the 18650 battery, the Longxin battery is significantly smaller, and crucially, it possesses a greater capacity. Therefore, the final battery pack will be notably compact." "What about the endurance?" Gao Jianjun quickly asked. Zhou Yang, curious, also looked on, believing BYD must have conducted tests already. Indeed, Wang Haoning raised a finger once more. 1,000 kilometers. Gao Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment. "Not quite. It is 10,000 kilometers." Wang Haoning revealed slowly. 10,000 kilometers. The audience was simultaneously astounded. Zhou Yang, however, maintained a calm expression, as this figure had been within his expectations. Chapter 30. The press conference. Zhou Yang remarked, "Mr. Wang, your claim of 10,000 kilometers must be based on the original battery compartment capacity. Correct? Under the same conditions, using 18,650 batteries, the range might reach 400 to 500 kilometers. Even with BYD's own blade battery, the estimate would be around 500 to 600 kilometers. However, given that the Longxin batteries can fit several times the quantity within the same volume, and considering their astonishing capacity, achieving a tenfold increase in endurance is entirely plausible." Yet those present were still wide-eyed in disbelief. My heavens, 10,000 kilometers. That is utterly extravagant. With one charge, one could go half a year. Even a year without needing to recharge. Ling Hongjun gasped. Gao Jianjun nodded vigorously, affirming 10,000 kilometers is indeed somewhat extravagant. "What about charging efficiency? Given the 10,000 kilometers of endurance, how long will it take to fully charge?" Gao Jianjun pressed for an answer. Wang Haoning pondered, "If we aim for a 10,000 kilometer range, it might take a day or two to fully charge. The capacity is substantial, and currently, charging efficiency has not yet improved, making it a challenge to reach full charge swiftly." Gao Jianjun replied, "Even so, that is quite impressive. Spending a couple of days to charge for months, or even a year without needing to recharge, is remarkable." Wang Haoning chuckled. "Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I mentioned is merely a theoretical maximum. In reality, after considering discharge decay and charging efficiency, we have ultimately decided to design the battery's endurance at 3,000 kilometers. This way, with a dedicated fast charger, it can be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours, while also preventing the battery from deteriorating due to long-term storage. Any battery, if left idle, will inevitably experience slow discharge. Even the Longxin battery cannot resolve this issue. Thus, we can strike a commendable balance between efficiency, economy, and endurance." The others nodded in agreement. Even the 3,000 kilometers of range was astonishing. Furthermore, charging it fully would only require 4 to 5 hours, making overnight charging entirely feasible, and once charged, it might not need another charge for a month. For those whose daily use is limited to commuting, they might not need to charge for several months. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianshu exchanged glances, already envisioning the profound impact such a new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive industry. Subsequently, everyone took a test drive of the vehicle. Wang Haoning also prepared a car for Zhou Yang, intending to gift it to him. After all, this was the first car utilizing the Longxin battery, holding significant commemorative value. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before accepting. After all, it was merely a car and not of great consequence. After the tour concluded, Zhou Yang promptly returned to Wanghu village. Over the past 3 months, he had been diligently addressing a crucial matter: chip design for bionic cellular chips intended for Mechs. The laboratory in Wanghu village had long been operational, albeit not yet fully utilized, with only a handful of graduate students assisting. Zhou Yang was still in the preparatory stages of chip design and industrial production. Particularly concerning the system software for certain equipment, no one could assist him. He had to write it himself. The system had provided complete code, but comprehending and writing it was no easy feat. Modern large-scale production equipment often entails millions, if not billions, of lines of code. For much of these 3 months, Zhou Yang had been immersed in coding. Now, as the preparatory work neared completion, it was time for concrete implementation. Zhou Yang still favored collaborating with domestic companies akin to BYD. This approach would yield results, cultivate talent, and directly translate into products that if the state were to reinvest in a company for production, it would likely consume considerable time. However, he had yet to determine which company to partner with. There were indeed several domestic enterprises engaged in chip production, and the level of domestic chip technology was not as dire as often claimed online. Despite notable gaps in high-end sectors, Zhou Yang felt that he needed to take the initiative to bolster this area. Upon returning to Wanghu village, another 10 days passed, and Zhou Yang completed all preparatory tasks. At that point, an invitation arrived, inviting him to the BYD Longshin battery launch event. Wang Haoning personally called Zhou Yang, wishing to invite him to witness this historic occasion, that in truth. Wang Haoning had intended to visit in person but, after inquiring around, could not ascertain which research institute Zhou Yang was affiliated with, as the laboratory in Wanghu village remained highly confidential. After consideration, Zhou Yang decided to attend, as Wang Haoning said, to witness history, especially one that he himself had a hand in creating. The launch event was scheduled to take place in BJ City, at the largest venue available. BYD had extended invitations to nearly all mainstream media outlets in the country, as well as to any companies related to batteries, including the top players in the industry. That a substantial promotional campaign had preceded the event, with advertisements for the launch saturating the entire internet. On September 9, BYD New World, don't miss it. Discussions abounded online regarding BYD's upcoming event. The advertising investment was so vast that it was nearly impossible to overlook. What kind of launch is this? A new car unveiling? Someone speculated that I'm not sure. BYD has been quite low-key in the past, so why the sudden extravagance? This level of ad spending must be in the billions. Billions at the very least. I've seen ads for this launch everywhere I go these past few days. It's simply staggering. The key question remains, what is BYD actually unveiling? They're just a car company. Even if they're launching a new vehicle, is such a spectacle necessary? Mercedes doesn't go this far. Well, speculating won't help. We'll find out on the 9th that I heard CCTV is even broadcasting it live. What on earth did BYD pay to secure that? As the day of September 9th arrived, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. The National Conference Center was adorned with massive promotional posters, with the slogan "Encounter the Future" prominently displayed. By 8 in the morning, just 2 hours before the event, invited journalists, corporate representatives, and guests began arriving in droves. Any inside information? Familiar reporters whispered among themselves that don't even think about it. With BYD making such a grand spectacle, it is unlikely any rumors will slip out, but it's almost certainly about cars, not necessarily. You want to believe who I just saw? Lei Jun from Xiaomi. Who? Lei Jun. Why is he here? Exactly. I suspect BYD might be revealing something other than just cars. Perhaps it's a battery that, don't forget, 3 months ago, BYD abruptly announced the division of its battery business and its partnership with Matrix Energy. That I had a hunch they were planning something big. And now the time has come. Chapter 31. The center of attention, a sedan slowly entered the parking lot of the National Conference Center, taking quite a while to park. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people. The safety risks are considerable, that if you insist on attending this launch, I will summon the support team to rearrange security measures. Chen Ruiyan said gravely to AT that moment. They were in a car with Zhou Yang and only 3 security personnel. Zhou Yang replied, "Do you think many people recognize my face?" Chen Ruiyan hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Though Zhou Yang was working on world-changing projects, he remained remarkably low-key. Well then, since no one recognizes me, what danger could I possibly face? Besides, I'm in my own country. Why would anyone attack me for no reason? Zhou Yang smiled. This is our homeland, not the M country, Chen Ruiyan conceded, nodding in agreement. The car came to a stop. Zhou Yang exited with Chen Ruiyan, heading towards the launch event. Arriving discreetly, Zhou Yang did not inform Wang Haoning or the others. The entrance to the venue was bustling with people. 3 security check lanes were open, but the crowd was overwhelming and everyone was queuing. Zhou Yang intended to join the line, but before he could, Chen Ruiyan halted him. Mr. Zhou, it's too crowded here. Queuing is unsafe. Let us go straight in. With that, Chenrian and her team surrounded Zhou Yang, making their way to the entrance. Make way. Chenrian coldly intercepted a young man attempting to conduct a security check. The young man was swiftly pushed aside. Zhou Yang quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." The young man, sharply dressed, immediately erupted, shouting, "Apologies are all well and good, but do you know who I am? How dare you push me? And you, how dare you cut in line? Where's the security? Someone needs to manage this." He stepped forward, attempting to shove Zhou Yang aside, but a robust arm reached out and blocked him. Three sturdy security personnel stood like sentinels, their mere presence silencing the young man. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, feeling that Chenrian's actions were somewhat inappropriate. He was about to apologize again when Chenrian tugged at him, whispering, "Mr. Zhou, let us just go in for now." With that, she led Zhou Yang through the security gate. The alarm blared loudly as they passed through. The security personnel, startled, quickly surrounded them, with one asking, "Miss, please remove any prohibited items from your person, including keys. Place them in the box." The young man continued to holler, "First cutting in line, now pushing me. I'll remember you all. Do you even know who I am? I'm from Tianai Chemical. I have plenty of money. Just wait and see how I deal with you." The others in line, initially sympathetic to the young man, began to frown as he continued his tirade. Zhou Yang's actions of cutting in line now seemed less irritating compared to the young man's obnoxious behavior. Chenrian appeared unfazed by the young man's outbursts, retrieving an identification document from her pocket and presenting it to the security staff. Zhou Yang noticed clearly that it was a firearm permit. The security personnel, upon seeing it, turned pale, swallowing hard before quickly saying, "My apologies. Please proceed." Chenrian nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and led Zhou Yang inside. The three security personnel followed closely behind. Each person passing through the security gate triggered the alarm, leaving the security staff astonished, as it became clear that each individual was likely armed. Legal possession of weapons indicated that these were no ordinary individuals. Alas, what is the matter with you? How could you allow them to leave like that? They were carrying contraband. Why didn't you apprehend them for a search? The young man erupted in indignation upon witnessing the security personnel release Zhou Yang and his companions. The security guard's expression shifted slightly as he replied sternly, "Sir, please wait your turn for inspection." Fuming, the young man protested that not only had Zhou Yang and the others cut in line, but they had also been allowed to leave without any scrutiny. While he was subjected to inspection, a blatant display of preferential treatment that was utterly unacceptable. Just as he was about to voice his grievances further, a man behind him, adorned with a camera around his neck, tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Buddy, calm down. Do you know who those people are?" "Who are they?" the young man asked, taken aback. With an enigmatic smile, the man replied, "If I'm not mistaken, that beautiful lady just presented a firearm permit. She is legally armed. And she is not dressed as a police officer. You can draw your own conclusions." With that, he bypassed the young man and proceeded to the security check. The young man felt a chill run down his spine. His forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat that a firearm permit, legally armed, meant that had he caused a scene, it was entirely possible they could have shot him on the spot. He swallowed hard, realizing he had unwittingly danced on the precipice of danger. Zhou Yang followed Chenrian into the venue, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Director Chun, this is rather ostentatious, don't you think? We could have simply queued up. There was no need for such theatrics." However, Chenrian shook her head, asserting, "Mr. Zhou, perhaps you misunderstand the concept of being ostentatious. I believe we have been quite low-key, and this is for your safety. Cutting in line could hardly be described as ostentatious. And the fact that no special escort was arranged and they did not use the VIP passage was already remarkably discreet." Zhou Yang fell silent, choosing to follow the crowd into the venue. His seat was in the front row. "That I'll head over myself," Zhou Yang stated. Chenrian nodded slightly, signaling to three special agents who swiftly dispersed to form a protective perimeter around him. Zhou Yang presented his invitation to a staff member on site. Upon receiving it, the staff member's expression subtly changed but quickly regained composure, leading Zhou Yang to the central seat of the front row. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. It seemed his invitation was quite extraordinary, placing him directly in the spotlight of the press conference. Indeed, as he settled into his seat, numerous eager gazes turned towards him that a plethora of industry giants had arrived that day. Leaders from various sectors, government officials and special guests, all seated in the front rows, though the sheer number of attendees necessitated 4 rows. Within these rows, there was a hierarchy. Those in the front row were undoubtedly the most distinguished. The center seat in the front row was reserved for the most esteemed guest. Major automotive manufacturers were present, represented by high-ranking officials like the president of Mercedes-Benz Asia Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group, as well as tech industry magnates such as the CEO of DJI and Lei Jun of Xiaomi. Despite their prominence, none occupied the central seat. Zhou Yang, a mere youth, did in that moment. A singular thought echoed in the minds of all the dignitaries. Who on earth is this young man? Chapter 32. This is the Longshin battery, unfazed by the curious gazes of the esteemed guests. Zhou Yang sat composedly. Suddenly, a hand extended towards him. Hello, I am Yu Changhong from Huawei. Turning to face the newcomer, Zhou Yang found a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant demeanor. Hello, I am Zhou Yang, he replied, shaking Yu's hand with a nod. Zhou Yang's calm and aloof demeanor stifled Yu Changhong's next words, causing him to awkwardly withdraw his gaze with a sheepish smile. Yet, Zhou Yang broke the silence, asking, Is Huawei involved in chip design? The high silicon Kirin, correct? Yu Changhong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Yang would engage him. Indeed, you are correct that I didn't realize Mr. Zhou was familiar with high silicon Kirin, that as soon as the words left his mouth, Yu cursed himself for his folly, realizing that everyone in the country was aware of the Kirin chip, especially given the recent news about the sanctions imposed by the United States. Could I visit your R&D headquarters at High Silicon? Zhou Yang inquired. With the battery issue resolved, the focus would shift to chip development. Following the traditional approach, collaboration with domestic enterprises was essential to foster their growth. Numerous semiconductor companies existed in the country, such as High Silicon, Ziguang Zhanrui, ZTE Microelectronics, and Huada Semiconductor. However, only High Silicon truly engaged in high-end chips capable of aligning with international standards. Although not a state-owned enterprise, Huawei was a responsible private company. Therefore, Zhou Yang's primary partner of interest was High Silicon. Yu Changhong, still unsure of Zhou Yang's identity and purpose, recognized that occupying the central seat indicated he was no ordinary individual. That sounds entirely feasible. I would be more than happy to welcome you. Please feel free to reach out whenever you have time. He handed over a business card. Zhou Yang accepted it, patting his pockets and realizing he had no card of his own. He signaled to Qin Ruiyun in the distance. She quickly approached, and upon learning Zhou Yang's request, produced a business card and handed it to him. Yu Changhong stared at the departing Qin Ruiyun, taking some time to process what he had witnessed. Zhou Yang was accompanied by bodyguards, and Qin Ruiyun's aura suggested she was no ordinary security personnel. Looking down at the card in his hand, he noted its simplicity. Zhou Yang's name on one side and a phone number on the reverse. Such a card only served to reinforce Yu Changhong's impression of Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Just as he was about to continue their conversation, the lights in the venue dimmed, signaling the commencement of the press conference. At precisely 10 o'clock, CCTV Finance Channel and various news platforms began broadcasting the event live. The invited guests took their seats, and only hushed whispers filled the air. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the stage, revealing a holographic countdown to 10. Goodness. Is this an event organized by BYD? The technological flair is astonishing. The online viewing numbers surged past 10 million, with many viewers engaging in lively discussions. This was no small investment. BYD must have poured significant resources into this event. What could they possibly be unveiling? Perhaps it is the legendary electric supercar. That seems plausible. Hasn't there been persistent speculation that BYD is developing a supercar? Only a high-end, grandiose event would befit the launch of a supercar. Most spectators speculated that BYD would introduce a new electric vehicle, given that they were primarily an automobile manufacturer. As the countdown concluded, the lights stabilized on the stage, accompanied by stirring music as a figure stepped into view. It was Wu Chun. Instantly, all attention converged on him. Millions of viewers on camera, along with industry magnates and reporters present, were all eager to discover what grand announcement BYD had in store, and the mystery was about to be unveiled. Wu Chun, undaunted, delivered a brief opening statement before a video began playing on the large screen behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever encountered a scenario in your daily life, such as on a highway, when your electric vehicle has only a few dozen kilometers of range left, but the next service station is still quite far away? When you finally reach the station, fortune smiles upon you, only to find that the charging station is defective and unusable. His words elicited knowing expressions from countless audience members that it was clear. BYD was poised to unveil a new electric vehicle with a primary focus on range. Wu continued, or when your phone is nearly out of battery, yet you can't find a power bank. Or when you are using a drone to capture breathtaking vistas of our nation, but are hindered by battery life, unable to shoot for an extended period. The anxiety stemming from insufficient power is a constant presence in our lives. The video played alongside Wu Chen's remarks. His commentary took on a humorous tone, inciting laughter throughout the audience. Yet many were left with questions. Initially, he spoke of the reliability of electric vehicle range, but soon veered into discussions about mobile phone batteries and drone usage. Seemingly straying off topic. Why all this superfluous talk? Let us get to the new vehicle already. Exactly. I came here to see the new car, not to listen to your ramblings. Please remain patient. Such meandering is standard procedure at these press conferences. Among the audience, many industry leaders and reporters displayed signs of disinterest, except for a few key figures from major manufacturers, particularly the president of Tesla Asia Pacific, who listened intently in the electric vehicle industry. BYD was undeniably a formidable contender against Tesla. However, as the undisputed leader in the global electric vehicle market, Tesla hardly regarded BYD as a serious threat. This was not due to arrogance, but rather a reflection of the lack of competition. Especially as Tesla had already localized production, driving prices down and leaving other electric vehicle companies struggling. The video concluded, Wu Chen proclaimed, "Have you ever imagined a world where an electric vehicle can travel for a month or even months on a single charge? Where a phone can last for several months on one charge? What would such a world be like? Let us together encounter the future." With an exuberant wave of his hand, Wu Chen ignited excitement as the countdown on the grand screen began, accompanied by a powerful symphony of music. Finally, an object resembling a chip materialized, a battery. This, he proclaimed, is the new generation carbon nanotube battery, the Longshin battery, produced in collaboration between BYD and Matrix Energy, boasting independent intellectual property rights. The revelation left the audience in a state of bewilderment, and no one anticipated that such a grand spectacle would culminate not in the unveiling of an electric vehicle, but rather a battery. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere battery? In Chapter 33, Small Battery, Great Capacity, the livestream erupted with astonishment upon the revelation of the Longshin battery. What was happening? Weren't they supposed to be launching a car? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, eagerly awaiting glimpses of a supercar. Many hoped BYD would lower the price of supercars, allowing everyone to indulge in the thrill of driving one. Meanwhile, curiosity piqued as they examined the Longshin battery on the large screen. Its square shape reminiscent of a chip. Wu Chen had mentioned something about a battery, but was it not supposed to be a lithium battery? Speculation swirled among the attendees, with some suggesting it was a newly developed battery from BYD, perhaps not much different from the Blade battery. The size of the Longshin battery was not indicated, leaving the crowd in a haze of uncertainty. Wu Chen, relishing the suspense, finally produced a Longshin battery from his pocket, holding it aloft as he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Longshin battery." The camera zoomed in as the screen clearly displayed the battery, triggering a wave of astonishment both in the venue and online. Was this indeed the Longshin battery? How could it be so diminutive? Many had expected something much larger, but it resembled a chip. Regardless of its appearance, if this was indeed a battery, how immense could its capacity be? 1,000 milliamp hours, surely. That was a jest. Such a small object could scarcely hold more than a few dozen milliamp hours. Numerous journalists and industry professionals were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the significance of such a seemingly trivial battery. Despite any elaborate features, capacity remained paramount. Did BYD truly intend to resolve electric vehicle range issues with a mere button cell? The crowd buzzed with incredulity. Sitting beside Zhou Yang, Yu Changhong could not help but mutter, "What on earth is BYD up to? Is there something extraordinary about this Longshin battery? If its capacity were greater, it might indeed be suitable for smartphones." And he then turned to Zhou Yang and inquired, "What do you think?" Zhou Yang, internally bemused, thought it was simply a matter of watching, but he too felt that BYD had perhaps gone too far with this theatricality. If it were up to him, a straightforward presentation would suffice. The spectacle seemed excessive and unnecessarily elaborate. That moment, Wu Chen proclaimed, "I believe the foremost question on everyone's mind is, what is the capacity of the Longshin battery? I can assure you, it will surpass your expectations. Let us invite a few friends to take a guess, shall we? Mr. Lei, what is your estimation?" Zhou Yang felt exasperated. Here they were, back to the guessing game. The camera panned to Lei Jun, who pondered before stating, "Given its size, I estimate the capacity to be in the range of several dozen to a few hundred milliamp hours. However, given the grandeur of this launch, there must be some special technology involved, so I would venture a guess of around 300 milliamp hours." Others in the audience, including industry insiders, nodded in agreement that Lei Jun had suggested, if BYD were indeed launching a button cell, it would be laughable. Hence a capacity of 300 milliamp hours seemed plausible. Remarkable, even, for such a compact battery, that Wu Qin smiled and said, "All right, I shall not prolong the suspense any further, but I wish to inform you that this small Longshin battery possesses a staggering capacity of 8,450 milliamp hours." The screen flashed the astonishing figure of 8450, and eerie silence enveloped the venue. The livestream audience was equally stunned. Was this for real? Over 8,000 milliamp hours from such a small battery. It was unfathomable. The president of Tesla Asia Pacific could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Impossible!" The reactions among the prominent figures in the front row mirrored this disbelief. Lei Jun widened his eyes in astonishment, while Yu Changhong, seated next to Zhou Yang, wore a look of sheer incredulity, muttering, "This must be a joke." That a journalist suddenly stood up, projecting his voice, "Mr. Wu, are you accountable for your claims?" Many in the audience nodded, as the data appeared far too exaggerated, leaving them questioning the validity of BYD's assertion. That Wu Chun, unfazed, responded with a smile, "To this esteemed journalist, I assure you, I stand by my words. This data comes from an authoritative battery testing agency." The screen displayed a testing document from the Energy Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, complete with a bold red seal, affirming its reliability. Yet, the incredibility of the claim remained palpable. The questioning journalist sank back into his seat, having voiced the collective disbelief of everyone present, including countless viewers online, that a tiny battery boasting such an extraordinary capacity was indeed unbelievable. Wu Qin continued. The theme of this release is encountering the future, so let us explore how the world will transform with the implementation of the Longshin battery. Firstly, in just 6 days, on the 15th of this month, BYD will unveil the latest model in the Han series, the Han DM. While I cannot divulge the specific configurations just yet, I can assure you that this new vehicle will have a range of 3,000 kilometers, with a full charge taking just 4.5 hours. Furthermore, the high-end version of the Han DM will achieve an astonishing range of 8,000 kilometers, fully charged in 12 hours. Although Wu Qin refrained from detailing the Han DM's specifications or pricing, the announcement of its range spoke volumes. Range had always been a significant pain point for electric vehicles, and the advent of the Longshin battery appeared to have addressed this critical issue. The livestream erupted with excitement. 0.5 hours to a full charge and a range of 3,000 kilometers. Was this a dream? The high-end version with an 8,000 kilometer range? My goodness, BYD was on the verge of a revolutionary breakthrough. Would charging once mean no further charging for half a year? For someone like me, who commutes less than 10 kilometers daily, a 3,000 kilometer range would suffice for 10 months. There was no further argument. I would stake my claim. Should BYD deliver on a 3,000 kilometer range, I would immediately acquire a vehicle. Count me in for the high-end version with an 8,000 kilometer range. This world had gone mad. The live stream was a frenzy of excitement, and the audience reacted similarly. The most animated reaction came from the president of Tesla Asia Pacific, who was practically beside himself, exclaiming, "Impossible! Impossible!" A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end range of 8,000 kilometers was set to obliterate all competition among electric vehicle manufacturers. Chapter 34, Production and Pricing, revealed that not only Tesla, but also representatives from other major electric vehicle companies, such as NIO, Xpeng, and Geely, wore expressions of disbelief. The astonishing range offered by the Longshin battery was akin to a nuclear weapon, a game-changer capable of eclipsing any existing electric vehicle. While configurations were generally comparable across brands, the sole factor hindering electric vehicles from matching their gasoline counterparts was range. Consequently, electric vehicle manufacturers had explored countless strategies, from rapid charging to battery swapping. Yet most endeavors had faltered. Without a breakthrough in battery technology, electric vehicles would never attain mainstream status. Now, BYD had become the first to transcend the limitations of battery technology, fulfilling the promise made during the launch event to transform the world. Wu Qin elaborated, "The emergence of the Longshin battery will not only revolutionize the electric vehicle industry, but will also permeate various aspects of daily life. Soon, we will witness the advent of ultra-thin smartphones boasting battery capacities exceeding 100,000 milliamp hours, requiring only a single charge to last an entire month. At this point, Wu Qin glanced at several smartphone manufacturers present, such as Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and representatives from Vivo. In comparison to the electric vehicle sector, the smartphone industry could hardly remain composed. Just as range was a constraint for electric vehicles, battery capacity posed a significant limitation for smartphones. Who wouldn't desire thinner devices with longer-lasting batteries? However, the larger the battery, the harder it became to achieve that goal. The introduction of the Longshin battery, with its remarkably compact size and massive capacity, offered a perfect solution to this dilemma. Thus, the representatives from various companies were filled with excitement, finally grasping why BYD had invited them to the event. The electric vehicle that can ride for a long duration on a single charge, the drone capable of extended flight with just one charge, and the power tools boasting larger capacities and longer operational times. Everywhere lithium batteries are utilized, the Longshin battery promises to bring monumental transformations. The application range of lithium batteries in modern society is vast, thus ensuring that Longshin batteries will have no trouble in sales. Wu Chen elaborated on potential applications for Longshin batteries before stating, "Let us take advantage of the time we have before entering the next phase to address some of your questions." As soon as he uttered these words, reporters in the audience eagerly raised their hands. It was widely recognized that the launch of Longshin batteries represented a groundbreaking technological advancement at this moment. Several journalists had already begun drafting articles for their media outlets. However, many representatives from various manufacturers and invited guests also had numerous inquiries. Lei Jun raised his hand. "All right, let us hear from Mr. Lei. What questions do you have?" Wu Chen smiled. Lei Jun took the microphone and asked, "I am particularly concerned about two matters: the production capacity of Longshin batteries and their pricing. Would you be able to disclose this information?" Many manufacturers nodded in agreement. Pricing and production capacity are invariably the most critical issues. The compact Longshin battery possesses an astonishing capacity, indicative of incredible high technology. Although BYD has announced it can begin mass production, the scale of this production, whether small or large, remains ambiguous. Furthermore, if the price is exorbitant, then the cost-performance ratio becomes less favorable. This is one thing for electric vehicles where batteries are inherently expensive. Consumers are willing to spend more for superior performance. However, the situation is markedly different for smartphones, where domestic manufacturers engage in fierce price wars, often competing against their own. If costs are high, the implications are significant. Wu Chen chuckled. "Mr. Lei has indeed managed to stump me a bit. Since you've raised these questions, I believe they are of concern to many businesses." After a brief pause, Wu Chen continued, "Currently, we have 3 production lines, with a monthly output exceeding 100 million units. The proclamation of 100 million units left many astonished, particularly the Asia-Pacific president of Tesla, who visibly paled and slumped back in his seat. That a monthly output of 100 million units indicated that BYD was not engaging in small-scale production, but rather true mass production. Provided the price is reasonable, such a product that promises massive sales can be sold in abundance. Coupled with the substantial profits for the leading company, it is easy to envision how rapidly BYD will scale up its production lines. In fact, BYD has already begun constructing new production lines." Lei Jun nodded with a smile. "A monthly production of 100 million units is neither excessive nor inadequate. Given Xiaomi's stature, they should be able to secure a significant share of the market." Regarding pricing, Wu Chen lifted a Longshin battery and stated, "The factory price for this Longshin battery is tentatively set at 15 yuan. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is that true? 15 yuan each." Many could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Numerous electric vehicle manufacturers wore expressions of despair, as BYD appeared to be adopting a ruthless strategy. "Impossible. How can it be so inexpensive?" The Asia-Pacific president of Tesla shouted again. "With such large capacity and extended range at such a low price, how much does a single 18650 battery cost? It's more expensive than one Longshin battery." Not only does the Longshin battery have a larger capacity, it's also smaller in size, allowing for more batteries to be stacked within the same volume, with advantages in every aspect and a lower price. It is clear that the Longshin battery is poised to dominate both the national and global markets. While the electric vehicle sector trembled in apprehension, other industries displayed excitement. BYD primarily focuses on electric vehicles. They are not direct competitors. Such an affordable and high-quality Longshin battery is bound to alter the landscape of the entire industry. A gleam of enthusiasm sparked in Lei Jun's eyes as he turned to face the camera, proclaiming, "Dear Xiaomi fans and viewers in the live stream, it won't be long before you see our ultra-high-capacity Xiaomi smartphones hit the market." After speaking, Lei Jun sat down, pulled out his phone, and promptly messaged the senior executives of the company. "Revise the design plan now. Replace the battery in the existing smartphone layout with the Longshin battery and simultaneously redesign to minimize the battery compartment. Please present me with a new design as soon as possible." At that moment, Lei Jun was overwhelmed with excitement. More than the pricing, he was particularly concerned about the compactness of the Longshin battery. Given the limited space within a smartphone, every inch is valuable. A battery pack can occupy nearly 1/3 of the phone's compartment. However, with the Longshin battery, this space could be reduced to the size of a chip. The liberated space holds immense potential, eliminating the need for compromises and stripped-down configurations. Enabling a straightforward approach to advancements. Setting down his phone, Lei Jun glanced toward Yu Changhong on his left at that moment. Yu Changhong was also on a call, seemingly with Wang Haoning. Mr. Wang, 1 million units per month is far too little. It's simply 1T suffice. How about we adjust the price to 17 yuan each? Yu Changhong's request went unfulfilled, leaving him visibly disappointed. Unable to restrain himself, Zhou Yang interjected. Shall I assist you in negotiating? Yu Changhong was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Mr. Zhou knows Mr. Wang. Upon realizing, Yu Changhong was astonished. After all, Zhou Yang was sitting at the center of the press conference, and it would indeed be remarkable if he did not know Wang Haoning. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong said, quickly handing over his phone. It's a small matter. Zhou Yang accepted the phone, saying, Mr. Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, how many units do you require each month? Zhou Yang then inquired of Yu Changhong, why Yu Changhong promptly responded, at least 3 million. Ideally, we could negotiate for 5 million units. Given Huawei's smartphone shipment volume, even 5 million units per month might not be sufficient. Although each Longshin battery has a capacity of 8,000 mAh, its compact size necessitates several units to achieve adequate performance. For a single smartphone, a few batteries are essential, and shipping 1 million smartphones might still fall short. Zhou Yang smiled and told Wang Haoning, Mr. Wang, let us set it at 10 million units per month for Huawei, with a favorable price of 14 yuan each. Upon finishing, Zhou Yang returned the phone to Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong's eyes widened in disbelief. I expected you would engage in further discussions with Mr. Wang. Given the current context, it's clear that Longshin batteries will sell themselves, and whatever quantity is available will suffice. Yet, Zhou Yang simply issued a command-like request for 10 million units. It seems outrageous that Yu Changhong thought Zhou Yang was joking. However, upon picking up the phone, he heard Wang Haoning's jovial voice on the other end. I didn't realize Mr. You and Mr. Zhou were acquainted. Very well, 10 million units per month it is, at the price Mr. Zhou mentioned, 14 yuan each. Based on the current shipment volume and anticipated expansion of production lines, the cost price will likely drop further, making even a 10 yuan price point profitable for BYD. Moreover, Zhou Yang understood that the 15 yuan price was likely set by the government. In a commercial context, BYD could easily charge 20 or 30 yuan per unit without complaints. Yu Changhong set down the phone, staring blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind racing with a single question. Who exactly is Zhou Yang, a young individual wielding such immense influence? Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You have been a tremendous help. Yu Changhong expressed, suddenly employing formalities. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It's merely a small favor that I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. I will reach out to you when I visit Shenzhen. Yu Changhong quickly rose to escort Zhou Yang out. As he watched Zhou Yang depart, flanked by Chen Riyun and several bodyguards, Yu Changhong's curiosity about Zhou Yang's identity deepened. In the following segment, Wu Chun introduced additional features of the Longshin battery and related products. However, no one was paying attention anymore. Everyone was preoccupied with pondering the potential impact of the Longshin battery's emergence on the world. Major media platforms swiftly reported on the event. A monumental breakthrough in battery technology. The Longshin battery emerges, compact yet high capacity. Future technology has arrived. Penguin News, that BYD's years of dedicated research culminate in a qualitative leap. The Longshin battery brings science fiction into reality. A battery from the future, Sina News. Such reports proliferated astonishingly, each heralding the advent of future technology. Indeed, for those who had attended the press conference or learned about the Longshin battery through reports, it represented a marvel of technological advancement. The size of a button battery, yet boasting an astonishing capacity of over 8,000 mAh. Who would dare to believe it? Specialized threads discussing the implications of the Longshin battery's arrival for various industries emerged on technology forums. Among the most frequently mentioned sectors, aside from electric vehicles, was smartphones. The domestic smartphone manufacturers responded with remarkable agility. After the press conference concluded, Lei Jun posted a message on Weibo announcing that a special edition of the Mi 10 would be unveiled in a month. This remarkable device will feature a battery pack composed of 16 Longshin batteries, boasting an astonishing capacity of 130,000. Xiaomi's prowess shines through, and Lei Jun's confidence is palpable. With such an immense battery capacity, one can expect the phone to last an entire month on a single charge, alleviating any concerns a mother might have about her child's phone running out of power. It seems the power bank industry may soon face obsolescence. With such a vast capacity, who would need a cumbersome power bank? However, considering the size of the power bank, one can imagine the number of Longshin batteries it could contain, potentially yielding a power bank with a capacity of 1 million mAh, enough to last an entire year. In fact, power banks may soon be regulated items. 1 million mAh is akin to possessing a small explosive device. Furthermore, with a capacity of 100,000 mAh, smartphones could approach dangerous levels. After all, previous Samsung batteries, with only a few thousand mAh, have caused injuries due to explosions. Just imagine the risks posed by a battery exceeding 100,000 mAh. For those who missed the press conference, I urge you to seek out the video. BYD has already conducted safety tests, demonstrating that even when the Longshin batteries are broken or punctured, they do not short-circuit, likely due to the unique materials used. Thus, one need not worry about safety. I am curious, however, how long it will take to fully charge a smartphone with such an immense capacity. Looking at my own iPhone 12 with a mere 2,800 mAh, it suddenly seems rather lackluster. Following Xiaomi's announcement, other major smartphone manufacturers have swiftly responded, each proclaiming their intent to release high-capacity devices. Among them, Huawei's announcement stands out boldly. IT states, "First and foremost, we extend our gratitude to BYD for their support, allowing Huawei to secure a monthly quota of 10 million Longshin batteries." Additionally, the Mate 40 launch event, originally scheduled for the 18th of this month, will be postponed to the 1st of next month, at which time we will unveil the all-new Mate 40 series. Huawei has directly integrated the Longshin batteries into their yet-to-be-released flagship model. This news has sparked jubilance among smartphone enthusiasts, while competitors have found themselves disheartened. The revelation that Huawei has procured 10 million batteries has undoubtedly stirred envy, as their own monthly allotment from BYD amounts to a mere 1 million, only a tenth of what Huawei has secured. Consequently, other manufacturers are feeling the pressure. Chapter 36. Expanding production capacity. Much like the smartphone industry, the electric vehicle sector has also reacted dramatically. Stocks of various electric vehicle companies have plummeted, particularly for upstarts like NIO and XPeng, whose shares fell sharply following the press conference. In stark contrast, BYD stock has surged. One stock rises while another falls, a true study in contrasts. Earlier, when BYD announced its intention to split its battery division and collaborate with Matrix Energy, their stock suffered consecutive declines, leaving countless retail investors to cut their losses. Who could have anticipated that merely 3 months later, BYD would deliver such a game-changing announcement? Financial channels are now speculating that BYD's stock is poised for an extraordinary rise. Those quick to act, possessing insider knowledge, began purchasing BYD shares during the conference, while the majority of investors scrambled to catch up as the price skyrocketed. Those who had sold their BYD shares are now lamenting their decision, filled with regret. Conversely, some seized the opportunity to buy in at low prices, now reaping substantial rewards as the stock ascends. Yet, the true victor remains Wang Haoning. When the stock prices were falling, BYD initiated a share buyback, acquiring a significant number of its own shares that time. Financial experts speculated that this move was intended to support the stock price. Now, with this groundbreaking announcement, no one dares to question it. Instead, they are calculating how much BYD might profit from the upcoming surge in stock value. Amidst the chatter online, the principal concern for these enterprises is securing a sufficient supply of Longshin batteries. BYD itself announced at the press conference that its monthly production capacity stands at 100 million batteries. However, Huawei has somehow managed to procure 10 million of these for themselves. Given that BYD is also a major automobile manufacturer, their demand for batteries is bound to be substantial. Once their new vehicles equipped with Longshin batteries hit the market, sales are likely to soar, further increasing BYD's battery consumption. 100 million batteries per month simply may not suffice. Currently, various companies are scrambling to leverage connections to obtain batteries from BYD. However, the consensus remains the same. There are no available supplies, at least not for the next 3 months, to BYD's headquarters. One executive expressed his frustrations. "Mr. Lee, it's not that I don't want to accommodate you. After all, we've maintained a relationship for years, but the fact is, there is simply no inventory. 200,000 is truly the limit. You have no idea how many companies are vying for supplies without success. Very well then, I can assure you, in 3 months, I can guarantee you 1 million batteries per month. How does that sound?" Wang Haoning hung up the phone, his expression one of deep concern. Across the desk sat a young officer, a mid-ranking official at such a young age, who smiled and remarked, "Mr. Wang, you should be the happiest person right now." "Why the long face?" Wang Haoning shot the young officer a glance, replying with a hint of irritation, "How can I not be worried? The demand is immense. Yet I have no stock. The new production line will take at least a month or two to be operational. So I have every reason to be concerned. The young officer chuckled inwardly, thinking that Wang Haoning was lamenting the slow pace of profit accumulation. That Mr. Wang, I don't concern myself with other companies, but you must prioritize our military's order of 50 million batteries and ensure its timely fulfillment. Wang Haoning nodded dejectedly. In this instance, the military has emerged as the largest purchaser of Longshin batteries. Lithium batteries have extensive applications in military contexts, including communication systems, underwater drones, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Hence, when the product was finalized, Gao Jianjun's presence was to oversee the completed items and prepare for orders. Fortunately, the price offered to the military remains at 15 yuan per battery. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would be even more distressed. Yet, even so, allowing the military to take half of the monthly production is disheartening, especially as he harbors ambitions to dominate the electric vehicle sector. The current limitations in battery production will directly affect the output of electric vehicles. Well, I must take my leave now, said the young officer as he rose to depart. Wang Haoning escorted him out, and after a short while his assistant approached to report on business invitations that TO secure supplies. Countless company executives are lining up to take you out for meals. Decline them all. Just tell them we have no inventory and to wait. Wang Haoning replied glumly, having anticipated that the Longshin batteries would be in high demand, but never imagined it would reach this level. The assistant nodded and added, "By the way, Mr. Wang, a representative from Tianai Chemical is here to see you. They wish to discuss a collaboration regarding carbon nanotubes." Who? Wang Haoning paused, recognizing the name Tianai Chemical. Initially, Zhou Yang had intended to collaborate with them to utilize their cost-effective carbon nanotube production methods to ensure the Longshin batteries could be manufactured with affordable materials. However, Tianai Chemical had surprisingly rejected Zhou Yang's proposal, claiming it was unnecessary. Consequently, Matrix Energy directly invested in the construction of a factory dedicated to producing large quantities of inexpensive carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD's use. The successful mass production of Longshin batteries owes much to this factory's contributions. Therefore, Wang Haoning held a distinct impression of the company that had turned down Zhou Yang. "Where is this person? Bring them in so I can meet them." Wang Haoning expressed curiosity about the individual bold enough to refuse Zhou Yang. Soon, a young man was brought into Wang Haoning's office that if Zhou Yang were present, he would recognize this young man as the one who had interrupted during the press conference. "Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Zheng Yun, the Vice General Manager of Tianai Chemical. By the way, my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical." The young man introduced himself, extending his hand. Wang Haoning did not shake his hand, instead observing the young man quietly. Zheng Yun awkwardly withdrew his hand, hastily continuing, "Mr. Wang, I attended the press conference and learned that our Longshin batteries are produced using carbon nanotubes. Therefore, I believe we can collaborate, as Tianai Chemical is the leading producer of carbon nanotubes in the country." Wang Haoning couldn't help but smile internally, realizing that Tianai Chemical had come seeking a partnership regarding carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had the foresight to establish a factory, or else BYD would have been at the mercy of external suppliers for this raw material. By the way, since the launch of our Longshin batteries, I assume Tianai Chemical stock must have risen significantly. Wang Haoning inquired suddenly that, "Oh no, not really. Just a slight increase." Zheng Yun modestly replied, though inwardly he felt quite proud, as the entire sector associated with carbon nanotubes had surged in value alongside the Longshin battery announcement. That as the industry leader, Tianai Chemical had experienced consecutive days of stock price increases. Wang Haoning let out a cold laugh, waving his hand towards his assistant to go and find a few reporters to issue a statement, announcing that BYD has constructed its own carbon nanotube factory. However, to meet the production demands of the Longshin batteries, we will expand our capacity to produce 5,000 tons per month. Any surplus will be available for sale at a price of 80,000 yuan per ton. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun was instantly taken aback. Chapter 37, A Great Man of the Nation. Zheng Yun abruptly stood up. "That Mr. Wang, are you joking? 80,000 per ton? You would be losing a fortune." The market price for carbon nanotubes was approximately 550,000 per ton for high-quality imports, while domestically produced ones, which were of inferior quality, generally sold for around 400,000 at now. Wang Haoning was proposing to sell at 80,000 per ton. Even at the lowest market price, selling a ton would incur a loss of over 300,000. And with a monthly production of 5,000 tons, Mr. Wang, this is not how jokes are made. Carbon nanotubes are a novel material, challenging to produce with a low yield, which keeps prices high. Furthermore, domestic demand is limited. Tianai Chemical, as the industry leader, holds the most insight into domestic needs. Last year, the total transaction volume of carbon nanotubes in the country was only a little over 1,000 tons, while all manufacturers combined produced merely 2,000 tons. Yet now, Wang Haoning was declaring a monthly production of 5,000 tons. This was absurd. Joking, Wang Haoning shot a glance at Zhou Yang and scolded without hesitation. You, a mere youth, think of yourself as someone I would joke with. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. I in the domestic business realm. Wang Haoning was a well-known magnate, and his fury alone made Zhou Yang's face turn pale. Mr. Wang, please calm down. I meant no offense, but isn't this a surefire way to incur losses? Zhou Yang hastily defended himself. Wang Haoning scoffed. Losses? How do you know we will incur losses? Let me make it clear. The carbon nanotubes we produce ourselves have a factory price of 61,000 per ton. What? Zhou Yang exclaimed in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. That's 61,000 per ton for carbon nanotubes. How could that be possible? If such a price existed, it would dominate the domestic and even global carbon nanotube market. Wang Haoning continued, Mr. Zhou previously offered you an opportunity to collaborate on producing affordable carbon nanotubes, but you rejected him. Do you even realize who you turned down? That was Mr. Zhou. A small Tiannai chemical. Who do you think you are to refuse him? I can assure you, starting tomorrow, our BYD subsidiary's carbon nanotube factory will expand its capacity to 5,000 tons per month at 80,000 per ton for external sales. Think about what that will mean. Assistant, show our guest out. Wang Haoning waved his hand impatiently. Were it not for Tiannai Chemical's rejection of Zhou Yang, Wang Haoning wouldn't even bother to meet Zhou Yang. The decision to expand production had already been made due to the overwhelming demand for Longshan batteries. The output of carbon nanotubes had to keep pace. Zhou Yang walked out of the office in a daze. His face ashen. 5,000 tons a month. 80,000 per ton. The words echoed in his mind, chilling him to the bone, that if this were true, it would be a devastating blow to Tiannai Chemical. In less than 2 months, they would either change industries or face closure. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang murmured, urgently asking his Assistant Su, who exactly is this Mr. Zhou? The assistant glanced at Zhou Yang and smiled, pointing towards the elevator before turning away. How could this be? Zhou Yang felt like crying, utterly bewildered about how he had offended this Mr. Zhou to incur such pressure from BYD. Wang Haoning claimed that Tiannai Chemical had refused Mr. Zhou, but Zhou Yang could not recall any occasion when they had turned down someone named Zhou. The influence of Longshan batteries continued to expand. The day after the press conference, the national news broadcast dedicated 10 minutes to introducing Longshan batteries, an unprecedented event. Suddenly, the entire nation was aware of the existence of Longshan batteries. The advertising effect was undeniable, but the key was the official endorsement and attitude. The news praised Longshan batteries, stating that their emergence would bring about incredible changes for the country and even the world. Initially, some questioned the authenticity of Longshan batteries, despite BYD's grand press conference and various certificates of testing. However, such feats could be fabricated. After all, the concept of a chip-sized component possessing such immense capacity seemed like extraterrestrial technology. Yet, once the national news aired, the doubters vanished. That if the government acknowledged and widely promoted it, its authenticity was beyond dispute. The report also mentioned that the development of Longshan batteries was a collaboration between BYD's research team and academician Chen Tiankai's team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In no time, Longshan batteries became the hottest topic. On the internet, in the media, even the elderly on the streets were discussing them. This fervor ensured that news of Longshan batteries spread across the globe. All media outlets reported that a mysterious Eastern nation had made a breakthrough in battery technology. Skeptics claimed that countries' scientific and technological advancements were lagging, making it impossible for them to achieve such a breakthrough. Numerous internationally renowned research institutions and energy experts criticized country C for alleged fabrications, asserting that such a battery could not possibly arise from their research. These voices predominantly emerged from the mainstream Western media, which regarded such groundbreaking technology as beyond the capabilities of country C, dismissing their research capabilities. Fortunately, domestic netizens were oblivious to these foreign reports. Otherwise, they would have been infuriated. Moreover, a crucial point was that BYD had merely held a press conference. Although state media reported on it, the most important product had yet to roll off the production line. Only when electric vehicles boasting 3,000 kilometers of range hit the market, or when smartphones with tens of thousands of milliampere hours became available, would people truly believe that Longshan batteries had entered their lives. Zhou Yang also watched the CCTV report. Mr. Zhou, I think you are being too low-key, Chen Ruiyun, accompanying him, softly remarked. The news report made no mention of Zhou Yang, only stating that Longshan batteries were developed by BYD and Chen Tiankai. However, Chenrian knew that Zhou Yang was the sole creator of Longxing batteries, having managed the mass production single-handedly. While Chen Tiankai's team certainly contributed, their share of the credit was negligible. Yet, all the accolades were bestowed upon Chen Tiankai, while Zhou Yang remained in obscurity, low-key. Zhou Yang glanced at Chenrian and asked, "What do you think I should do? Should I, as you suggest, be more high-profile and let the entire nation know that I developed Longxing batteries? What would that change? Would my meals taste better, or would I live longer?" Zhou Yang turned off the television and stood up, saying, "I do not seek others' praise. Their opinions of me do not concern me. I only wish to do what I want and live without regrets." Chenrian was instantly moved, murmuring, "Mr. Zhou, you are a true patriot. A patriot, a great man of the nation, is not someone just anyone can claim to be." Chapter 38. What nonsense is this? Zhou Yang smiled and inquired, "Have you arranged tomorrow's schedule?" Chenrian nodded. Tomorrow, Zhou Yang planned to visit SC, the headquarters of HiSilicon. The HiSilicon headquarters was heavily invested by Huawei and located in a picturesque suburban area. That morning at 10 o'clock, Yu Changhong, along with several heads of the research center, had been waiting at the park entrance. The technical director of the research center, Kong Lu, was a young man with prematurely graying hair, wearing glasses and appearing refined. Despite his youth, he was a genuine genius and an outstanding technician. "Old Chun, Mr. Yu has come early and is directly waiting at the entrance. Who is he expecting? This seems a bit too grand," Kong Lu whispered to a colleague beside him. The colleague, equally puzzled, shook his head. "I don't know. Could it be a big leader from the city?" "It shouldn't be," Kong Lu replied. "If it were a leader, they would have informed us in advance that yes, they spoke." Yu Changhong suddenly turned and said, "A distinguished guest is arriving. You all need to present yourselves well. Understood?" The group nodded, though their curiosity only intensified. Someone considered a distinguished guest by Yu Changhong was certainly not an ordinary individual. At that moment, a Hongqi sedan slowly approached. The Yu Changhong's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Kong Lu and his colleagues exchanged glances and followed suit. "What model is this Hongqi? It looks quite impressive." "I've never seen it before," one colleague inquired curiously. Kong Li's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, that's an L5, and look at how robust the body seems. Could this be the rumored bulletproof version? Who on earth could be riding in such a car? Is this car really that impressive?" Another colleague asked, confused. Kong Lu lowered his voice. "Leaders ride in this. What do you think?" Instantly, the group fell silent. The sedan came to a stop, and Chenrian was the first to exit. Then opened the door, "Mr. Zhou." Yu Changhong greeted warmly, "Mr. Yu." Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands with him, "I hope I'm not interrupting your work." Yu Changhong quickly shook his head, calling for a park electric vehicle to take Zhou Yang into the facility while explaining the situation of the entire park. They eventually arrived at the research center. "Mr. Yu, may I take a look at your chip design?" Zhou Yang inquired. Yu Changhong was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zhou Yang wished to observe the intricacies of chip design. The crux of the matter was that, even at this moment, Yu Changhong remained oblivious to Zhou Yang's true identity. Chip design was the crown jewel of HiSilicon's confidential operations, typically reserved for internal scrutiny. Yet, considering Zhou Yang's stature, Yu Changhong nodded in agreement and accompanied him into the Research and Development Center. The entire facility exuded an aura of science fiction that Yu Changhong elaborated. The center boasted over 3,000 researchers, not accounting for the numerous support staff, rendering it a powerhouse of scientific prowess, among the finest within the nation. Zhou Yang traversed the facility with Yu Changhong and his colleagues, spending 2 hours gaining a comprehensive understanding of HiSilicon's chip design capabilities. Domestically, they were the leaders, rivaling the top echelons globally. Although the nation faced challenges in producing cutting-edge chips due to limitations in photolithography technology, their chip design expertise was indisputably on par with the world's best. As Zhou Yang examined a chip, Kong Lu proudly proclaimed, "This is our latest creation, the Kirin 9000. IT is built on a 5-nanometer process with an octa-core design and houses 15.3 billion transistors, which is not far behind Apple's A14." Zhou Yang, intrigued, inquired, "How significant is the gap?" Kong Li's expression shifted momentarily, and after a pause he replied, "About 20%. Zhou Yang nodded, acknowledging that is quite substantial. A 20% difference is indeed considerable. Kong Lu and his colleagues flushed with indignation, feeling insulted by Zhou Yang's words. One could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "What do you know?" Another chimed in, "A 20% difference is still impressive." Kong Lu clenched his fists, wishing to confront Zhou Yang, to force him to retract his statement. The Kirin 9000 was the product of relentless efforts from thousands at HiSilicon and their global research centers. Yet, a single remark from Zhou Yang seemed to undermine their achievement. Clearing his throat, Yu Changhong interjected, "What are you all murmuring about? Mr. Zhou is not an expert in chips. It is understandable he may perceive the gap as significant. The truth remains that a gap is a gap, regardless of whether it is 1% or 20%. Let us not forget the founding purpose of HiSilicon, to create the world's leading chip. Do not rest on your laurels simply because you developed the Kirin 9000. I believe Mr. Zhou is correct in saying you still have a considerable distance to cover." His words left Kan Lu and the others feeling humiliated, their glances toward Zhou Yang growing increasingly hostile. Zhou Yang, taken aback, asked Yu Changhong, "Chairman Yu, do you genuinely believe that?" Yu Changhong affirmed, "Absolutely. The founder, Mr. Ren, established HiSilicon with a vision of being number one in the world. He once shared with us, if others can develop it, why can't we? Are we lacking in intelligence?" Well said. Zhou Yang applauded, while Yu Changhong smiled, glancing at his watch. "Mr. Zhou, it is about time. Shall we proceed to dinner? I have made arrangements." Zhou Yang extended his hand toward Chen Ruyun, who promptly approached with a small encrypted case. Upon opening it, Zhou Yang revealed a solid-state drive. "Kan Lu, please take a close look at the contents within this drive and provide me with your findings promptly," he instructed before turning to Yu Changhong. "Now, shall we dine?" Curiosity piqued, Yu Changhong cast a glance at the solid-state drive, contemplating its significance, but ultimately choosing to remain silent as he led Zhou Yang away. Leaving behind Kan Lu and his group, one individual raised a fist in frustration at Zhou Yang's departing figure, exclaiming, "That guy speaks too provocatively. If it weren't for Chairman Yu, I would have confronted him right there. Come on, did you not see the bodyguards accompanying him? And a beautiful one at that." Another remarked, "Let it go. Chairman Yu is right that he is not a specialist, and if Kan said the gap is 20%, then that is his perspective." Kan Lu scoffed, contemplating the solid-state drive he held. He passed it to a colleague nearby, saying, "Open it and see what it contains." The colleague connected it to the computer and exclaimed, "Wow, 1 TB. That is quite substantial, and it's nearly full. I wonder what it holds." "Less chatter, open it," Kan Lu commanded. Upon accessing the drive, they discovered a single file titled Design Principles of Biomimetic Cellular Chips. Kan Li's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he shouted, "What kind of joke is this?" Chapter 39. I offer you 100 billion at the luxurious private room of the Yuejiang Grand Hotel. Yu Changhong raised his glass, saying, "Mr. Zhou, your assistance in securing 10 million Longshin batteries has been invaluable. On behalf of Huawei, I extend my gratitude." The Longshin batteries were in high demand, primarily for BYD's own use, leaving little for distribution to other enterprises. Lei Jun had boasted of a significant rollout of Xiaomi 10 phones utilizing Longshin batteries, claiming ample stock available without the need for a rush. However, in reality, Xiaomi had only acquired 1 million batteries, which, given that each phone required 16 batteries, was merely sufficient for assembling 62,500 units. A meager quantity indeed, though Yu Changhong was acutely aware that Lei Jun was likely to face embarrassment once again. Huawei, however, was fortunate to secure 10 million batteries due to Zhou Yang's influence, ensuring they had more than enough for the foreseeable future. "That a small matter," Zhou Yang replied as he clinked glasses with Yu Changhong and took a sip. Satisfied with HiSilicon's research capabilities, Zhou Yang acknowledged their strength lay primarily in chip design, with actual production relying on other companies. The domestic chip production capacity still lagged significantly, and improving it was no simple endeavor. Even with detailed technical documentation for high-end photolithography machines, producing one was unfeasible. A single machine comprised over 100,000 components, many of which could not be manufactured domestically. Creating a photolithography machine necessitated a comprehensive industrial upgrade, spanning materials, lenses, electronic signals, and more, to reach world-class standards before any production could commence. Thus, some things simply could not be realized, even with blueprints in hand. Zhou Yang had not obtained production data for photolithography machines from the system, leaving him powerless to enhance silicon-based chips. Nonetheless, this did not preclude him from leapfrogging the silicon-based technology to develop biomimetic cellular chips. Moreover, given the current trajectory of silicon-based chips, they were nearing their physical limits according to Moore's law. Similar to battery technology, further advancements would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, a new path was required to achieve breakthroughs. The biomimetic cellular chip represented this new avenue. Does Huawei lack funding? Zhou Yang inquired as he set down his glass. This question caught Yu Changhong off guard, prompting him to ponder. "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting an investment in Huawei?" Yu Changhong was puzzled, unsure why Zhou Yang would pose such a question, given that Huawei was not yet publicly traded, making it difficult to acquire shares. Zhou Yang shook his head, clarifying, "No, I merely wish to ascertain how much you can allocate for research and development. The Yu Changhong furrowed his brow, proudly responding, last year, our D investment exceeded 900 billion. That is indeed a substantial figure. What about specifically for chips? Zhou Yang pressed. Huawei encompasses numerous departments, with the bulk of our operations centered on communications. The 900 billion is a cumulative figure across all our D expenses. Yu Changhong explained. After contemplation, he estimated approximately 100 billion for chip development. That seems a bit low, Zhou Yang remarked. What if I were to offer you 100 billion to advance your chip research? Yu Changhong nearly choked, coughing violently. 100 billion. Surely you jest, Mr. Zhou, he stammered, taken aback. While Huawei possessed considerable wealth, it was perpetually in need of funds. No amount was ever too much for research and development. Hiring 1,000 researchers versus 10,000 was an entirely different proposition. Zhou Yang's casual mention of 100 billion was enough to astonish Yu Changhong. That I never jest, Zhou Yang asserted, despite lacking any money himself. To know, considering his 9% stake in Matrix Energy, he was a billionaire. However, Zhou Yang believed that if he presented the production data for biomimetic cellular chips to the government, securing 100 billion would be effortless. The state required advancements in battery technology, but they also sought progress in chip technology. Investing 100 billion to create a groundbreaking chip that could catapult them to the forefront of the global market was a proposition that could easily attract substantial funding, even up to 1 trillion. Yu Changhong's mouth hung open in shock. For the first time, he began to seriously contemplate Zhou Yang's true identity. Not just anyone could casually propose an investment of 100 billion, that just as Yu Changhong was about to inquire further about Zhou Yang's background. The door to the private room suddenly burst open. That in walked Kan Lu and a group of 6 individuals. Chairman Yu, they insisted on barging in. We could not stop them, 2 anxious waitstaff explained from outside the door. Yu Changhong, surprised, asked, "What brings you here? I did not invite you. And how did you know we were dining here?" Kan Lu appeared to disregard Yu Changhong entirely, striding directly toward Zhou Yang as they approached. An arm swiftly obstructed their path and firmly pinned Kan Lu down. The IT was Chenruyan. "What are you trying to do?" she said icily. Kan Lu pressed to the ground and his face flushed. Weakly replied, "We meant no harm. We just wanted to consult Mr. Zhou about a few questions." "Director Chen, it's fine." Zhou Yang waved his hand. Only then did Chenruyan release him. However, Yu Changhong, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes in disbelief at Chenruyan. Director? A government official. If a bodyguard holds such a title, their rank must be considerable. What does that make Zhou Yang? Yu Changhong pondered uneasily. Kan Lu scrambled to his feet, casting a fearful glance at Chenruyan before hastily approaching Zhou Yang. The 6 individuals lined up before Zhou Yang. "Come, apologize to Mr. Zhou," Kan Lu commanded. In unison, the 6 bowed deeply and exclaimed, "We are sorry, Mr. Zhou." "What is the meaning of this?" Yu Changhong was taken aback. Kan Lu stood up, stating, "Mr. Zhou, we were ignorant and disrespectful earlier. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness for our ignorance and impulsiveness. To be honest, it was only after witnessing what was on your hard drive that we realized the vastness of knowledge beyond our comprehension. We truly admire you now, in a manner akin to reverence." The remaining 5 nodded vigorously in agreement. In their technical field, they regarded everything through a lens of expertise. Those who surpassed them were seen as rivals to be outpaced. However, those whose skills were light years ahead were objects of worship, akin to deities. The contents of that hard drive were more than sufficient. Zhou Yang glanced at Kan Lu and inquired, "Did you understand everything?" Kan Lu shook his head eagerly. "I grasp the basics, but the deeper theories elude me." "And the outcome?" Zhou Yang pressed further. "The information on that hard drive is akin to a textbook. It is normal not to comprehend everything at once. But if one merely recites it without understanding, then progress will be impossible. What I seek is a result." Kan Lu earnestly responded, "Give us 3 years, and we will undoubtedly achieve it. 3 years. Zhou Yang shook his head. "Finding it excessively long. 2 years. In 2 years, we will have it developed." Kan Lu bit his lip. Zhou Yang still shook his head, but Yu Changhong was utterly confused and quickly asked, "Kan Lu, what are you and Mr. Zhou discussing? What is this 2 or 3 years about?" Kan Lu explained, "It's about the chip, a bionic cell chip. Mr. Yu, this is a newly designed chip, entirely innovative in both material and architecture. It can be said that it is a chip unlike any that has ever existed in the world. However, the most crucial aspect is its performance. According to the design provided by Mr. Zhou, a chip the size of a fingernail will contain 26 trillion cellular touch structures, similar to transistors. Mr. Yu, can you imagine the power of a chip with 26 trillion transistors? Its performance would surpass the current strongest chip by more than 100-fold. Kong Le grew increasingly animated, feeling as though he were discussing futuristic technology straight out of a sci-fi movie. Yu Changhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Having risen through the ranks in technology himself, he understood the implications of a completely new chip with such extraordinary performance. This was a game-changer on a global scale. Kong Le, are you saying this bionic chip design came from Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong stared at Zhou Yang, his mind racing with questions. Where could Zhou Yang have obtained such information? Even Qin Ruyin perked up, committing the term bionic cell chip and the ongoing discussion to memory. For the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had been engrossed in work, but Qin Ruyin was unaware of the specifics, as it was beyond her comprehension. Yet her intuition told her that Zhou Yang was engaged in something significantly important. Now, she felt she was beginning to grasp the answer. He had likely been researching this bionic cell chip all along. Kong Le nodded vigorously, saying yes. Previously, Mr. Zhou provided us with all the relevant design diagrams and theoretical foundations, which you were not present to witness, Mr. Yu. The hard drive, Yu Changhong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. All the contents? Kong Le confirmed with a nod. The hard drive contained everything related to the design of the bionic cell chip, from theoretical foundations to corresponding system and instruction sets. It was essentially an encyclopedia on the bionic cell chip. If understood and studied, they would be able to manufacture it. Of course, the manufacturing process would be challenging, but Kong Le believed that with 2 to 3 years of dedicated study, they could achieve it in the lab. Yu Changhong was stunned, taking a moment to regain his composure before asking, Mr. Zhou, what exactly does this mean? You provided us with a new bionic cell chip data without any encryption. Are you not concerned that Huawei might steal it and claim it as their own? Furthermore, Zhou Yang had previously mentioned offering 100 billion. At this moment, Yu Changhong was completely baffled and could not comprehend Zhou Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang replied, it's not complicated. I am entrusting the production design and fabrication of this chip to you at Huawei. Upon hearing this, Yu Changhong was even more bewildered. There was no love or hatred without cause in this world. Why would Zhou Yang treat Huawei so generously, providing research results and funding? Yu Changhong found it incomprehensible. Mr. Zhou, you are a government official, aren't you? To my knowledge, there are numerous state-owned enterprises engaged in semiconductor and chip design that if such research results exist, why entrust it to us at Huawei? Are you attempting to annex our company? Yu Changhong inquired. Huawei was still a private enterprise, not publicly listed. They were not opposed to capital. After all, everyone knew the allure of money and how it could enable them to pursue their aspirations. However, acquiring capital often required compromises and constraints, even from the government. Only private enterprises could maintain autonomy and allocate every penny judiciously. Zhou Yang chuckled, Mr. Yu, you are overthinking it. .01 intends to annex Huawei. The reason it is entrusted to you is simple. I chose Huawei. Chosen by Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong was taken aback. Who was Zhou Yang to decide on an investment of such magnitude? Zhou Yang nodded, stating, Huawei is impressive. I have great faith in you. Is that all? Yu Changhong's eyes widened. Just because Zhou Yang held confidence in Huawei, he would directly hand over the invaluable chip design and provide them with 100 billion in funding. Yu Changhong felt utterly lost. Then, Mr. Zhou, what do you want in return? He countered if the bionic cell chip was genuine. What was its worth? 100 billion. 200 billion. Even 1 trillion. The value was incalculable. Not to mention Zhou Yang was directly offering them 100 billion in funding. What could Zhou Yang possibly want in return? Shares in Huawei. What do I want? Zhou Yang pondered briefly before responding. I do not desire anything that Mr. Yu. You need not harbor any concerns. My intentions are based on my own considerations. From Yu Changhong's perspective, he was likely still contemplating commercial interests, shares, and financial gain. However, at Zhou Yang's level, such matters were trivial and pedestrian. Zhou Yang's focus was on technological advancement and the future of the nation. Partnering with a private enterprise like Huawei aligned with Zhou Yang's vision, akin to BYD, allowing for a swifter market launch of products to benefit countless individuals. That it was not that state-owned enterprises could not spearhead such initiatives. But they often moved at a slower pace and faced certain constraints. Naturally, all of this was contingent upon remaining within the bounds of national oversight. For instance, regarding the security of the data. Huawei had a commendable record in technological confidentiality, having experienced pressure from M country, thereby understanding the importance of research. Hence, Zhou Yang believed that, in some respects, they performed better than the state itself. Yu Changhong fell in a deep contemplation, grappling with the enigma of Zhou Yang's motives. Yet with the chip data laid before him and the promise of 100 billion in funding, it seemed that with a simple nod of his approval, he could secure it all. That moment, Kong Lu could no longer contain himself. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you some questions regarding the chip? The bionic cell chip had been introduced by Zhou Yang, and no one was more qualified than he to elucidate its principles. Zhou Yang stated, "You should grasp the theoretical aspects quite soon. The key will be the production technology, the methods for mass production. I will assist you in resolving these matters gradually. Therefore, I am giving you 3 months. Within that time, I hope you can achieve mass production." To Zhou Yang, 3 months seemed ample time, akin to the timeline for the Longshin battery. However, Kong Lu and the others were left utterly astonished. 3 months. Is that even feasible? After their meal, Zhou Yang departed. However, Chenruyan deliberately lingered and returned to the private room. Mr. Yu, regarding today's conversation and the materials Director Kong acquired, I hope you can ensure confidentiality. Shortly, the National Security Bureau will arrive at your park to conduct background checks on all your employees, and I hope you will cooperate. After Chenruyan finished speaking, she turned and departed without waiting for the others to respond. Kong Lu and his colleagues were left agape. Who was this stunning woman, and what was her connection to the National Security Bureau? It seemed utterly preposterous. Indeed, we were merely minding our own business. Why would they conduct background checks on us? Kong Lu furrowed his brow and remarked, "I understand now. It must be because we came across that document, which is likely classified. Do you realize what that means? If it's leaked, it could create a significant stir." That he gestured at his neck. That a few colleagues rolled their eyes at his dramatics. But considering the value of such technology, they refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong remained in a state of shock, pouring himself a drink to regain his composure before asking, "Kong Lu, please tell me plainly, is this bionic cellular chip feasible? How challenging is its development?" Kong Lu replied earnestly, "It is indeed possible, but it is quite difficult, far beyond the ordinary level of difficulty." How so? Kong Lu contemplated for a moment before explaining. The theoretical aspects outlined in the document provided by Mr. Zhou are impeccable. It can be said that Mr. Zhou has completed the entire design of the chip. If we thoroughly grasp the principles, we could fabricate the chip in our lab within a week. At most, a week. High Silicon invests heavily in R&D every year, and the capabilities of our research center are top-notch. Manufacturing a chip based on established principles is not particularly arduous. Pausing briefly, Kong Lu added, "However, akin to silicon-based chips, the crux lies in the production technology. Although this bionic cellular chip does not require photolithography, I have examined the production difficulties, which are quite significant. The primary challenges involve the preparation of biomimetic materials, which utilize nanoparticles similar to thermochemical psi. That I have encountered this material in the latest international research journals. Yet it remains in the laboratory preparation phase, with no viable technology for large-scale industrial production. The second challenge is the solidification of materials to construct the biomimetic cellular structure. This is not all. The most complex aspect is the internal structure of the cells, which employs a technique involving electric needles to alter the positions of the internal particles, thereby forming the desired structure. Manufacturing this electric needle is the most daunting task. I have reviewed the design requirements, and they are exceptionally challenging. Yu Changhong fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, he said, "Kong Lu, upon your return, assemble a task force of 100 individuals, ensuring absolute confidentiality, to thoroughly study the materials you have obtained and swiftly comprehend the theoretical knowledge within. Since Mr. Zhou has provided you with this information without reservation, it indicates his confidence in you. You must not disappoint his expectations. Understood?" Kong Lun nodded vigorously. After reviewing the data on the hard drive, they regarded Zhou Yang as a deity, a god of chip design. Kong Lu was unaware of the colossal research team behind this document. He even suspected that Zhou Yang might have single-handedly developed this technology, as certain unique narrative styles and notation methods suggested a singular author. If it were indeed the work of Zhou Yang alone, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. In Kong Li's view, Zhou Yang was worthy of divine status. "All right, I understand," Kong Lu affirmed with a firm nod. Yu Changhong stood up and said, "I will discuss this with President Ren. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." With that, Yu Changhong hastily departed. During this period, Huawei faced comprehensive sanctions from the United States. And most critically, TSMC was under pressure from the US and had ceased its manufacturing services for Huawei. Consequently, even if Huawei designed the most advanced chips, they would be unable to produce them. High Silicon was still merely a chip design company, not a manufacturer, and domestic chip producers had yet to reach world-class standards. Thus, the upcoming Kirin 9000 was often referred to as the final flourish of Kirin chips. The future looked grim. However, the bionic cellular chip brought by Zhou Yang instilled hope in Yu Changhong. Yet, Zhou Yang's enigmatic nature, along with his generosity, left Yu Changhong feeling uneasy, fearing there might be ulterior motives at play, necessitating careful discussion. The next day, a familiar face arrived at the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying. "Is Mr. Zhou busy?" Li Tianchu inquired with a smile. Zhou Yang sat before his laptop, typing away at code, seemingly oblivious to Li Tianchu's presence. Unfazed by the slight, Li Tianchu took a seat nearby, patiently waiting. This wait extended to 2 full hours. Zhou Yang stretched, his body cracking, and stood up, acknowledging, "Director Li has arrived." Li Tianchu nodded and remarked, "Mr. Zhou, though you are still young, it is essential to take care of your health. I see you have been working for an extended period. How about I arrange for a professional therapist to help alleviate your fatigue?" Zhou Yang settled back down as Li Ziyu approached with tea, fragrant and perfectly brewed. Zhou Yang did not inquire about the type of tea. It was a unique variety not obtainable by outsiders, regardless of the price. "Here for the chips?" Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianchu. Deducing that Chen Riyun had informed the higher dash-ups, that Li Tianchu nodded, saying, "Mr. Zhou, the higher-ups have sent me to inquire about your thoughts. They have already received that document and worked overnight to have experts evaluate it. The results were astonishing. Similar to battery technology, chip technology is a long-standing challenge. The previous setbacks were severe, and now, attempting to catch up requires monumental investment. Others have developed their industries over decades, building a robust foundation from the ground up and establishing comprehensive patent protections. It is not something any country can easily overcome. Currently, domestic chips, after years of catching up, can only be deemed barely adequate. Moreover, the urgency for chip advancement is not as pressing, as the nation only lacks cutting-edge chips. Mid-range and lower-end chips are relatively competent. Particularly in the military sector, self-sufficiency is sufficient due to the unique nature of military chips, which do not necessitate the highest specifications. However, dependence on external sources is untenable. And eventually, we must catch up. The government has resolved to invest significantly to pursue this goal. Now, with your sudden introduction of a chip design, it has truly amazed the nation's leadership. Chapter 42. New car launch. Zhou Yang regarded Li Tianchu and asked, "What is their stance?" Li Tianchu replied, "The higher-up suggests that a state-owned enterprise take the lead or establish a new company to spearhead the initiative." Zhou Yang anticipated this response, recognizing that from the government perspective, retaining control of such technology would be more reliable. Furthermore, the government had broader considerations. For instance, with the introduction of revolutionary battery technology, if it were to be widely adopted, it could fundamentally alter the existing dynamics of oil energy, potentially transforming numerous aspects of international relations. The nation would no longer have to be beholden to foreign powers over oil pipelines, nor would former allies potentially turn adversarial due to energy shifts. Such far-reaching implications are not to be taken lightly. In fact, the government's support for Longxin's rapid production of batteries exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations, highlighting the nation's determination to grow stronger and face any challenges head-on. With this in mind, Zhou Yang thought, let the storm come even stronger. With sufficient strength, all problems become manageable. Smiling, he said, "There's no need for that. I have visited HiSilicon's team, and they are quite impressive. Moreover, supporting private enterprises is beneficial. Isn't it?" Li Tianchu nodded. "I understand. I will discuss this with Huawei." Chen Riyun had conveyed their dinner conversations to the higher-ups, so they were aware of Zhou Yang's proposal to invest $100 billion in HiSilicon, akin to a partnership with BYD, thus gaining leverage through investment collaboration. This approach might indeed align with Zhou Yang's vision of supporting private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded. "By the way, do not grant me any shares this time. They would serve no purpose for me." Li Tianchu was momentarily taken aback but smiled as he departed. After bidding farewell to Li Tianchu, Zhou Yang returned to his laptop to continue coding. The chip matter was settled, and now Zhou Yang resolved to address another crucial issue: the control system. The power system, chip, and control system are the core components of the mech, and they must be prioritized. The remaining materials and transmission systems can be deferred. The mech's control system is akin to Jarvis within Iron Man's armor, serving as an artificial intelligence core. In fact, the provided documentation outlines a rudimentary AI as the core. This AI is not the modern notion of artificial intelligence, which is limited to tasks like playing chess. It possesses remarkable computational abilities and genuine problem-solving capabilities. IT is akin to the cinematic portrayal where, even if Iron Man loses consciousness, Jarvis can still navigate him to safety. In contrast, current so-called AI systems merely trigger specific behavioral patterns based on predetermined conditions. This represents a vast software development undertaking. The code is overwhelming to a point of despair. Zhou Yang estimates that if he were to work day and night, it might take him 3 to 5 years to complete it. Therefore, Zhou Yang is not merely typing out specific codes. He is designing the architecture and algorithm framework. Much like a towering tree, he first delineates the trunk and branches, leaving the foliage for others to fill in. However, even this task requires exceptional software developers, preferably those with expertise in artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang envisions first establishing a solid framework and then entrusting private enterprises to refine it, ultimately sharing and promoting this technology. The applications of true artificial intelligence in everyday life are profoundly vast. Smart homes, intelligent vehicles, and various aspects of life can all be transformed into intelligent systems. One can imagine possessing a smart car that, upon entering a destination, can autonomously navigate to it. Moreover, a smart home would allow one to control every facet of their living space, as if conversing with a friend. Current technology is progressing in this direction. Yet the core intelligence remains rudimentary and far from genuine artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang is also contemplating which company to collaborate with. Domestic software development capabilities are robust, bolstered by a favorable environment and numerous internet giants. Notably, the three titans of BAT possess vast IT talent and formidable research capabilities. Additionally, there are specialized software firms in the country, such as ZTE, Newsoft, and Yanyu. Zhou Yang is inclined towards collaborating with one of the BAT companies, as their applications are more intertwined with everyday life. However, he has yet to decide which to partner with, planning to conduct further research. After 2 days, news arrived from Li Tianshu regarding the conclusion of negotiations with Huawei. As Zhou Yang had anticipated, the state took the lead in investing in his Silicon to gain control. However, he was surprised to learn that the investment was spearheaded by Matrix Energy, implying that the state had injected an additional 100 billion into Matrix Energy. This move first diluted BYD's and Zhou Yang's shares and then, under Matrix Energy's auspices, invested 100 billion into his Silicon. Quite shrewd, Zhou Yang remarked with a smile. This strategy effectively weakened BYD's stake and influence within Matrix Energy, allowing for greater control while simultaneously achieving the set objective of investing in his Silicon. Consequently, Matrix Energy became more formidable, likely the reason BYD acquiesced. Li Tianshu added, "Isn't this advantageous for you, Mr. Zhou? By utilizing Matrix Energy, you indirectly hold shares in his Silicon, increasing your asset value." Zhou Yang waved his hand, indifferent to the valuation of his shares, knowing it was undoubtedly astronomical. In mid-September, BYD hosted a grand launch event for electric vehicles, unveiling the Han DM, which boasts a range of 3,000 kilometers and initiated pre-sales on their official website at Tesla's headquarters. Elon Musk watched the live stream of BYD's new car launch with keen interest. "They're stirring up trouble," exclaimed Simmons, the Asia-Pacific president, slamming the table in frustration. The domestic Model 3 is priced at 269,700 yuan, while the standard version of the Han DM is also priced at 269,700 yuan, mirroring the Model 3's price point. This was a clear challenge, setting the stage for a showdown with Tesla. Musk frowned, expressing skepticism. "I can't believe they actually have a car to sell. But 3,000 kilometers of range, can that be real?" "I'm still doubtful. 3,000 kilometers of range seems almost fantastical." During this period, there had been much news about Longshan batteries, yet no actual products had emerged, leading Musk to suspect exaggerated claims. Over the years, many have attempted to challenge us at Tesla, but they all failed. BYD will be no different. The Han DM is essentially divided into two versions: the standard version with a 3,000-kilometer range and a performance version boasting an 8,000-kilometer range. The standard version, aimed at competing with the Model 3, starts at 269,700 yuan, while the high-end version begins at 359,700 yuan, with the top-tier configuration reaching 399,700 yuan, nearly 400,000, a groundbreaking price for a domestically produced C-Class electric vehicle. This pricing prompted relief among competitors, with the initial thought being that BYD had become overambitious. Despite their advanced battery technology, such a price point seemed like a recipe for failure. The largest automotive forum in China, AutoHome, published a detailed report analyzing the Han DM specifications and concluded that, given its price, it might face a significant setback. Although its range is impressive, the cost is excessively high. According to AutoHome, a price starting at 190,000 yuan for the standard version and 290,000 yuan for the high-end version might have been more palatable. Online discussions reflected a similar sentiment, with many commenting on BYD's audacity to set such a high price. "For 30,000 more, I could buy a 3 Series, which seems far more appealing." Others echoed, "If it were 10,000 cheaper, I would purchase one immediately." While BYD's breakthrough in battery technology has indeed brought pride to the nation, The pricing remains unfriendly. 30,000 is simply beyond reach. The overwhelming online criticism left BYD feeling uncertain about its pricing strategy. The marketing department sought input from Wang Haoning. Mr. Wang, do you think we've set the guidance price too high? Having read numerous related reports, Wang Haoning also felt uneasy. After some contemplation, he replied, "The prices have already been announced. Can we really retract them? Let's leave it as is for now and see how it unfolds." Just then, the marketing vice president burst in. "Mr. Wang, we have fantastic news." The excitement was palpable. "What news?" Wang Haoning inquired, startled. "Our new car's pre-sale is a hit. All 1,000 units sold out." "What?" Wang Haoning exclaimed in disbelief. Due to limitations in Longshan battery production, BYD had initially released only 1,000 vehicles for the first month, thinking that selling out would be a remarkable achievement. However, to his astonishment, the pre-sale had sold out within what seemed like half an hour. "It's true," the marketing vice president confirmed, his enthusiasm undeterred. "I was initially skeptical and feared a lukewarm reception, but who would have thought that in just half an hour, all 1,000 units would be sold? The deposits have all been received." After verifying the back-end data multiple times, the marketing vice president came to report. "Excellent." Wang Haoning rejoiced. "Who said our pricing was too high and that we couldn't sell? Look at the results. Go, tally the sales figures, and post an announcement on the official website, stating that in half an hour, we've generated 300 million. Thank our customers. Let's offer a substantial gift package. Decide amongst yourselves." "Understood, Mr. Wang." The marketing team was equally thrilled. Although Wang Haoning had set the pricing, if the new car had flopped, he would have borne the brunt of the blame. Now, with the impressive sales, he felt a great sense of relief. Following BYD's announcement of the new car's pre-sale, not only was the marketing department closely monitoring the situation, but other automotive manufacturers and prominent media outlets were also paying attention, particularly Tesla. "What's the status?" Asia-Pacific President Simmons asked anxiously of his assistant. The assistant refreshed the webpage. The pre-sale had been limited to 1,000 vehicles, and once they sold out, a notification would appear. As he refreshed, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Pre-sale ended. The assistant stood frozen, staring blankly. "President, it seems all 1,000 vehicles have sold out." "What?" Simmons exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible? The pre-sale just started. Only half an hour ago, 1,000 cars sold out. This is absurd. It must be that BYD is fabricating data or buying back their own cars to create an illusion of high sales. Yes, that must be it. I refuse to believe they sold out completely." Simmons raged, nearly slamming his fist on the table. Just then, his phone rang. It was Musk calling. "Simmons, how are BYD's new car sales? Tell me there is no interest. They're insane to think they can compete with us at Tesla. They need to realize BYD is a joke," Musk said excitedly. Simmons remained silent for a moment before responding. "Boss, all 1,000 units of BYD's pre-sale have sold out within half an hour." Musk, who had been animatedly speaking, fell silent. "This is a conspiracy. They must have bought the cars back themselves," he shrieked. Abruptly hanging up at BYD's official website promptly announced that within half an hour, the new car pre-sale had sold out, generating 300 million in sales. The news sent shockwaves through the industry. Can there really be this many wealthy individuals in the country? 30,000 for an electric car? What a joke, others chimed in. "Aside from the battery upgrade, I fail to see what makes the Honda DM so appealing. It can't even compare to Tesla. There is a high probability that the data is fabricated. Perhaps BYD has even purchased the vehicles themselves to create an illusion of soaring sales." It is unequivocally the case. Countless individuals harbor doubts, and major automobile manufacturers feel an eerie sense of disbelief that on that very day, BYD's stock continued to surge, while several electric vehicle manufacturers saw their shares plummet. Notably, NIO and Xpeng have faced continuous declines for several years, resulting in a market value evaporation of hundreds of billions. Even Tesla's stock in the U.S. experienced slight fluctuations downward, incurring losses in the billions. Once the pre-sale concluded, BYD promptly arranged for pre-sale customers to collect their vehicles in Shanghai. The popular Douyin influencer, Deming, immediately began a live stream. "Hello, everyone. I am Deming. Do you know where I am headed now?" Deming, a prominent figure with 5 million followers, is a quintessential second-generation rich kid. His videos often feature him dining at various 4S dealerships, ranging from Wuling to Rolls-Royce. Of course, his ability to dine at a Rolls-Royce dealership without being turned away is not solely due to excellent service. He indeed owns a Rolls-Royce himself. Recently, BYD's Honda DM has gained immense popularity online, boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end version reaching 8,000 kilometers. Such a remarkable vehicle is not one I could overlook. So I seized the opportunity to purchase one on the very first day of pre-sales. Which version did you choose? Do I even need to ask? It must be the high end of the high-end version. Chapter 44. The Live Stream Range Challenge. The live stream attracted over 3,000 viewers, generating considerable excitement. Deming, are you out of your mind? You actually bought it. I've seen this car. It is merely capitalizing on hype. Whoever buys it is a fool. 300,000 for a mere electric vehicle. Even if it has a range of 3,000 kilometers, I might as well buy a gasoline car. To my astonishment, someone actually purchased it. That I thought BYD's claim of sold-out pre-sales was a fabrication. Perhaps they bought them themselves. Deming, with his phone in hand, arrived at the BYD 4S dealership in a shopping car. A Panamera. This flagship store in Shanghai was the only one where cars could be collected. The message stated collection was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and we arrived a bit early. It was now 9:30 that I wanted to debunk an online rumor suggesting that the 1,000 pre-sale vehicles were all purchased by BYD itself. Let us see if there are any other customers picking up their cars. Deming remarked as he walked toward the store. Perhaps they are all shills. Comments varied in the live stream. Deming scarcely glanced at the comments, stated his purpose, and was finally led to a VIP lounge. The spacious VIP lounge already housed 7 or 8 individuals. Gentlemen, are you here to collect your cars? Deming inquired. The attendees nodded in agreement. Deming explained that he was live streaming, and after a few individuals consented to appear on camera, he addressed the live stream. You see, there are indeed buyers, just don't know if they are shills. The live stream erupted with excitement. It was still early for car collection, and yet 8 people had already arrived, indicating that actual purchases had indeed occurred. Wow, there are really some fools out there. Deming took a seat and asked a nearby young man, Brother, could you share why you bought the Honda M? The young man replied, There is no particular reason. I watched the launch, heard this vehicle can achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers, and that one charge lasts a month. That I thought that sounded great. So I came to buy it. And the price, don't you think it's a bit high? Deming posed a question of significant interest to his audience. Price, just over 200,000, too high. The moment he said this, the live stream exploded with astonishment. What? 200,000 is not high. What is happening in this world? So many wealthy individuals. It's not that BYD set the price too high. It is that we are too poor, viewers lamented. Deming chuckled and asked, Mind sharing your annual income? The young man pondered briefly and modestly replied, Not much, just over $1 million, just a poor guy. This statement sent shockwaves through the live stream audience. Deming then inquired another young man about his reasons for purchasing a vehicle. This fellow was direct. I couldn't get a license plate. New energy vehicles can get plates, and with such a high range and not too expensive, why not buy it? When asked again, he said, I heard this is the first electric vehicle in the country to use an extraordinary battery. I wanted to try it out and see what an 8,000-kilometer range vehicle is like. After all, it's only over 300,000, small change. The audience was overwhelmed, nearly at the brink of collapse from disbelief. It turned out it was merely a reflection of our financial limitations. They bought it just for fun. The world of the affluent is truly incomprehensible. As more individuals entered the VIP lounge, it eventually filled to capacity. Deming stated, I've already asked the sales manager. A total of 89 vehicles were sold in Shanghai. It seems plausible that the claimed 1,000 sold-out pre-sales are indeed true. All right, it's time for me to collect my car. Brothers, we are about to see this legendary 8,000-kilometer range vehicle. Soon, Deming arrived at his vehicle, which was already washed, fully charged, and equipped with temporary plates. Ready for departure. The car was quite stunning, a vibrant red, my favorite. The high-end version had features that were quite impressive and luxurious. Now, without further ado, let us examine what you were most concerned about, the range. Deming started the car, which emitted almost no sound upon ignition, that he immediately focused on the dashboard. Wow, the range indicates 8,632 kilometers. This is incredible. I must post this on my social media. This range looks absolutely exhilarating. The live stream audience gasped in astonishment. Initially skeptical of the 8,000-kilometer range from advertisements, witnessing the actual vehicle display made it feel somewhat surreal. For someone like me, who hardly drives more than 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers a year, a single charge lasting a year is almost unfathomable. An 8,000-kilometer range gives an impression of never running out of battery. Exciting. Yet I find it hard to comprehend. Alas, my financial constraints prevent me from acquiring one. Even the 3,000-kilometer version is still worth considering. The audience buzzed with discussion as Deming drove on. The features and driving experience are nothing out of the ordinary. BYD claims this is their flagship vehicle for the year. It includes all the expected amenities, but what truly matters is this range. It's astonishing. The car stopped by the roadside, and Deming greeted a young man nearby, saying, "Everyone, let me introduce you to someone. This is my buddy. Let us call him Dasa, that we are about to initiate a challenge." They had researched and found that the distance from Shanghai to Lhasa is approximately 4,175 kilometers via highway. Thus, Deming and Dasa decided to embark on a challenge to drive the Han DM from Shanghai to Lhasa and back, totaling over 8,000 kilometers, to see if these two Han DMs genuinely possess such a remarkable range, or if the claims were merely exaggerated to AT this proclamation. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, Deming is incredible. If they succeed, this car will be even more impressive. 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. Does anyone know how much that would cost per kilometer? BYD had already announced that the cost per kilometer would be less than a penny. Incredible, I just thought of something. Using this for ride-hailing would mean almost zero cost that I regret not getting one to use for that purpose. Using it for ride-hailing? Are you out of your mind? It's meant for freight, the audience exclaimed, pleading for BYD to produce an electric freight vehicle. The range and energy efficiency are remarkable. Meanwhile, Deming and his companions set off on their journey. As the first live streamer to challenge the 8,000-kilometer range, they quickly attracted significant attention that Douyin's officials began to promote the stream. And as the two departed Shanghai, the viewer count surged past 100,000. Chapter 45, Tesla's Compromise at BYD's Marketing Department, manager who was approached by an assistant. Their essay video we'd like you to see. The assistant located the marketing director and played the live stream. On the screen was a Douyin influencer named Deming, with the camera focused on a moving vehicle. "Isn't that the Han DM?" Marketing director Zhou Yang remarked, glancing at the video with surprise. In the live stream, Deming spoke, "Brothers, we have been on the road for a day and a night since leaving Shanghai. It is now 8 in the morning, and the odometer shows we have traveled 1,400 kilometers. The crucial part is our range. Forgive my language, but this vehicle still has 7,200 kilometers left. Unbelievable. This car is phenomenal. It gives you the freedom to drive as you wish without worrying about range." Deming's enthusiasm was palpable. They had indeed kept their promise, live streaming the entire journey from Shanghai to Lhasa, driving continuously for a day and a night without stopping, and their batteries still held 84% charge. The live stream was buzzing, with online viewers exceeding 300,000. Now, what kind of vehicle is this? Over 7,000 kilometers of range. Is there a fuel tank being towed behind it? The individual upstairs has only just connected to the internet. Yet they are unaware of the latest generation of BYD electric vehicles. Allow me to enlighten you. This is the high-end version with a remarkable range of 8,000 kilometers, enough to astound anyone. I had my doubts about this product's marketing claims, but I am now a true believer. An 8,000-kilometer range is simply extraordinary. It's almost surreal. After purchasing this vehicle, I would estimate that one charge could last an entire year. Zhou Yang expressed his astonishment. "What is the situation?" The assistant replied with enthusiasm. "There is a live streaming influencer reviewing cars. He has taken one of our high-end models and is challenging himself to drive from SH to LS and back, covering exactly over 8,000 kilometers, that we can see if our high-end model truly possesses this impressive range." Zhou Yang nodded. Although pre-sales had quickly sold out, they were still contemplating ways to alter the negative online perceptions. This opportunity was perfect to showcase that the Han DM genuinely boasts an 8,000-kilometer range. After some thought, Zhou Yang instructed, "Get in touch with Douyin. Invest some money to drive traffic to their stream." The assistant promptly set off. Before long, Deming noticed a significant surge in the number of viewers in the live stream. "Haha, brothers, who is behind this influx of viewers? BYD. Have you invested in this?" Deming laughed excitedly, feeling that his live stream was a success. Following the pre-sale, it was inevitable that others would evaluate the Han DM's range, but he was the first to do so, making the greatest impact. With the influx of viewers, it seemed BYD was indeed providing a helping hand. "All right, brothers, let us head to LS and visit the Padala Palace." Deming's live stream, after injecting funds for traffic, garnered remarkable attention, and with media coverage, the buzz escalated. Even major manufacturers were watching closely, especially Tesla, who grew increasingly concerned. "What on earth? Are they dragging a fuel truck behind them?" Simmons shouted in frustration. Just then, his phone rang. It was Elon Musk. "Simmons, go to BYD and see if we can acquire the Longshin battery." Musk's directive left Simmons momentarily speechless. "Boss, are we conceding without a fight?" Simmons exclaimed. "Even if the Longshin battery is impressive and their range is formidable, electric vehicles are not solely defined by range. It is still a car after all. This is just the beginning. BYD's pricing is exorbitant. Their vehicles are not worth such a price that I believe we should lower our prices and compete directly, obliterating them. Musk, however, shook his head. True, BYD may have made a foolish decision by pricing their vehicles so high, but the power of the Longshin battery is undeniable. It represents the future, do you understand? Their batteries will be in demand. If other electric vehicle manufacturers in C country obtain these batteries and introduce a vehicle priced in the tens of thousands with astonishing range, what do you think will happen? The impact on us would be immense. Therefore, we must adapt and embrace the future to go, at all costs. Make contact with BYD and see if we can acquire the Longshin battery. I have heard it is quite scarce with limited production. After hanging up, Simmons felt defeated. Once upon a time, Tesla took great pride in its battery technology, dismissing C country's electric vehicle manufacturers as insignificant. Now, they found themselves seeking collaboration with a domestic manufacturer. And Simmons felt his pride had been severely trampled that Deming's live stream continued for a full 6 days. Brothers, I am convinced. This vehicle's range undoubtedly exceeds 8,000 kilometers. Perhaps it is due to the continuous high-speed driving. But we are still 200 kilometers from SH, and we have 800 kilometers of range remaining that we traveled the entire 8,000 kilometers without charging even once. I can hardly believe that electric vehicles can achieve such feats. He continued, brothers, there is no doubt. Considering this remarkable range, buy it and enjoy the bliss of never needing to charge. He added, by the way, I heard that Xiaomi is about to release a phone with a battery capacity of over 100,000 mAh. I am definitely preparing to buy it. Having power is truly wonderful. Ultimately, the vehicle arrived at Deming's villa in SH. After disembarking, Deming felt exhausted, yet exhilarated. We did it. The display shows we traveled a total of 8,476 kilometers. And astonishingly, we still have over 300 kilometers of range left. Brothers, I believe this vehicle could keep going for another week. BYD, incredible. National pride, rise up, Deming exclaimed that I can't hold on any longer. It's time for sleep. He tiredly waved his hand and ended the live stream, which peaked at over 6 million concurrent viewers. That IT was a veritable live streaming extravaganza, allowing countless individuals to experience the power of an 8,000-kilometer range firsthand. One wonders if other electric vehicle manufacturers are trembling at this moment. While they grapple with ranges of 400 or 500 kilometers, BYD has leaped ahead to 8,000 kilometers. Truly impressive. Upon reflection, one might realize that BYD's pricing is not as steep as it initially appeared. With such an exceptional battery and flagship configuration, the price seems quite appealing. When will BYD officially commence sales? I am ready to replace my vehicle. Some lamented their inability to secure a number, opting instead to invest in a new energy vehicle, eagerly reserving the high-end version. Patience is key. I have heard the Longshin battery's production is limited, and widespread availability may take a while. Even Lei Jun seized the opportunity to ride the wave of excitement, posting a photo of the Xiaomi 10 with a 13,000 mAh battery on Weibo, hinting at a surprise at the end of the month. Chapter 46. High-strength crystalline steel in Wanghu village at the research base, Li Tianshu, after passing several security checks, met Zhou Yang in the laboratory. Zhou Yang was directing several researchers and conducting experiments. Li Tianshu refrained from interrupting Zhou Yang and waited patiently. After more than an hour, Zhou Yang finally paused and greeted Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou, Li Tianshu approached, curiously glancing toward the laboratory, where it appeared they had succeeded. As several researchers were celebrating, what experiment is underway, Mr. Zhou? It seems successful. Congratulations, Li Tianshu smiled. Zhou Yang nodded, explaining, we are preparing a crystalline material and have resolved the crystallization issue. Li Tianshu pondered but refrained from probing further, knowing he would not comprehend the intricacies of the subject. Mr. Zhou, I have prepared the list you requested. Would you like to take a look? Li Tianshu opened his briefcase and handed over a document. Zhou Yang accepted it and began to examine it attentively. Li Tianshu, curious, inquired, why do you require a batch of metal smelting experts? The research base's true focus remained unclear, as Zhou Yang did not report to superiors. With unlimited funding on his side, he did not need to seek approval for research projects or funding. Thus, Li Tianshu remained oblivious to Zhou Yang's current research. Yesterday, Zhou Yang had unexpectedly requested a list of domestic metal smelting and materials experts, leaving Li Tianshu more confused. Is Zhou Yang researching metals? Zhou Yang reviewed the document, noting its considerable thickness and detailed introductions to the experts, including their biographies and research achievements. I am preparing to investigate a type of high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang casually remarked. With the battery issue resolved and the chip problem nearly addressed, Zhou Yang aimed to tackle material challenges. The materials for the Mechs covering components, core propulsion systems, and various transmission structures were all crucial to the Mechs framework, making them of utmost importance. That Li Tianshu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "How strong is this high-strength crystalline steel?" The nation is a leading steel producer, generating more steel annually than the combined output of all other countries. However, in terms of high-end steel materials, significant gaps remain, and while the country has been catching up in recent years, the research into steel is a gradual process. Ultimately, steel production involves adding various elements and experimenting with different ratios, requiring countless trials. Other countries have been researching since the industrial era, accumulating immense experience over many years to develop various high-strength steels. The nation has only recently prioritized high-end steel research, making it a challenging endeavor to catch up. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and stated, "Its strength surpasses that of aircraft carrier deck steel by a factor of 10, while being lighter, shock-resistant, possessing a high melting point, and maintaining structural stability at extremely low temperatures." With each attribute Zhou Yang listed, Li Tianshu's eyes widened further, until by the end, they resembled saucers. He could hardly retain the details, but one statement stood out: 10 times stronger than aircraft carrier deck steel. The deck steel of an aircraft carrier is critical, designed to withstand the incredible forces involved in launching and landing aircraft. Despite its limited thickness due to the carrier's dimensions, it must exhibit extraordinary strength. It is no exaggeration to say that it can endure impacts exceeding 10 tons with just 1 centimeter of thickness. This is an exceptionally rare type of steel, with only countries E and M possessing the technology to manufacture it. And exports to country C are strictly limited. The nation has invested considerable effort to develop it, but there remains a significant gap compared to M, rendering it merely adequate. This illustrates the advanced technological complexity of this material, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of steel technology. Now, however, Zhou Yang claims that the steel he intends to research boasts a strength exceeding that of existing deck steel by more than tenfold. Leaving Li Tianshu utterly astonished at Mr. Zhou. "Is that truly the case?" Li Tianshu gasped, his breath quickening to at this moment. He recalled Zhou Yang's subsequent remarks regarding its lightweight nature, high melting point, and extremely low-temperature structural stability. The lightweight aspect is particularly crucial. If this steel can address the issue of weight reduction, its applications will become exceedingly broad, encompassing tank armor, various ship hulls, and even ballistic steel plates. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Let us not be picky. There are about 100 individuals listed in the documents. Please invite as many as you can. I welcome all," that he added. "Also, arrange for a construction team to come over. I need to build a blast furnace." Since Zhou Yang was determined to proceed, he certainly aimed to resolve the production process for this high-strength crystalline steel as well, given the scale constraints. Establishing a full-blown steel factory was impractical, but a small blast furnace for limited production was essential. Moreover, with the assembly of Mechs slated for this location, any on-site component issues could be swiftly addressed. Understood, Li Tianshu nodded enthusiastically, eager to return and report on the high-strength crystalline steel. "Ditto. Before I leave," he paused. "Hi-C is already separated from Huawei as per your request, and is now fully committed to advancing the production of biomimetic cell chips. I've met with them, and they estimate that the chips will be completed within 3 to 6 months, definitely by the end of this year. 3 to 6 months, during a previous encounter in SC. Zhou Yang had hinted to Kong Lu that 3 months was merely to apply some pressure, not genuinely expecting them to resolve all issues within that timeframe. 3 to 6 months was a timeline Zhou Yang found acceptable. Very well, he nodded, redirecting his focus back to the experimental data. Meanwhile, the fervor surrounding the Longshin battery continued to escalate. Following Deming's live broadcast, numerous automotive review forums and social media influencers conducted tests on the Han DM and the Longshin battery, assessing its capacity and safety. The results were astonishing. The Longshin battery demonstrated extraordinary safety while surpassing current lithium batteries in all metrics. Its international reputation grew ever stronger, attracting increasing attention. In response, BYD announced plans to increase production capacity with 6 additional production lines for the Longshin battery and would consider further expansions based on demand. This positive news propelled BYD's stock price to climb once more, buoying related sectors and enterprises. However, in stark contrast, the stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers, the raw material suppliers for the Longshin battery, plummeted. Among them, Tian Chemical experienced the most severe decline. Chapter 47. Exposure to Chemical was engulfed in despair. The BYD. Zheng Yun slammed his fist on the table in anger. Recently, Zheng Yun felt as though he were trapped in a hellish nightmare. Following his last meeting with Wang Haoning, BYD swiftly announced the expansion of their own carbon nanotube factory, causing the previously soaring stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers to tumble. Numerous companies have been filled with ambition, preparing to scale up their production. Yet, none anticipated that BYD would resolve its carbon nanotube production issues independently, even developing an incredibly cost-effective method with astonishing output. This announcement plunged carbon nanotube manufacturers into disarray, with Tian Chemical suffering the gravest consequences. Their stock price crashed, creditors demanded payment, and the funding chain snapped, bringing the industry leader to the brink of collapse within just over a month. Zhou Yang's father, the chairman of Tian Chemical, fell into despair, nearly resorting to drastic measures. Zhou Yang harbored intense hatred for BYD, but his animosity was eclipsed by his disdain for one individual, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on a photograph that was an image of Zhou Yang entering security at the National Conference Center. During that event, Zhou Yang had confronted Zhou Yang over a queue-jumping incident, and a man standing behind Zhou Yang had surreptitiously captured the moment. Zhou Yang had paid to acquire this photograph. The reason for his persistence lay in his ongoing investigation into the identity of Mr. Zhou. In the photos from the press conference, amidst the presence of many prominent figures, Zhou Yang was conspicuously positioned at the center, suggesting an extraordinary identity. Zhou Yang speculated that Zhou Yang might indeed be the Mr. Zhou referred to by Wang Haoning that he had also investigated the matter of Tian Chemical's rejection of a collaboration with Mr. Zhou. They had indeed received an invitation from a government entity. And given Zhou Yang's armed security detail, it was evident that he was a high-ranking official. Zhou Yang concluded that Tian Chemical's refusal to collaborate with Zhou Yang had led to BYD's punitive actions, resulting in their current predicament that if he wished to conceal his identity, then Zhou Yang would expose him. Even if he could not bring about any substantial consequences, he would ensure that Zhou Yang faced public scrutiny. A glint of vengeance flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes as ideas began to materialize. Soon, a post began to circulate wildly on forums, titled "The Most Notorious Queue Jumper in History," boasting that cutting in line was a favor, or else he would take drastic measures. The post recounted the experience of someone who had been queue jumped, detailing the audacity of the offender, culminating in threats of violence that was accompanied by video evidence and images, notably a gun permit and a close-up of the waist area, substantiating that the queue jumper was indeed capable of carrying out such threats. With the help of interested parties, the post gained immense traction across forums, social media, and various channels. The outrage surged as people reacted to the audacity of the queue jumper, who brazenly threatened to harm others. The offender's identity raised eyebrows, as he had been front and center at the BYD press conference. And the gun permit evoked a sense of fear, likening it to a license to kill. Observers noted that the woman accompanying him appeared suspiciously bulging, likely concealing a firearm. Wow, this queue jumper is incredible. Who on earth is he? Regardless, does having power and influence grant one the right to cut in line and threaten others? We live in a society governed by law. Let's elevate this video and let everyone witness it, demonstrating the strength of the people. Indeed, let us amplify it. In this day and age, those who act with impunity often face consequences. This fellow could be next. The topic reached a sufficient boiling point. Another post emerged, delving into the identity of the queue-jumper. Highlighted that he was seated in the front row at the press conference and speculated on his high status, positing that he was likely a distinguished guest invited by BYD, but not appearing as an organizer. The conclusion drawn was that he might be the owner of Mechs Energy, the mysterious company rumored to be interested in acquiring BYD's battery business. The post went further, fabricating identities for the queue jumper, suggesting he could be not only the owner of Mechs Energy, but also a scientist responsible for developing the Longshin battery, attending the press conference as an esteemed guest. The implication was that, as a scientist, he warranted armed protection, akin to a character from a film. This expose appeared to be crafted by a skilled hand, with a compelling choice of words that stirred emotions and intertwined various conspiracy theories, captivating readers' attention. My goodness, this person is not ordinary. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a behind-the-scenes power player. I'm frightened. Let us cease discussions lest we be summoned for a coffee chat. However, I did investigate, and Mechs Energy seems remarkably elusive, as if it emerged out of nowhere. Absolutely, much like the Longshin battery, it appears suddenly, shrouded in mystery, indicating that our nation has been quietly preparing significant advancements. Amidst the online chatter, public sentiment began to shift. What once was a unanimous condemnation transformed into a more neutral perspective. The individual in question might possess a noteworthy identity and could have urgent matters to attend to. What was the harm in cutting in line when VIP channels exist? Moreover, The individual who claimed the queue jumper threatened him seems dubious. Given his status, even if he were brazen, he wouldn't utter such words in public to its merely a video without sound. Who knows what truly transpired? In this age, selective interpretation is rampant. Zhou Yang closely monitored these comments, and upon witnessing the change in public opinion, he was left in shock. How could this happen? Stunned, Zhou Yang found himself in disbelief. Everything had been orchestrated at his expense. The original plan was to expose Zhou Yang, linking him to the current hot topic of the Longshin battery, concocting a narrative without bearing responsibility. This would render Zhou Yang's queue-jumping behavior even more reprehensible. Yet, Zhou Yang never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Zhou Yang promptly called the individual responsible for the exposure post, exclaiming in frustration, "What is going on? How did it come to this?" The other party, equally perplexed, replied, "Boss, I believe the issue lies in the direction of your publicity strategy. The gossipers actually have a favorable view of the Longshin battery, considering it a positive development that by associating this individual with the Longshin battery. It has had an adverse effect." Zhou Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "That so? You're saying it's my fault?" The other person remained silent. Zhou Yun, now agitated, asked, "What can we do now? Do you have any solutions?" The other party chuckled. "Don't worry, boss. This is our line of work. We will find a way that in a couple of days, once the heat subsides a bit, we'll Photoshop some images, create a few trending topics, and I assure you, the excitement will return. All right, let us proceed with that if you manage this well, I can offer you an additional 100,000. Zhou Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Just take care of it, and I'll see to it." Unbeknownst to Zhou Yun, this exposure post not only stirred up a frenzy online, but also caught the attention of the intelligence agency in the United States. Chapter 48. Capturing the Big Fish in the United States. The CIA, an international intelligence agency, specializes in gathering intelligence from abroad, particularly from adversarial nations. The intelligence from Country C has consistently been a focal point for the United States at this moment. Agent Jack was diligently searching the networks of Country C for information regarding the Longshin battery. Following the exposure of the Longshin battery, the U.S. took immediate notice, especially in light of the recent pre-sale of new vehicles by BYD, which validated various technological aspects of the Longshin battery, elevating the urgency of U.S. interest to critical levels. This heightened urgency demanded an exhaustive search for all relevant intelligence. The entire CIA transformed into a specialized task force dedicated to collecting information on the Longshin battery. Although Jack was not a member of this group, he had received a peripheral intelligence gathering assignment to scour the internet for pertinent information. However, Jack remained skeptical about the potential value of the intelligence that could be found online. Jack envied those who could operate undercover in Country C, perhaps as a business magnate or a politician, mingling with high-ranking officials to glean valuable information. Such individuals were the true elite of espionage. While Jack felt like nothing more than a blue-collar worker, proficient in computer programming, Jack developed a web-crawling software to gather keywords related to the Longshin battery from major websites in Country C. Once the information was collected, the software would alert him, significantly increasing his efficiency. After brewing a cup of coffee, Jack entered today's search keywords: Longshin battery and its developers. The developers of the Longshin battery had always been of utmost concern to the United States. As soon as the crawler was launched, it quickly triggered an alert. "That was fast," Jack murmured, lifting his coffee as he began to review the incoming data. What he discovered made him set down his coffee cup in disbelief. He was staring at the exposure post concerning Zhou Yang, ignoring the sensationalist claims of murder and chaos. Jack focused on the revelation that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Longshin battery. Although Jack quickly recognized that the post was entirely fabricated, he pondered the possibility that it might inadvertently contain some valuable information. Several key points emerged to him. Jack muttered to himself. The armed plainclothes officers from Country C protecting him indicate his significant status. Sitting in the most esteemed position at the press conference suggests an extraordinary relationship with BYD. His gaze fixed on the photo of Zhou Yang as he began searching for information about him. Yet he found nothing but the exposure post. With no other information available regarding Zhou Yang, Jack thought to himself, "I may have caught a big fish." Even if he is not the developer of the Longshin battery, he is likely a high-ranking official at Matrix Energy. Jack leaped up in excitement and rushed to the intelligence group for the Longshin battery. The intelligence team was led by Senior Agent Robertson. Upon hearing Jack's report and seeing the photograph, Robertson was momentarily stunned. "This person," he whispered, "his expression peculiar. Do you know him?" An adjacent agent inquired. Robertson nodded and quickly turned to his computer, opening an investigative file. Upon seeing the picture, he slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "It's him." "Who is he?" The surrounding agents crowded around curiously. Robertson pointed at the information on his computer and said, "His name is Zhou Yang, a physicist who was imprisoned for stealing confidential research materials. However, 4 months ago, he was suddenly rescued by a group from our FBI headquarters." "What? Rescued from the FBI headquarters? How is that possible?" An agent gasped, incredulous that a headquarters is secured by armed personnel and agents. "Who could pull off such a rescue? I'm aware of this incident. It is quite serious that we've investigated it for a long time, but found no leads." Another agent recalled. Robertson affirmed, "This matter is grave that we have established that it was likely orchestrated by Country C, but we lacked evidence, and with the individual rescued, it was left unresolved. However, considering recent events, the implications are significant. Zhou Yang was imprisoned for 2 full years, that if he were truly important, Country C would have extricated him long ago, rather than waiting until now and employing such radical measures. This indicates that Zhou Yang was not valuable 2 years ago. But he is now. During that time, Zhou Yang, who had little contact with the outside world, suddenly began frequent interactions with individuals from Country C, leading them to spare no effort in rescuing him. Why? Because he must have presented something of considerable worth. Initially, we speculated that Zhou Yang had disclosed the experimental data he stole from the research institute, but upon reflection, it may not have been that at all. It could very well be the Longshin battery. Robertson's realization startled him, and the surrounding agents shared his shock, holding their breath in anticipation. The connection seemed too compelling that it is highly plausible. "We have been investigating the Longshin battery for an extended period but have found no useful intelligence. It seemed to emerge out of nowhere. Even if Country C has excellent security measures, there must have been some leaks, yet we found nothing." Shortly after Zhou Yang's rescue, the Longshin battery was introduced. The eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. They had indeed captured a big fish. In Country C, the Special Operations Bureau 6, that Chinrin stood before Director Han Haining, maintaining a rigid posture. "What on earth is happening here?" Han Haining slammed the table, shouting that on the table lay a photograph of Zhou Yang's controversial appearance. "What were you thinking? Why did you take the regular passage? Was there no secure route? If you must go, why were you photographed and exposed?" He continued, "in a license to kill. Chinrin, you are remarkable. Who issued you such a license?" After a lengthy tirade, Han Haining finally sat back down, stating, "There will be consequences. Consider this a serious reprimand, that go back and write a reflection on your mistakes." Chinrin bit her lip, feeling somewhat indignant. After a moment, she inquired, "Director, what will we do about this situation? What do you think can be done?" "Do you really need to ask me?" Han Haining slammed the table again. The Special Operations Bureau 6 had swiftly erased all content related to the exposure post from the internet and apprehended the individual responsible for posting it. As the heat of the incident began to wane, the matter gradually faded from public view. According to Han Haining, there had been no severe repercussions. Otherwise, Chinruyan would have faced even stricter disciplinary action. Just then, someone abruptly entered the room, placing a document before Han Haining. After reviewing it, Han Haining's expression shifted dramatically. "You imbecile! Suspend him! Go home and contemplate your actions." Han Haining berated Chinrun. Chapter 49. Extinguishing the sparks. Chinruyan was taken aback. "What now, Director? Is there another issue?" Han Haining directly threw the document at her, bellowing, "See for yourself." Chinruyan picked up the document, and upon glancing at it, felt a cold sweat break out. This was intelligence sent by a covert operative from the United States, confirming that the developer of the Longshin battery was indeed Zhou Yang. Knowing Zhou Yang's name indicated that this intelligence could not be false. The timing was critical. The U.S. intelligence agency suddenly became aware of this information, likely due to the exposure of Zhou Yang online. Perhaps certain clues led them to deduce that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Longshin battery. Chinruyan understood the reason for Han Haining's fury. "Director, I acknowledge my mistake," she said, biting her lip, recognizing the magnitude of her professional blunder. "Return and reflect on your actions." Han Haining waved her off irritably. Chinruyan gritted her teeth and departed. She had been suspended and would be swiftly reassigned away from Zhou Yang, leaving her no opportunity for redemption. The Zheng family villa, soon to be renamed, someone knocked at the door. Zheng Yun ignored it. "Get lost. I have no money," he shouted, assuming it was a debt collector. Yet the knocking persisted, prompting him to irritably grab a blanket and cover his head. Suddenly, the knocking ceased as Zheng Yun was preparing to settle down for a peaceful slumber. A sudden explosive sound shattered the tranquility. The glass windows seemed to splinter, and in the next instant, 2 fully armed Special Forces soldiers burst through, violently dragging Zheng Yun from his bed, one on each side. The door was kicked open, and several more soldiers stormed in. "It's him. Take him away that a black hood was forcibly placed over Zhou Yang's head, and he was dragged out of the villa. Through the fabric, he hazily glimpsed a line of police cars outside. Their flashing lights glaringly bright. In that moment, fear overwhelmed him, and he wet his pants. The 6th Bureau of Special Affairs acted with the swiftness of thunder, swiftly apprehending Zhou Yang for interrogation, yet failed to extract any valuable information. The sequence of events was thoroughly investigated. Zhou Yang had not willingly divulged any intelligence to foreign spies. However, the 6th Bureau speculated that he might have inadvertently stumbled upon some information that had caught the attention of the intelligence agencies of the United States. In any case, Zhou Yang had vanished, and it was unlikely he would ever see the outside world again. At the Wanghu Village Research Base, a young man stood straight in front of Zhou Yang. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I will be responsible for your security from now on. My name is Lu Jun." Zhou Yang paused, surprised, and inquired, "Where is Section Chief Chen?" "I haven't seen her for 2 or 3 days." Zhou Yang had been engrossed in his research on high-strength structural steel, oblivious to Chen Riyun's absence. Lu Jun's voice was somewhat stiff as he replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. It's classified." "Classified?" Zhou Yang chuckled, pondering what secrets could possibly remain before him, but he promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Li Tianshu. "Director Li, I would like to inquire about Section Chief Chen's sudden reassignment." Zhou Yang got straight to the point. On the other end, Li Tianshu hesitated before responding, "I am unaware of the situation." "Mr. Zhou, please hold on while I ask around." After hanging up, Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Jun and tossed his phone onto the table. Lu Jun, feeling awkward, realized he had misspoken and quietly added, "Mr. Zhou, it's not that I wanted to conceal anything from you. Actually, Section Chief Chen made a mistake and has been suspended. A mistake? Suspended?" Zhou Yang was taken aback and quickly pressed for details. For the past few months, Chen Rian had been constantly by Zhou Yang's side, managing all aspects of his daily life. Her sudden departure left him feeling quite disoriented. Lu Jun, sensing the gravity of the situation, recounted the events succinctly. "Someone exposed me." "Who?" Zhou Yang frowned. Lu Jun explained, "It should be Zheng Yun from Tianai Chemical. The one you had a dispute with during the security check." Zhou Yang immediately recalled the young man he encountered during the security screening. It was him. In a flash, many things fell into place for Zhou Yang. At that moment, Li Tianshu called back, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I've inquired about the situation. Section Chief Chen made an error and has been suspended by the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs." Zhou Yang interrupted, "I'm already aware of the details. But I believe the fault does not lie with Section Chief Chen. If possible, I would prefer her to continue overseeing my security." Li Tianshu paused, a thought flickering through his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yang and Chen Rian were developing a romantic relationship? If that were the case, it would be splendid. Recently, Zhou Yang had been consistently producing results. Longshin batteries, biomimetic cell chips, high-strength crystalline steel. The more he accomplished, the more the nation valued him, yet there were concerns about how to retain such a top-tier scientist. Treating him with the utmost respect was the least they could do. But beyond that, human emotions were at play. Zhou Yang seemed indifferent to money and appeared to lack interest in women, which made the authorities somewhat anxious. The funding to Matrix Energy Company was not merely a reward, but also an effort to secure Zhou Yang's allegiance. However, at Zhou Yang's level, monetary incentives were insignificant. It was about emotional ties. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang's parents had passed, and he had no relatives in the country. Li Tianshu then considered that if Chen Riyun and Zhou Yang were to spark a romantic connection and eventually marry, it would be perfect. Such a bond would ensure Zhou Yang's commitment to staying. "Understood." Li Tianshu responded promptly. By the way, he added before hanging up, "I have contacted all the metallurgical experts you requested. Except for those engaged in ongoing projects, the majority are willing to come, totaling 85 individuals that I will arrange for them to arrive at the Research Institute in a day or two. Good. Let them come as soon as possible." Zhou Yang replied, glancing at Lu Jun. "I apologize. My frustration is not directed at you." Lu Jun shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, though internally he couldn't help but think it was simply because Chen Riyun was attractive. Zhou Yang gestured for Lu Jun to leave and refocused on the experimental data before him. In truth, Zhou Yang had not been particularly concerned about Chen Riyun's situation. He was merely accustomed to her presence and found the sudden absence a bit disconcerting. Furthermore, in Zhou Yang's view, there was nothing particularly alarming about the Americans learning that he had developed the Longshin battery. After all, he was in his own country. Surely, his homeland could protect him. As for Chen Riyun's beauty, Zhou Yang had not paid it much mind, though it was undeniable that being around a lovely woman did brighten one's mood. Chapter 50. Metallurgical Experts. A bus slowly rolled into Wanghu Village. carrying 7 or 8 individuals. The first group of metallurgical experts that I never imagined there would be a highway in such a remote area, remarked a bespectacled middle-aged expert named Ma Jingshan, a professor of materials science at Harbin Institute of Technology. The others nodded in agreement, noting not only a highway, but I also spotted a military camp. This research institute must be quite prestigious, but I've heard of many prominent metallurgical research institutes in the country. Why have I never heard of this one? They say they're working on a special project with a high level of confidentiality that is a military project. The group engaged in lively discussion, having come from various places. When approached, they were told only that it was a mysterious project, but specifics were withheld, save for the assurance of its significance and ample funding. Projects with unlimited funding were often major endeavors. Hence their heightened interest. Participation in such projects would be a notable credential. Su Lao. Do you know anything about this? Ma Jingshan asked, turning to an elderly gentleman with gray hair seated at the front. This elder, Su Chun, was a leading figure in domestic materials research and an academician. Su Chun glanced at Ma Jingshan, recognizing him from a previous collaboration. I don't know that I intend to see for myself what kind of project can afford such unlimited funding, while I struggle to secure even 10 million for my high-strength yield steel project. Su Chun replied with a huff. The others exchanged glances, discerning the dissatisfaction in Su Chen's tone. Ma Jingshan was aware of Su Chen's grievances. Not long ago, Su Chen had made progress on his high-strength yield steel and sought funding from superiors, only to have his requests repeatedly denied. Now, the sudden emergence of a project with seemingly boundless resources would naturally provoke his eye. As they spoke, the group arrived at their destination and peered out the windows. Could this research institute really be hidden within the mountain? It certainly seems plausible. My goodness, what level of research institute is this? Remarkable. The crowd gasped in awe, realizing that a facility excavated from within a mountain was indeed rare. Now, they began to believe that this could genuinely be a project with no financial constraints, and their anticipation grew. Such projects were undeniably substantial. Su Chen scoffed, muttering, extravagant, digging out a mountain, such waste that they disembarked. Ma Jingshan noticed a construction site in the distance, exclaiming, that must be a blast furnace under construction. Although it seems small, it wouldn't be for research purposes. Would it incredible? What kind of project is this? The others looked on in disbelief. Constructing a blast furnace purely for research was indeed extravagant. The cost of such a structure was considerable, and building a steel mill from scratch, only to abandon it after the project's conclusion, would be sheer folly. Su Chen's expression soured further. At that moment, personnel from the Research Institute appeared, led by Li Ziyu, accompanied by a major. Thank you for coming, esteemed experts. You must be weary from your travels. Perhaps you would like to rest at the guest house first? Li Ziyu suggested. Su Chan waved dismissively, stating, no need. We are here to work, not to rest. You mentioned a significant project that requires our participation. Lead us to it. I am eager to see what kind of endeavor it is. Li Ziyu hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well. The first generation of samples has just come off the line and is undergoing testing in the back. Mr. Zhou is there. Shall we proceed directly? Su Chen nodded, while the others were taken aback. So fast. The first generation of samples has already been completed. Why have they called us here then? The group suppressed their growing curiosity and switched to an electric sightseeing vehicle to head toward the rear mountain. They quickly arrived at their destination. Before they could approach, the sound of rumbling echoed in the distance. Ma Jingshan perked up his ears, surprised as he remarked, it sounds like cannon fire. He quickly turned to the accompanying major and inquired, Comrade, is that cannon fire? The major merely smiled and remained silent. The group suppressed their curiosity and arrived at an expansive testing ground. Behind Drum Mountain, what was once a depression had been transformed into a vast open area by excavating the mountain and filling the pit with the extracted stones, creating a designated testing site. As they listened to the rumbling sounds, they entered the inner area and were immediately struck by the sight before them. My goodness, it's a tank, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. A tank was stationed 1,000 meters away, firing continuously at a target approximately 3,000 meters distant. Due to the distance, they could not discern the nature of the target, only noting the tank's relentless bombardment, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. This scene truly captivated everyone. Izu led the group towards an observation tower beside the testing ground, explaining, esteemed experts, what you see here is the first generation of high-strength crystalline steel samples we have recently developed. Today, we are testing its penetration resistance using armor-piercing shells. The crowd exchanged glances, intrigued at high-strength crystalline steel. What was that? They had never heard of it. Was it a crystallization of alloy steel? It was astonishing that such research had begun domestically. The implications were profound. They had witnessed dozens of cannon shots since their arrival, and if all were indeed armor-piercing shells without breaching, the strength was remarkable. The group was visibly excited. Su Chun, however, coolly remarked, "Even several meters thick, it wouldn't be easy to penetrate." Lizu chuckled. "You may not be aware, academician Su, but this high-strength crystalline steel possesses exceptional strength. The target we see is 2 meters in length and width. But crucially, it is only 50 centimeters thick, affixed to a concrete wall. The expected test goal is to withstand 100 impacts from the latest armor-piercing shells." Upon hearing this, Su Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible! 50 centimeters thick? Are you joking?" Ma Jingchun and the others stared wide-eyed, their expressions akin to witnessing something supernatural. To withstand 100 impacts from armor-piercing shells with a 50-centimeter thick steel plate would require an extraordinary level of strength. Li Ziyu continued, "This is merely the first-generation sample. According to Mr. Zhou's vision, our research goal this time is to reduce the thickness of the plate by 3/4 under the same conditions, achieving around 10 centimeters. The assembly gasped, speechless with astonishment. Su Chun, his eyes wide, exclaimed, "Impossible! No one in the world has developed steel of such high strength. You mentioned Mr. Zhou. Who is he? Is he in charge of this project? I cannot believe such steel exists. Let us go. You must take me to meet him." Su Chun, a researcher of high-strength steel himself, was acutely aware of the standards Li Ziyu mentioned, levels akin to extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 51. The launch of high-capacity phones. Li Ziyu smiled, opting for brevity. Just then, the cannon fire abruptly ceased. Faintly, voices could be heard shouting about something being penetrated. The crowd turned to see that indeed, the tank had ceased firing. At that moment, a group descended the stairs. Led by a handsome young man accompanied by several researchers and military personnel, Mr. Zhou, Li Ziyu hurried to greet him, gesturing towards Su Chen's group. "These are the first batch of metal smelting experts to arrive." Zhou Yang, taken aback, approached them warmly, saying, "Welcome, welcome. I am Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute." Dumei Jingchun and the others promptly greeted Zhou Yang. Su Chen had intended to question Zhou Yang, but upon seeing his youthful appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Furthermore, Zhou Yang's enthusiastic welcome disarmed Su Chen's irritation, and with a slight nod, he replied, "So you are Mr. Zhou. I am Su Chen. I heard from this young lady that your goal for high-strength crystalline steel is to withstand 100 impacts from armor-piercing shells at a thickness of 10 centimeters. This is utterly impossible. Such alloy steel is not only unstudied in our country, but globally as well. You must be academician Su," Zhou Yang recalled, having reviewed the relevant documentation, that he quickly extended a hand to Su Chen. This warm demeanor left Su Chen slightly disoriented, and after a brief handshake, he stated, "Director Zhou, please address my concern." Zhou Yang noticed the slight edge in Su Chen's tone but brushed it aside. Recognizing the esteemed status of the elder, a notable contributor to the metal smelting industry and a true national treasure, Su Lao, the testing has just concluded. Shall we go see the results together? Su Chen nodded, keenly interested in the outcome. The group traveled by vehicle to the target site. As the smoke began to dissipate, they alighted from the vehicle to find a robust concrete structure with a 2-meter by 2-meter black steel plate embedded in one wall. At that moment, a significant dent marred the center of the plate. With smoke still lingering. Mr. Zhou, it has not been penetrated. A researcher rushed forward to inspect the wall behind it, shouting in excitement. Ma Jingchun and the others were taken aback. They quickly saw that the steel plate was indeed 50 centimeters thick, as Li Ziyu had indicated. 50 centimeters. If it had truly withstood 100 impacts from armor-piercing shells, that strength was indeed extraordinary. Su Chun hurried around to inspect behind the wall, where he found a 1-meter-thick concrete wall that had been blasted into a large hole at the corresponding point of impact. The steel plate had endured the bombardment, but the force had still transmitted to the concrete wall, resulting in a significant breach despite the plate remaining intact. "It truly hasn't broken," Su Chen remarked, staring at the bulging steel plate in astonishment. Zhou Yang and his team joined him, with Zhou Yang observing, "Excellent. We have achieved our expected goal, though we are nearing the limit. I estimate that another 10 shells might breach it. However, the initial sample has been successfully prepared, and we can now officially advance to the second phase of research." The researchers present erupted into cheers. A Jingchun and the others, inspired by the moment, joined in applause, each of them experts in metal materials. Fully aware of the significance of such high-strength steel, they felt a profound joy in witnessing their nation grow stronger. Su Chen then turned to Zhou Yang. "Director Zhou, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You have developed such an alloy steel. I am thoroughly impressed, and you are so young and accomplished. Now I understand the meaning of that phrase, that I may be aging, but I still have some utility left. Please proceed with arranging our subsequent tasks. I will support you wholeheartedly." Su Chen's words inspired deep respect in Zhou Yang. The elder researchers were akin to parents, all of whom had dedicated their lives to the strength of the nation. "Very well, Su Lao and esteemed experts, our next objective is to refine the crystallization to a nanoscale and expedite the industrial design for mass production of high-strength crystalline steel. With the addition of numerous metal smelting experts like Su Chen, Zhou Yang anticipated a significant acceleration in research progress, estimating that within a few months, they could finalize the industrial design for high-strength crystalline steel and achieve mass production. Meanwhile, the excitement surrounding the Longshin battery was still escalating. Following BYD's announcement of the mass launch of the Han DM in early October, Xiaomi, as predicted by Lei Jun, unveiled the Xiaomi 10 Special Endurance Edition at the end of September. The battery capacity reached an impressive 130,000 mAh. Aside from that, there were not many differences compared to the concurrently released Xiaomi 10.3 days after the launch event. The phone officially went on sale. However, to everyone's surprise, the Xiaomi 10 Endurance version was sold out across all major e-commerce platforms. And Xiaomi's official website was also under a limited-time purchase status. This caused the Xiaomi 10 to become an instant sensation. Various forums and social media erupted with discussions about this phenomenon. What is Xiaomi doing? Wasn't it supposed to be on sale? Why is it now a limited-time offer? They only released 500 units a day, and with so many people vying for them. They sold out in seconds. I specifically bought software to snag one, yet still missed out that I suspect all were snatched up by scalpers. This is outrageous. Lei Jun must think we're fools. Some media outlets began to spill the beans. Everyone disperse. This is just a gimmick that ITS, not that Xiaomi doesn't want to sell stock. It's that they themselves have none. The production of Longshin batteries is too low. Xiaomi managed to secure only 1 million Longshin batteries. And each phone requires 16 batteries. You do the math on how many phones they can assemble. To truly obtain a high-capacity phone, you either wait or look at Huawei. Rumor has it that Huawei procured 10 million Longshin batteries from BYD. Producing several 100,000 phones is no issue for them. Moreover, the latest news indicates that Huawei plans to use Longshin batteries in their newest flagship model. Due to Xiaomi's strategy of scarcity marketing, Huawei's profile also rose, with many people already aware that Huawei had secured 10 million Longshin batteries. Furthermore, this month, Huawei had previously announced plans for a new product launch event. According to Reason, taking advantage of the current wave of enthusiasm, Huawei should capitalize on the hype surrounding its new device. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo account, announcing that the latest flagship, Mate 40, would be delayed in its release, with all models set to be equipped with high-capacity Longshin batteries. Furthermore, he teased a significant surprise, accompanied by an image that appeared to be a chip against a pitch-black background. This post instantly drew considerable attention in the comment section of Yu Changhong's Weibo. The number of replies surged past 1,000 in an instant. The community speculated that he was gearing up for something monumental. A delayed release hinted at a major reveal. The uniform adoption of Longshin batteries showcased Huawei's audacity, especially when compared to Xiaomi, leaving me fans feeling disheartened. Some speculated that Huawei had secured 1 million Longshin batteries, while Xiaomi managed only 100,000, implying that Huawei was not in short supply, a situation entirely unrelated to Xiaomi. Amidst the discourse, some pointed out the image's significance, questioning whether it truly depicted a chip, especially given the sanctions imposed by the United States on Huawei. Rumors suggested that the Kirin 9000, which Huawei planned to unveil, would be a farewell to the Kirin chip series. The prospect of a future devoid of Kirin chips struck a somber chord. The sentiment echoed the belief that technology, when not on par with others, inevitably leads to subjugation. Fortunately, advancements in battery technology had made significant strides, despite foreign criticism alleging fabrication in Huawei's achievements. The prowess of BYD's Longshin battery was heralded as a global leader. Yet, BYD itself claimed collaboration with academicians shown from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, suggesting that the technology behind the Longshin battery predominantly originated there. Yu Changhong's image resonated deeply with many, acknowledging Huawei's current plight under U.S. sanctions and the impending doom of the Kirin chip. The delay likely pointed to further complications in chip production. As November swiftly approached, the development of high-strength crystalline steel continued at a brisk pace under Zhou Yang's leadership, with over 100 researchers achieving the successful creation of the second generation of high-strength crystalline steel by the end of the month. The yield strength of this new material reached an astonishing 7,200 MPa, an almost surreal achievement. For context, the strongest deck steel produced by country boasts a yield strength of only 1,000 MPa. Even inferior to what was achieved by country M. Zhou Yang's second generation of high-strength crystalline steel surpassed the best alloys from country by a staggering sevenfold. During testing, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate withstood 100 penetrative rounds without succumbing to perforation, igniting immense excitement within the entire team. Yet, Zhou Yang remained unsatisfied, stating that while yield strength issues were fundamentally resolved, further advancements were necessary regarding lightweight properties, tensile strength, and resilience to extreme temperature variations. His ambition was to develop a third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, which would fulfill the requirements for mecha design. The current second generation was merely a semi-finished product. Thus, Zhou Yang was resolute in his commitment to complete the third generation. The gathered experts exchanged glances, falling silent, astonished by Zhou Yang's relentless pursuit of excellence. A. Jingshun inquired whether such endeavors were truly necessary, given that the current second generation already surpassed global standards by several magnitudes. Zhou Yang asserted his authority over the project, emphasizing that if he deemed it necessary, it indeed was done. On November 5, Li Tianxu made an unexpected visit to Mr. Zhou. High Silicon has produced samples of the Tianxin 100. He announced cheerfully. This bionic cellular chip, having received Zhou Yang's approval, was aptly named Tianxin, with 100 serving as its designation. Zhou Yang was pleased. The timeline from September to the present had been remarkably brief. It was important to note. However, that High Silicon had only produced laboratory samples, with mass production still on the horizon. Li Tianxu continued. Yu Changhong has reached out to me, hoping you could provide some guidance. Do you have time? Zhou Yang eagerly agreed. Recognizing the significance of such an opportunity, on the 6th, he boarded a flight to SC. This time, Chen Riyun, having learned from past experiences, opted for the VIP exit. The VIP exit. Yu Changhong, accompanied by Kong Lu and other senior High Silicon executives, awaited Zhou Yang's arrival. What time is the flight? Yu inquired. 9:50. He should be out by 10 at the latest. The excitement was palpable. It had been over 2 months since they last saw Zhou Yang. And now they could finally meet their idol. After an extensive period of in-depth research on the bionic cellular chip, Zhou Yang had attained a near-mythical status among the High Silicon team. They made their way through the VIP corridor. A young man in a woolen coat emerged from the crowd, flanked by a tall woman. Yu Changhong and his team were immediately captivated and rushed forward to Mr. Zhou. Yu greeted, extending his hand. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as everyone exchanged pleasantries. Zhou Yang complimented Kong Lu on their impressive progress in developing the samples over the past 2 months, which nearly brought Kong to tears, as only he knew the extent of the sacrifices made during that time. Let's discuss this outside, Yu suggested, leading them toward the parking area. However, as they proceeded, a figure suddenly broke from the crowd, brandishing a handgun aimed directly at Zhou Yang, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The sound of the gunshot reverberated, and Zhou Yang felt something splatter across his face. Simultaneously, a figure fell on top of him, pinning him down. Chaos erupted throughout the airport. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, the assailant intent on causing harm with no intention of stopping. Yu Changhong and his associates were paralyzed with shock. Yet, the 2 special agents that Chen Riyun had brought were unfazed. The moment the gunfire rang out, they instinctively drew their weapons and fired back. 2 shots rang out, striking the assailant in quick succession. One to the forehead, the other to the eye. He collapsed instantly, lifeless in a pool of blood. In mere seconds, the situation escalated, leaving onlookers stunned. The 2 agents immediately crouched down, shielding Zhou Yang. As Zhou Yang hit the ground, he regained his composure, realizing it was Chen Riyun who had shielded him. The sound of rushing footsteps approached rapidly from 20 meters away, as 5 or 6 individuals sprinted toward them. All brandishing firearms. 4 agents surrounded Zhou Yang, while one dashed to the fallen assailant, kicking away the gun. Quick, retreat to the lounge, Chen Riyun commanded, pulling Zhou Yang to his feet and urging him to keep his head down as they hastily made their way to safety. Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a warm splash of blood on his chest. Yet he felt no pain. Let's go, Chen urged, and without a moment's hesitation, they rushed into the lounge 30 meters away. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong and his team, now pale with fear, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Blood. There's blood on the ground. One executive exclaimed, while Yu Changhong's mind raced as he realized the implications. Did Mr. Zhou get shot? Kong Lu screamed. Yu's mind went blank in shock. The special agents stormed into the lounge, swiftly securing the area. Just then, Chen Riyun's knees buckled, almost collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yang suddenly noticed blood seeping from Chen Ruoyun's back. "You've been shot," Zhou Yang exclaimed, suddenly recalling the moments that had just transpired. Chen Ruoyun, who had been by his side, had discerned the assailant's intentions as the gunman raised his weapon, in an instant. She maneuvered in front of Zhou Yang, using her own body to shield him from the lethal first shot. "I'm fine," Chen Ruoyun swiftly replied, rising with beads of cold sweat on her forehead, yet maintaining an unervingly calm demeanor. The walkie-talkie, she called out. One of the 5 special agents who rushed over quickly tossed her a compact walkie-talkie. These 5 individuals were special agents assigned by the local government to covertly protect Zhou Yang and his companions. Chen Ruoyun promptly stated, "This is Chen Ruoyun. Immediately mobilize personnel and coordinate with the airport police to seal off all airport access points, restricting entry and exit for anyone. Also, notify the local police to deploy all SWAT teams and secure all roads leading to the airport within a 3-kilometer radius." After issuing her commands, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, calmly uttering just a few words. Code red. Those 4 brief words seemed to signify something grave, causing the expressions of the nearby agents to turn somber. Having completed her tasks, Chen Ruoyun turned to Zhou Yang. "Please remain calm and do not panic. That we assure you that your safety will be our utmost priority." Zhou Yang, observing Chen Ruoyun's expressionless face, which was still glistening with sweat, felt a surge of anxiety. "That I'm fine. What about you? You've been shot. The airport has a medical room. Let's hurry there." "No," Chen Ruoyun insisted. "Your injury requires a major hospital. We must wait for support here. The situation outside is uncertain, and there may still be lurking enemies." Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, and moments later, 7 or 8 armed agents appeared outside the lounge, effectively surrounding the area. "Director Chen, I am Captain Zhou Yang of the action team," a middle-aged man said as he hurried to Zhou Yang, glancing at him with relief before reporting to Chen Ruoyun. However, Zhou Yang paused, noticing, "Director Chen, you've been shot." Chen Ruoyun stood up and replied, "I'm fine." Zhou Yang, establish a defensive perimeter. We must ensure the VIP's safety at all costs until support arrives. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously but hesitated. "Director Chen, what about you?" Without hesitation, Chen Ruoyun interrupted, "I'm fine." "How can you be fine?" Zhou Yang stood up, anger flaring. "Chen Ruoyun, don't assume you can handle everything alone. There are plenty of us here. My safety is not a concern. Captain Zhou, will you heed my words?" Zhou Yang paused, aware of Zhou Yang's significant status, and nodded. "Of course, I will comply with your directives." "Then arrange for a vehicle immediately and take her to the nearest major hospital," Zhou Yang instructed, pointing at Chen Ruoyun. Zhou Yang's expression shifted. Chen Ruoyun quickly interjected. "Zhou Yang, I dare you," Zhou Yang asserted. "He won't dare. I will." "Chen Ruoyun, are you disregarding my words?" Chen Ruoyun was taken aback and fell silent. "Zhou Yang, why are you still standing there? Have your men take action, that if she resists, find someone to hold her down," Zhou Yang commanded. Zhou Yang jolted into action, signaling to several agents who promptly moved forward, lifting a chair to carry her away. Zhou Yang pointed at Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, I'll remember this, that if anything happens to her, I want to let it go." Zhou Yang shuddered, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get her out of here." The agents quickly escorted Chen Ruoyun away. Meanwhile, outside the lounge, Yu Changhong and others arrived. "That Mr. Zhou, are you all right? Let us in. I want to see Mr. Zhou," Yu Changhong shouted, but they were halted by the agents. "Let them in," Zhou Yang urged. Zhou Yang shook his head. "No, their identities have not been verified. They cannot enter." Zhou Yang frowned. "I trust them. Besides, if they're SA gunmen outside, they aren't safe either." Zhou Yang remained resolute. "Mr. Zhou, your safety is paramount." With no choice, Zhou Yang raised his voice. "I'm fine. Please wait outside and follow the instructions." "All right, as long as you're okay," Yu Changhong replied, relieved. Outside, Yu Changhong exhaled deeply. At his level, he understood Zhou Yang's significance and what his safety meant to the nation, that if anything were to happen to Zhou Yang, it would spell disaster for many. Chapter 54. Hostile forces. Despite the throngs of travelers at the airport, Chen Ruoyun's command prompted the airport precinct personnel, under the guidance of the security department, to swiftly seal off the entire airport. Every entry and exit was monitored, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. "What is going on? Why are there so many people? Why can't I leave? I have urgent matters." Frustration erupted among the detained passengers. The leader at the main exit shouted, "Please remain calm. Passengers, that an emergency situation has arisen at the airport. We kindly ask everyone to wait patiently." The airport's loudspeakers began broadcasting as well. "Emergency situation? What happened? I don't know, that I think someone heard gunshots over there. Could it be a terrorist attack? Is that true? I need to leave. It's too dangerous here," Many travelers, confused, surged towards the exits. What do we do? The leader was overwhelmed, reporting the situation via walkie-talkie to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, equally anxious, replied sternly, "What do you mean, what do we do? We wait for reinforcements." Fortunately, not far from the airport, an emergency response team received the call. With a single order, over 100 personnel quickly assembled and arrived at the airport within 5 minutes, effectively securing the area. The fully armed staff had a significant deterrent effect, gradually calming the previously agitated passengers. "Let us just wait. It's likely something serious has occurred," one traveler suggested. "Exactly, that if something does happen, it might not even be safe outside," another agreed. The initial turmoil among the travelers was quelled, and the staff began directing passengers into the waiting lounge. After another 15 minutes, many passengers noticed several large trucks arriving outside the airport, and armed personnel disembarked, quickly forming ranks to secure the entire airport. "Oh wow, something really has gone wrong. This is outrageous." Countless individuals marveled, pulling out their phones to capture the scene. Outside the lounge, despite confirming Zhou Yang's safety, Yu Changhong remained restless. That guy seemed to be targeting Mr. Zhou. It's terrifying. Come on, how could he be targeting us? We're just ordinary folks. Look at Mr. Zhou's status. Mr. Zhou's bodyguard is incredible, taking a bullet with her body that I've only seen such scenes in movies. I can't believe it's happening in real life. Feeling overwhelmed, Yu Changhong shouted, "Enough! Just be grateful Mr. Zhou is safe. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble." That moment, a group of individuals rushed in, swiftly securing the lounge. The leader, while walking, shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Seal off all entry and exit points within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport. Not even a fly is to escape." Following them, another group hurried in. "Minister," the personnel at the lounge door greeted the newcomer, a middle-aged man who was the head of the SZ City Security Department, Gao Kun. "Old Lin." Gao Kun acknowledged him. Old Lin nodded gravely. "Let us go inside." The two entered the lounge. Inside, Zhou Yang sat composedly, though he was internally anxious about Chenrin's injury. "Mr. Zhou, I'm so relieved you're unharmed," Gao Kun said hastily. Old Lin stepped forward, addressing Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou, we should leave now." Zhou Yang nodded. "All right, but I want to go to the new district hospital." That might not be very safe." Gao Kun hesitated. Zhou Yang looked at him. "Let us not make this more serious than it is. It is not the end of the world." After a moment of indecision, Gao Kun acquiesced, instructing Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, you go to the new district hospital and stand guard." Zhou Yang nodded and promptly departed. "Let us go," Zhou Yang said. Stepping outside, as he emerged from the lounge, he spotted Yu Changhong and his companions confined in a corner. "Old Lin, can we take my friends with us?" Zhou Yang inquired. Old Lin contemplated briefly and then agreed. The group, under escort, swiftly made their way to the underground parking lot. The security department had arranged 2 cars. Zhou Yang entered one, while Yu Changhong and the others boarded the other, slowly exiting the airport en route to the new district hospital. "What exactly is Mr. Zhou's status?" Kong Lu asked. Why Yu Changhong, with a serious expression, replied, "Enough with the questions. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you." With the state cooperating, Yu Changhong understood that Zhou Yang's identity was far from ordinary. He had his own speculations, especially considering the collaboration involved matrix energy. The collaboration between Lenovo and BYD in the battery sector, along with matrix energy, is strikingly similar to what is happening on our side. That why Yu Changhong speculates boldly that Zhou Yang is likely the developer of the Longshin battery. Such a national asset deserves nothing less than the utmost treatment. The group arrived smoothly at the new district hospital. Zhou Yang approached the operating room, where Chenrian was already undergoing surgery. "Mr. Zhou, I have already consulted the doctor. Director Chen's timely arrival should mitigate any significant issues." Gao Kun whispered. Zhou Yang sighed in relief. If Chenrian had perished shielding him, he would never forgive himself. Yet this young woman was undeniably tenacious, risking her life as a mere bodyguard. "By the way, who were my assailants?" Zhou Yang inquired. Gao Kun's expression shifted slightly as he pondered. "We have conducted a preliminary investigation, ruled out various possibilities, and identified the shooter as likely being arranged by hostile forces." "Hostile forces?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping the implication. Chapter 55. You have no idea how important you are in the modern world. The speed of information dissemination is astonishing. News of the SZ airport being cordoned off by a large contingent of special police and military personnel swiftly made its way online, with videos readily available. The trending topic on Douyin surged rapidly, dominating the charts. The comment section exploded with tens of thousands of responses. "What on earth is happening?" It's such a commotion that even the military has been deployed. It was said that gunshots were heard at the airport, prompting authorities to detain all travelers, preventing anyone from leaving. Furthermore, access was barred entirely. The highway leading to the airport was under traffic control, with reports indicating that police had sealed off areas 3 kilometers from the airport, halting vehicles. Are they conducting a counterterrorism drill? Unlikely. In such cases, prior notifications are typically issued, and they wouldn't restrict so many travelers. It's likely something serious has occurred. After all, there were gunshots. Perhaps there are criminals causing a disturbance. Isn't there security at the airport? How could someone smuggle a gun inside? And even if a robbery were to occur, who would target an airport? Besides, even if there were an incident, wouldn't the police handle it? Why are the military involved? I'm at the airport and can assure you that at least a battalion has arrived. It's terrifying. As discussions proliferated online, major media outlets flocked to the scene like cats drawn to fish, yet they were all turned away. Soon, it was observed that the nearby new district hospital was also swarming with military personnel, with an entire building cordoned off and under guard. Reporters, unable to find news elsewhere, rushed towards the hospital. "Director, there are many journalists outside," an aide reported to Gao Kun. Frowning, Gao Kun replied, "The rapid spread of information is a concern. Everyone has a smartphone. Any incident can be recorded and uploaded instantly, and if we react slowly, the footage spreads uncontrollably." Zhou Yang interjected, "Director Gao, this situation should not escalate further. The repercussions could be severe. If all is well at the airport, we should withdraw and restore normalcy as soon as possible. We don't need such a heavy presence here." Gao Kun understood the implications, contemplating, "Mr. Zhou, we can withdraw, but you must accompany us to a safer location. We cannot ascertain if there are further threats, so we must ensure your safety before reducing our security." Zhou Yang wished to remain at the hospital until the surgery's conclusion, but recognizing that if he stayed, Gao Kun would not withdraw, he conceded, "Very well, I will go with you." "Good," Gao Kun affirmed, then suggested, "Colonel Lin, I believe the ground may not be secure. Since you have an aviation regiment, could you arrange for a helicopter to extract Mr. Zhou to your base? I doubt the adversaries would dare to attack your camp." Colonel Lin nodded. "That is a sound plan. I will arrange it. Give me 10 minutes. Zhou Yang found the notion absurd. There is no need for a helicopter. It would be a waste of resources. No, it is indeed necessary, Mr. Zhou. Even if you are unaware of your significance, we are not. Your safety is paramount," Gao Kun insisted. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. After some contemplation, he approached Yu Changhong and the others. "Mr. Yu, I apologize for the disruption. It seems our meeting with Haishir must be postponed by a couple of days. I will ensure you are informed in advance." Why? Yu Changhong quickly shook his head. "Mr. Zhou, please don't say that. Such events are unforeseen. I am the one who should apologize for causing you distress." Zhou Yang waved his hand, then turned to Kong Lu. "You all performed admirably this time. I hold shares in Matrix Energy, so I consider you partially in charge. Therefore, I will grant you 2 days off to rest and recuperate. In 2 days, I will return to review your research outcomes." Kong Lu nodded, still dazed, as these technical men struggled to process the situation. After a brief wait, Colonel Lin announced that arrangements had been made. "There is a helipad on the hospital's roof. Let us proceed to the top floor." Zhou Yang nodded and waved goodbye to Yu Changhong and the others. As Kong Lu peered out the window, he soon spotted a military helicopter soaring away, his mouth agape in astonishment. However, considering Zhou Yang's status, leaving via military transport seemed less extraordinary. Upon arrival at the camp, Zhou Yang was accommodated in a guest house. 4 hours later, Li Tianshu hurried in, and upon seeing Zhou Yang, his first words were, "Mr. Zhou, this incident represents a serious lapse in our operations that has caused you distress. Rest assured, we will ensure nothing of this nature occurs again." Li Tianshu, stationed in a different region, nearly choked upon learning of Zhou Yang's encounter with the assailant at the airport. The Longshin battery, biocellular chips, and high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's contributions had alleviated numerous technological pain points for the nation. Moreover, given Zhou Yang's youth, who knew what further breakthroughs he might achieve? Should anything happen to him now, Li Tianshu would be deemed a traitor to the nation. The higher-ups were equally furious. Li Tianshu was the first to arrive, with more senior officials expected shortly to express their support. Zhou Yang remained calm, stating, "It's nothing. I anticipated such occurrences when I returned to engage in research. My parents were victims of hostile forces. They refused to divulge any intelligence, even at the cost of their lives. I, too, will not abandon my work out of fear." Li Tianshu felt a wave of emotion. He had investigated Zhou Yang's parents and understood their sacrifices for the country. By the way, How is Chunruyan? Has the surgery concluded? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu nodded. The surgery is complete and successful, with no significant aftereffects. That is reassuring. Zhou Yang sighed in relief. He could not forgive himself if anything befell Chunruyan. Have we thoroughly investigated this incident? Zhou Yang pressed. That is at hostile forces from M country. What could have prompted their interest in me? Surely, it cannot solely be due to my prior imprisonment. That incident is long past. M country would not resort to assassination over such matters. Li Tianshu replied. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but Director Han from the Special Operations Bureau has arrived. Perhaps he could provide further insights. Only then did Zhou Yang notice Han Haining following Li Tianshu. Chapter 56. Publicizing the chip. Han Haining stepped forward, having been shaken by the events. Chunruyan was a subordinate, directly responsible for Zhou Yang's security. Should anything happen to Zhou Yang, many would be implicated, with Han Haining at the forefront of Mr. Zhou. Han Haining began, We have not fully investigated the situation, but we can discern a general outline. The catalyst appears to be the press conference for the Longshin battery, where Director Chen accompanied you and inadvertently sparked the incident. Zhou Yang expressed surprise. Is it related to that? Han Haining proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding Zheng Yun, detailing their thorough investigation and the intelligence they had gathered from M country's agencies, which suggested that this incident had indeed drawn Zhou Yang into their sights. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Exhaling, I see. Tian Nai chemical. Who would have thought such animosities were at play? What happened next? Did the intelligence agencies of M country deduce that I was the developer of the Longshin battery, prompting the assassination attempt? Zhou Yang asked. Han Haining affirmed. It appears that way. Zhou Yang scoffed. If M country wishes for my demise, then I shall endeavor to develop even more formidable innovations, propelling our nation to become the strongest in the world. Excellent. Li Tianshu applauded. Mr. Zhou, your resolve is admirable. Rest assured, the research will be entrusted to you, while we will handle the remaining matters. Han Haining nodded vigorously and said, Mr. Zhou, Han Haining, swear here that if you suffer any harm again, I will present my head in apology. Videos of the incident at the airport continued to circulate wildly online. The authorities swiftly released a statement to dispel the rumors, asserting that it was the act of an extreme criminal who, due to personal disputes, attempted to attack an enemy with a homemade firearm, but had already been subdued. Meanwhile, through technical measures, the matter was gradually suppressed. However, Zhou Yang understood that the United States would not let this go easily. Yet, Zhou Yang had nothing to fear. The day after the incident, he went to the headquarters of HiSilicon to inspect the samples of the bionic cell chips that he was received by Yu Changhong, who, upon seeing Zhou Yang, apologized profusely that it's all in the past now. Let's go see the research results from the past 2 months, Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong nodded and led Zhou Yang to the laboratory. Kong Lu and others had been waiting eagerly and rushed to greet Zhou Yang excitedly. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to a chip on the workbench. Is this the Tianqin 100? Zhou Yang inquired. The chip was quite small, measuring 1.5 centimeters on each side, and without the external packaging. The actual chip size was merely 1 centimeter, with a thickness of about 1 millimeter. Can I hold it? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang then picked it up. At first glance, it appeared no different from existing silicon-based chips, but its interior held great promise. Has its performance been tested? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu responded, We have conducted tests, and the data shows that its performance is 112 times that of the A14 chip. The theoretical design anticipated a performance exceeding 100 times that of the A14, but we did not expect it to perform even better in practice. 112 times. That's quite astonishing, Li Tianshu, who had accompanied them, exclaimed. Kong Lu, brimming with pride, added, Its main frequency has reached an astonishing 340 gigahertz, and it exhibits remarkable performance in floating-point calculations and multithreading. It is not an exaggeration to say that this small chip's computational power rivals that of a small supercomputer. Li Tianshu nodded vigorously. Though he did not fully comprehend the details, he understood one thing. The Tianqin 100 was formidable, capable of outclassing all global chips. Zhou Yang set the chip down. After just over 2 months, HiSilicon had produced a sample, which pleased him immensely. Let us move on to the next phase. Industrial production, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Kong Lu and the other researchers erupted in excitement. Although the chip had been successfully developed, Zhou Yang's acknowledgement as the developer was crucial for Kong Lu and the others to consider it a true success. Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong and asked, How prepared is the factory for production? The design of the chip was one aspect. The ability to produce it was key. From the raw materials to slicing, needle guidance, curing, and packaging, the entire production process involved hundreds of intricate processes, making it no simple task. Zhou Yang had provided the relevant production process designs. Thus, while developing the chip, HiSilicon had allocated numerous researchers to work on industrial design. Yu Changhong replied, "Thanks to the design materials you provided. About 80 of the issues have been resolved, especially the critical needle devices have been successfully developed. I believe that within a month, we can complete all designs, followed by another month for installation and debugging. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to resolve production issues in 2 months." The entire project was well funded, with the state providing hundreds of billions in capital, allowing HiSilicon to hire extensively and significantly enhance their research and development capabilities. However, the most crucial factor was that Zhou Yang had completed the entire industrial design, including the design of the equipment and the process requirements. Even the control systems for the equipment had been prepared in advance by Zhou Yang. Given the ample funding and resources, completing the industrial design and commencing production within 4 months was indeed feasible. Tianshu, astonished, couldn't he believe how quickly the Tianqin 100 would go into production. However, he felt that, similar to the Longshin battery, it was all thanks to Zhou Yang resolving the industrial design that such speed was achievable. Good. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. The chip issue seemed resolved. By the way, Yu Changhong suddenly said, "Since Mr. Zhou and Director Li are here, I would like to discuss whether we should hold a press conference to announce the Tianqin 100 to the world. Such a high-end chip, once revealed, would undoubtedly cause a stir globally." Furthermore, Yu Changhong was uncertain about the state's stance, whether to continue concealing their strength or to expose IT. It is worth noting that even HiSilicon's division from Huawei and joining Matrix Energy had not been disclosed externally. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment and replied, "This is a significant matter. I need to report it to higher authorities for guidance. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts?" Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang, whose opinion was pivotal. "Why not make it public?" Zhou Yang smiled. "Such a momentous occasion should indeed be shared with the world. Moreover, our nation is no longer afraid of any threats. There is no need to hide. We should use righteous means to instill fear in our adversaries and compel their submission." Li Tianshu's expression grew serious, and he immediately said, "I understand that I will convey your message to the higher-ups." Chapter 57. The press conference for Tianqin 100. A few days later, a decision came from above. To make it public, Mr. Zhou stated, "Our nation is no longer daunted by any challenges and has no need for secrecy. If we aspire to be number one in the world, we must exhibit the grandeur befitting of the world's leading power, becoming the core of technology, so that our competitors can only look up in awe." Li Tianshu articulated this sentiment. Yu Changhong nodded excitedly. Having developed such an exceptional product, it would be deeply unsatisfactory to hide it away. Coincidentally, during this period, Huawei was under severe constraints from the United States, and the Tianqin 100 represented the perfect counterattack. On November 20th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo account. On December 1st, Qingtian Center, "The future awaits you." As the saying goes, the shorter the content, the greater the information conveyed. Yu Changhong's post quickly made headlines, drawing widespread attention. "President Yu is gearing up for something big." Previously, when he shared an image of the chip, I speculated that Huawei was preparing a significant announcement. Now, it has finally arrived. I estimate that Huawei must have resolved the chip production issues. If so, that would be fantastic. No way. TSMC won't do contract manufacturing for Huawei. Who else could? Relying on those domestic semiconductor manufacturers? That's wishful thinking. Perhaps it's a new product launch. The Mate 40 has been delayed for too long and is surely set to be unveiled. If it's merely the Mate 40 with a Longshin battery, I'll lose respect for Huawei. After such a long delay, if it's just more of the same, how can it satisfy us fans? Exactly. The production issues with the Longshin battery have been resolved. Many smartphone manufacturers have already received substantial supplies of Longshin batteries. Xiaomi is quickly ramping up distribution, and flagship models incorporating Longshin batteries will likely be launched next month. Honestly, the Longshin battery is quite appealing. Over 100,000 mAh. I currently charge my device about once a month. Various discussions erupted online, and major media outlets worked diligently to uncover information about the upcoming press conference. However, Huawei's confidentiality was impeccable. No information leaked until the day of the conference. In Wanghu village, a knock echoed. Zhou Yang, engrossed in coding, did not hear it. The visitor opened the door quietly and stepped in. "It's nearly time, Mr. Zhou," the visitor announced at 9:40. Zhou Yang instinctively responded before suddenly realizing the voice was not Li Ziyu's. He turned abruptly and met a pair of beautiful eyes. "Chenren!" Zhou Yang exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed Chenrin, that Mr. Zhou. Chenrin smiled and nodded, a rare sight of this icy beauty smiling. Welcome back, Zhou Yang said, excitedly rising to embrace her, but then hesitated, extending his hand instead. Chenrin shook his hand and said, I owe you my life. I must thank you properly that I end that critical moment. Had Chenrin insisted on staying at the airport, she would have faced grave danger. Zhou Yang's insistence on taking her to the hospital indeed saved her life. Zhou Yang chuckled. Let us not dwell on it. You saved me from a bullet, so we're even. But next time, don't do that again. Chenrin smiled, indicating that she would still act without hesitation in similar situations. That be by the way, what were you saying earlier? Zhou Yang inquired. Chenrin replied, your schedule includes attending Huawei's press conference, which is starting in 20 minutes. As she spoke, she moved forward and turned on the television. CCTV was broadcasting the event live. Compared to the previous BYD press conference, this one was of even higher caliber. The significance of Tianjin 100 surpassed that of the Longshin battery. Good, please pour me a cup of tea. Zhou Yang took a seat. And this time, security would undoubtedly prevent him from attending the event in person. Moreover, Yu Changhong would not dare to extend another invitation to him. On the television, reporters were providing updates outside the Qingtian Conference Center. The entire Qingtian Center could accommodate 7,000 spectators, and attendees were gradually entering the venue. This time, in addition to enthusiastic ordinary audience members, Huawei had also invited a multitude of industry professionals. Now, let us turn our cameras towards the interior of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but also major mainstream media outlets were live-streaming the event online. On Douyin, the viewership surpassed 10 million. Such a grand affair. Rumor has it that CCTV was broadcasting it as well. It was said that during the last BYD press conference, Yu Changhong had attended. Perhaps he was inspired by CCTV's coverage and sought the same for this event. To be frank, it seems somewhat inappropriate for a company to have its press conference broadcasted by state media. Indeed, state media should maintain a more formal stance. Broadcasting something like the Longshin battery, a technological achievement beneficial to the nation and its people, could be justified, but what merit does Huawei's smartphone launch hold for such coverage? Numerous netizens engaged in fervent discussions at 10 o'clock sharp. The press conference commenced punctually. To Huawei's presentations had always been minimalist, devoid of excessive embellishments. The speaker for the event was once again Yu Changhong. Dressed in a suit, he confidently stepped onto the stage. Yu Changhong began by briefly announcing Huawei's recent developmental achievements before stating, next, we would like to invite a special guest. As he spoke, a young man emerged from backstage. Many financial journalists in attendance quickly recognized him. Wow, I know this person. He's you from Matrix Energy. Indeed, it was him. Matrix Energy was rumored to be quite mysterious, having acquired BYD's battery division after its split. Analysts had long speculated that the state was behind Matrix Energy. How could a strategic technological achievement like the Longshin battery be entrusted to a private enterprise? The pivotal question, however, was why Matrix Energy was present at Huawei's press conference. Some reporters had already begun to speculate on the reason. On stage, Yu Changhong unveiled the purpose of the guest presence. Let us welcome Mr. He's you from Matrix Energy, that I will now represent Huawei to announce a significant decision. In truth, this decision had been made over 2 months prior. It was merely being disclosed now. That decision was for HiSilicon Kirin to be spun off from Huawei and merged into Matrix Energy as a subsidiary through a technology equity stake. The specifics of the acquisition plan would not be disclosed at this time. Although Yu Changhong's words were brief, they ignited a wave of astonishment among those present. HiSilicon Kirin, a semiconductor enterprise meticulously crafted by Huawei, was one of the leading chip design companies in the country. Each year, Huawei invested hundreds of billions into HiSilicon Kirin, and it had been calculated that HiSilicon Semiconductor alone was valued at over 1 trillion yuan. For such a trillion-dollar company to be directly swallowed by Matrix Energy was indeed staggering. The venue buzzed with discussion. Matrix Energy is incredible. First, they acquired the battery division, and now they've taken HiSilicon Kirin. They are invincible. Some remarked that it was the state's prowess at play, as anyone with a modicum of understanding would realize that Matrix Energy was merely the state team stepping onto the field. Indeed, if it were not for the state team, how could Matrix Energy remain so enigmatic? To date, aside from its name, there is no corporate information available. The attendees were all business elites and seasoned journalists, well-informed enough to understand that Matrix Energy's acquisition of the trillion-dollar HiSilicon Kirin was feasible given the strength of the state team. They were merely astonished that HiSilicon Kirin was willing to sell itself. HiSilicon Kirin was essentially the core business of V, which was not a publicly traded company. Many capitalists had sought to invest in them, but had returned empty-handed. This indicated that Huawei did not require capital investment and was financially stable. Yet they suddenly sold themselves to the state team. Many reporters' eyes gleamed with insight, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the online audience lacked such acumen. Wow, Matrix Energy is phenomenal. They've even swallowed high-silicon Kirin. Could someone please enlighten me on high-silicon Kirin's valuation? Valuation? At the very least, it's worth $1 trillion. Dumbfounded, they wondered about the origins of Matrix Energy, recalling that it had previously absorbed a certain battery division, that IT wasn't just any division. It was the battery business of a certain company. But even so, that's impressive. Their battery division is worth at least hundreds of billions. At the press conference, after announcing the first major news, Yu Changhong merely introduced Heziyu's identity without delving deeper. Heziyu was merely a symbolic figure, and certain details were not suitable for public revelation. Now, let us move on to the next phase. After Heziyu departed the stage, Yu Changhong continued, as many of you are aware. We have been sanctioned by the United States, which has severely impacted our chip business. Many have speculated that our next generation of chips would be stillborn. Upon uttering these words, the venue fell silent. Meanwhile, the live streaming platforms erupted with anger, filled with comments condemning the United States for their unscrupulous actions. The United States is despicable. First it was X, now it's V. Ultimately, it boils down to our lack of mastery over core technology. Being behind means suffering the consequences. When will this cycle end? V is fortunate. Unlike X, which was completely obliterated, V has managed to endure until now. I said, regardless of what V announces today, we must support them. Yes, support domestic products. At the press conference, Yu Changhong proclaimed. However, amidst this adversity, our dedicated RD personnel persevered and developed the next generation of chips, introducing the 1000. A picture of the 1000 appeared on the large screen, and the audience erupted in cheers. The live streaming platforms were flooded with praises. Indeed, this was a brand new generation of chips. Earlier rumors had circulated that Huawei had finalized the next generation of chips, touted as the strongest ever. The issue, however, lay in production. TSMC seemed unwilling to manufacture for V, and domestic enterprises were incapable of producing 5-nanometer processes. While the chips had been developed, without production capabilities, they were rendered useless. Don't be pessimistic. The fact that they can develop it is already impressive. Applause erupted in the venue. It was easy to imagine how challenging it was to research the 1000 under the immense pressure of U.S. sanctions. Yu Changhong waved his hand, signaling for silence, before stating, there should be applause here. However, I must inform you that what we at V aim for extends beyond this. After a pause, Yu Changhong gestured emphatically. And with inspiring background music, the screen suddenly shifted to reveal a brand new chip. Confusion spread across the faces of the attendees. Another chip? Yu Changhong explained, we have decided to fundamentally alter our research and development approach. Here, I would like to express gratitude to one individual who has ushered in a new future. For confidentiality reasons, I cannot disclose this person's identity. However, in the hearts of our thousands of RD personnel, he is a figure to be forever remembered. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Yu Changhong's grand introduction of this individual, while withholding their identity for confidentiality, left them questioning who this person was and what role they played. Now, let me formally introduce this chip, which possesses complete independent intellectual property rights and is about to enter mass production. The biosimilar cell chip, known as the Chip 100, that a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Weren't they supposed to be introducing the 1000? Why had it suddenly shifted to the Chip 100? What was a biosimilar cell chip? And when had they begun producing chips? Hadn't they always just designed them? Yet, the astute among them began to grasp that Yu Changhong was about to unveil something monumental. Why glossing over the introduction of the 1000 and instead elaborating on the Chip 100. It suggested that in the eyes of high silicon, the Chip 100 was the main focus. Yu Changhong continued, the biosimilar cell chip is unlike any chip currently existing in the world. It employs entirely new foundational materials and features a novel internal structure. I regret that I cannot divulge intricate details about the chip. However, I can tell you that within this chip, measuring 1 centimeter square and 1 millimeter thick, there are 26 trillion quasi-transistor structures. Indeed, 26 trillion, 100 times that of the transistors in Apple's A14 chip. Boom! The atmosphere in the venue felt as if it had detonated, erupting in disbelief that 26 trillion transistors, 100 times that of the A14. The A14, heralded as the most formidable chip on Earth, While the Tianqin 100 boasts a transistor count that eclipses it by a factor of 100, Yu Changhong's declaration struck the audience like a bombshell, leaving them in a state of utter shock. Meanwhile, the live streaming platforms were equally stunned into silence. All viewers left in Yu Changhong seemed to be dissatisfied with the impact of his announcement and stated, "The Tianqin 100 will boast a staggering clock speed of 340 gigahertz. What does this figure imply? You can envision its computational power as being equivalent to that of a small supercomputer. My goodness, a clock speed of 340 gigahertz. Am I dreaming? How could such a diminutive chip possess such an extraordinary frequency? It's astonishing." Below the stage, many people were already shouting in disbelief that a clock speed of 340 gigahertz is simply outrageous. In the various live streaming platforms, the audience remained in a state of shock that Yu Changhong refrained from detailing the materials or designs utilized in the Tianqin 100, opting instead to communicate in terms readily comprehensible to the general public. He noted that the transistor structure reached an astounding 26 trillion, which is 100 times that of the most powerful existing chip. The clock speed of 340 gigahertz is also more than 100 times that of the A14 chip. In essence, the performance is 100-fold greater than that of the world's most powerful chip, the A14, that this is not merely an incremental improvement, but a direct enhancement of 100 times to AT this moment. Moore's law seemed to have lost all relevance. The atmosphere at the launch event was rife with murmurs. Earlier, some experts had speculated that the performance of the Kirin 1000 would likely fall short of the A14, but could rival the Snapdragon 865. After all, Apple's A-series chips have long represented the pinnacle of technological achievement. Yet now, as Huawei developed the Kirin 1000, they had also unveiled the Tianqin 100. The crux of the matter is that the performance of the Tianqin 100 is an embodiment of black technology. An otherworldly advancement, that an enhancement by a factor of 100 is simply unbelievable. Mr. Yu, is this truly authentic? Surely, the Tianqin 100 cannot be a fabrication, for these statistics seem implausible, a reporter exclaimed, voicing the collective skepticism of everyone present. It is no wonder they found it hard to believe, as the capabilities of the Tianqin 100 are astonishingly surreal. That a person ascended the stage, presenting Yu Changhong with a smartphone, that he raised the device high and declared, "This is our upcoming flagship smartphone, the Mate 40 Pro, which will be powered by the Tianqin 100 chip. Ideally, I would provide a thorough introduction to this latest flagship phone. However, the pertinent details have been sufficiently disclosed by the media. Thus, there is little more to say, as today's focus is squarely on the Tianqin 100. Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment that TO prioritized the introduction of the Tianqin 100 over that of the latest flagship phone was remarkable. Yet, the audience hardly noticed. All eyes were fixated on the smartphone in Yu Changhong's hand. He continued to illustrate just how powerful this phone is. Discussing technical jargon might leave many perplexed, so let us be straightforward and run a benchmark test. Yu Changhong opened the smartphone and said, "Let us initiate a run on Antutu." The large screen displayed the phone's interface that Yu Changhong launched the Antutu benchmarking software and began the test. The latest Apple iPhone 12, equipped with the A14 chip, achieved a score of 570,000. That let us see what score the Tianqin 100 can achieve. As the software began to process, the results emerged after a few minutes, causing the audience, as well as those watching the live stream, to collectively gasp in astonishment that a score in the 8-digit range. Unbelievable. It achieved over 65 million points. This is insane. Has Antutu malfunctioned? Over 60 million points? Are we serious? The crowd was engulfed in disbelief, as the reported score exceeded that of the A14 by more than 100 times. Yu Changhong remarked, "Some may doubt this score, suspecting we are fabricating the results. You can check your own devices for the Antutu rankings, and you should find our phone's score recorded there." Numerous attendees promptly retrieved their phones to verify. Indeed, the Antutu rankings displayed a surprising entry: the Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a score of over 65 million. Yu Changhong continued, "If anyone believes Antutu lacks credibility, let us switch to another benchmark, Geekbench, which is a highly regarded software internationally. Let us conduct a test that, as I understand it, the A14 scores 1583 in single-core performance and 4198 in multi-core performance, while the Snapdragon 865 scores only 845 in single-core and 3106 in multi-core." As he spoke, Yu Changhong opened the software and began the test. Countless breaths were held as everyone watched the software run. Soon, the results were unveiled, leaving the audience in awe. Geekbench did not recognize the chip, but the scores were astonishing. Over 181,000 in single-core and more than 478,000 in multi-core performance. This figure, compared to the A14 score, was not just a crushing defeat. It was a complete annihilation. With a smile, Yu Changhong stated, "You should have witnessed the remarkable capabilities of the Tianqin chip. What do you think such a chip could achieve? Running hundreds of applications simultaneously in the background may encounter limitations due to memory constraints, or perhaps playing the most demanding mobile games. Let me assure you, the Tianqin 100 can run any mobile game at the highest settings without a hitch. I need not even test that." Many in the audience chuckled knowingly. Indeed, the Tianqin 100 is so powerful that it could easily manage any game. Yu Changhong added, "The Tianqin 100 offers a hundredfold performance advantage over the current strongest chip. The A14.IT is likely that once you purchase this phone, you will never experience the CPU operating at full capacity due to its excessive performance. Since this is the debut of the Tianqin 100, we have no plans to limit its performance. Hence, we believe the Tianqin 100 should have immense utility in various domains, such as in a computer." Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment, realizing that Huawei is not merely focusing on mobile platforms, but is also venturing into desktop computing. The Tianqin 100's capabilities are so superior that even desktop CPUs, while stronger, would still lag significantly behind. That I am keen to know if the major players in the industry are watching this launch. If so, I ask, are you feeling anxious? Yu Changhong gestured, and a laptop was brought to him. As you may know, mobile chips primarily utilize ARM architecture, while desktop CPUs employ x86 architecture. The differing architectures make compatibility a challenge. However, this has changed with the new generation of biomimetic cellular chips, which feature an entirely new architecture that is compatible with both ARM and x86. This means that our Tianqin 100 can be used on both mobile and desktop platforms. The venue erupted once more, each revelation feeling like a roller coaster ride, elevating their emotions to new heights. Yu Changhong pointed to the laptop before him and continued, "Many professionals in attendance may understand certain fundamentals, such as why Intel does not manufacture GPUs and why NVIDIA does not produce CPUs. Is it due to a lack of technology? Certainly not. Intel is the largest chip manufacturer and also the leading vendor of integrated graphics, dominating the market. Yet, despite having the technology, they refrain from pursuing those markets. Not due to a disdain for the profits, but rather due to the patent barriers erected by NVIDIA and AMD over many years." Yu Changhong elaborated, "Patents are an insurmountable wall. However, that is no longer the case, as our biomimetic cellular chip fundamentally differs from any chip present in modern society. Thus, patent issues do not pose a challenge for us, as we have redefined what a chip is." He opened the laptop before him. Due to the Tianqin 100's unique design, it possesses remarkable compatibility. In reality, the CPUs for mobile and desktop platforms are fundamentally similar. The primary distinction lies in power consumption. The same chip can be utilized across different platforms. For instance, this laptop, which features our Tianqin 100, has a motherboard designed for mobile platforms, but can also accommodate the existing desktop x86 architecture due to its underlying structure. Simultaneously, there is an essential aspect to consider: the GPU. I previously mentioned that the Mate 40 Pro can seamlessly execute any mobile game available on the market, not only due to its formidable performance, but also because of our newly designed GPU. This GPU is a biomimetic cellular chip, allowing us to elegantly circumvent all existing patent barriers, thus granting us the freedom to innovate at will, resulting in its astonishing capabilities. To gauge its performance, let us conduct a test. Yu Changhong concluded his remarks. The live streaming platform erupted with a cacophony of excitement. "Old Huang, are you feeling anxious now?" Many echoed similar sentiments as before. Huawei, seemingly eager for a grand spectacle, intended to challenge multiple domains simultaneously. The press conference, Yu Changhong opened his laptop, which still operated on the Microsoft system. Observing this, numerous professionals nodded in agreement, affirming that Yu Changhong's assertion of the Tianqin 100's compatibility with the x86 architecture was indeed credible. Yu Changhong stated, "Let us first evaluate video rendering. This is a video crafted by our design team. You will witness the rendering prowess of the Tianqin 100. As the saying goes, modeling demands a powerful GPU. While rendering relies heavily on CPU capabilities. In the realm of CG rendering and video processing, the CPU's computational power is put to the ultimate test. Sometimes, a brief video of mere seconds can take several hours to render." Yu Changhong launched a professional rendering software and commenced the process. The raw modeling began rendering at the speed of video playback, with light and textures materializing within a span of just over 10 seconds. Under normal circumstances, rendering such a segment on a workstation-grade computer could take several hours. However, the audience bore witness to an astonishingly swift performance. Indeed, many individuals engaged in film post-production and video rendering were left in awe by Yu Changhong's demonstration. They fully understood the time and effort typically required for such video rendering tasks, and the introduction of the Tianqin 100 could be said to revolutionize the entire industry. That IT was incredulous. Rendering such a video with mainstream configurations would typically demand not just hours, but an entire day and night. Indeed, you cannot fathom the sluggishness of conventional rendering processes. The Tianqin 100 is truly remarkable. And given its extraordinary performance, such results are to be expected. The audience buzzed with conversation, and the atmosphere at the conference was electrified to why Yu Changhong continued. Let us engage in a game for further testing. My staff informed me that the most visually demanding game currently is called Cyberpunk, which poses significant requirements on GPUs. Let us test it on this laptop. Why Yu Changhong opened the pre-downloaded game. On the large screen, the audience could clearly see the game loading instantaneously, with virtually no loading time, that he effortlessly adjusted all game settings to the highest quality. This game is renowned as a GPU killer, with even the most powerful graphics card, the 3090, struggling to maintain 60 frames per second. Yet, to the astonishment of many, Yu Changhong's laptop ran the entire game smoothly at the highest graphical settings. Witnessing this, numerous gamers expressed their disbelief that I feel like the newly purchased 3090 might just be a costly mistake. One lamented, "Why didn't Huawei launch the Tianqin 100 sooner? My 3090 just arrived," forgetting everything else. Many were eager to know when the Tianqin 100 would be available for purchase, their anticipation palpable. The performance of the Tianqin 100 at the press conference left many in awe. However, considering its remarkable capabilities, it was hardly surprising. This chip was indeed a performance beast. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, "Mr. Yu, what about heat dissipation? Such powerful performance must generate significant heat, right?" This prompted many industry insiders to realize the implication. Stronger performance equates to greater power consumption. Desktop CPUs outperform mobile chips, and although it is feasible to fit desktop-grade chips into a phone's compact form factor, the reason they are not used lies in their excessive power consumption. The diminutive phone batteries and constrained internal spaces severely limit heat dissipation capabilities. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yu Changhong, awaiting his response. Why Yu Changhong, seemingly anticipating such inquiries, remarked, "All right, I believe I have addressed most of the key points. We can now proceed to the Q&A session." Some might wonder, as performance increases, so does heat generation, but in reality, all your perceptions are based on existing silicon-based chips. The biomimetic cellular chip represents a fundamentally different entity. While I liken its structure to transistors, it operates and is constructed in ways that diverge from your assumptions that I cannot divulge too much detail, but I assure you, its heat output is not as severe as you might envision. We have conducted tests, and under full power operation, its heat remains around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. With appropriate thermal management design, there is no cause for concern regarding heat issues. As for power consumption, while it is indeed substantial, I believe breakthroughs in battery technology will render this level of consumption manageable. Upon hearing this, the audience suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, with the emergence of Longshin batteries, it is anticipated that, starting next year, smartphone battery capacities will soar beyond 100,000 mAh, thereby accommodating even significant chip power consumption effortlessly. Chapter 61. Groundbreaking performance with extraordinary performance, manageable power consumption, and the addition of Longshin batteries. The Tianqin 100 is truly invincible, with no rivals on the global stage. At the press conference, Yu Changhong stated, "I am certain that many of you have numerous questions, so I will now address some of the key concerns that have arisen." Immediately, a reporter raised their hand to inquire. Why Yu Changhong selected one at random. "Mr. Yu, who is the person you previously referenced? Was the Tianqin 100 developed by this individual?" Everyone fixated on Yu Changhong, as the strength of the Tianqin 100 truly embodied an existence akin to black technology. While the audience trusted Huawei's research capabilities, the Tianqin 100 appeared somewhat implausible as a product of their development, primarily due to its sudden emergence without any prior indication. Even if the secrecy was impeccable, some information would inevitably leak, such as news about Huawei secretly developing a mysterious chip. Yet, nothing had surfaced, making the Tianqin 100's arrival seem almost miraculous. Why Yu Changhong smiled and replied, "No comment." Next question. Another reporter stood up, eager to inquire about the mysterious individual, but ultimately chose a different path, asking, "Mr. Yu, you mentioned that the Tianqin 100 is set for mass production and will be featured in the Mate 40 Pro. Have you resolved the mass production issue, and where did you acquire the photolithography machine?" It is well known that Huawei is primarily a chip design company, relying on foundries like TSMC for actual chip production. If Huawei possessed in-house production capabilities, they would not have suffered so severely under U.S. sanctions. Yu Changhong clarified. First, I must state a fact. I have made it abundantly clear that the Tianqin 100 is not a traditional chip. It is a completely new design with novel materials, production methods, and architecture. Therefore, we do not require a photolithography machine, as it is unnecessary. As for your question regarding mass production, yes, we have resolved it, and production will commence as early as January next year. Yu Changhong's announcement caused an uproar among the audience, with cheers erupting on the live streaming platform. Wow, Huawei is incredible. They are going straight to mass production. Furthermore, the notion of not requiring a photolithography machine raised eyebrows. Is this the legendary assertion, if you want to play with me, I shall forge my own path? Constantly being told that producing a photolithography machine is an insurmountable challenge, it seems the tables have turned. One wonders how ASML will react upon hearing this news. With production commencing as soon as January, does that mean a phone featuring the Tianqin 100 could be available for purchase within that timeframe? Yet, the looming question remains, how much will such an extraordinary chip cost? The next reporter at the press conference inquired about the pricing of the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong responded, the price for the Tianqin 100 has not yet been finalized. However, I can assure you that our shipping price will not exceed that of the A14 or Qualcomm's flagship chips, which means it will be around 700 yuan. The cost of an A14 has been revealed to be approximately 100 US dollars, translating to around 700 yuan. The Tianqin 100 boasts 100 times the performance of the A14, yet is priced similarly. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of impending competition. It was evident that Huawei aimed to challenge Apple decisively on the live streaming platform. Viewers flooded the chat with praises for Huawei's audacity. In Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang gestured for Chunrian to turn off the television. Chunrian remarked, Mr. Zhou, the press conference is not yet concluded. Are you not watching? Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, there is nothing left to see. He held no interest in the pricing details. The pricing of the Tianqin 100 was not something Huawei could decide. It was dictated by national strategy, aimed at global expansion and direct competition with foreign high-end chips, thus initiating a technological confrontation. Consequently, even at a loss, the state would promote the Tianqin 100 on a large scale. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was aware that the cost of Tianqin 100 was merely a little over 400, leaving ample profit margins. However, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Yu Changhong's mention of the mysterious figure. Was it a directive from the state? Yu Changhong would never dare to disclose such an identity or existence. The Huawei press conference concluded, yet its repercussions lingered, akin to a tide sweeping across the nation and even the globe. The Tianqin 100 swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. Major media outlets and all forums were fervently discussing the Tianqin 100, boasting performance 100 times superior to the A14, which was simply astonishing. That evening, the 7 o'clock news devoted a full 5 minutes to detailing the scientific achievements of the Tianqin 100. Once again, the authorities stepped forward to validate its authenticity. That moment, the citizens were elated. First the Longshin battery, now the Tianqin 100, everyone could genuinely feel the strengthening of the nation. Furthermore, reports about the Tianqin 100 transcended oceans and reached the shores of the United States. In the headquarters of Apple, executives gathered to view a recording of the Huawei press conference, equipped with subtitles that all understood. What is this bionic cell chip? One executive exclaimed, 100 times stronger than ours. Is that for real? They must be fabricating stories. However, the subsequent benchmark testing rendered the room silent. Benchmark scores could hardly be faked, with an N2 scoring over 60 million and Geekbench surpassing 470,000. The figures were utterly disheartening. One executive stated, I have already inquired with Geekbench. They verified the back-end data, and this score appears to be legitimate. This declaration enveloped the room in a heavy silence. No one spoke. They continued to watch intently. When they saw Yu Changhong pull out a laptop to test video rendering capabilities and gaming performance, the gravity of their expressions deepened. They had identified another crucial element, GPU. Huawei had not only mastered the CPU but had also conquered the GPU. How is that possible? Someone gasped. Theoretically, GPUs and CPUs were similar, both being chips but differing in computational focus. A technical supervisor furrowed his brow and remarked, we should all understand that developing a GPU is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in circumventing existing patent barriers to create a GPU compatible with current software. NVIDIA and AMD have erected a patent fortress for their own interests, making it quite challenging for any company to breach this barrier. I suspect that the Tianqing 100, as Yu Changhong suggested, employs an entirely different architecture, thus avoiding any patent restrictions, making it feasible to design the Tianqing 100 and subsequently create a GPU of comparable performance. The technical supervisor's explanation did little to uplift the spirits of those present. The astonishing video rendering capabilities displayed by the Tianqing 100 weighed heavily on their minds that Apple's host systems represented a significant portion of their business, particularly their workstation-grade systems, which were the top choice for video rendering. The emergence of the Tianqing 100 would effectively put their systems at a disadvantage. In the next segment, during the QA, Yu Changhong confirmed that they had resolved mass production issues, with the earliest production slated for January of next year. FK. An executive exclaimed that if they don't even need lithography machines, how can the United States impose sanctions on V? They won't be able to impose sanctions anymore. Following this, Yu Changhong announced that the factory price of their chip would never exceed that of the A14, which left the executives even more agitated. They are declaring war on us, one executive shouted. Performance surpassing the A14 at a lower price is nothing short of a provocation. Cook cleared his throat to silence the uproar, surveying the room. Cook's expression was grave as he stated, "Folks, we have a significant problem. Indeed, a substantial problem. A dilemma for the fruit company. One could only imagine the impact the Tianqing 100 would have on their operations." Cook continued, "V is a formidable company that I have heard they plan to develop an operating system. Although we possess a comprehensive mobile ecosystem, their challenge cannot be disregarded." Heads nodded in agreement. V was indeed poised for a direct confrontation, posing a genuine threat to them. "What shall we do?" an executive inquired, and one answered. Cook said, "V's ambitions are monumental. They not only aim to challenge us, but also Intel and AMD. Therefore, I believe we should unite and apply pressure on them." V had revealed much information during the press conference, indicating intentions not only to integrate the Tianqing 100 into mobile platforms, but also to extend into desktop platforms, even securing GPU capabilities, which threatened the very existence of Intel and AMD. Should V succeed, neither the fruit company nor Intel or AMD would spare V from retaliation. Essentially, V had provoked three of the most powerful companies in the tech realm. Yes, that is the way to go. Let them face ruin. Many executives nodded in agreement. Cook declared, "Very well. I will meet with Intel tomorrow." In the CIA's Longshin Battery Intelligence Division, Jack had been assigned to the intelligence team, tasked with information gathering. "Chief, I would like you to view something." Jack approached team leader Roberson. Roberson was in a foul mood. Not long ago, their unit had confirmed Zhou Yang as the developer of the Longshin battery. After reporting to superiors, Roberson proposed an assassination plan targeting Zhou Yang. After deliberation, the higher-ups consented. How the plan was arranged, Roberson was not privy to. He only knew it had failed as Retribution. Another intelligence agency from an alternate Earth had dismantled many of their outposts, eliminating several undercover operatives, inflicting severe losses on the CIA. Consequently, Roberson faced criticism. "What is it?" Roberson asked absently. Jack began playing a video, which was the recording of V's press conference. "What is this?" Roberson watched for a moment before impatiently saying, "Get to the point." Jack hurriedly fast-forwarded the video, stating, "The crux lies here. The mysterious individual mentioned by Yu Changhong, separated from HiSilicon, was acquired by Matrix Energy, which you should be familiar with. Shortly after Matrix Energy acquired HiSilicon, HiSilicon suddenly developed this Tianqing 100 chip. Therefore, I suspect this mysterious person is likely the developer of the Tianqing 100 and also the creator of the Longshin battery, who is Zhou Yang." The mention of Matrix Energy alone was enough to capture Roberson's attention. After analysis, the intelligence team had essentially confirmed that Matrix Energy represented the government of the alternate Earth. Now, Matrix Energy was once again making strides in the chip industry and had quickly produced results. Yu Changhong's gratitude towards a mysterious person raised suspicions that Zhou Yang, closely associated with Matrix Energy, was indeed the developer of the Tianqing 100. Is the Tianqing 100 truly impressive? Roberson inquired. Jack nodded vigorously, saying, "More than impressive. It is akin to extraterrestrial technology, much like the Longshin battery. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Zhou Yang is behind the Tianqing 100's development, from the information I have gathered. Huawei lacks the capability to develop such technology. In Jack's view, if V had the capacity to create the Tianqing 100, they would not have been left in such a dismal state due to you. As to sanctions, Roberson gasped, exclaiming, "Isn't Zhou Yang the one who developed batteries? How did he delve into chips?" Jack shrugged, saying, "Who knows? But I have long asserted that this individual is a genius, a true prodigy. Alas, we should never have let him go." "Enough," Roberson waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. Come with me. We need to see the director. Half an hour later, Roberson reported their suspicions to the current CIA director, Ferguson. Roberson concluded, Director, Zhou Yang is becoming increasingly formidable. He has now developed chips. Such a talent cannot be left unchecked. He must be eliminated. Ferguson's expression turned serious as he gestured for Roberson to leave. I am aware of the situation you describe. I am heading to the White House now. We will make decisions upon my return. Several hours later, Ferguson returned. Director, what is the verdict? Are we to take action? Roberson asked. Ferguson nodded, saying yes, we must take action, but not through assassination. Instead, we should find a way to bring him to our country, that a talent like him should serve the interests of our nation. Bring him to our country? Roberson's eyes widened in disbelief. Director, is that even possible? Ferguson replied, nothing is impossible. For now, focus on devising a plan to bring him here. You are responsible for intelligence gathering, as you are most familiar with Zhou Yang's situation. Specific operations will be handled by Adrian. Who? That madman, Roberson exclaimed. Adrian. He's the notorious madman of CIA headquarters, not in the sense of being insane, but rather in the audacity of his actions to achieve his objectives. He often resorts to outrageous measures. For instance, in a small Middle Eastern nation, he orchestrated a rebellion to eliminate a target, resulting in the target's demise at the hands of insurgents. Unfortunately, this rebellion also claimed the lives of numerous innocent civilians, leading to severe consequences. Hence, he is dubbed a madman by others. The repercussions of the X-100 incident are still unfolding, while in Wanghu Village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel is progressing steadily. Zhou Yang estimated that the third phase of development would be completed within a month at most. One day, Li Tianqiu unexpectedly paid him a visit. Mr. Zhou, may I pose a question to you? Li Tianqiu's expression was somewhat grave. Oh, what is it? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianqiu replied, I am aware that the development of high-strength crystalline steel is proceeding smoothly, with performance indicators proving exceptional. My question is, can this material be utilized in aircraft engines to resolve their material issues? Aircraft engines? Zhou Yang paused, astonished. Are you referring to the crown jewel of industrial technology? The aircraft engine, often regarded as the pinnacle of human engineering, is notoriously challenging to produce. Across more than 200 countries worldwide, only 4.5 nations, Country M, Country E, Country F, Country Y, and our own, are capable of manufacturing them. And our nation is considered only half capable due to insufficient technology. The complexities lie primarily in two areas: design and production. Designing a quality engine is no simple task. Our country possesses a commendable level of expertise in this regard. Historically, we have never lagged behind in intelligence. However, the production processes are exceedingly intricate, requiring materials that are high-temperature resistant, ultra-strong, corrosion-resistant, and lightweight, attributes that are not easily produced by most nations. Zhou Yang gazed at Li Tianqiu, puzzled. What troubles you? Li Tianqiu sighed deeply, explaining, the situation is such that yesterday, Country E abruptly conveyed a message, unilaterally halting negotiations for the import of the AL-41 series engines. The AL series engines are quite renowned, especially the AL-31, which has been exported in large quantities to Country Z, alleviating their urgent engine issues prior to their resolution of the problem domestically. Are we still pursuing the import of the AL-41? Given that we have the domestically produced WS engines, Zhou Yang asked. Bewildered, Li Tianqiu clarified, Country Z has been diligently researching engines, striving for self-sufficiency. However, our production capabilities are not yet at the level for mass production, which is why there were plans to introduce the AL-41 to address the engine needs of the J-20. This discussion had commenced some time ago and was nearly finalized. But at this critical juncture, Country E suddenly reversed their decision, abandoning negotiations decisively, likely due to the developments surrounding Longshin batteries. Zhou Yang was taken aback. How does this relate to Longshin batteries? Li Tianqiu offered a wry smile, stating, Mr. Zhou, consider how much oil Country E exports to us annually. Now that we have advanced battery technology and have signaled our intent to vigorously develop electric vehicles, the most immediate consequence would likely be a reduction in oil imports. Country E has seized this opportunity to issue us a warning. This is not difficult to comprehend. A warning. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly. What could Country E possibly warn Country Z about in that moment? Zhou Yang understood why Li Tianqiu had inquired whether high-strength crystalline steel could be applied to aircraft engines. Since you have asked, I shall be forthright. The third generation of high-strength crystalline steel can absolutely be utilized in aircraft engines. As for the completion timeline for the third generation, it should take no more than a month. Li Tianqiu's eyes brightened. And he quickly responded, Mr. Zhou, are you certain? With the AL-41 out of reach and the domestically developed WS still in limbo, the urgency surrounding the J-20's engine issue weighs heavily upon the nation. Thus, Li Tianshu had come to consult Zhou Yang, hoping to incorporate Zhou Yang's high-strength crystalline steel into the aircraft engine project. Zhou Yang nodded, stating, here's the plan. Assemble a research team for aircraft engines, ideally with an understanding of the WS design, and collaborate with us to see if we can address the specific challenges. In Zhou Yang's subsequent plans, beyond the material issues, two significant problems remained: the control systems and the propulsion systems. The Mecha is equipped with a propulsion system capable of short-distance flight, although it is not powered by conventional fuel engines, but rather resembles a particle propulsion system akin to Hall thrusters. Thus, engaging in engine research simultaneously is certainly feasible. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Li Tianshu replied eagerly. In truth, the government had tasked Li Tianshu with approaching Zhou Yang not only to inquire about high-strength crystalline steel, but also to explore whether Zhou Yang could assist in resolving the aircraft engine dilemma. Zhou Yang's research capabilities are beyond doubt. Each of his innovations is a testament to cutting-edge technology. The country consulate in BJ, Klemarov had been waiting for several days. Have they not contacted us again? Klemarov inquired of his assistant. The assistant shook his head, noting that this was Klemarov's 100th inquiry. Days prior, Klemarov, as a special envoy from the Kremlin, had conveyed the Kremlin's decision to unilaterally cease the export of AL-41 engines to Country Z. In the initial 2 days, Country Z had actively engaged Klemarov, discussing the possibility of resuming negotiations. During that time, Klemarov had been in high spirits, wearing a disdainful expression and making sarcastic remarks towards the negotiators from Country Z. The Kremlin's intent was to issue a warning to Country Z. Exports must continue as Country E is financially constrained and Country Z is affluent. This maneuver was merely a precautionary gesture to prompt Country Z to raise their demands, seeking more favorable terms, such as increased oil trade quotas. However, Klemarov did not expect that, starting 2 days ago, Country Z would suddenly cease all communication. After 2 days of silence, Klemarov grew anxious. After deliberation, he declared, arrange for a car. I must pay a visit to General Gao. The assistant nodded and promptly made arrangements. An hour later, Klemarov arrived at the General Assembly Department and, after notifying them, sought an audience with General Gao Jianjun, who was responsible for military procurement. Securing an audience with Gao Jianjun would effectively finalize the export of the AL-41 engines. To his surprise, however, Gao Jianjun was unavailable. Unavailable to meet me. Are you certain? Klemarov's eyes widened in disbelief. The assistant confirmed. His secretary conveyed that message. Klemarov stood up abruptly, feeling insulted. Despite having personally come to visit, Gao Jianjun refused to even meet him. Was this not an affront? Let us go. They will regret this, Klemarov declared, preparing to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused, anger aside. If this matter fell through, he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon his return. To go back and inform them that I will wait here, Klemarov instructed through gritted teeth. This wait extended to a full 3 hours. Klemarov was certain that Gao Jianjun was deliberately ignoring him as a form of retaliation. Merely a negotiation tactic that I won't be angered. After all, we are the ones initiating this negotiation. Your current rudeness will be repaid tenfold at the negotiating table. You will regret this, Klemarov seethed, forcibly suppressing his rising fury. That moment, Gao Jianjun's secretary finally approached to inform Klemarov that Gao Jianjun was now available to see him. Entering Gao Jianjun's office, Klemarov strode in with a stern expression. Yet, Gao Jianjun remained unusually aloof, seemingly engrossed in paperwork. Without looking up, he said, Mr. Klemarov, I have another meeting to attend shortly. You have 5 minutes. What is it you wish to discuss? 5 minutes? Klemarov felt deeply humiliated. Yet he forced himself to remain composed. General Gao, the negotiations for the AL-41 engine can indeed be resumed, provided you agree to a few of our conditions. Gao Jianjun abruptly interrupted him, stating, Mr. Klemarov, did my secretary not inform you? We have already decided against procuring the AL-41 engines. What? Klemarov gasped, springing to his feet. In that moment, he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. It seemed the matter had been compromised, likely due to Country E's interference. General Gao, are you jesting? Klemarov exclaimed. Gao Jianjun glanced at Klemarov, stating, Mr. Klemarov, I work over 12 hours a day. Do you truly believe I have time for jokes? But the AL-41, are you truly no longer interested? Klemarov pressed urgently that if this negotiation failed, he would undoubtedly bear the blame upon his return. Gao Jianjun shook his head slightly. As I have just stated, we no longer require it. that if you have no further business, I shall be on my way to my meeting. Once Gao Jianjun exited the office, Klimarov collapsed onto the sofa, his face pale, upon leaving the office. His assistant hurriedly approached, asking, "How did the negotiations go, sir?" They said they are no longer interested, but Jimilo, who seemed to have lost his very soul. His assistant was also taken aback and asked, "Why not?" Jimilo shook his head. He too was puzzled by this question. The assistant hurriedly suggested, "Could it be that other sellers have entered the fray?" "That cannot be. Apart from us, who else in the world would sell them engines?" To curb the development of Z country, major global powers have spared no effort in this regard. Selling engines is merely a fanciful notion that as they stepped outside, the biting cold wind revived G. Milofu's senses. He slapped his own face twice, exclaiming, "Something is amiss, terribly amiss. Initially, we proposed to end negotiations. Even if they were unaware of our ulterior motives, they should have understood that this was merely a tactic. From a broader perspective, they require the AL-41, and we are the only ones capable of supplying them with engines of such caliber. Yet, they have suddenly withdrawn, and this does not seem to be a mere bargaining ploy. The reason must be either, as you suggested, that a new seller has entered the market, or they genuinely no longer require it. There must be something we are unaware of. Quickly, leverage all connections to investigate the reason behind this." The assistant, visibly anxious, dashed away. This transaction was not merely worth billions of dollars concerning the engines. The key element was the goodwill Z country had invested, amounting to hundreds of billions in oil trade shares. Should this deal fall through, the losses would be incalculable. In Wanghu village, Li Tianchu promptly arranged for a group of experts to come over. There were a total of 8 individuals, led by Li Bingxian, an engineer from the Dawn Engine Group, and an aviation propulsion specialist. He was previously an engineer at Chifei Group, overseeing the preliminary research and initiation of the WS project, before being poached by Dawn to lead an engine research team. However, during the final procurement verification, the TS engine, which Li Bingxian's team had developed, was bested by the WS. This setback left a significant impact on him, causing him to become somewhat obsessive. Now, hearing from superiors that someone could assist them in resolving the material issues for aviation propulsion, he instinctively felt disbelief. Thinking he was being deceived, if the material issues had indeed been resolved, he would have been reassigned by Chifei long ago. Why would it still be him, lingering on the sidelines? "Chief Engineer Li, it seems we are nearly there," said his deputy, Kong Ning, from the BUS. Li Bingxian adjusted his glasses and gazed out of the window, spotting a small mountain. Once the bus came to a halt, he suddenly realized, astonished, could this research institute be located within the mountain? The welcoming party was none other than Li Ziyu, who nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, our research institute is situated within the mountain." "Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou has been waiting for you. Let us proceed inside." As they passed through the heavy alloy doors, guarded by soldiers with weapons, Li Bingxian understood that this was no ordinary research facility. Its level of confidentiality was among the highest in the country, and the construction costs were exorbitant, having excavated an entire mountain, something no ordinary research institute could afford. Yet he had never heard of this institute before. Initially filled with resentment, he now felt it dissipate, as if an ordinary citizen had stepped into a presidential palace, instinctively feeling intimidated and reluctant to act out. Even Li Bingxian subconsciously sensed that the owner of this institute was no ordinary individual. "This institute is vast. It seems they have hollowed out the entire mountain," exclaimed Kong Ning and others in a Li Bingxian quickly hushed them. "Do not speak." They arrived at a spacious laboratory, where they were greeted by Zhou Yang, the head of the research institute. "Hello, Chief Engineer Li. I am Zhou Yang, the head of this institute," he said, smiling as he approached. Li Bingxian hurriedly extended his hand for a handshake, feeling his authority diminished, suppressing any resentment. After Zhou Yang exchanged pleasantries with the others, he led Li Bingxian to the experimental table. On the table lay a square metallic block, seemingly made of alloy. "Chief Engineer Li, the material before you is our institute's latest research achievement, high-strength crystalline steel. What you see is merely the second generation. The third generation, which is the final product, should be ready for research within a month," Zhou Yang explained. "By the way, here are the experimental data for the second generation. Please take a look." Zhou Yang handed over a document, and Li Bingxian instinctively took it, flipping through the pages. After just a few glances, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled as he exclaimed, "Impossible! This data must be fabricated. The strength, the heat resistance. How could this be? When did the country acquire such materials?" The data before him exceeded even the most advanced materials he knew of from abroad by several magnitudes. Zhou Yang smiled. "If you suspect it to be fake, you can conduct your own tests. The evidence is right here. After a pause, Zhou Yang continued, I've been quite busy with my work lately. While I provide the materials, the design of the engine will still be your responsibility, Chief Engineer Li. Naturally, it should be focused on perfecting the WS. Relevant data has also been sent over from Shifei. We have all the necessary large-scale experimental equipment here, that if anything is lacking, you can consult her. He gestured towards Li Ziyu, saying, whatever you need, feel free to ask her. And don't worry about finances. The funding is unlimited. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I will not linger. Let us skip the formalities. We are all researchers here, and there is no need for such hypocritical pleasantries. I wish you, Chief Engineer Li, success in resolving the production issues with the WS. Zhou Yang bid farewell to everyone and departed. Chapter 65. A visit to Bat. Such a welcoming ceremony was rather simple, yet unconventional. Leaving Kong Ning and the others feeling somewhat dissatisfied, perceiving Zhou Yang's demeanor as dismissive. While this research institute was impressive, Kong Ning believed they were also not to be underestimated, feeling quite displeased at being slighted. Chief Engineer Li, does Mr. Zhou not take us seriously? Kong Ning whispered. However, Li Bingxian appeared oblivious, passing the materials in his hand to Kong Ning, saying, you all take a look first. He then turned to Li Ziyu and asked, Secretary Li, is this high-strength crystalline steel truly a product of your institute? Was it developed by Mr. Zhou earlier? Li Bingxian racked his brains, unable to recall any prominent figure in domestic materials research named Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu nodded and then shook her head. As for research, I am not very knowledgeable. This high-strength crystalline steel was indeed proposed and developed by Mr. Zhou, but he is no longer heavily involved in this project. The development of the third generation is now mainly overseen by academician Su Chen. Who? Li Bingxuan's eyes widened in realization that he knew Su Chen was a true heavyweight in the domestic metal smelting industry. Secretary Li, are you saying academician Su is here as well? Li Ziyu nodded affirmatively. He is in the neighboring laboratory. Would you like to meet him? Is that possible? Li Bingxian felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the individual was an academician. That Li Ziyu smiled. Why not? Academician Su is quite approachable. I believe he would be pleased to meet you. Without hesitation, Li Ziyu led everyone to the adjoining laboratory, in a spacious lab. Su Chen was leading his team in an experiment. When Li Bingxian arrived, the room erupted in applause. That we did it. Teacher, we succeeded. Cheers filled the air, followed by an elderly voice saying, excellent, excellent. We have overcome another hurdle. But to be honest, this breakthrough is largely due to Mr. Zhou's guidance. Li Bingxian hurried into the laboratory. Immediately spotting Su Chen, Li Ziyu stepped forward to introduce Li Bingxian to Su Chen and the others. Ah, it's you. I remember seeing you at an industrial ministry conference once. Su Chen remarked to Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian, now exhilarated, replied, I can hardly believe academician Su remembers me. It is such an honor. Su Chen responded, you are remarkable as well. That I heard you did an excellent job at Shifei. Your efforts were crucial in launching the WS project. Mentioning the WS project, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Let us not dwell on it. It's my fault for being too ambitious. I switched to Dawn, thinking I could develop an even more advanced engine to compete with Shifei, but reality hit me hard. Li Bingxian sighed deeply, recalling that his departure from Shifei was meant to prove himself. Yet he found himself in a downward spiral. Instead, that Su Chen could read the situation and patted him on the shoulder, saying, life is like this, it has its ups and downs. But now you are here. Perhaps this is a new starting point for you. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously, now fully believing in the experimental data concerning high-strength crystalline steel. With such materials at hand, there was no doubt they could create better aviation propulsion systems. That's Su Lauscher. I will surely seek your guidance in the future. I hope I won't be a bother. He said. That Su Chen chuckled. Why would that be? Honestly, consulting me is less beneficial than seeking advice from Mr. Zhou. If he is willing to guide you, you would be in a fortunate position. Mr. Zhou? Li Bingxian paused, and then suddenly realized the entire research institute belongs to Zhou Yang, and Su Chen is merely his assistant. That Li Ziyu has also stated that the high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Zhou Yang. It is only now that the project has matured enough to be handed over to Su Chen. The true core remains Zhou Yang. The ability to attract someone as formidable as Su Chen, who is also willingly under his command, speaks volumes about Zhou Yang's prowess. That I understand now. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. His earlier resentment completely dissipated. In Zhou Yang's office, Li Ziyu knocked on the door. That it was Chen Riyun who opened it. Nodding at Li Ziyu before silently retreating to a corner. That in that corner, there was a chair, a tea table, a bottle of Sprite, and a romance novel. Chen Riyun could sit there all day, across from the desk. Zhou Yang was still engrossed in his work on the computer. Mr. Zhou, the arrangements have been made by Chief Engineer Li Ziyu said. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Li Ziyu was about to leave, Zhou Yang suddenly called out to him. Make arrangements for a visit to Bat in the next couple of days. Li Ziyu was taken aback and instinctively asked, which Bat? Bat refers to Baidu, Tencent and Alibaba, Zhou Yang explained. All of them. Arrange it as you see fit. Zhou Yang had nearly completed the preparations for the Intelligent Core project. The basic research outline should be finalized today, with the remaining tasks handed over to specialized personnel. Among domestic private enterprises, only these three qualify. Lizu did not dare to inquire further and simply nodded. What identity should we use for the visit? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and responded. We will represent Matrix Energy. The Intelligent Core, in layman's terms, is artificial intelligence that IT functions similarly to JRVIS from Iron Man, possessing a certain level of intelligence to assist the mech pilots in resolving numerous issues. Given the complexity of the mech systems and their cumbersome operation, it is most suitable to delegate control commands to artificial intelligence. This way, the pilots only need to issue commands and perform simple operations, ideally as uncomplicated as playing a game. Understood? I will make the arrangements immediately, Li Ziyu affirmed before departing. Chenrian followed suit, as security measures were essential for Zhou Yang's outing. The next day at the Tencent headquarters in SC, a middle-aged man arrived, presenting his credentials. My name is Chao Yuxing, and this is my identification that I need to see the person in charge of your company. The front desk receptionist, startled by the stamped credentials, quickly began contacting her superiors. Not long after, the Group S president, Lin Haoning, hurried downstairs with several aides to greet him. Captain Chao, what brings you here? Lin Haoning inquired, a hint of tension in his demeanor. Chao Yuxing was no ordinary figure. He represented national security. Last time, agents from national security had barged into their data center and deleted certain information. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. By the way, our general manager Ma will be returning shortly, Lin Haoning added. Chapter 66. A warm reception. Chao Yuxing stood and exchanged a brief handshake with Lin Haoning. Since general manager Ma will be back soon, I will wait. 10 minutes later, Chao Yuxing met Ma Huading, the former national billionaire and a true business magnate. Captain Chao, Ma Huading greeted him politely. The significance of Chao Yuxing's presence was not lost on him, as any infraction against national security would be met with ruthless consequences, regardless of one's power or wealth. Good to see you, Mr. Ma. Chao Yuxing nodded before stating, I have come to inform you that tomorrow, a guest will be visiting your company for a tour, that I'm here to conduct preliminary security assessments to ensure there are no safety hazards. Upon hearing this, the security officer accompanying Chao Yuxing could not help but exclaim, Full takeover? That's quite authoritative. Huading shot him a glare and quickly said, Of course, we will fully cooperate. By the way, who is this guest, and why weren't we informed? Chao Yuxing smiled. I am here to notify you. The guests are from Matrix Energy, but I cannot disclose any further details. Matrix Energy, Ma Huading was taken aback. Chao Yuxing called the head of security to inspect the building's security measures. Mr. Ma, ISNT Matrix Energy, the company that acquired High Silicon? Lin Haoning inquired. Not just High Silicon, but also BYD's battery division. Matrix Energy has become quite well known in the business world lately. There are rumors that they are backed by the state. Is it really true? Who else could compel BYD to relinquish its battery division and Huawei to part with its High Silicon Kirin? What business does Matrix Energy have with Tencent? The group speculated that Huading, puzzled, took out his phone and called Yu Changhong. Mr. Yu, it's me. Matrix Energy suddenly has someone coming to visit Tencent. What do you make of this? Yu Changhong paused before responding. Mr. Ma, some matters cannot be stated openly, but I can offer you 4 words. Oh, what are those 4 words? Ma Huading asked, intrigued. Treat them well, Yu Changhong replied before abruptly hanging up. Huading was momentarily stunned, then began to comprehend. What did you say? Lin Haoning inquired eagerly. Gather the company's executives for a meeting to discuss how to properly welcome our guests tomorrow. Also, inform everyone to be on high alert. We cannot afford any slip-ups that would embarrass Tencent. Understood. Treating them well is undoubtedly a good sign. Ma Huading's eyes gleamed with insight. Matrix Energy had acquired BYD's battery division and released the Longshan battery, while Huawei's High Silicon Kirin was also taken over, leading to the launch of the Tianxin 100. But the implications were clear. With Matrix Energy's arrival, Ma Huading understood that this was a significant opportunity. Hence, Yu Changhong's advice to treat the guests well could not be taken lightly. That afternoon, many employees at Tencent's headquarters noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces, along with a contingent of special police. With internal notifications of an impending visit, it became clear that a significant figure was arriving. Though Ma Huading initially considered organizing a welcoming ceremony and even going to the airport to greet them, security protocols dictated that no details about the guest's arrival would be disclosed at 1 p.m. the following day. The car discreetly entered Tencent's underground parking garage. The garage had been cleared, and all staff and executives received prior notice that no vehicles were allowed. The expansive garage was heavily secured, with personnel stationed at regular intervals. 10 minutes after receiving the notice, Ma Huading and others hurried downstairs to await the guest as the car door opened. Chunrin exited first and then opened the door for Zhou Yang. The executives of Tencent strained their necks to catch a glimpse of the visitor, only to be taken aback upon realizing it was a young man. Zhou Yang was exceptionally youthful, appearing to be no older than 27 or 28. Yet this young man's visit commanded such a grand spectacle that everyone was left astonished by his stature. "Hello, I am Zhou Yang. Thank you for your patience," Zhou Yang greeted, extending his hand towards Ma Huading. Although Ma Huading was one of the wealthiest individuals in the country, Zhou Yang was completely unfazed, treating him as if he were an ordinary person at Zhou Yang's level. Money and power were no longer of any significance. Wealth was merely a string of numbers that Mr. Zhou. "It's a pleasure," Ma Huading responded, snapping back to reality as he shook Zhou Yang's hand. Although he was unaware of Zhou Yang's exact role, the gravity of the situation was sufficiently clear. Leading the way upstairs, Ma Huading asked, "Mr. Zhou, welcome to Tencent. I have prepared a small welcome ceremony on the upper floor, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Let us discuss that after the tour." Zhou Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively, then inquired, "How many research and development personnel does Tencent currently have?" Ma Huading, evidently well-versed in his company's operations, replied without hesitation, "We have over 70,000 R&D personnel globally, with around 40,000 based in China across our various centers. As for our core development team, there are approximately 8,000 who represent our elite core." Zhou Yang nodded internally. An 8,000-strong core R&D team was quite substantial. Just considering that these 8,000 individuals typically earned over 500,000 annually, the salary expenses alone would total several billion each year. Do you have any teams focused on artificial intelligence? Zhou Yang further inquired. Huatang's eyes brightened, and a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. Could it be that Matrix Energy's project for collaboration was centered around artificial intelligence? This domain is undoubtedly one of the most sought-after fields at present. We have a team of approximately 500 individuals dedicated to the research and development of artificial intelligence, Ma Huatang stated hastily. Although Tencent is primarily a gaming company, it does not hinder their exploration into artificial intelligence, which could enable them to intelligently push advertisements or analyze player spending habits, thereby enhancing service delivery. Chapter 67. A proposal, may I take a look at it? Zhou Yang inquired. "Of course," Ma Huatang responded promptly, leading the way as he felt a surge of excitement. The likely direction of their collaboration pointed towards artificial intelligence, a pivotal area for future technological advancement. Tencent had already laid the groundwork by organizing a team of hundreds for development and research. "This is Wu Yinming, the head of our artificial intelligence division," Ma Huatang introduced, gesturing towards a middle-aged IT gentleman. Zhou Yang scrutinized Wu Yinming for a moment. Apart from his thinning hair, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. "Could you provide an overview of your R&D projects?" Zhou Yang asked. Wu Yinming glanced at Ma Huading, who nodded slightly, before guiding Zhou Yang to a workstation that he retrieved a program and explained. "Mr. Zhou, this is an artificial intelligence customer service program we developed. Once operational, it can monitor the game's performance in the background and promptly respond to players who contact customer service, with replies virtually indistinguishable from those of a human. This program has been live in the background for nearly 5 months, continuously updating its database to enhance its human-like qualities. Initially, there was a 13% chance that players could identify it as artificial intelligence. Now, less than 1% can recognize it," Wu Yiming concluded with a sense of pride. Zhou Yang refrained from commenting and asked, "Is there more?" Wu Yiming hesitated, caught off guard by Zhou Yang's inquiry, but quickly added, "We also developed an intelligent program that can be utilized in various areas. For instance, in gaming, if a server experiences heavy traffic, the program can automatically redistribute players to other servers. Conversely, if a server is underutilized, it will activate those idle servers." Zhou Yang remained silent, smiling amiably. Wu Yinming's expression turned anxious, especially under Ma Huading's increasingly stern gaze that he continued. "Additionally, we've created an intelligent game development program that can generate a game based on broad requirements." Zhou Yang finally spoke, chuckling. You truly are a gaming company. Mei Huateng felt a sudden jolt of alarm and shot Wu Yinming a fierce glare. Mr. Zhou, while we originated in gaming and may have more experience in that area, our overall R&D capabilities are robust and among the best in the country, he asserted. Zhou Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth of that statement, given their financial resources. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, how about this? I'll present you with a challenge. You have 1 week to deliver a solution. That he then approached the computer, opened a blank document, and wrote down the challenge. The onlookers gathered around to read it. The task was, write a program that draws a picture. All right, that will be all for today. Mr. Ma, I shall take my leave now, Zhou Yang said with a smile, extending his hand. Mei Huateng was taken aback. Was he leaving already without further exploration? Nevertheless, he quickly shook Zhou Yang's hand, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we will diligently tackle the challenge you've set forth. Zhou Yang nodded and departed as the car drove away. The executives remained, their expressions perplexed at Mr. Ma. Who exactly is this Zhou Yang? Wasn't he just here for a visit? Why did he leave after only a brief glance? One executive inquired. Who knows? He only visited the artificial intelligence department. Could it be he intends to collaborate on an AI project? There is that possibility, Ma Huateng conceded slowly. His focus on the AI department suggests a collaboration in that arena, though I sense he was not entirely satisfied. Throughout the visit, Zhou Yang had not uttered a single compliment. What was Wu Yinming doing? After investing billions annually, such minimal progress was unacceptable. Perhaps it was time to replace him. Yet, it wasn't entirely Wu Yinming's fault. The realm of artificial intelligence is a bottomless pit, where even substantial investments may yield no immediate results. Let us return and examine that challenge, Ma Huateng declared. The group made their way back to the artificial intelligence department. Wu Yinming, what is your take on this challenge? Ma Huateng promptly asked. Wu Yinming felt a surge of anxiety. Just yesterday, the higher-ups had announced that a significant figure would be visiting today, that he had assumed that. Given their AI department was relatively new and lacking in remarkable achievements, they would not be on the radar of such a distinguished visitor. Yet, Zhou Yang had indeed come, and in retrospect, the entire visit felt abysmal. Especially as Ma Huateng's expression grew, increasingly grim. Isn't it just a matter of writing a program to draw a picture? It seems quite straightforward, one executive remarked. Many executives with technical backgrounds nodded in agreement, believing the task posed no real difficulty. However, Wu Yinming shook his head. Leaders, I believe Mr. Zhou's challenge may not be as simple as it appears. That it's not merely about drawing a picture. It's about creating a program that thinks like a human in terms of what to draw. Huateng contemplated this for a moment. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Just write a program that says I want to draw a tree. What could be hard about that? Wu Yinming was on the verge of despair. Mr. Ma, it's not that simple. I believe Mr. Zhou is testing whether the program can independently determine what to draw, rather than merely providing it with a directive. Huateng quickly grasped the distinction. Providing a directive for the program to execute and instructing it to autonomously decide what to depict are fundamentally different concepts. The challenge of determining what to draw is far more complex than it seems. However, he felt such professional matters should be left to the specialists, declaring, this is a critical task that Mr. Zhou has given us 7 days. Within this week, assemble your team, and you may draw upon any of the company's R&D personnel and resources to tackle this issue with full force. A reward awaits successful completion. A substantial one. Understood? Wu Yinming was taken aback. The ability to mobilize any personnel and resources indicated the significance Ma Huateng placed on Zhou Yang's challenge. Understood. I will do my utmost, Wu Yinming responded promptly, sensing that failure in this endeavor would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 68. Earning money from foreigners in the car. Zhou Yang sat quietly. Across from him, Chenrian asked, are you dissatisfied? Zhou Yang snapped back to reality. Realizing Chenrian was addressing him. It seems we rarely converse outside of necessary exchanges, he remarked. This might be our first casual conversation. Chenrian replied, her gaze somewhat evasive. I noticed you seemed a bit discontented. So, I thought I'd ask. Zhou Yang smiled. I wouldn't say dissatisfied. Perhaps it's more accurate to say, I'm not entirely content. Chenrian suggested, you could simply inform the higher-ups that you can establish your own company. She understood Zhou Yang sought to collaborate with BAT in a manner akin to his previous partnerships with BYD and High Silicon. But it was different this time. Zhou Yang shook his head. This project has the potential to cultivate a wealth of talent, and I aspire for these individuals not to be confined to research institutions, but to actively engage in societal development and innovation. As Chenrian noted, Zhou Yang could easily request thousands of researchers to advance artificial intelligence development. It would be a trivial matter. However, those drawn away from their original posts would likely return to their research institutions or academic environments once the project concluded, severing their ties with society and rendering their subsequent research unable to translate into immediate results. Conversely, commercial collaboration, driven by profit motives, can yield immediate societal transformations. Well, you have your grand theories. I can't dispute you. Chen Ruyin chuckled. Her smile caused Zhou Yang to momentarily lose his train of thought. After a pause, he added, "You should smile more often." Chen Ruyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. The next day, Zhou Yang followed his plan and traveled to HZ City to visit Alibaba, that he was received by the vice president. As their founder, Ma Yun, was unavailable. Compared to Tencent, Zhou Yang observed more during this visit. Alibaba's research capabilities remained impressive, but were primarily focused on data processing, essentially devising clever methods to push products to consumers. Zhou Yang refrained from commenting and left behind a similar challenge before departing HZ. It was only the following day that Ma Yun returned to the headquarters in Hangzhou that I heard that representatives from Matrix Energy visited. What did they see? Ma Yun inquired. The vice president remarked that he had merely taken a casual tour, primarily to observe the research on artificial intelligence. Before departing, he had left behind a problem for them to solve within 7 days. Oh, what problem? Bring it to me. Ma Yun inquired as he gazed at the problem before him. Ma Yun fell into deep contemplation. The Matrix Energy project held significant potential. Collaboration would be ideal, but if that proved elusive, it sufficed to focus on their own endeavors for this problem. Delegate it to your subordinates. Organize a project team to conduct a thorough investigation. Regardless of the outcome, we must strive for it. Who knows, we might secure a remarkable collaboration, Ma Yun stated. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already arrived in Beijing. Li Tianshu was at the airport to receive him. Mr. Zhou, are you set to develop artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu queried, but he was well informed about Zhou Yang's recent visits to Tencent and Alibaba, as well as the problem he had left behind. In fact, upon receiving the problem, Li Tianshu promptly consulted relevant experts for validation. Zhou Yang did not conceal his intentions, affirming, yes, it pertains to artificial intelligence. Li Tianshu found himself puzzled. The breadth of Zhou Yang's research was astonishing, spanning from Longshin batteries to chips and high-strength crystalline steel. The key was that Zhou Yang had produced remarkable results that Li Tianshu had every reason to believe that Zhou Yang could achieve significant breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. Yet he struggled to comprehend why Zhou Yang was pursuing such diverse research avenues that he had heard that Zhou Yang worked over 12 hours a day. Although Zhou Yang was young, Li Tianshu felt compelled to find an appropriate moment to advise him to relax and savor life. With Zhou Yang's current accomplishments, he could easily surpass 99% of domestic scientists. Mr. Zhou, it's getting cold, and the year is drawing to a close. Would you consider spending some time in the south to recuperate? Li Tianshu tentatively suggested. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, that he had been tirelessly addressing several critical issues, successfully resolving the core problems of the mech technology, that a brief respite could indeed be beneficial. The system had granted 5 years, and given their current progress, that was more than sufficient. Let's see. Zhou Yang replied non-committally. Li Tianshu nodded eagerly, feeling he could make arrangements accordingly. The car gradually arrived at Baidu's headquarters. Li Yanhong and several senior executives were already awaiting their arrival outside. Director Li Yanhong greeted as he shook hands with Li Tianshu, acknowledging his significant status. This Mr. Zhou? Welcome. Li Yanhong did not forget to extend his courtesy to Zhou Yang. Compared to the two Ma's, Li Yanhong was considerably more reserved and, being a technical expert, embodied the quintessential engineer. Hello, Mr. Li, Zhou Yang said, shaking his hand as he followed Li Yanhong into the Baidu building. Mr. Li, to what stage has your development of autonomous driving progressed? Zhou Yang inquired. Among the 3 tech giants, Baidu had the most profound research in artificial intelligence, primarily focusing on autonomous driving, a crucial application of AI. Li Yanhong glanced at Zhou Yang, aware that he was affiliated with Matrix Energy, but uncertain of his exact role. We have commenced road testing, but we are still at the first generation. Our goals remain distant. Li Yanhong replied. Zhou Yang further inquired, how does it compare to Tesla? Globally, Tesla was renowned for its advancements in autonomous driving technology. However, due to the recent mass release of the Han DM, Tesla had been facing considerable challenges in the domestic market. Zhou Yang had also heard from Li Ziyu that BYD planned to launch the Han DM internationally to capture foreign markets and earn profits abroad. Zhou Yang wholeheartedly supported this notion. If one aimed to earn, it was prudent to seek profits from foreign markets rather than fixate solely on domestic consumers. That he envisioned a future where not just BYD, but also Huawei, would venture abroad to generate revenue. Chapter 69. Selection Zhou Yang's inquiries were incisive. To Yan Hong responded candidly. We likely fall short of Tesla. We still have some gaps in our algorithms. Zhou Yang found this answer satisfactory, despite Baidu's notorious reputation and operational challenges. Their technical capabilities were commendable. Zhou Yang spent 2 hours thoroughly exploring Baidu's research center, in the end, he left behind a similar problem for them to ponder. Among the 3 companies, Zhou Yang leaned towards collaborating with Baidu, but decided to await their responses before making a final decision. In terms of research personnel, the disparity among the 3 was not substantial. Days later, Zhou Yang received responses from all 3 companies. Each provided a visual representation in an open-source program. The penguin image was a realistic painting depicting a pastoral landscape, with brushwork that conveyed the texture of an oil painting, almost indistinguishable from that of a professional artist. In contrast, the cat's submission consisted of interwoven color blocks, devoid of any discernible image, embodying a clear postmodern expressionist style. Baidu's submission was starkly simple, merely a circle that appeared somewhat imperfect, reminiscent of a child's rudimentary doodle. Director Chen, which painting do you find more appealing? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Rian glanced at the submissions and replied, I believe the penguin piece is superior. It feels authentic. Zhou Yang smiled, picking up Baidu's drawing, that he had yet to scrutinize the details of the programs, but he had already arrived at a conclusion. Baidu was the preferred choice. The focus of research indeed varied among the 3, yet in the realm of artificial intelligence, Baidu remained at the forefront. Ziyu, arrange a dinner. I would like to invite Baidu's CEO, Zhou Yang instructed. The following morning, a Hongqi sedan stopped in front of Baidu's headquarters. The Baidu CEO had already descended to the ground floor. The driver, having exited first, introduced himself. Mr. L, I am your designated driver. Here is my identification. Startled, L quickly replied. There's no need to show the identification. The driver offered no further comment. Opening the door for L to enter the vehicle, as they drove away, L had received a notification the previous day about Zhou Yang's invitation for dinner. And now this was the reality before him. The car journeyed westward, swiftly leaving the urban area. Is it truly this far? L could not help but ask. The driver nodded slightly. We should arrive in about 15 minutes. L suppressed his curiosity, unsure of what fine dining awaited him outside the city. Nevertheless, he was here primarily for business discussions, and he speculated that Matrix Energy's collaboration might indeed gravitate towards Baidu. Feeling a sense of excitement, L reflected on the decline of Baidu in recent years. His lack of business acumen had left him anxious as he watched the company struggle. Given Matrix Energy's esteemed reputation and the success of its partnerships with entities like D and High Silicon Kirin, it was only natural for L to feel envious. 15 minutes later, the vehicle ascended a mountain at a mid-slope checkpoint. Armed guards halted them. After verifying identification and scrutinizing L, they granted passage. L felt a sense of unease. The surroundings did not exude an ordinary atmosphere, with guards stationed every few steps, patrolling diligently. The car came to a stop, and L was guided through another security check before entering an inner courtyard. This venue resembled a traditional estate, exuding a quaint charm and tranquil elegance. L was led to a secluded garden at the furthest end, where he finally encountered Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, L felt somewhat astonished. This location was not one where ordinary individuals could reside, wealth and power notwithstanding. Mr. Li, welcome. Please take a seat. Zhou Yang gestured, a notebook and some documents laid before him. Ziyu, please have the kitchen prepare the meal. Zhou Yang instructed L. Ziyu promptly complied. Zhou Yang then addressed L. I apologize for making you travel such a distance. I prefer a quieter environment, and they arranged this lovely courtyard for me. The scenery is pleasant. And we can take a stroll after dinner. L hurriedly replied, It's no trouble. It's not far at all. Although L was a prominent figure in the business world, once renowned on the wealth rankings, he felt inexplicably constrained in this setting. His curiosity about Zhou Yang's true identity intensified. Zhou Yang turned the notebook towards L, saying, Here is what I have written. You may take a look. L was uncertain of Zhou Yang's intentions. But upon glancing at the notebook, he was immediately taken aback. Is this an artificial intelligence program? He exclaimed. Zhou Yang nodded. L did not press further and eagerly began reviewing the contents. Someone versed in technology. He found the material manageable. However, even with his background, he struggled to fully grasp many aspects. Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready, Li Ziyu announced. Zhou Yang set down his teacup and patted Li Yanhong's shoulders, saying, Mr. Li, let us proceed to dinner. We can continue our discussion afterward. Dinner? L was momentarily taken aback and instinctively remarked, What more is there to eat? These matters are of utmost importance. I must, Realizing his surroundings, L quickly corrected himself. My apologies. Mr. Zhou, did I became so engrossed, he then inquired, are we ready to eat? By the way, how long have I been at it? Rising, he wore a bewildered expression. Zhou Yang replied, you have been at it for an hour. What? An hour already? L exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, you mentioned that these materials were authored by you. That he gazed at Zhou Yang in disbelief, having always assumed Zhou was a high-ranking official, only to discover that these works seemed beyond the reach of even a distinguished scientist. Are you involved in research? L tentatively asked. Zhou nodded. Indeed, I am a researcher. What else would you think I am? I presumed you were a high-ranking official. L chuckled, his mind racing with possibilities. There are many researchers in the country. Yet one who enjoys such privileges, accompanied by bodyguards and residing in such a place, could hardly be an ordinary scientist. IT must be someone of significant national stature, which explained the caliber of his work. L pondered the implications of matrix energy. Could it be that the Longshin battery and the Chip 100 were also his creations? L suddenly conceived another possibility, that IT was not that he looked down upon D and high silicon Kirin. But he believed that groundbreaking technologies like the Longshin battery and Chip 100 were beyond their capacity to develop. Zhou Yang, a mysterious scientist receiving such national attention, seemed a more plausible candidate for these innovations. Chapter 70. Becoming more pure upon arriving at the dining hall, L was greeted by opulent classical decor, with landscape paintings adorning the walls that a casual glance revealed a painting valued in the tens of millions. Its authenticity unquestionable in this setting. The chairs, likely made of Wangwali wood, hinted at an extravagant value in the furnishings alone. Even someone as seasoned in grand affairs as Li Yanhong felt a tinge of pressure amidst such luxury. After seating the guests, Zhou Yang remarked, I hear the chef specializes in state banquets that I'm not well versed in cuisine, so if the flavors don't suit your palate, please let me know, and I can make adjustments. Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand, asserting it's fine. I can eat anything. Surely a chef of such caliber would not disappoint. The dishes were exquisite, resembling works of art, making it difficult to begin. Zhou Yang, however, remained unfazed, casually dissecting a fish with his chopsticks. Indicating his readiness to indulge, Li Yanhong chuckled softly and began to eat. After a couple of bites, he inquired, Mr. Zhou, why did you show me those materials earlier? Such information was genuinely classified. Did Zhou not fear he might take notes? Zhou replied, those materials were meant for you. Why else would I show them to you? Meant for us? Li Yanhong was taken aback. You mean to say they were directly shared? Zhou clarified, you've seen the framework. However, each detail requires further elaboration by a multitude of people. IT cannot be accomplished by just a few individuals, but necessitates the concerted efforts of thousands. Li Yanhong nodded, having grasped the concept after an hour of viewing. What Zhou presented was merely an outline, while the intricate narrative required substantial contributions. Completing such a task would indeed be a significant undertaking, likely necessitating the organization of thousands. Zhou continued, you are aware of matrix energy, correct? If you wish to collaborate, you must establish a wholly independent business entity within Baidu, which will serve as the core for entering matrix energy. Baidu differs from BYD and high silicon Kirin. The latter two are domestic enterprises, whereas Baidu has foreign investment routes, registered in the Cayman Islands, with layers of control over domestic entities. Even now, Baidu's major shareholders are foreign investment banks. Thus, any collaboration must lead with matrix energy to ensure the core of artificial intelligence remains under state control. I understand, Li Yanhong nodded. Upon learning that matrix energy might visit for cooperation, he inquired about the situation with BYD and high silicon. He discovered that both had spun off their relevant departments into matrix energy or were acquired by it. However, Baidu's situation was more complex, and the disbandment process would not be straightforward. Noticing Li Yanhong's hesitation, Zhou remarked, I chose Baidu because it possesses depth and has genuinely achieved advancements in artificial intelligence. I am not well versed in business matters, but in my view, Baidu is too diversified that if you intend to pursue artificial intelligence, you must commit fully and decisively. The future of artificial intelligence far exceeds your imagination. If you are serious about this, you can streamline Baidu, retaining only core operations. Profitability is a minor issue. As long as you excel, matrix energy will provide a safety net. That Li Yanhong was left speechless. Zhou's words genuinely astonished him. For the remainder of the meal, he found little enjoyment, and after dining, he refrained from revisiting his notebook. Following Zhou Yang around the estate, he eventually departed. Lizu appeared beside Zhou Yang, inquiring, Mr. Zhou, do you believe he will agree? Zhou shook his head. How would I know? I'm not a fortune teller to discern his thoughts. Whether he agrees or not will not impact the larger picture. For Li Yanhong, projects worth hundreds of billions were monumental, affecting thousands of jobs and his own future. Yet for Zhou Yang, these were mere trifles. As long as the direction was sound, success was assured. In the following days, Zhou remained at the estate, not waiting for Li Yanhong's response, but rather preparing to rest after a prolonged period of exertion. One day, Li Yanhong contacted Li Ziyu to express a desire for another meeting. Zhou Yang consented to in the same location. Upon meeting Zhou Yang, Li Yanhong greeted him with a smile, clearly in good spirits. "Have you given it some thought?" Zhou asked politely. Li Yanhong replied, "Over the past 3 days. I have contemplated seriously that I am indeed a technician at heart. It is time to embrace your suggestion to simplify Baidu. That I concur with your vision, but there are some challenges. Point 1 is the complexity of delisting in foreign markets. And the second involves shareholders, primarily foreign investors, which complicates matters. Baidu operates on an AB share system. Although Li Yanhong's management is not the largest shareholder, they wield significant power in the board. Removing shareholders is no simple task." Zhou smiled. "That is a minor issue. Allow me." He gestured for Li Ziyu, instructing, "Please contact Director Li and explore ways to remove those foreign shareholders from Baidu." Li Ziyu nodded and departed. Zhou was unconcerned with the specifics. It would likely involve some negotiation of interest. Li Yanhong's eyes widened in disbelief. What he considered the most arduous task seemed trivial under Zhou Yang's influence. The key was that Li Yanhong trusted Zhou's capabilities to resolve the matter. "Well, there is a pond nearby. Shall we go fishing?" Zhou suggested. "Absolutely." Li Yanhong nodded, astonished by the smooth progress of events. Li Tianshu acted swiftly. On the third day after Li Yanhong's decision, Baidu's largest shareholder, the American investment firm DFJ, submitted a request to the Baidu board for divestment. Li Yanhong was dumbfounded, never expecting such a prompt agreement from DFJ without exorbitant demands. With DFJ removed, the smaller foreign shareholders also began submitting their divestment agreements. The only remaining task was to delist from the U.S. stock market and re-register domestically. Chapter 71. Delisting on Douyin. A financial news video suddenly ignited the entire internet, drawing astonishing attention. The breaking news revealed that Baidu had formally submitted a delisting application to Nasdaq, currently progressing through the process, with completion anticipated within 7 working days. The video featured an official announcement from the New York Stock Exchange, confirming the authenticity of the matter. Numerous financial content creators shared the news, causing its popularity to soar, quickly reaching the top of trending lists. The comments were astonishingly numerous. What on earth was happening? Why had Baidu suddenly decided to delist? It seems that the great nation can no longer sustain itself. Leading to this delisting, among Baidu is the one that has fallen the furthest. Despite its decline, Baidu's market value still amounts to several $100 billion, particularly within the domestic sphere, as long as the internet persists. Baidu will not falter. Can a company of such stature truly disappear or delist? If it must delist, then let it be. A foreign entity profiting in our nation should ideally list on our A-share market. It's absurd to think they would come to the A-shares, fearing a loss of investments. Has Baidu not responded to this monumental issue? Among the trio of while Baidu has experienced some decline, it remains an internet giant, capable of drawing significant attention with its every move, especially regarding a delisting announcement. Numerous reporters, eager to cover the story, flocked to Baidu's headquarters. Mr. Li, given the rumors circulating, should we issue a response? Suggested an executive. Let's arrange a press conference in 3 days to announce our forthcoming initiatives, replied Li. 3 days later at Baidu's headquarters, anticipation had reached a fever pitch regarding the delisting news. With major media outlets in attendance, some even live streaming the event, attracting a vast audience. The conference commenced, and to everyone's surprise, Li himself made an appearance. Such a significant event warranted an explanation from him. Li, alongside several senior executives, took their seats, then ascended the stage to address the audience. I stand before you today to announce several key decisions. Please note, this is an announcement only, and there will be no Q&A session. I kindly ask reporters to maintain decorum. The reporters exchanged glances, recognizing that the simpler the proceedings, the more consequential the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, Li declared, "First, Baidu will delist from the U.S. stock market, concurrently expelling all foreign shareholders and dissolving our Cayman Islands entity. We will then re-register in China, consolidating all operations under a new domestic company." His statement incited a wave of astonishment among the reporters and those watching the live stream. What was Baidu planning? Was it a complete domestic pivot? Confusion reigned. Even if the focus shifted to domestic operations, was it necessary to expel foreign investors? Strikingly, How could these investors accept such a decision? I recall that Baidu's largest shareholder is IDG Capital, a professional investment firm that has reaped substantial profits from their investment in Baidu. Surely, they would not relinquish their shares so easily. Yet, returning to domestic operations seems prudent. What advantages lie abroad? The crowd murmured in speculation that Li continued. Simultaneously, I announced that Baidu will enter a phase of integration, streamlining and optimizing certain operations. For instance, our search services will eliminate unnecessary advertisements and shift to a right-side advertising model, creating a cleaner search results page. The reporters were left dumbfounded. The first thought that crossed their minds was that Baidu was about to undermine its core business. The auction-style advertising model was the foundation of Baidu's success, enabling its place among the triumvirate of bad. Yet in recent years, this model has faced criticism for rampant advertisement placements and numerous high-profile lawsuits. Baidu, however, had remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the pitfalls, likely due to its profitability. Now, with Li's announcement of a shift to a Google-like right-side advertisement model, it was clear that Baidu's advertising revenues would plummet. Reporters were eager to inquire about Li's motivations. The live chat erupted with speculation. Was Baidu genuinely changing its ways? I found myself struggling to comprehend Li's strategy. Had he truly abandoned all hope? Regardless, I supported this transformation. Baidu's advertising practices were indeed in need of reform, that my concern, however, was that such changes might lead to its demise. Operating a search engine necessitates vast amounts of data and server resources, all of which entail staggering expenses that if Baidu continues down this path and delists, it may not survive the next few years. Li raised his hand, signaling for silence, and without elaborating on the rationale behind the streamlining of operations, he continued, next and most crucially, upon completion of the integration, Baidu will be wholly acquired by Matrix Energy. The specifics of the acquisition will not be disclosed at this time. The announcement reverberated through the room like a bombshell, igniting a frenzy. Although Li had instructed the audience to refrain from speaking, it was impossible to contain the collective astonishment. Matrix Energy was set to acquire Baidu. What a staggering development. Consider this. Matrix Energy's acquisition of BYD's battery division and HiSilicon's Kirin chip technology alone was valued at $150 billion. Now, adding Baidu to the mix raises questions about the true nature of Matrix Energy's financial prowess. Remember, the Longshin chips and Zen 100 technology alone are worth a fortune, with experts previously estimating their combined value at trillions. The mere fact that Matrix Energy could amass such assets speaks volumes about their capabilities. The reporters were in a frenzy, and the online audience was left speechless. What was happening? Had Baidu effectively sold itself? What kind of entity was Matrix Energy, wielding such power? With Baidu acquired, which company might be next? The implications were staggering. Following Matrix Energy's acquisition of BYD and HiSilicon, they had unveiled groundbreaking technologies. What innovations might Baidu reveal next? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. The press conference unfolded exactly as Li had predicted. There was no Q&A segment. After announcing the three key decisions, Li waved goodbye and exited the stage, leaving a sea of reporters desperate for answers, nearly gasping for breath. The following day, unsurprisingly, the headlines were dominated by the news of Matrix Energy's acquisition of Baidu, in a shocking turn of events. Baidu began to implement the changes Li had outlined. Opening Baidu now revealed a simple search box, devoid of recommended news or trending topics, a stark contrast to its former cluttered interface. After conducting a search, users found no intrusive advertisements. Instead, results appeared neatly on the left, with ads relegated to the right. The familiar Baidu interface had returned. Netizens were ecstatic. Moreover, the previously criticized features such as Baidu Tieba and Baijiaheo underwent significant reform. Authority over Tieba was decentralized, while Baijiaheo was entirely shut down. Users of Baidu's software suite, including the security software, received notifications that these services would be permanently discontinued. Even Baidu Cloud lifted its speed limits and ceased selling memberships. The online community erupted with declarations that Baidu had turned over a new leaf, that in the realm of social media, an avalanche of humorous anecdotes flooded in overnight. Users remarked on the absence of pop-up ads, expressing how foreign it felt. The collective astonishment was palpable as Baidu transformed from a profit-driven enterprise into a seemingly altruistic organization. Some influencers even proclaimed that the streamlined Baidu could only survive for a few years, arguing that with such a lack of revenue-generating capabilities, the company was doomed. At Tencent's headquarters, Ma Huadeng regarded Hu Kun, a representative from Baidu. "What on earth are you up to?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Kun, tasked with selling Baidu's assets, presented a list that included HAO 123, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nuomi, and Baidu Maps. Essentially, everything except the core search engine was up for sale. The implication was clear. Baidu was on the brink of bankruptcy. Ma Huateng's brow furrowed in confusion. What does Matrix Energy intend to collaborate on with you? He pressed. Before who could respond, Ma interrupted. Let me guess. Artificial intelligence. But I am genuinely curious about the nature of the project that has prompted Baidu to undergo such a drastic transformation and abandon so many ventures. Is it that you're no longer profitable? Realization dawned on Ma. Ah, I see. Matrix Energy is providing you with a safety net that he was not oblivious to the underlying motives at play. Since the state has taken over, profit and loss have become irrelevant. The government will cover any losses that I used to envy Baidu, but not anymore. M. A. Huateng remarked that if he were to collaborate with Zhou Yang, he would likely follow Baidu's path, expelling foreign investment and splitting up the business. You, Mr. Li, have acted impulsively. M. A. Huateng shook his head, believing that no project was worth such a high price for Li Yanhong, that he picked up the documents on the table and scrutinized them. Since Baidu was up for sale, why shouldn't he consider buying it? In the past, such an opportunity would have been unattainable that a similar scene was unfolding across the nation. Soon, reports surfaced that Baidu was aggressively selling off its business operations, causing unrest within the company. The Tieba division heard that the neighboring Aichi department had already disbanded, with many researchers going on leave that high-quality assets like Aichi would surely sell well, regardless of quality. It seemed the higher-ups were determined to sell everything off, even if it meant lowering prices in the end. Surely, our Tieba department would remain unscathed, as it is one of Baidu's core businesses. Brother, it's one of them, not the core, that I truly envy those in the search engine sector. They will remain unaffected regardless of the turmoil, that I wonder what is so great about Matrix Energy. If they want to acquire, just do it without forcing us to streamline our operations to AT that moment. The head of the division entered, clapping his hands to garner attention, and announced loudly, all right, starting tomorrow, aside from essential maintenance staff, everyone else will be on leave. Our Tieba has been sold to Alibaba. That a wave of despair swept through the room. What? Even Tieba is sold? Do they no longer wish to continue? Enough complaining. 1T change anything. This is a decision from above. Our dissatisfaction 1T matter. Let us hurry and find new jobs. With so many departments cut, there will be plenty of job seekers. Why not just join Alibaba? They bought us, and our original team fits right in. I've heard Alibaba offers good salaries. The crowd murmured, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. The head glanced at everyone and stated, don't look so glum. The sky isn't falling, and no one is being laid off. There will be significant projects coming up, and everyone must participate. That I can assure you, salaries will rise. What major project? The crowd was taken aback. Baidu had sold off everything it could. What more could it have? The head smiled mysteriously and said, don't rush. In 10 days, you'll find out that Baidu's external business sales sparked a flurry of discussions among major media outlets and the public. Recruitment companies were quick to react, speculating on impending layoffs due to the sale of core businesses. Those who had joined Baidu were certainly not ordinary individuals. Yet, 10 days later, a surprising announcement appeared on Baidu's official website. And numerous media platforms and user apps received pop-up news alerts. Baidu had invested billions to fully enter the field of artificial intelligence, now prepared and ready to recruit computer-related talents nationwide, offering salaries well above industry standards and generous benefits that if you possess talent, feel free to apply. Upon release, this announcement sent shockwaves through the industry. Even more astonishing was that on the evening of the announcement, a commercial slot before the 7 o'clock news was unprecedentedly replaced by a recruitment advertisement produced by Baidu. This advertisement made Baidu's ambitions in artificial intelligence widely known. Chapter 73. Nationwide recruitment. This advertisement was not a haphazard production, but a well-crafted one. Possessing a cinematic quality, IT opened with the male protagonist being awakened by a gentle call, as the curtains of his bedroom automatically drew open to the sound of pleasant music. Rising, he moved to the bathroom. Da Huang, do I have any emails? He inquired while brushing his teeth. The mirror displayed scrolling information, including weather updates and the latest news. That a voice chimed in. Master, you have an unread email. It is a response from Baidu. Congratulations, you have been accepted by Baidu. The man let out an excited cheer. The scene shifted, guided by the mysterious voice, as he dressed and stepped outside, where a fantastical car awaited him. Upon entering, he realized it was a self-driving vehicle. A holographic projection of a giant mech appeared on the dashboard, revealing the protagonist's fondness for mecha. Master, 0 EW reporting, Destination detected, requesting departure. Let us go, he commanded, and the car sped onto the road. The advertisement concluded with the protagonist joining Baidu, accompanied by the tagline, "Join us and change the world together." This was evidently a major production, exhibiting a film-like quality. The fact that it aired before the 7 o'clock news was unprecedented. Online discussions about this advertisement surged. Was Baidu truly going all in on artificial intelligence? Had the sale of so many businesses been a strategy to concentrate their efforts? Such a bold decision indeed. Baidu had been involved in artificial intelligence for some time, previously claiming to work on autonomous driving technology. What new developments could arise this time? Who knows? Many have declared intentions to pursue artificial intelligence, but few have succeeded. What you all contemplate is but a fantasy. We common folk should remain practical. That I wonder if Baidu's grand gesture will translate into high salaries, that I've already changed jobs and submitted my resume. Let us see the outcome live. To be frank, Baidu is serious this time, that I receive an offer from Baidu ahead of time. For 5 years as a coder, the compensation is indeed above industry standards. $35K a month. Wow, that's impressive. A 5-year coder earning $35K is at least 40 to 50 higher than the industry average. That no time to waste. I'm off to submit my resume. Not only did Baidu invest financially, but they also began poaching talent. At Tencent headquarters, Wu Yinming, head of the artificial intelligence department, submitted his resignation to his superior. What is the meaning of this? You're quitting a good job. Why? Wu Yinming felt a bit awkward. Just want to change jobs. Dante, tell me Baidu is poaching you. How much are they offering? The superior was visibly irritated, as many had recently resigned, all lured away by Baidu. Wu Yinming was the first senior technical staff member to be poached by Baidu. Caught, his face flushed. Come on, how much? 60 or 70? The superior pressed, it's just money. Baidu has plenty, and so do we. Tell me their offer. I'll make sure to outbid them by 10%. That Wu Yinming hesitated and replied. They offering me 1.2 million a year. What? The superior's eyes widened in disbelief, choking on his words. Have they gone mad? He exclaimed that Wu Yiming's current salary was under 500,000, while Baidu had doubled it to 1.2 million, a tempting offer indeed. The earlier bravado about outbidding Baidu was quickly forgotten. After a moment of contemplation, the superior asked quietly, was it a headhunter or an internal contact? Could you help me reach out? I want to see if they need more personnel. Ideals and responsibilities were mere illusions. Money was what truly mattered. That Wu Yinming scratched his head, bemused. Similar scenes were unfolding at various internet companies, as Baidu wielded its financial clout to poach numerous talents. This prompted some business magnates to publicly complain that Baidu's tactics were unethical and disrupted industry norms. Baidu, however, remained unfazed. Having integrated its operations, the company was financially robust, especially with Matrix Energy backing them. Within a month, Baidu successfully consolidated its business and assembled a massive research and development team of over 23,000 personnel, diligently diving into their projects. Meanwhile, news reached from Isilicon regarding the mass production of the Tianqin 100, which had been resolved nearly half a month ahead of schedule. That Yu Changhong reached out to Zhou Yang, hoping to invite him to the inauguration ceremony. Zhou Yang considered it, but ultimately declined, feeling it unnecessary given his busy schedule. With the core control issue resolved, Zhou Yang's attention shifted to another critical system of the mecha, the propulsion system. The challenges posed by the particle propulsion system were considerable. Although the system provided comprehensive technical documentation, many technical challenges and production processes remained complex. Zhou Yang planned to wait until Su Chun and Li Bingxian completed their current projects before consolidating efforts on the propulsion system's development. With Zhou Yang's absence, Yu Changhong refrained from pressing further. Recognizing Zhou Yang's exceptional capabilities, that Yu Changhong, the mass production of the Tianqin 100 was a monumental achievement, but for Zhou Yang, it might not hold the same significance. On December 16, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo. On December 24, the eve of Christmas, May 40 awaits you. That a single Weibo post reverberated throughout the entire internet. The debut of the Tianqin 100 has arrived. Upon hearing the news, Apple was immediately shaken. Senior executives gathered to review the collected data. Compared to the general public, the information Apple received was considerably more detailed, sourced from Huawei suppliers. After reviewing the gathered configuration details, Cook felt overwhelmed. Every possible feature was included, one executive lamented. Indeed, a 120Hz refresh screen, dual stereo speakers, 3D structured light, an under-display camera, along with LPDDR5 and UFS 3.0. Their device was astonishingly thin. Huawei had managed to incorporate all the flagship-level specifications. Darn it, all because of the Longshin battery. The internal space of the phone is limited. Many features are not omitted by desire, but by lack of space, leading to compromises. Now, thanks to the Longshin battery, much more internal space is liberated, allowing for greater capacity. Cook turned to the head of supply, inquiring about the negotiations with BYD, asking if they could secure supply. Apple also wished to utilize the Longshin battery. But the crucial issue remained the lack of availability. The head of supplier management shook his head, that no, still no stock, that as far as I know, BYD has allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Not just us, even their own phone manufacturers are receiving limited quantities of batteries. Damn it. Why are they focusing on electric vehicles? Cook cursed in frustration, deeming the high-tech batteries wasted in electric cars. The reality is that by next year, every phone manufacturer will launch devices featuring the large-capacity Longshin battery, while Apple has yet to acquire any. Imagine the market filled with phones boasting tens of thousands of milliamp hours, while Apple remains stuck with 3,000 milliamp hours and 5W fast charging, likely leaving them far behind. Regardless, we must obtain the Longshin battery. Understood? Cook commanded. The room fell silent for a moment before an executive asked, "What should we do now?" Cook gritted his teeth, stating, "I've already conferred with Qualcomm, Intel, and NVIDIA. This time, we will unite to launch a comprehensive assault on Huawei. This is a battle for survival. It's either their demise or ours. We cannot allow them to rise. Otherwise, the order we have painstakingly built over the years will be obliterated." The Chip 100 presented by V holds the potential to alter the entire industry landscape. Should V succeed, it would spell disaster for them. Consequently, numerous corporations have banded together to collectively suppress V. Apple, Intel, NVIDIA, and Qualcomm. These four companies unite with a combined market capitalization exceeding $1 trillion in Cook's eyes. V is no match for them. The first strike against V will be initiated by Apple. Yu Changhong announced the imminent release of the M40, generating momentum through extensive online and offline advertising, pouring money into the campaign with astonishing force. The Qingtian Center was also diligently preparing for the launch event as the 24th approached. However, on the 23rd, Yu Changhong received troubling news. What? The European venue is no longer willing to rent to us. How could this happen? We had a signed contract. What? They are willing to pay the penalty, sue them, and seek compensation for our losses. What? They claim they are unafraid of a lawsuit. Fine. Find me a lawyer right now. V intended to hold simultaneous launch events domestically and across Europe, as V phones had performed well in the European market and could command higher prices, generating more revenue. Yet, Yu Changhong did not anticipate that just 2 days before the launch, the rented exhibition center in Europe would suddenly breach the contract, adopting a brazenly defiant attitude. Compensation? Go ahead and sue. They simply refused to allow the launch event, with only a day remaining until the event. There was no time to search for a new venue and set it up. Damn it, someone is definitely scheming, Yu Changhong silently cursed, sensing the undercurrents of conspiracy, but he realized that the release of the Chip 100 had disturbed numerous interests. And the absence of a reaction from these forces was not due to their benevolence, but rather awaiting Huawei's first move. Now, the underhanded tactics had emerged. The more they plot, the less I will allow them to triumph. Yu Changhong steeled his resolve. For Huawei, this was also a counteroffensive that on the 24th, the spacious venue at the Qingtian Center was filled to capacity. Various live streaming platforms broadcasted the event in real time. Numerous netizens fervently discussed the configurations, the AS for specifications. There was little to elaborate on. The Tianqin 100 paired with the Longshin battery had already been largely unveiled, encompassing all expected features that I am now primarily concerned about the price. It seems only the Pro version is equipped with the Chip 100, while the standard version still utilizes the Kirin 1000, and no doubt I'm buying it, as long as the price is reasonable. Yes, this is our own developed chip. We must support it. Previously, we could only use others' chips. Now we finally have our own design and production, and its performance is 100 times better. Haha. I am eager to know Apple's and Qualcomm's thoughts. They must be furious that I heard it will officially launch on Christmas. I've already decided to gift the M40 to my girlfriend. The discussions among netizens were rife, predominantly revolving around the price. Configuration is essential for a flagship phone. Any conceivable new technology would be incorporated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a flagship. The clock struck 10. The launch event commenced. Yu Changhong appeared and declared, "After more than a month, we meet again." Following a brief introduction, Yu Changhong swiftly got to the crux of the matter. Let us first take a look at the actual device. He retrieved the phone from the box. With a waterfall screen and an ultra-thin body, Huawei has always excelled in industrial design. This phone is astonishingly thin, measuring only 6.5 millimeters. Simply remarkable, it's all due to the battery. A breakthrough in battery technology has expanded the internal space that I previously read reports that Xiaomi plans to redesign its motherboard, moving away from the current three-layer structure to integrate the Longshin battery directly onto the motherboard, resulting in even thinner phones. The ultra-slim body, coupled with striking industrial design, made the phone in Yu Changhong's hands resemble a work of art. Next, following the planned agenda, Yu Changhong began to introduce the phone's specifications. It was no surprise that all top-tier configurations were present. How slow? Why not just announce the price directly? Exactly. What's the point of discussing configurations? We already know them. The key concern is the price. Finally, after an hour of the event, Yu Changhong concluded the introduction of the phone's specifications. The configurations were not only top-notch, but also complete, with no compromises made as seen previously. The only difference between the standard and pro versions was the chip. Yu Changhong set the phone down and stated, "Next, we should announce the price, which many of you are likely eager to know." The audience, along with those watching the live stream, perked up instantly. How much will the world's first phone equipped with the chip 100 cost? Yu Changhong smiled and said, "We will reveal that mystery a little later." Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in shock, and online comments turned hostile to Yu Changhong. Enough already. Does revealing a price really threaten you? Stop dragging it out. I feel like cursing. However, Yu Changhong said next stunned everyone once again. With a wave of his hand, he announced, "Next, I want to declare that the M40 will feature our newly developed Harmony OS." Harmony OS, the long-rumored system, was finally brought to the forefront by V.in an instant. The venue and live streaming platforms exploded with excitement. Chapter 75. Digging One's Own Grave. Reflecting on recent events, Google announced the termination of Google services on Huawei phones, fundamentally severing Huawei's access to the international market. As foreign Android users are heavily reliant on Google services, it was akin to prohibiting the use of WeChat on your phone. It would undoubtedly lead to abandonment of the device. At that time, countless people felt frustrated and expressed sympathy for Huawei, believing it might falter. Yet in that moment, Huawei unveiled Harmony OS. Similarly, not long ago, TSMC ceased processing Kirin chips under the directives from the U.S. The Huawei's counterattack is the Tianqin 100 that the comments in the live stream flooded in like a torrent. Wow, I thought Harmony OS was dead, but it's actually here. No doubt Huawei is impressive. This is how it should be. The more setbacks they face, the stronger they become. Full localization is just the beginning. They should retaliate against those who manipulate Apple's headquarters. Cook and the upper echelon of Apple also watched the launch event via online platforms. When Yu Changhong announced that the Mate 40 would feature Harmony OS, Cook and his team were equally shocked. Damn it, they truly developed that system. It's impossible. They lack the technology. Not deceive yourselves. They have already announced that their entire lineup will be equipped with it, which undoubtedly means it has been successfully developed. Even if it has been developed, what of it? The crux of the matter lies in the ecosystem. The essence of a mobile operating system is its ecosystem. Much like Apple's primary competitive advantage lies not in the iPhone itself, but in the meticulously crafted iOS ecosystem they have nurtured over the years. Software developers have collaborated to create applications for it. Thus, while establishing a new system may seem straightforward, without the support of software developers, it will naturally fail to attract users. Moreover, there exists the significant factor of consumer habits. At the press conference, Yu Changhong announced that the Harmony OS would be compatible with all Android applications. Having already engaged in profound collaborations with leading domestic developers such as Tencent and NetEase, these companies will migrate their entire gaming portfolios to the Harmony platform, and several new games will debut alongside it. This indicates that Huawei has successfully established connections with software developers, and not to mention, the Harmony OS is also capable of supporting existing Android software. It can be asserted that the Harmony OS and Android will facilitate seamless transitions. At Apple's headquarters, after Yu Changhong concluded his announcement, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Huawei is already in the process of cultivating the Harmony ecosystem, and should they succeed, the implications could be dire. All eyes turned towards Cook, whose expression darkened ominously. The Harmony OS will eventually be unveiled, and Huawei's ambitions are undeniably vast, a fact I have long perceived. However, let us remain composed. Rome was not built in a day. And establishing an ecosystem is no trivial endeavor. My primary concern now revolves around the pricing of the Mate 40, Cook stated. During the conference, Yu Changhong showcased the Harmony OS, highlighting its remarkable adaptability and interface, which could only be described as flawless. Next came the most anticipated segment, the pricing announcement. A profound silence fell over the conference room, and discussions online dwindled. given the specifications, combined with the optimal pairing of the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 chip. The Pro version is expected to start at no less than $6,999. As for the standard version, it might reach a maximum of $4,999. The key point is the Pro version, featuring the global debut of the Tianqin 100 chip. If it were to retail for $7,000, it would not be considered exorbitant. Those who claim it will be priced at $7,000 are living in a dream. The Tianqin 100's performance far surpasses that of the A14, which Apple sells for over $8,000. Why should the Tianqin 100 be priced at over $7,000? Indeed, some have knelt for so long that they can no longer stand. Our self-produced mobile phones boast superior specifications. Why should we sell them for less? I support a starting price of $9,000. Absolutely. The unparalleled Tianqin 100 deserves a higher price. Can you believe that if the Tianqin 100 were developed by Apple, they would dare price it at $20,000? Therefore, not only should we price it higher than Apple's offerings, but we should also sell it internationally to capture Apple's market share. Yu Changhong then ceased to keep the audience in suspense and directly revealed the pricing. The standard version of the Mate 40 starts at $5,999. This price is not exorbitant. While the Kirin 1000 cannot be compared to the Tianqin 100, it is still a top-tier 5nm chip and is comparable to the A14. Coupled with high-end specifications, a price of $6,000 is quite reasonable. The announcement elicited a stir among the attendees and viewers alike, with many exclaiming how expensive it was that if the standard version starts at $6,000, then the Tianqin 100 version must be priced at $8,000 or $9,000, perhaps even $10,000 straight off the bat. The press conference. After a brief pause, Yu Changhong announced the Pro version's price. $8,499. This figure took many by surprise. They had anticipated a price of $9,000 or more, but this was indeed somewhat of a bargain. The specific price is not the crux of the issue. Have you not noticed that this price aligns precisely with the iPhone 12 Pro's pricing? It seems Huawei is poised to make a bold statement. Furthermore, the standard version's price of $5,999 closely matches that of the iPhone 12, leading me to realize that Huawei has deliberately set their pricing to compete with Apple. Apple's headquarters. The announcement of the price elicited laughter among executives. They chuckled. How audacious of them to sell at such a high price. Are they courting disaster? They mused about who would purchase their device when one could easily opt for the iPhone 12 they dare to sell at the same price point. They are unworthy of such a price. The executives felt a wave of relief. Their greatest fear had been Huawei undercutting them with a significantly lower price, which would lead to performance superiority coupled with affordability. Now, with Huawei pricing themselves so high, they seem to be digging their own grave. Cook finally wore a smile, stating, Huawei is overly confident. However, we must not become complacent. They are launching tomorrow. Let us issue an announcement to drop our prices by $1,000, effectively eliminating their chance of resurgence. Isn't a 1,000 drop excessive? I would suggest a reduction of a few hundred to signal our intent, one executive remarked. Cook, however, shook his head resolutely, insisting, no, it must be a full $1,000. I intend to crush them this time, leaving no opportunity for recovery. Very well, a 1,000 reduction it is. After all, we still have significant profit margins. Another executive conceded, Apple's profits are substantial. A drop of $1,000 or even $2,000 or $3,000 would still yield considerable returns. The Mate 40's price was unveiled. Online discussions erupted. Many opined that Huawei had priced themselves too high. A reduction of $1,000 could perhaps still attract buyers. They speculated that Huawei might face a significant setback by competing directly with Apple. In response to these criticisms, Huawei remained unperturbed, promptly listing the new device on their official website, announcing that it would be available for nationwide sale at 8 a.m. on the 25th. On the morning of the 25th at 7 a.m., the tech influencer AI Fei Xiaomei, with millions of followers, commenced her live broadcast. After a preview the previous night, thousands tuned in as soon as she went live. Xiaomei, possessing a sweet demeanor and a spirited personality, greeted her viewers, saying, Hello, friends. As I mentioned yesterday, we are heading to Sanlitun, where Huawei's largest flagship store is located. Let's see if the Mate 40 will indeed face the predicted downfall with no buyers. With her assistant filming, Xiaomei drove, stating, We have about 30 minutes left until we arrive, just in time for 7:30. Let's hope we don't hit traffic. You ask if I plan to buy? Of course, if we hit over 1 million likes during the stream, I will do an exclusive unboxing of the Mate 40 live, revealing the much-talked-about Tianqin 100. As the viewer count surged, they arrived at Sanlitun after a half-hour drive. Here we are, the Huawei flagship store. I recall that just across the street is Apple's flagship store. Some online have speculated that Huawei's high pricing is a direct challenge to Apple. That I wonder if Apple is feeling the heat after yesterday's conference. By 8 a.m., there was already a flow of people in Sanlitun, and Xiaomei had a clear objective as she made her way to the Huawei flagship store. Today, as she walked, she suddenly noticed a queue forming ahead. "Oh my goodness, are people actually lining up?" Xiaomei exclaimed, excitement building. I end the live stream. With hundreds of thousands watching, the sight of the long queue sparked disbelief and chatter among the audience. "Are you kidding? Who would line up to buy a Huawei for over 8,000? Where do all these fools come from? Perhaps they are queuing for something else. It's not necessarily for the Mate 40, someone speculated. Exactly, it's not like it's Apple. Do we really need to rush to buy it? What does that comment imply? Apple gets queues, so why shouldn't Huawei? We used to concede that our phones were inferior, acknowledging Apple's prowess, but now our technology is hardly any less capable. If anything, it surpasses Apple's. That why should we not have our own lines? Support Huawei, let us outdo Apple." Xiaomei approached the front of the queue, stopping a young man to inquire, "Hey, what is going on here?" The young man glanced at the camera and replied, "We're buying phones. Mate 40 to didn't know? All of you?" Xiaomei asked, astonished. The young man nodded. "I arrived at 6 and still ended up here. I heard some people came as early as midnight to queue." Xiaomei was taken aback. "Midnight? Seriously?" A man ahead turned and chimed in, "Don't believe him. Anyone who claims to have queued since midnight is definitely a scalper." "Right, scalpers could be a factor," Xiaomei realized, addressing her audience. "It seems that the Tianqin 100's production capacity is limited. So Huawei might not have many devices available for the first batch. Of course, this is all speculation. The truth remains uncertain. If the production is indeed limited, scalpers hoarding stock would be entirely plausible. So, friends, if you are genuinely considering a phone upgrade, make haste with that," Xiaomei said. "Let us move ahead and see more." With her assistant, she navigated through the lengthy queue, which extended over 100 meters. The excitement in the live stream was palpable. In a way, this must be a ruse. Huawei probably paid for a line to create hype. Seriously, lining up for a mediocre domestic phone? Ridiculous. Why shouldn't Huawei have a line? I believe it's genuine. Just wait and see. This time, the Mate 40 will surely sell out. Indeed, I believe that Huawei's strategy to position itself alongside Apple is a wise move. Why should our smartphones not compete with Apple? In the live broadcast room, two factions began to hurl insults at each other. That moment, Xiaomei arrived at the front of the queue. It was evident that employees were already present at the entrance of the Huawei flagship store, maintaining order. Simultaneously, several individuals resembling streamers were capturing the scene, seemingly broadcasting live. Xiaomei expressed her frustration, stating, "This line is so long. How long must I wait? I'll send my assistant to queue first, and we can continue our conversation." After instructing her assistant to stand in line, Xiaomei intended to interview a few customers waiting, when suddenly her eyes lit up. "Everyone, I see an old friend." She promptly approached a man holding a DSLR camera. "Let me introduce you to this gentleman, the special guest blogger from the ZOL mobile forum, the legendary Yao Dao. Come on, Yao Dao, say hello to our friends." The man, bemused, waved at the camera and remarked, "What brings you here?" Xiaomei replied, "If you're here as a technology blogger, why shouldn't I come? I plan to buy a unit today to disassemble it. Look at this line, some have already queued." Yao Dao smiled mysteriously. "So you want to disassemble it?" "Look, for me, I've already received a Mate 40 Pro in advance. If all goes well, I should receive it shortly when the courier arrives." "What? How did you get it early?" Xiaomei exclaimed. Yao Dao chuckled. "What are you saying? As a tech blogger with millions of fans, do I not deserve to test a phone?" Xiaomei pouted, "But I have tens of millions of fans. Why the disparity?" Yao Dao grinned. "That is something you'll have to ask Huawei about. By the way, let me show you something interesting." He gestured towards the Apple flagship store across the street. "Do you see that?" Xiaomei glanced over and gasped. "Oh my, Apple has actually reduced its prices. The entire iPhone 12 series has dropped 1,000 yuan. Is this real?" Yesterday, Huawei held a launch event announcing that sales would begin today, and they priced the Mate 40 in direct competition with the iPhone 12. Instantly, Apple lowered its prices by 1,000. This fear. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement. No way. Has Apple really lowered its prices? 1,000 yuan off. That is enticing. If it's enticing, then go buy it. I see Apple is afraid and must lower prices to sell. Regardless of Mate 40 sales figures, just the fact that it could instill fear in Apple is enough for my support." Xiaomei, still shocked, quickly asked Yao Dao, "Uncle Yao Dao, may I interview you? Do you think Apple is afraid?" Yao Dao shrugged. "Who knows if they're afraid? Perhaps Apple is attempting to undermine Mate 40 sales by cutting prices. It's impossible to say for certain. However, it must be acknowledged that Mate 40 has indeed shaken Apple. at least making them feel uneasy, which is no small feat. Time's up. The sale has begun. Let us head over, Yao Dao said, patting Xiaomei on the shoulder as they walked towards the Huawei flagship store. Chapter 77. The first disassembly online at 8 o'clock. The Huawei flagship store officially opened its doors. No pushing. Take your time. Customers wishing to purchase the Mate 40, please proceed to the designated lane. If you wish to buy other models or experience the Mate 40, you may enter the store directly. We have arranged experience devices here, the store manager announced loudly, directing the crowd. While they anticipated a queue, they had not expected such a turnout. Originally, they planned to allow free entry into the store. But given the current situation, if everyone rushed in, chaos would ensue. The manager decided to allocate a special area for customers queuing to purchase the Mate 40. The crowd began to stir. Enough talk. I've been waiting for 7 or 8 hours. And my bladder is about to burst. Hurry, I want 10 Pro models, quickly, a middle-aged man at the front shouted, clutching his stomach. The manager eyed him and thought, buying 10 at once? Clearly a scalper. Rumors circulated that the Tianjin 100's production was insufficient, leading to a shortage of Mate 40 Pro units, prompting scalpers to seize the opportunity to hoard stock and inflate prices. All right, please come in, the manager said, suppressing a smirk, thinking to himself that if these scalpers saw their warehouse, they would abandon the idea of hoarding. The line began to move. Xiaomei asked in disbelief, do these people not want to experience the phone before buying? Yao Dao replied with a smile, think about it. During the rush for Apple, wasn't he at the same? Fearing they might miss out, people bought immediately. Honestly, after watching the launch event, what more is there to experience? If you want it, just buy it. He spoke. Yao Dao patted Xiaomei. Come, let me show you the real device. Can we disassemble it? Xiaomei asked eagerly. Yao Dao nodded. Of course we can. Then let us not waste any more time. Let us go, Xiaomei exclaimed, pulling Yao Dao along. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Yao Dao's home and resumed their live stream. Folks, it's the first disassembly of the Mate 40 online. Are you excited? Yao Dao set up the camera and began the unboxing. I must say, the craftsmanship is truly top-notch. The feel is extraordinary. It's practically a work of art. Xiaomei added, I've heard the materials used in the Mate 40 are the finest. Without further ado, Yao Dao powered it on for an experience. The smoothness is incredible. Fortunately, our community has 5G coverage. Let us try downloading 100 apps simultaneously. He entered the App Store and began selecting apps to download. The Harmony OS feels quite pleasant. He commented. He selected 100 applications, but without a Wi-Fi connection. All remained in a pending download state. Xiaomei remarked, Uncle Yao Dao, ISN T100 a bit too few. This is said to be the strongest smartphone chip in history. The Tianjin 100, 100 times more powerful than the A14. If we're testing, let us push it further. Let us go for 200. Yao Dao agreed. All right, let us go for 200. The live room was abuzz with astonishment. Can this phone handle downloading 200 apps simultaneously and install them at once? I'm not sure about other phones. But if the Tianjin 100 is as powerful as Huawei claims, it shouldn't be a problem. However, installing 200 apps at once is quite impressive. Let us see if it can install them all at once. It still needs to download them. At least it should be able to install dozens of apps at a time. That moment, Yao Dao completed selecting 200 apps. All right, everyone take note that I'm currently on a 5G connection. And I previously tested the speed. Absolutely top-notch. Now, let us begin. Yao Dao opened the data connection and initiated the downloads, causing all 200 apps to enter the download state simultaneously. Soon, icons began popping up on his desktop. And in less than 5 seconds, an entire page of the screen was filled with installed apps. Wow, where's the installation process? Is it installing in seconds? Xiaomei couldn't help but scream, tugging at her hair. My scalp is tingling. It's all instant installations. I can't even see the installation process, and it feels like 5 or 6 apps are popping up at once, indicating that once downloaded, they can all be installed immediately. This is terrifying. Hurry, uncle, open the apps, keep opening them. Yao Dao quickly responded, tapping on icons, and the apps opened instantaneously without any lag. Meanwhile, installations were still ongoing in the background. Yao Dao opened several apps at once, stopping only after opening over a dozen. Not because he wanted to, but because all the apps were already installed. All 200 apps are installed. How long did that take? Less than a minute, he exclaimed. Xiaomei was equally astounded. I feel that if it weren't for the download speed limitations, the installation speed would be even faster. Uncle, let us open all 200 apps at once and see if they can all launch. Yao Dao nodded and continued to open apps, saying, now I'm not worried about whether the SoC can handle it. I'm more concerned about whether there's enough memory. Previously, I thought having 16 gigabytes of RAM was excessive. But now I feel that 16 gigabytes is still insufficient, that I in front of the screen. Yao Dao kept opening apps, managing to open over 130 before stopping. Not enough memory, he said, opening the task manager, revealing over 100 apps running in the background, a sight that was overwhelming. Incredible, he remarked casually, opening one at random. This is true multitasking, with no background processes lagging us down. Let us check the chip's application efficiency. Yao Dao had previously installed an app to monitor the chip's performance. Upon opening it, he gasped, "Oh my, I now believe Huawei's claim that the phone's chip performance is excessive. Look, throughout the entire process. The SoC's application efficiency peaked at a mere 5%. This is insane. I truly want to see what conditions would allow this thing to operate at full power that I in the live broadcast room." There was a flurry of exclamations. The rapid installation of 200 applications showcased terrifying performance. Moreover, the ability to run so many applications in the background without any lag raises questions about those who claim Harmony OS is sluggish. It is undeniably a performance beast. Suddenly, I felt compelled to act. Without further ado, I placed an order on JD.com. Just for the Tianqin 100, I intend to purchase one to experiment with. By the way, the host should disassemble the device. It's the first teardown on the internet. Let us not let others beat us to IT. I in front of the camera. Xiaomei hurriedly added, "Yes, uncle, disassemble it. The Tianqin 100 is so powerful. I want to see what kind of chip makes it so formidable." Yao Dao nodded vigorously, intrigued by the invincible nature of this chip. Chapter 78. Reverse engineering. Non-existing Yao Dao possessed a complete set of professional disassembly equipment at home and was knowledgeable in the field. So he immediately set to work. After some effort, he managed to remove the back cover. Upon observing the internal structure, Yao Dao was taken aback, exclaiming, "There have been rumors that major smartphone manufacturers would soon release fully integrated motherboards, encapsulating the Longshin battery as if it were a chip itself on the motherboard. This approach makes the motherboard structure more rational, allowing for a thinner phone without the need for multi-layered boards. Come, take a look. This is what the world's first fully integrated motherboard looks like." The camera focused on the internal components, revealing a seamless motherboard without a massive battery occupying space, resulting in a remarkably efficient internal layout. As he continued to disassemble it, he discovered top-tier configurations. The ample space allowed for superior components without compromise. From this perspective, the advent of the Longshin battery fundamentally transforms smartphones, ensuring they will only become thinner and more powerful in the future. Here should be the Longshin battery, he noted. It resembles a chip in size, which is astonishing considering it boasts over 8,000 mAh of capacity. No doubt, BYD is impressive. Xiaomei interjected, "It should be matrix energy that's impressive." I came across an analysis stating that both the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100 were developed by matrix energy. Given their mysterious nature, it's highly likely that the government is backing them, indicating state support for these technologies. Yao Dao remained silent as he continued to disassemble, gradually furrowing his brow. This area should contain the chip, but the packaging is rather difficult to remove. He pointed to a section of the motherboard that resembled a metal block. Xiaomei leaned in closer, saying, "It seems to be fully encapsulated. Is this to prevent others from disassembling it?" Yao Dao pondered, "It's likely to prevent technological theft. Consider this. It's not a silicon-based chip, but a completely new technology. Even if a patent is filed, imitation can occur swiftly, and establishing a patent wall in a short time is quite challenging. Thus, I believe Huawei has employed a special packaging technique to make disassembly difficult or even destructive." Xiaomei nodded. "So, if it gets damaged, would the chip require a complete motherboard replacement?" "That is probably the case," Yao Dao contemplated. "For now, I want to disassemble it further. If I force it, I'm certain it will break. I need to study it first and strategize my approach." Xiaomei looked disappointed. She was eager to see the Tianqin 100 of friends. "We won't be able to see it anymore," she lamented. The audience in the live room remained understanding, recognizing that if forced disassembly risks damage, it's better not to proceed. Indeed, Huawei's intention was clear: to prevent technological espionage. In the past, we engaged in reverse engineering to replicate their technology. Now, the tables have turned. And it's gratifying. Indeed, someone guessed correctly. On the day of the Mate 40 launch, a phone was sent to Apple's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Cook and other executives immediately connected via video. "That's so. Can it be disassembled?" Cook urged. The engineer shook his head. "It's quite difficult to disassemble. I suspect Huawei has utilized some special packaging technology that if we force it, it will undoubtedly break." After some consideration, Cook suggested, "Let us attempt to disassemble it to examine the internal structure." When Huawei unveiled the Tianqin 100, they claimed it was a bionic cellular chip. Yet the specifics of this groundbreaking invention remained a mystery. No patents had been filed. Even now, Huawei has not sought relevant patents. And Cook and his team understood that this technology had likely been classified as a national defense secret, making its disclosure impossible in the near term. The only viable method was to analyze the Tianqin 100 through reverse engineering. The engineers wasted no time and commenced the disassembly. The first approach involved melting the outer metal layer at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. However, the internal chip was rendered to ash. The second method utilized milling machines to meticulously grind away the metal casing. After several hours, they barely uncovered the internal structure, revealing the encapsulated Tianqin 100 and its integrated GPU. "Let us test it immediately," Cook commanded. However, the Apple engineers found themselves at a loss with the Tianqin 100. Upon microscopic examination, they discovered that the chip itself was also encapsulated. They continued grinding away the outer layer, only to find a viscous, black liquid oozing from within, rendering the chip unusable. "What is this liquid? Is it mimicking cellular fluid?" Cook asked, astonished that we need to analyze its composition right away. After extensive testing, the engineers identified the substance as nanoparticles of thermal hydrocarbonized Si. Cook furrowed his brow upon hearing the explanation. He learned this was a relatively new material recently discovered. However, beyond that, there was nothing else within the chip to at this juncture. Cook realized the implications and stated, "Enough testing. We don't need to continue." He promptly severed the video link in Wanghu village. Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. "Mr. Zhou, the sales of the Mate 40 are impressive. President Yu tweeted that the first day sales have exceeded 500,000 units. And they are increasing production," Li Ziyu reported, sharing significant domestic news with Zhou Yang. Her task involved collecting both domestic and international news to relay to him daily. "That is quite commendable," Zhou Yang nodded slightly. Not particularly concerned that he was indifferent to whether 500,000 units or millions sold in a day. It held no significance for him. "By the way, Mr. Zhou," Li Ziyu continued, "since the Mate 40 launch, I've noticed a surge of teardown content regarding the Tianqin 100 online. Could this lead to a leak of its technology?" "Leak?" Zhou Yang chuckled at Li Ziyu's concern. "Let me put it this way. When Apple released the A14, did they worry about others reverse engineering their chip and uncovering its internal structure? With electronic microscopes, what laboratory lacks the necessary instruments? The crux lies in the fact that even if someone expended considerable effort to comprehend the principles and structure of a chip, can they produce it?" Li Ziyu hesitated, her expression shifting to one of realization. "So, even if the technology behind the Tianqin 100 were revealed today, they wouldn't be able to manufacture it." "Exactly," Zhou Yang replied with a dismissive smile. "This technology is akin to a nuclear bomb. The manufacturing principles are documented in physics textbooks, but can anyone create one? Knowing the theory is futile if you lack the capability to produce it. Thus, imitation and reverse engineering are utterly nonsensical." With that, Zhou Yang redirected his attention to the matter at hand that Li Bingxian and his team were busily assembling a nearly complete aircraft engine right before him. Chapter 79. Successful test run. Armed with all the data on WS, Li Bingxian was quite familiar with the project, having participated in its initial phases. However, the crucial aspect hinged on the successful production of high-strength crystalline steel. Thanks to Su Chen's efforts, the third generation of crystalline steel, which Zhou Yang had envisioned, was now being fabricated in the laboratory and would soon transition to industrial production design. The small furnace outside the research institute, which had been constructed earlier, was finally ready for operation. "Mr. Zhou, it's assembled," Li Bingxian announced that we conducted a final inspection and found no issues at this. Li Bingxian felt a rush of excitement. The production of WS had finally been resolved under his guidance. "Let us proceed with the test run," Zhou Yang instructed. Li Bingxian nodded emphatically. The next step was crucial. Replacing the original key materials with high-strength crystalline steel was relatively straightforward, but whether it met the required standards remained uncertain. A failed test run could spell disaster. From behind Zhou Yang, Li Ziyu whispered, "Mr. Zhou, should we inform the higher-ups about the test?" Without a doubt, if they became aware of the test run, Gao Jianjun and others would certainly want to come and observe. Zhou Yang handed over a pair of noise-canceling headphones and remarked, "No need for that we cannot ascertain success just yet. It will inform them once we achieve it. I am confident in our success. But there is still a long way to go." With that, Zhou Yang donned the headphones and nodded to Li Bingxian, signaling that they could commence. "Clear the area. Inject the fuel," Li Bingxian commanded loudly. And the engineers on site busily attended to their tasks. "Fuel injection complete," he announced. "Good." Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang and shouted through gritted teeth, "Ignite!" the ignition system activated, and the aircraft carrier, codenamed Eagle 1, erupted with a thunderous roar that a torrent of crimson flames shot forth from the nozzle, and the deafening noise engulfed the entire testing ground. "The system is operating smoothly," Kong Ning exclaimed excitedly, as the engineers erupted into cheers. The successful ignition marked the first milestone that Li Bingxian discreetly pumped his fist in triumph, casting a glance at Zhou Yang, who remained composed as expected. Mr. Zhou is unfazed, Li Bingxian thought to himself, suspecting that Zhou Yang had anticipated the successful ignition. Hence his lack of excitement. Proceed to the next step. Increase thrust. He instructed that as the engine ramped up, the exhaust plume shifted to a pale blue, indicative of complete combustion and stable thrust. Subsequently, as the thrust further escalated, the plume elongated, and the air behind it became a haze. The test stand groaned with an unsettling metallic distortion, a sign that the engine's thrust was exerting excessive force on the stand. "Thrust data is available," Kong Ning called out. "What are the figures?" Li Bingxian inquired hastily. "The current data reads 121 kilonewtons," Kong Ning replied. "Excellent," Li Bingxian cheered, pumping his fist again. Zhou Yang nodded subtly. 121 kilonewtons was indeed the design specification for WS. The Eagle 1 was built using WS's blueprints, with the sole distinction being the substitution of critical internal materials. These replacements enhanced the engine's durability rather than its design parameters. "Engage afterburners," Li Bingxian ordered. The design specification of WS indicated that without afterburner, it could achieve 121 kilonewtons, equivalent to 12 tons of thrust, while with afterburners, it could reach a maximum of 18 tons. This performance rivaled that of the F-119 engine on the F-22 from M country, surpassing it in some respects. The only disparity lay in the F-119's longevity, which spanned 8,000 to 12,000 hours, while WS's current output barely reached 2,000 hours. This stark difference underscored the material disparities involved. As the afterburners ignited, a blue torrent erupted from the engine's rear. The fuel consumption during afterburner operation was staggering. It could be said that what was expelled was not merely exhaust, but aviation fuel. However, operating in afterburner mode inflicted considerable damage on the engine. Theoretically, an aircraft in flight could only sustain afterburner for a brief span of 2 to 3 minutes, lest it risk irreversible damage to the engine. With Li Bingxian's command, the engine produced an even more thunderous roar, the sound reverberating throughout the testing ground, causing the entire mountainside to resonate. Outside the research institute, a patrolling soldier remarked to his sergeant, "Sergeant, doesn't it feel like the ground is shaking? Is there an earthquake?" The sergeant, sensing it too, contemplated before replying, "Don't be absurd. Perhaps they are conducting an experiment. Focus on your duties and mind your own business." Just then, an urgent voice crackled through the sergeant's radio. "Second squad, a satellite has detected an anomalous target in sector 391. You are closest. Proceed to investigate and maintain communication." "Understood." The sergeant's expression shifted, and he barked. "Everyone, target sector 391. Move out." A team of 8 swiftly advanced, and as they approached, the sergeant signaled for them to drop to the ground and conceal themselves, all of them well trained. The sergeant retrieved binoculars and began to survey the target area. Meanwhile, a man clad in green camouflage lay quietly in a patch of grass, a foreigner, who was observing the research institute with a high-definition telescope. Occasionally, he paused to jot down notes in a notebook, which contained a rudimentary sketch of the institute's perimeter, annotated with guard positions and patrol routes. Perhaps overly confident in his camouflage, the foreigner remained oblivious to the second squad's presence, now only 200 meters away. After a thorough search, the sergeant had locked onto the foreigner concealed in the grass. "The little rascal is well hidden," he muttered, turning to his deputy. 1 o'clock, 200 meters away to Li. Take Gongzi and the others to flank him. Wait for my command. That Li, along with 3 soldiers, swiftly retreated, using the terrain to mask their approach towards the foreigner's rear. After a minute and a half, Li was in position. Move in, capture him alive, that if he resists, shoot to kill, the sergeant commanded coldly. The 3 soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, yet followed the sergeant without hesitation. As they crawled to within 100 meters, the sergeant stood and sprinted forward. "Crap, I've been spotted." The foreigner saw the 4 soldiers suddenly emerge and, startled, sprang to his feet to flee. However, upon turning, he found another 4 soldiers had appeared behind him. In an instant, the 8 soldiers had him surrounded. "Don't move." 8 guns were aimed directly at him. The foreigner's knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, raising his hands in surrender. "I yield. Don't kill me." Chapter 80. Afterburner for half an hour inside the Research Institute. The experiments continued. Thrust data soared as afterburners were engaged. 170. 178. Kong Ning shouted excitedly. We've reached maximum thrust. Li Bingxian, equally exhilarated, pumped his fist and declared, maintain thrust. Shut off afterburners in 2 minutes. 2 minutes of afterburner was ample time. However, Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Forget 2 minutes. Keep the afterburners on and maintain thrust. What? Li Bingxian exclaimed, alarmed. That will damage the engine. This is an experiment. We must ascertain the limits, that if it gets damaged. So be it. First, let us see how far we can push the afterburner. Then you can assemble another one for durability testing to see if it can achieve the planned lifespan of 10,000 hours. That Li Bingxian opened his mouth to protest but fell silent. Zhou Yang's nonchalance was striking. Assembling another engine would incur significant costs, yet the Wanghu Village Research Institute had the luxury of financial leeway. Very well. Let us continue. I'm eager to discover the limits of the afterburner. Li Bingxian conceded that, or perhaps this was a test of the high-strength crystalline steel's limits. The experiment continued, and the personnel temporarily withdrew. For such extreme tests carried inherent risks. An explosion would be catastrophic. Time passed swiftly, and 5 minutes slipped by. Under normal circumstances, afterburner operation would have inflicted irreversible damage to the engine by now. Yet, noticing Zhou Yang's unflinching demeanor, Li Bingxian refrained from halting the experiment, that if Zhou Yang was unfazed, they should proceed without hesitation. 5 minutes turned into 10, then 15. The temperature of the testing ground rose to 40 or 50 degrees. And the engine's exhaust nozzle glowed a fiery red. Half an hour elapsed. Li Bingxian swallowed hard, his gaze somewhat dazed. Kong Ning called out, Chief Engineer Li, we're running low on fuel. Under afterburner conditions. The engine consumed nearly a ton of aviation fuel per minute, and WS engines operated on high-grade aviation kerosene, which was more expensive. In just 30 minutes, they had burned through 200,000 to 300,000. The fuel consumption was staggering. They had not prepared enough aviation fuel for this test. There was a fuel depot outside, but there was no time for refueling now. Shut it down, Li Bingxian urgently commanded. Zhou Yang was the only one who dared to conduct a 30-minute afterburner test. The engine's roar gradually subsided, and Li Bingxian was the first to descend to the testing area, accompanied by Kong Ning and others for inspection. Zhou Yang removed his headphones and said, Let us go. Operating in afterburner mode was akin to subjecting the engine to extreme conditions, akin to driving a car at 6,000 RPM in first gear. The fact that the engine had endured 30 minutes without catastrophic failure was a testament to its capabilities. Zhou Yang felt confident in moving forward to the next phase, the particle propulsion system. Chunrian approached Zhou Yang and informed him, Mr. Zhou, we've captured a spy outside. That a spy? Zhou Yang was taken aback, but did not dwell on it. The security of the institute compromised. Chunrian nodded. Although she initially intended to withhold this information from Zhou Yang, she realized that security measures would be tightened in the wake of this incident. Fearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, she decided to mention it. Observing Zhou Yang's calm reaction, she felt relieved and reassured him. Rest assured, the security of the institute will not be an issue. That's good to hear. Matters of security were best left to professionals. As for the emergence of spies at the research institute, it was well within Zhou Yang's expectations. The advent of the Longxin battery and the Tianqin 100 would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. The previous airport assassination incident indicated that hostile nations had already set their sights on Zhou Yang, and the discovery of the research institute was a logical progression. The multitude of reconnaissance satellites in the sky was no laughing matter. The only course of action was to bolster security, leaving others to watch and fret. The following day, a group hurriedly arrived at the research institute, including Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and several accompanying personnel. Mr. Zhou, has the research been progressing smoothly during this time? Li Tianshu inquired with a smile. Quite well, Zhou Yang replied, casting a glance at the people behind Li Tianshu. You seem very well informed. Just yesterday we conducted a test run, and you arrived post-haste. Truly, speed is of the essence in military matters. Li Tianshu chuckled awkwardly. Gao Jianjun interjected, You burn through dozens of tons of aviation kerosene daily. If we were still in the dark, that would be quite the delay. So, was the engine test successful? Initially, the state had not anticipated Zhou Yang to yield results so swiftly when they supported his engine project, but the speed of progress was remarkable. Zhou Yang nodded, stating, It can be considered a success. They are currently assessing the damage. Let us go and take a look. Damage? Li Tianshu was taken aback. Has the engine sustained damage? Zhou Yang explained, I had them run it at full throttle for 30 minutes yesterday, which likely caused some degree of wear. Coughs erupted from several individuals following Gao Jianjun. 30 minutes at full throttle seemed preposterous. Such prolonged exertion would likely result in failure rather than mere damage. Zhou Yang turned to the group, noting a middle-aged man with graying temples at the forefront. Who are these individuals? Gao Jianjun quickly replied, "Forgive me for neglecting introductions, Mr. Zhou. These are engineers from Xi'an Aircraft Industry Group, responsible for the WS project. This is their project leader, engineer Yuan Haifeng. So, it was Xi'an Aircraft's WS project at play." Zhou Yang greeted Yuan Haifeng with a handshake, who, although unfamiliar with Zhou Yang, sensed a significant status due to the deference shown by Li Tianxu and Gao Jianjun. However, Zhou Yang's mention of the 30 minutes at full throttle left Yuan Haifeng feeling compelled to respond. "Mr. Zhou, running an aircraft engine at full throttle for 30 minutes is quite implausible." His tactful phrasing barely concealed his skepticism, bordering on outright accusation. Zhou Yang remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, "Whether it is true or not, Engineer Yuan, we shall ascertain that shortly. By the way, General Gao, has the aviation kerosene been arranged?" Being from the General Assembly Department, Gao Jianjun was technically responsible for the distribution of aviation kerosene. Yet, this was a trivial matter, unlikely to reach his desk. Gao Jianjun, however, cheerfully responded, "It is already en route. We've arranged for 2,000 tons to start, and we can adjust as needed." As they spoke, the group arrived at the test site. Yuan Haifeng and his team immediately spotted the tubular aircraft engine on the test stand, its design identical to their WS model. Surrounded by busy technicians, Yuan Haifeng's gaze locked onto a central figure, Li Bingxian, who, sensing the scrutiny, turned to meet Yuan's eyes and gritted his teeth. "Yuan Haifeng." Li Bingxian descended from the test stand and approached briskly. "What brings you here?" he asked tersely. Zhou Yang noted the familiarity and tension between the two that Yuan Haifeng remarked. "Is this the engine you've developed? It resembles ours so closely. You left Xi'an Aircraft adamantly claiming you would create your own engine. Yet you seem to have copied ours." Li Tianxu prepared to intervene. Zhou Yang subtly gestured for him to remain silent. It was evident this was a personal matter. "Indeed, it is a replica of your WS project," Li Bingxian retorted, "but we have employed entirely new materials. Aside from its exterior, the internals are fundamentally different. As for imitation, let me assure you, this is merely the beginning. Soon, I will design a novel engine that rivals the nation's F-135, nay, surpasses it. The F-135 is recognized as the most advanced and powerful engine in the world, unveiled by the nation." Yuan Haifeng scoffed, "Anyone can boast. The critical part is whether you can deliver. I hear you tested your engine at full throttle for 30 minutes yesterday. How did it fare? Is it scrap now?" "Scrap," Li Bingxian scoffed, commanding, "Canning, refuel the engine and prepare for testing." "Very well. I am eager to see how your claims hold up." Yuan Haifeng retorted, their rivalry palpable. Zhou Yang suggested, "Let us move to a higher vantage point." Li Tianxu and Gao Jianjun nodded. Following Zhou Yang above, "Mr. Zhou, on the 10th of next month, there is an aviation exhibition. Will this engine be ready for presentation?" Gao Jianjun suddenly inquired. Zhou Yang shot him a puzzled glance. This WS engine, constructed using high-strength crystalline steel, had only just been assembled without detailed testing. Given its critical nature, impacting fighter jets and pilot safety, it required extensive testing to ensure reliability before being operational. Even after being operational, prolonged practical testing would be necessary before final production, a process that could take years. The engine for the F-22, the F-119, was a product from the 1980s that such engines could remain in service for decades. Nonetheless, understanding Gao Jianjun's urgency, Zhou Yang reflected, "I personally believe it shouldn't be a problem, even for operational testing, but I cannot guarantee its complete reliability." The WS engine had been in development for over a decade, and the theoretical aspects were sound. The main challenge lay in the materials. Zhou Yang had utmost confidence in the durability of high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded, choosing not to press further, as they gazed below. There, Yuan Haifeng and his engineers were already assisting with the adjustments. "Engineer, the materials inside seem genuinely different," one engineer whispered to Yuan Haifeng, who had also noticed the divergence. However, he remained skeptical until actual test results were observed. "Clear the area, start the engine." With that command, the engine roared back to life, producing a tremendous sound. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. The successful ignition was a significant achievement. Li Bingxian glanced proudly at Yuan Haifeng, declaring, "Increase thrust, engage afterburner." Canning, aware of the underlying tensions and eager to demonstrate the prowess of the Eagle 1, promptly complied, ramping up the thrust. Upon reaching maximum thrust, the afterburner was activated, and the roar intensified. Echoing like a tempest, those nearby could feel the vibrations coursing through the ground. Excellent, Gao Jianjun exclaimed, rising in excitement. How is it? Li Bingxian asked with pride. Yuan Haifeng shrugged, responding gravely. This is just the beginning. It's still early today as time passed. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, then 10. Yuan Haifeng's expression began to shift. Zhou Yang's companion, Gao Jianjun, was brimming with excitement. 10 minutes at full throttle already revealed significant insights. Continue, Li Bingxian urged, gritting his teeth. Canning, today I want to test the limits of this engine. Fortunately, they had managed to secure 100 tons of aviation kerosene from the depot the previous day. Otherwise, testing would have been impossible. Yuan Haifeng's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the ongoing test. His engineers behind him wore looks of disbelief. How is this possible? They pondered. 15 minutes had elapsed, which typically would have resulted in engine failure. It was no exaggeration to say that if an engine were operated under such conditions, it would likely be rendered inoperable or even explode upon landing. Moreover, the fuel capacity would hardly suffice for 15 minutes of afterburner operation. Yet, the Eagle 1 had endured 15 minutes of full throttle, and from their observations, the engine still appeared stable. Surely, they had not truly operated it for 30 minutes, as Zhou Yang claimed. What materials had they utilized to withstand such strain? Time pressed on, surpassing 30 minutes that Li Bingxian did not call for a halt. The experiment continued. Gao Jianjun remarked in astonishment. Is the performance of this high-strength crystalline steel truly so formidable? He understood that the Eagle 1 and the WS engine bore no structural differences, the sole variance being the core material. Zhou Yang affirmed, indeed, high-strength crystalline steel boasts not only exceptional strength, but also remarkable structural stability and durability. By the way, has the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel been completed? Li Tianchu inquired suddenly. With the engine now operational, it implied the material was ready. Indeed, it has been prepared. The next step is to resolve mass production issues, which Academician Su and the team are currently addressing. Li Tianchu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, the applications for this material are boundless. Tank armor, ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks and fighter jet skins could benefit from it if it were to enter mass production. It would be remarkable. Gao Jianjun hurriedly inquired, Mr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take to resolve the mass production issue? The moment this material is mass-produced, it would be akin to a universal metal, greatly enhancing weaponry. Zhou Yang pondered seriously and replied, I estimate it will be around mid-next year. Is it really that fast? Gao Jianjun was taken aback. Resolving mass production within 6 months seemed incredibly swift. Yet, reflecting on it, Zhou Yang had assisted BYD in solving the mass production of Longshin batteries in less than 2 months and had similarly tackled Tianjin 100 in a matter of months. Thus, resolving the mass production of high-strength crystalline steel in half a year did not seem implausible. Chapter 82. The honors deserved. Zhou Yang nodded. With mature technical data available, a 6-month timeline for mass production was already quite lengthy. In truth, he believed 3 to 4 months would suffice. The extended timeline was largely due to the peculiarities of steel production. The equipment in steel mills was substantial, with numerous challenges to overcome. Li Tianchu murmured, 6 months for mass production. Mr. Zhou, what scale are we talking about? Zhou Yang considered and said, on the order of tens of millions of tons. What? Li Tianchu looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Such specialized steel was not supposed to have high output, was it? Of course, in terms of the current scale of domestic steel production, an annual output of tens of millions of tons would only qualify as medium to large-sized steel mills. Not quite large-scale. Nevertheless, even that was astonishing. Gao Jianjun was equally taken aback and exclaimed, tens of millions of tons, Mr. Zhou, you must be joking. Zhou Yang replied, I have no time for jesting. Preparatory work can commence now. Such as selecting a site for the steel mill. A steel mill of that scale would require at least 20 square kilometers of land and nearly 10,000 employees, if mass production were to commence in 6 months. Planning must start now. Gao Jianjun nodded gravely, stating, okay, I will arrange this matter and ensure it does not hinder your progress. At that moment, the engine suddenly emitted an unusual noise. Shut it down. Li Bingxuan's expression changed as he shouted. The engine gradually came to a halt, and deformation was visibly apparent at its tail end. This engine was likely rendered inoperable. Yet, Yuan Haifeng did not mock. Instead, he asked in a daze, how long has it been? About 45 minutes. Someone replied, 45 minutes under afterburner conditions, and the engine has issues. How is that possible? Yuan Haifeng murmured. The durability was extraordinarily impressive. What materials are you using? He asked, rushing over to Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian, beaming with pride, replied that the main materials used were the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Mr. Zhou. Isn't that remarkable? Yuan Haifeng nodded vigorously, exclaiming that it was beyond remarkable. It was extraordinary. By the way, you said this high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Mr. Zhou? Is that true? Yuan Haifeng inquired, having assumed Zhou Yang was merely a figure of management due to his youth at Li Bingxian, sensing Yuan Haifeng's thoughts. Caution, Mr. Yuan. Please be respectful towards Mr. Zhou, that he is the greatest scientist I have ever encountered. Are you aware of Longxin batteries and Tianxin 100? Yuan Haifeng nodded blankly. Of course. He knew about those cutting-edge technologies. Those were developed by Mr. Zhou, Li Bingxian stated. Yuan Haifeng's mouth fell open in disbelief, muttering, "How is that possible? Batteries, chips, specialized steel, such a vast range of research." Just then, Zhou Yang and Gao Jianjun approached Mr. Yuan. "What do you think?" Gao Jianjun asked with a smile. Yuan Haifeng snapped back to reality, but ignored Gao Jianjun, rushing to Zhou Yang and saying, "Mr. Zhou, I heard from Li Bingxian that the high-strength crystalline steel is your invention. Can we use this material at Shifei? The nation is not lacking in engine design and theoretical research. There are countless design blueprints gathering dust, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because of material inadequacies. This issue spans not only aerospace engines, but also numerous projects at Shifei, including civilian engines and helicopter engines, all hindered by material constraints. Securing high-strength crystalline steel would resolve all these issues." How could Yuan Haifeng not be excited? Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Mr. Yuan, there is no problem with that. The high-strength crystalline steel has completed the laboratory preparation phase and will enter mass production within 6 months. When the output increases, you can utilize it as you wish." Mass production? Are we really entering mass production already? Yuan Haifeng was stunned, feeling as though he had awakened to a transformed world. This incredible material, which he had just learned about, was on the brink of mass production. Zhou Yang added, "How about this? Let's take Mr. Yuan to visit Academician Su. Who knows, we might have opportunities for collaboration with Shifei in the future." Particle propulsion is not a trivial project, and collaboration with leading enterprises like Shifei is essential. Li Bingxian shot a displeased glance at Yuan Haifeng and said, "What are you still standing there for? Follow me." After seeing a few people off, Zhou Yang led Li Tianshu back to the office of Mr. Zhou about what I mentioned earlier. "Will you attend the aviation exhibition?" Gao Jianjun inquired again. "Why not?" Zhou Yang instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss and asked, "Are you suggesting I attend?" Zhou Yang initially thought Gao Jianjun was asking about whether the Xiongnu one could be exhibited. Gao Jianjun nodded with a smile. "Yes, we would like you to participate." Zhou Yang was surprised, asking, "Aren't they concerned about my identity being revealed?" Now, Zhou Yang had already become a target for hostile forces, with assassination attempts underway and spies lurking around the research institute. Li Tianshu interjected, "No, they are indeed concerned, but they believe you should not remain obscure, that a figure of national significance deserves to enjoy the treatment befitting their status." Previously, there were always voices suggesting that researchers should remain anonymous, dedicating their lives to the nation without recognition until death. But that perspective is flawed. They have contributed so much to the country and deserve the highest honors and treatment that I in the past. The nation was weak and constrained by circumstances, unable to grant them the recognition they deserved. But now, the situation has changed. The nation has grown strong and is unafraid of any challenges. Why should those who have made significant contributions to the country hide their identities and remain unnoticed? Your greatness deserves to be recorded in history, to be known by all citizens, so they may remember you forever. Zhou Yang stared at Li Tianshu, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion within him. At that moment, he recalled his parents, who had lived their lives in obscurity, dedicating themselves to the nation. Though they had no regrets, Zhou Yang sometimes felt it was unjust for them. Yet now, he felt that the nation had not forgotten individuals like them. All right, Zhou Yang nodded firmly. Chapter 83. The invitation behind the research institute. There was a grove of cypress trees, standing out starkly amidst the surroundings. However, it was a heavily guarded area that Mr. Zhou has entered, Chenruyan inquired. 2 soldiers nodded in response. Chenruyan sighed softly and ventured into the grove. Deep within the grove lay 2 graves, those of Zhou Yang's parents. Zhou Yang stood silently before the graves, while Chenruyan did not disturb him. Instead, she first bowed respectfully to the graves and then stood quietly at a distance. After a while, Zhou Yang turned and was startled to see Chenruyan. "What brings you here?" he asked. Chenruyan shook her head and retrieved a pristine handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to him. Zhou Yang's eyes reddened slightly, that he did not accept it, instead wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, saying, "Not many people use handkerchiefs these days." Chenruyan replied, "My mother embroidered it for me. She said it was blessed at a temple to ensure my safety and insisted I carry it with me always." That as Zhou Yang began to walk out, he remarked, "By the way, the new year is approaching, isn't it?" Chenruyan nodded. "Well then, I will grant you a 2-day leave to visit home," Zhou Yang declared. Chenruyan quickly shook her head that there's no need. "I usually don't go home for the new year. Moreover, someone like Chenruyan might not even return home during the new year, let alone for the holiday." Zhou Yang asked, "I haven't asked yet. Where's your home?" "CS City," Chenruyan replied, "but that's not too far then. All right, it's settled. You have 2 days off to go home and celebrate the new year." Zhou Yang decided that he then murmured to himself, "And not just you, but Ziyu. Academician Su, an engineer Li should also have time off. Research is important, but rest is also essential." Chenruyan was about to say more when Zhou Yang's expression turned serious. "I am the head of the institute. My word is final." Chenruyan forced a smile and said, "Very well." After a pause, she asked, "And what about you?" Chenruyan was aware that Zhou Yang had no relatives left at me. Zhou Yang replied, "I still have matters to attend to." Chenruyan suggested, "Mr. Zhou, you just mentioned the importance of balancing work and leisure. Why not join me to celebrate the new year at my home?" Zhou Yang glanced at Chenruyan, speechless. "Are you worried about my safety? Bringing me along even on your holiday?" Chenruyan chuckled, "Of course, I cannot afford to be lax regarding your safety. Would your family agree?" Zhou Yang hesitated. "What is there to disagree about? It would be our honor if you choose to come." Chenruyan assured him. "Well, then all right then." Zhou Yang finally nodded. Chenruyan smiled and stepped back, positioning herself behind Zhou Yang. "By the way, how many family members do you have? I need to prepare gifts in advance." Zhou Yang inquired. It would be impolite to visit empty-handed. In Zhou Yang's mind, Chenruyan was not merely his bodyguard but also his girlfriend. When visiting a girlfriend's family during the festival, he felt gifts were essential. To this end, he had asked Li Ziyu to help him prepare some presents. Although personally selecting them would be more heartfelt, Zhou Yang was too busy to manage it himself and entrusted the task to her. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Day arrived. On the morning of the 1st, Zhou Yang got into the car, with Chenruyan driving him back to her hometown. The road was relatively clear, but Zhou Yang sensed that security measures were in place, especially after the recent assassination attempt, leading to an almost excessive level of protection around him, although they did not go as far as to clear the area beforehand. The vigilance was palpable. The VIP departure, Falcon 1. Maintain alertness, came the communication. Falcon acknowledged, currently in pursuit. Above, a military helicopter circled, the pilot's focus fixed on the car below. The cabin opened, with 2 snipers positioned on either side, while an observer utilized a high-precision telescope to monitor the situation. Zhou Yang remained oblivious to these security measures. After an hour and a half, Zhou Yang arrived at his destination, a modest village in CS City. "There are not many cars on the road today," he remarked as he stepped out of the vehicle. Chenruyan stifled a laugh. It was not that there were few cars, but rather that someone had cleared the area beforehand. They approached a 2-story building on the village's edge, with vast fields to the left and a small river across the way. The yard boasted 2 flourishing osmanthus trees. That a BMW 3 Series was parked in the small space by the gate, indicating guests had already arrived. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and retrieved the gifts from the trunk prepared by Li Ziyu, though he was uncertain of their contents. Chenruyan's family was small. Her parents were alive, and she had an older sister who was married, along with a little niece. "Let me help with that," Chenruyan offered. Noticing Zhou Yang carrying the gift and no need, it would be improper for the host to carry gifts. Zhou Yang replied, following her inside. In the yard, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was skipping rope. Upon seeing Chenruyan, she joyfully exclaimed and rushed over. "Tong Tong." Chenruyan scooped the girl into her arms. The girl, affectionately embracing Chenruyan, immediately shouted, "Grandpa and Grandma, my aunt is back, and she brought her boyfriend." Chenruyan's face flushed crimson, and she quickly corrected, "Tong Tong, what nonsense are you talking? This is my superior." The girl, wide-eyed, asked Annie, "What does superior mean?" "Ah," still pretending not to know, Chenruyan teased, playfully pinching the girl. At that moment, several people emerged from the house, including Chenruyan's parents, her older sister, and her brother-in-law. "Rin, what brings you back?" Chenruyan's sister, Chenruashi, exclaimed in surprise. Her mother, Li Guizhi, hurried over, excitedly embracing Chenruyan. Chenruyan's father, Chen Tao, after a moment of elation, snorted, "It's about time you returned. We were starting to think you were dead out there." "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Our daughter finally comes home, and you can't even be happy for her," Li Guizhi scolded. After chiding him, she turned her attention to Zhou Yang, her eyes lighting up. "Rin, who is this?" Is he your boyfriend? Chen Riyun's face turned beet red again as she secretly glanced at Zhou Yang. Seeing his indifferent reaction, she quickly shook her head. Mom, don't say such things. This is Mr. Zhou, my superior. Zhou Yang promptly added, hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Zhou Yang, and I am Chen Riyun's boyfriend. Li Guizhi smiled. Exactly, he is clearly your boyfriend. Enough with the superior nonsense. I understand. All right, little Zhou, please come in and make yourself comfortable. Chen Riyun's face burned with embarrassment. Although Zhou Yang felt somewhat awkward, the warmth of the moment was something he hadn't experienced in years. Little Zhou, is it? Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Bo. Welcome to our home. Tong Tong, come greet your uncle. Chen Rin, his brother-in-law, a refined middle-aged man, greeted Zhou Yang with a smile. Meanwhile, Chen Riyun's expression turned pale. It was already inappropriate for her mother to call Zhou Yang Little Zhou. And now her brother-in-law had joined in. This was Zhou Yang, who wouldn't respectfully address him as Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang, however, bore no ill will. Standing to shake hands, nice to meet you, he then presented his gifts. Saying, Uncle and Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. These are gifts I prepared for you, that I hope you like them. Your presence is gift enough. You shouldn't have brought anything, Li Guizhi said cheerfully, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Riyun, who stubbornly denied their relationship even while carrying gifts. Chen Riyun wished for a hole to swallow her whole. She regretted inviting Zhou Yang over. Uncle Zhou, what did you bring me? Can I see? Tong Tong asked excitedly, her gift a large, heavy box. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, wow, it's a violin. Zhou Yang replied, I heard you were learning the violin, so I thought you might like this. Tong Tong nodded vigorously, I love it. I love it so much. Zhang Bo was taken aback. Violins were not inexpensive. Upon inspecting it, he gasped, I recognize this brand. It's a handcrafted Italian model. They produce very few each year, and it must be worth at least several $100,000. Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned. He had no idea how much the violin cost, as it was Li Ziyu who had made the purchase. Now that it was bought, returning it was not an option. It has already been bought. Let us keep it. Tong Tong loves it, Zhou Yang insisted. Tong Tong nodded eagerly. Just as Zhang Bo was about to say more, Chen Rin interjected, brother-in-law, since it's from Mr. Zhou, you should accept it. But how can we? Zhang Bo hesitated. Li Guizhi, however, boldly declared, if Tong Tong likes it, then we should accept it. After all, we are family now. There is no need to be polite. The mention of family made Chen Riyun cough violently. Mom, I've told you 100 times, he is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. I invited him to celebrate the new year. I understand, Li Guizhi replied, seemingly unfazed as she opened her gift. Her eyes widening in delight upon discovering a piece of Hetian jade. Chen Tao also opened his gift, revealing an exquisite inkstone, clearly of high quality and likely a collectible. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoshi received an assortment of foreign cosmetics. And Zhang Bo, a mechanical watch. Zhang Bo quickly estimated the value of Zhou Yang's gifts, realizing they exceeded $1 million. He was momentarily taken aback that Li Guizhi, observing Zhou Yang, grew increasingly pleased, noting not only his wealth, but also his good looks. Little Zhou, what do you do for a living? Have you bought a house? Do you have a car? Li Guizhi inquired, Mom. Chen Riyun exclaimed, standing abruptly, I'll say it again. Mr. Zhou is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. Do you understand? I understand, Li Guizhi replied, seemingly oblivious, as her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yang. Chen Riyun was exasperated, feeling as though she might burst. Zhou Yang smiled. And I work in research and development. I should have a house and a car. Research and development is good. It's not exhausting, Li Guizhi commented. Curious, Zhang Bo asked, what area of research and development do you specialize in? Zhou Yang hesitated. He couldn't very well say he was researching Mechs, artificial intelligence. Zhang Bo nodded approvingly. That is a promising field with great future prospects. Li Guizhi beamed. Little Zhou, please sit down. Old man, why are you just standing there? Say a few words while I go prepare lunch. With that, she firmly pulled Chen Riyun away, clearly intending to interrogate her further. The unfortunate Chen Riyun, a female special police officer capable of taking on dozens of adversaries, found herself utterly at a loss when faced with Li Guizhi. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. If he were to marry Chen Riyun, it might not be so bad after all. In such a case, he would have a family. However, in the next moment, Zhou Yang dismissed the notion. It was merely his unilateral desire, and who could fathom Chen Riyun's thoughts? Perhaps in her eyes, he was simply a superior. Chen Tao, not one for eloquence, engaged in awkward small talk with Zhou Yang before lapsing into silence. Zhang Bo, on the other hand, was animatedly discussing various topics with Zhou Yang. That it was during their conversation that Zhou Yang discovered Zhang Bo was also involved in research and development, serving as an engineer at a company called Zhou Yang Electromechanical. Meanwhile, the meal was ready, and Qin Ruoshi came over to invite everyone to dine. Just then, Zhang Bo received an urgent phone call. What? It's cracked? How could that happen? What's the situation? Upon answering the call, his expression shifted dramatically. What happened? Qin Ruoshi inquired. After hanging up, Zhang Bo replied, Dear, I may need to return to the office. Return to the office? Now, your company is in SZ, over 1,000 kilometers away. Are you joking? Qin Ruoshi exclaimed. Zhang Bo explained, I wish I didn't have to, but there's a major issue with the project I'm overseeing. The hydraulic pipe is cracked. This contract is worth millions, and if I mess this up, I might lose my year-end bonus. Qin Ruoshi was at a loss for how to respond. Zhang Tong clung to Zhang Bo's arm, pleading, Daddy, please don't go. Zhang Bo, feeling torn, recognized that not going would only complicate matters further. That moment, Zhou Yang interjected, Brother Zhang, you mentioned the hydraulic pipe is broken. Could you elaborate? Perhaps I might be able to assist. You? Zhang Bo glanced skeptically at Zhou Yang, thinking that with his background in artificial intelligence and programming, he likely wouldn't grasp the mechanical issues at hand. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang had asked, so Zhang Bo proceeded to explain. Our company specializes in transmission systems that we recently took on a project with stringent design requirements. One of the control pumps has a pressure of 2,000 psi, but the pump diameter is limited to just 2 inches. We've tried several materials, all of which cracked. Initially, we switched to nickel-chromium alloy, and it held up well during testing, but after a few hundred uses, it cracked again. I see, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. It's actually quite simple. Uncle, do you have any paper? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Tao, perplexed, handed him a sheet of rice paper and stood behind him to observe. Zhou Yang took a pen and wrote out a composition table. This indicates the proportions of the added elements. And here is the manufacturing process that if you can't have a steel mill customize it for you. You can directly use nickel-aluminum high-temperature alloy and process it in this manner to meet the design specifications. He also noted several processing methods. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief, suspecting that he was merely scribbling nonsense. Will this really work? He questioned. Qin Ruoshi replied, whether it works or not, you'll know once you try it. In any case, I won't allow you to leave right now. Zhang Bo, feeling overwhelmed, was about to protest further when Chen Rian chimed in, Brother-in-law, just give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou. She then leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, do these details need to be kept confidential? Zhou Yang shook his head. It's merely a straightforward high-strength alloy material. There's no need for confidentiality. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Bo took a photo of the notes and sent it to his colleagues. All right, let's eat quickly. Even if you do have to leave, you should at least finish your meal first, Li Guizhi urged. Zhang Bo deliberately lagged behind to pull Chen Rian aside and quietly asked, Rian, isn't this Zhou a computer guy? How does he know about metals? Is what he wrote reliable? Upon hearing Zhang Bo refer to Zhou Yang as Little Zhou, Chen Rian felt exasperated and retorted. It's Mr. Zhou. If you call him Little Zhou again, I'll be angry that I've told you 100 times. He is my superior. Zhang Bo dismissed her concerns. What does it matter who's superior? Once you two are married, you'll be the one making the decisions at home. Won't he have to acknowledge me as his brother-in-law? Chinrin was left both annoyed and amused. By the way, you should tell me honestly, can we trust what Little Zhou wrote? Does he really know what he's talking about? Zhang Bo pressed. Through clenched teeth, Chinrian replied, you can trust him completely, that if he isn't trustworthy, then there's no one in this world who is. How could one question the expertise of a national-level scientist when resolving a technical issue? The meal was humble and consisted of home-cooked dishes, yet Zhou Yang found it immensely comforting. It had been many years since he had savored such simplicity that they settled down to eat. Chen Tao uncorked a bottle of Tianji Blue and asked, Little Zhou, do you drink? Chinrin was about to intervene, but Zhou Yang had already replied, I do, uncle. Chinrin looked on with skepticism. She had never seen Zhou Yang drink with anyone. Well, a man should drink, Chen Tao remarked, filling Zhou Yang's cup to the brim. Noticing Zhang Bo still engrossed in his phone, Chen Tao admonished, put down your phone. It's time to eat. Zhang Bo jumped, quickly silencing his device and tucking it away. Chen Tao raised his glass and said, Today I'm quite pleased, first because Rian is home, and second, because we've welcomed young Zhou into our family. Young Zhou, on behalf of my entire family, I welcome you. Zhou Yang promptly raised his glass in gratitude. Chen Tao downed nearly half his drink and casually remarked, Rian, you're not getting any younger. You're 26 this year, right? You should pick a date and get married to Little Zhou next year. With a loud crack, The chopsticks in Chen Riyun's hand snapped. Zhou Yang nearly spewed his drink, coughing violently. "You old fool, drinking won't keep your mouth shut," Li Guizhi scolded, rushing to pat Zhou Yang's back. "That I'm fine, Annie," Zhou Yang assured her. Glancing at Chen Riyun, their eyes met, and he saw a mix of apology, anxiety, and an undercurrent of expectation in her gaze. The meal felt somewhat uncomfortable for Zhou Yang. He drank quite a bit, finishing one glass after another, until he became rather inebriated. "You old fool. He's still young. Why are you forcing him to drink?" Li Guizhi scolded again. Chen Tao retorted, "What's wrong with a man getting drunk? I'll take care of him." Chen Riyun stood up, scooped Zhou Yang into her arms, and carried him out of the dining room. Zhang Bo shivered, commenting, "Little Zhou seems to have a good temperament. I'm just worried he might get bullied by Ruyan." They all know her strength. When Zhou Yang finally regained consciousness, it was already dark. As he reached out, he suddenly felt a hand. Turning his head, he found Chen Riyun lying next to him, upon sensing his touch. She instinctively opened her eyes, quickly sitting up in a defensive posture. "Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Would you like some water?" she asked anxiously. Zhou Yang nodded, took the cup, and sipped before asking, "What time is it?" "It's almost midnight." Chen Riyun informed him. "Midnight?" Zhou Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Have I really slept that long?" Chen Riyun had already turned on the light. Zhou Yang looked around and noticed many feminine items, quickly realizing, "Is this your room?" "I apologize for sleeping in your bed. That's all right," Chen Riyun reassured him, then asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you feel all right? Should I call a doctor to check on you? If something happened while drinking at my place, I would feel terrible." Zhou Yang shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Then you should rest a little longer. I'll be right here. Call me if you need anything," Chen Riyun said, settling into a chair across from him instead of returning to bed. Quietly watching Zhou Yang. "Alas, I am not worthy of you." A low sigh escaped into the night. The following morning, Zhou Yang awoke to find Li Guizhi had prepared a toothbrush, clean towels, and other necessities for him. "Little Zhou is up," she exclaimed. "Thank you, Annie," Zhou Yang replied, feeling a warmth spread through him. "Little Zhou." Zhang Bo burst into the bathroom and enveloped Zhou Yang in a big hug. Not far away, Chen Riyun nearly froze in shock, wishing she could rush over and kick Zhang Bo away. "Little Zhou, you're a genius. The solution you provided worked perfectly. There were no leaks at all," Zhang Bo exclaimed excitedly, nearly wanting to kiss Zhou Yang in gratitude. Zhou Yang smiled. "I'm glad it worked." Zhang Bo continued, "How should I thank you? Should I give you a commission? I'll go talk to our manager right away." Zhou Yang quickly stopped him. "Brother Zhang, it's unnecessary. It was just a small matter." Li Guizhi chimed in. "You should accept it. Why refuse?" "Little Zhou, you're being foolish. The money isn't coming from your brother-in-law. It's from their company. Zhang Bo, not only should you take it, but you should also ask for more. You have a contract worth millions. Since Little Zhou helped you so much, you should at least ask for 100,000. Zhang Bo hung his head, while Zhou Yang felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. As Zhou Yang prepared to leave after spending a day at the Chen household, Chen Riyun drove in silence. Zhou Yang gazed out of the window, and after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "Ruyan, if I were to propose marriage to you, would you be willing?" The car abruptly swerved and came to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. In the sky above, chaos ensued. "There has been an incident. Move quickly." The driver shouted frantically over the communication channel. A helicopter swiftly descended, landing rapidly as several off-road vehicles barreled towards the car, halting in front of it. Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed forward, establishing a defensive perimeter. A major leading the operation shouted commands as the soldiers swiftly surrounded the sedan, creating the first line of defense. The helicopter hovered overhead, lowering its altitude while a 23mm machine gun pod loomed ominously. The major promptly approached and opened the car door. Zhou Yang, clutching his head, had bumped it against the dashboard. Chen Riyun, seated in the driver's seat, was utterly stunned. "Mr. Zhou, are you all right?" the major asked urgently. In the distance, a doctor carrying a first aid kit hurried over. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." He then turned to Chen Riyun and asked, "Ruyan, are you okay?" She nodded numbly, unable to tear her gaze away from him. Zhou Yang was whisked away in a backup vehicle, leaving Chen Riyun to manage the scene. Her phone rang. It was Han Haining. As soon as the call connected, Han began to berate her. "Chen Riyun, what on earth are you doing? This is the second time. Can you even handle this? If not, come back." After 5 minutes of scolding, he finally paused to ask, "Now tell me what happened." Chen Riyun hesitated before slowly stating, "He said he wants to marry me." "What? Are you kidding?" Han Haining exclaimed, momentarily speechless. After 10 seconds, he lowered his voice and asked, You mean Mr. Zhou said he wants to marry you? Yes, Chenrian replied in a daze. Did you accept? Han Haining pressed that. No, have you lost your mind? Such a golden opportunity, and you didn't accept. How old are you? 26, my dear girl. In a few years, you'll be an old maid. Who'll want to marry you then? Mr. Zhou wants to marry you, and you're actually turning him down. This is Mr. Zhou. You should go home and pray. If Mr. Zhou has taken a liking to you, it's a blessing from your ancestors. If I were a woman, 30 years younger, I would be eager to marry him. How could you refuse? You're driving me crazy. Chenrian bit her lip and replied, I didn't say I wouldn't. It just took me by surprise, and I didn't have time to respond. What? You didn't refuse? I knew it. A young talent like Mr. Zhou, a national treasure, no woman could turn him down. Han Haining exclaimed, laughing heartily. This is wonderful news. Chenrian, remember, we in the Special Operations Division are your family. Once you succeed, don't forget us. I won. Chenrian said, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. Han Haining continued, all right, I approve of this. From now on, you're on leave to prepare for the wedding with Mr. Zhou. I'll have Lu Jun take care of security matters. With that, he hung up, leaving Chenrian standing there, her thoughts tangled. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. A few hours later, the office door opened quietly, revealing Chenrian. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yang smiled wryly. Chenrian, if you intended to refuse me, you needn't have such a dramatic reaction. You nearly drove the car off the road. Chenrian gritted her teeth and lifted her head. I didn't say I'd refuse. It was just so sudden. I didn't know how to react. Zhou Yang was taken aback, asking incredulously, you agree? Chenrian nodded gently, a hint of shyness emerging from the fierce woman she usually was. Zhou Yang, filled with excitement, stepped forward and embraced her gently. Chenrian did not resist, resting her head against his chest, her cheeks flushed. After a moment, she spoke, Mr. Zhou, although your status is quite lofty, I am not so easily swayed. If you wish to marry me, you must arrange for a grand wedding. Also, I still need a proper proposal. Absolutely, Zhou Yang replied eagerly, nodding. But why do you still call me Mr. Zhou? What is wrong with calling you Mr. Zhou? You are indeed my Mr. Zhou, Chenrian said bashfully as she held him tightly. In the following days, Zhou Yang received several congratulatory calls from high-ranking officials, celebrating his newfound love. It even visited to inquire about the wedding plans and arrangements. Eventually, they decided to consult an astrologer to pick an auspicious date, settling on August 26th of this year. Mr. Zhou, you needn't worry about the wedding arrangements. I'll assign it to a dedicated team to ensure your satisfaction. Li Tianchu assured him as he departed, as if fulfilling a political task. Zhou Yang found himself both amused and bemused. He preferred a simple wedding, but felt it would be unfair to Chenrian. She deserved a magnificent wedding that would make all other women envious. On January 8, Zhou Yang boarded a private jet to SC. Following the previous incident, the country no longer trusted him to fly commercial. Thus, they arranged for a luxurious Gulfstream G700 and constructed an airport near the Research Institute for his convenience. The plane taxied to a stop on the dedicated runway at SC Airport. Zhou Yang took Chenrian by the hand as they disembarked, and after confirming their relationship, their feelings deepened rapidly. A special vehicle was arranged to take Zhou Yang to an elegantly situated villa. By the way, Ziyu, please invite General Yu over for dinner, Zhou Yang said, wishing to meet with Yu Changhong while in SC. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Yang, his expression filled with excitement. After some polite exchanges, they settled into the private garden for a chat. I believe your flagship phone was launched on Christmas. How did it perform? Zhou Yang inquired. It's the world's first phone equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip. Yu Changhong sighed. Sales were good, but we faced many hurdles. What do you mean? Zhou Yang asked, intrigued. On the second day of our launch, Apple slashed prices across the board by 1,000 yuan, clearly intending to engage us in a price war. Yu Changhong explained, then chuckled. Unfortunately for them, they miscalculated. Even with the price drop, they couldn't outsell us. Chapter 87. Sanctions. The M40 launched on Christmas and immediately experienced a massive sales surge. On the first day, 50,000 units were shipped across all platforms. Although sales dipped slightly the following day, 30,000 units were still sold. By the end of the first week, total shipments had exceeded 100,000. In contrast, while Apple had reduced prices by 1,000 yuan, their sales did not significantly increase. Essentially, Apple's strategy to undermine M40 sales through price cuts had completely failed. Moreover, while reducing prices was easy for Apple, raising them again would be much more challenging, effectively making this price cut a permanent one. Isn't that wonderful? Zhou Yang remarked. With such impressive sales, why is Yu Changhong still facing difficulties? He asked. Yu Changhong replied, the price cut was merely a minor tactic, an annoyance for us. Once they saw that the price reduction didn't yield the expected results, Apple escalated their strategy. Zhou Yang was intrigued, eager to hear what Apple's next move would be. First, Apple issued a unilateral notice stating that any app developers wishing to release an iOS version on the Apple market would not be allowed to launch any applications on Huawei devices. If discovered, their authorization would be revoked, Yu Changhong elaborated. Typically, apps are developed to be compatible with both iOS and Android systems, especially games with separate versions. However, with this announcement from Apple, many developers are forced to choose between the two platforms. Either they launch on iOS or lose access to all Apple users. This effectively pressures software developers to take sides. Zhou Yang countered, this doesn't seem to significantly affect Android users. Even if all apps were to withdraw from your Huawei market, users can still download from other application markets. Moreover, it's not straightforward for Apple to enforce such restrictions, that Yu Changhong nodded. That is true, but Apple's actions signal a complete break with us, indicating that we are now irreconcilable foes, which will inevitably impact our users. Some developers are likely to choose to remove their applications from the Huawei market. Furthermore, as Yu Changhong pointed out, Apple's actions weren't necessarily about direct confrontation. It was a declaration of war. Is there more? Zhou Yang inquired, smiling. This superficial pressure isn't significant, Yu Changhong replied. This is just the beginning. With Apple's influence, the U.S. Department of Commerce has reinitiated sanctions against us. And this time, the restrictions are even more severe. Not only on chips, but no company is allowed to engage in any business dealings with us without prior authorization. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised. How could the U.S. issue such a severe ban? Are they not demeaning themselves? This amounts to comprehensive sanctions against V, that any commercial activities of V within the United States will face severe restrictions, and none of V's products may utilize suppliers from the United States. Not even a single screw. For a superpower to shamelessly impose sanctions on a private enterprise is bound to have a significant impact on the reputation of the U.S. government, evoking a sense of disgrace. Just imagine, if you can sanction V today, tomorrow you could sanction other companies, and who would dare to conduct business in the U.S. thereafter. Yu Changhong sighed softly. We have inquired through various channels. And this sanction order is not merely driven by fruit, but also by major corporations like Intel and AMD. Even by certain entities on Wall Street, that a single fruit company likely wouldn't have the power to sway the decisions of the U.S. government, but the backing of such colossal enterprises representing the interests of Wall Street indeed holds considerable weight, that is the impact severe. Zhou Yang inquired, that Yu Changhong nodded and replied, certainly, our business in North America is virtually finished. And many of our products now face the dilemma of needing to change suppliers, particularly in the case of our smartphones, which are highly integrated. The M40, being a flagship model, has incorporated every possible configuration. And many of its components, such as lenses, motors, screens, and wiring, are sourced from the U.S. With the issuance of the ban, all collaborations have been abruptly severed. Fortunately, we had preemptively stocked some inventory. Otherwise, we would have truly been unable to cope, as there is simply no time to switch suppliers. However, some suppliers are inadequate, which will still lead to significant repercussions. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Although our nation is strong, we cannot be strong in every aspect. And many products certainly rely on foreign goods. Even if domestic alternatives exist, they may not be the best in the world. While it suffices for ordinary smartphones, flagship models must utilize the finest components. And these will be the most affected by the ban. Yu Changhong remarked. This incident has stirred considerable discussion online. Many netizens support our Huawei, yet our smartphone sales have drastically declined due to the repercussions. However, amidst this turmoil, an amusing event unfolded that unexpectedly boosted our smartphone sales. Oh, what event? Zhou Yang inquired. Yu Changhong chuckled. This incident occurred last week, and is quite unbelievable. A week ago, on the Z Country Hacker Alliance website, an individual known as Uncle Hedgehog posted a message. The post read, I have received the M40P pre-ordered from the official site for Christmas. The phone is indeed remarkable, and its performance is outstanding. What intrigues me more is the Chip 100. I have watched several teardown videos online, but none have successfully disassembled the Chip 100. This is somewhat regrettable, but understandable due to confidentiality requirements to that moment. I suddenly had an idea. Could I install Win 10 on the phone? To clarify a fundamental truth, Android phones cannot run Windows systems. Not due to insufficient performance, but because of differing underlying architectures. Microsoft operates on x86 architecture, whereas mobile devices predominantly utilize ARM architecture. However, I recall that you mentioned at the launch that the chip 100 employs a completely different architecture while remaining compatible with both ARM and x86. He even demonstrated it running the chip 100 on a notebook. This leads me to wonder if it might be possible to install the Microsoft system on a mobile phone. That I conducted various experiments, consulted numerous resources, and even reached out to a few acquaintances at HiSilicon. Eventually, I discovered the installation method. Without further ado, I presented the testing video. Uncle Hedgehog then shared a video showcasing the phone's original firmware being wiped and replaced with the Win 10 system. Following that, some remarkable operations commenced. The video featured Uncle Hedgehog's voice stating, "The chip 100 is so powerful and integrates a GPU. Of course, it must be utilized for gaming." I end the video. Uncle Hedgehog downloaded Cyberpunk 2077. The game downloaded seamlessly. I am unsure if V specifically tailored compatibility for this, but Win 10 remarkably recognized the chip 100's GPU as an integrated graphics card. I suspect this might relate to V's future plans to integrate the chip 100 into PC platforms, having prepared in advance. Thus, those interested should act quickly, for once V blocks this, it may no longer be available. Now, we utilized a Type-C adapter to connect a mouse and keyboard, then wirelessly projected the screen, and began to enjoy the game. I end the video. Uncle Hedgehog played Cyberpunk 2077 with exceptional fluidity. So why purchase a 3090 or a high-performance computer when an M40p can provide both a flagship mobile experience and a high-performance PC? Now, I truly believe that the M40p selling for over $8,000 is a fair price. After being shared, this post ignited the entire internet. Chapter 88. Sales ban. Initially, this post circulated among hackers and tech enthusiasts. However, it rapidly found its way onto Bilibili, where it gained tremendous traction. The premiere video surpassed 5 million views, and numerous tech bloggers quickly followed suit, crafting all manner of exaggerated headlines. Why spend $38,000 when you can have a flagship phone, a PS5, and a powerful computer for just $8,008? Coinciding with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, and with poor PS optimization and PC gamers unable to afford a 3090, the news that one could enjoy Cyberpunk 2077 on a smartphone skyrocketed to trending status. On Douyin, it also topped the hot list. Many gaming streamers quickly adopted this method for their broadcasts, until Uncle Hedgehog uploaded a foolproof installation package. The hype surged once more, with the package circulating across various forums, achieving downloads in the hundreds of thousands. On Douyin, a challenge emerged. What can your phone do? Artistic designers shared videos demonstrating the M40p's capabilities in art rendering, showcasing its impressive speed. In summary, this smartphone has been thoroughly explored. For ordinary consumers, possessing such immense performance in a single device equates to acquiring a computer, and at merely $8,000, it feels like a steal, prompting swift follow-up purchases. This led to a remarkable resurgence in sales, completely surpassing V's expectations. Zhou Yang found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He was aware that V had already planned to adapt the chip 100 for various platforms. He asked, "So, how will you address the sanctions from Fruit?" Yu Changhong replied with a wry smile, "What can we do? We'll endure for now." Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Let me make a call on your behalf." Yu Changhong was taken aback. Although he hadn't explicitly stated it, he had hoped Zhou Yang would lend a hand, given his influential position, that if Zhou Yang were willing to assist, it could undoubtedly sway the higher-ups' attitude towards this matter. Zhou Yang took out his phone and called Li Tianshu. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang inquired, "Director Li, what is the higher-up stance on the sanctions against V?" Li Tianshu was taken aback by Zhou Yang's inquiry. "Has V reached out to you for assistance?" "Yes, Li Tianshu paused before responding. In fact, the higher-ups have been monitoring this situation closely. During recent press conferences, they addressed this issue, stating that it is best not to engage in commercial activities that could exacerbate tensions. The message was clear. The most they might offer is vocal support, but any substantial action seems unlikely. Zhou Yang considered this and remarked, "I understand their approach, but in this instance it is the U.S. government that has acted without honor. Should we allow them to bully us unchallenged? I believe we can demonstrate through actions that our enterprises are not to be trifled with. After spending years abroad, I have come to realize that if you remain overly benevolent, they will perceive you as easy to manipulate. Only by resisting and making them aware of your strength will they learn to fear you. While it is acceptable to keep a low profile, I believe it is unnecessary for our nation to continue doing so. Our goal is to become the foremost superpower in the world. To put it bluntly, we aim to conquer the entire planet and become the dominant force on Blue Star. They struck us once. We cannot simply smile and do nothing, that we must retaliate. and even more fiercely. For instance, we could enforce a ban on fruits products as well. Zhou Yang expressed these sentiments in front of Yu Changhong, who felt a surge of passionate fervor, nearly moved to tears. This marked the second time he had faced sanctions from a nation. And Yu Changhong felt deeply wronged that if the government were to take action, it would be akin to a timely assistance in a moment of need dead on the other end of the line. Li Tianqiu paused momentarily before stating, "I comprehend your meaning. I will relay it to the higher-ups." That he then hung up the phone, that Yu Changhong promptly gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, prohibiting the sale of fruit. "Mr. Zhou, you are truly formidable," Zhou Yang replied, who asked them to be so shameless first. Yu Changhong chuckled heartily, feeling his spirits lifted. "Let us go fishing," Zhou Yang suggested as he stood up. "All right," Yu Changhong quickly followed suit. The matter concerning Huawei was not of significant concern to Zhou Yang. Having expressed his thoughts, he chose not to dwell on it further. That on January 10th, the aviation exhibition commenced. The event was set to span 5 days, featuring dozens of countries and over 100 military enterprises. Although labeled an aviation exhibition, it would not solely showcase aerial weaponry. A plethora of ground military equipment, including tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, would also be on display. At 8 a.m., Sun Chao, a reporter from the Iron Blood Forum, arrived early at the exhibition center. 262. "Where are you?" he inquired over the phone. Soon the two met up. 262, whose real name was Zhang Yifan, was a well-known military blogger. Brother-son, they exchanged pleasantries before hastily making their way towards the entrance. "What do you think the Shifei group will unveil this time?" Sun Chao asked while walking. Zhang Yifan replied, "Who knows, but they've clearly been building anticipation, suggesting significant news might be forthcoming. Do you suppose it could be the legendary 20 days prior, those following military news had noted Shifei's media buildup, hinting at a major product release that incited much speculation. The aviation exhibition had even prioritized Shifei's press conference, scheduling it directly after the opening ceremony and placing their booth in a prime location. This, in itself, indicated that Shifei was indeed preparing for something monumental. In no way. Sun Chao shook his head, chuckling. The two followed the crowd into the exhibition center, where a spacious area was already filled with various advanced weapons. Zhang Yifan's eyes widened in awe. "Hold on, let us check out the opening ceremony first," Sun Chao insisted. "The opening ceremony is just a bunch of leaders giving speeches. What is so interesting about that?" Zhang Yifan retorted. Sun Chao waved his DSLR camera, saying, "Come on, I'm a reporter with an assignment. Let us go. Right after the opening, we can catch the press conference." Reluctantly, Zhang Yifan nodded and followed him. Chapter 89. The opening of the aviation exhibition. The opening ceremony was set at the heart of the exhibition. 8:09 a.m. sharp. The ceremony commenced. That we invite all distinguished leaders to the stage. The host announced loudly that a group of individuals emerged from backstage. That Li Tianqiu, accompanying Zhou Yang, led the procession at the forefront. That Mr. Zhou, here is your seat. Li Tianqiu guided Zhou Yang to a central position. Below, the journalists began snapping photos, and the flashes momentarily blinded those present. Though it was Zhou Yang's first encounter with such an event, he maintained his composure, sitting casually without a hint of awkwardness. The host began introducing the leaders present, mentioning local officials and leaders from the General Assembly. When it was Zhou Yang's turn, the host simply stated, "We welcome academician Zhou Yang." There were no further accolades. Zhou Yang was taken aback and leaned towards Li Tianqiu, asking, "When did I become an academician?" Li Tianqiu smiled. "With your accomplishments, being called an academician is an understatement." Zhou Yang realized that the higher-ups intended for him to make an appearance at this aviation exhibition, gradually positioning him in the limelight and bestowing upon him the title of academician, which was not surprising. Among the hundreds of invited guests, murmurs arose upon hearing the host's introduction. Zhang Yifan nudged Sun Chao, remarking, "This academician looks quite young. He seems to be in his 20s. The youngest academicians are usually nearing 40, right?" Sun Chao responded, "Zhou Yang, that name doesn't ring a bell." That he pulled out his phone to search for information on Zhou Yang, but found nothing. Strange, if he is an academician, there should at least be some information in the encyclopedia, Sun Chao mused, glancing at Zhou Yang seated prominently, capturing a couple of photos. His curiosity about Zhou Yang grew. He even logged onto the Chinese Academy of Sciences website to look for Zhou Yang's details, but again, there were no results. However, in such a formal setting, the host would not misidentify someone. Yet the absence of Zhou Yang's information on the Academy's site left Sun Chao perplexed. Similarly, many others noticed Zhou Yang. Among the crowd was Zimilov, who gasped upon spotting Zhou Yang, exclaiming, "Why is he here?" "Who is he?" asked a companion seated next to Zimilov, the newly appointed negotiation head from the Kremlin. Indeed, after the engine export negotiations collapsed, Zimilov faced severe reprimand from the Kremlin and was demoted, with the negotiations now led by the newly assigned Geliva. Zimilov frowned, lowering his voice. This individual must be the root cause of our negotiation failure. What? Geliva exclaimed, hastily asking, what is going on? Who exactly is this person? Geliva had only recently arrived and was not yet well-versed in the details of the negotiations. However, Zimilov had utilized various connections to investigate all information regarding the transaction. Upon reflection, I deduced that Z Nation abruptly halted negotiations and declared they no longer needed our engines. The only explanation is that they genuinely do not require them anymore. Their engines must have achieved a breakthrough, he explained. Though he found it unlikely, Zimilov still tasked their intelligence department with a thorough investigation, which revealed some clues indicating that Z Nation had initiated a mysterious research project, seemingly related to engines. Ultimately, they received detailed information from the CIA of M Nation, at which point Zimilov became aware of Zhou Yang's existence. Geliva furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Zimilov's lengthy explanation. Zimilov asked, are you familiar with the Longshin battery and the recently groundbreaking Tianjin 100 chip? Geliva nodded, recognizing such globally impactful events, particularly since his dissatisfaction with Z Nation's development of the Longshin battery had motivated him to seek a lesson for Z Nation, leading to a series of subsequent events. Zimilov slowly clarified, this individual is the one who developed the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100. What? Geliva nearly jumped in disbelief, quickly lowering his voice as he sat back down, exclaiming, are you joking? The Longshin battery was developed by BYD, wasn't it? Zimilov scoffed dismissively. You actually believe that nonsense? My friend, the CIA has already confirmed it today as far as I know. They even organized an assassination attempt. Remember the news about the anti-terror drill at SE Airport being shut down recently? That was an assassination operation orchestrated by the CIA. Geliva's jaw dropped as he struggled to fathom that technological achievements like the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100 could all stem from one individual's efforts. After all, each of those projects could consume the resources of an entire nation without guarantee of success. Yet Zhou Yang managed to develop both. By the way, you mentioned the engine is also related to him. Geliva inquired anxiously. Zimilov nodded, stating, based on the intelligence we've gathered, it could be inferred that the mysterious research project initiated by Z Nation is indeed overseen by Zhou Yang. That it is likely this is the reason Z Nation unilaterally ceased negotiations with us, placing their hopes for engine breakthroughs in his hands. But can he really manage it? Geliva questioned. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he reconsidered. If Zhou Yang truly had developed the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to tackle engine research. What shall we do then? Are we really going to abandon this negotiation? Geliva bit his lip in frustration. Zimilov remained silent, equally uncertain of their next steps. At that moment, Geliva glanced at Zhou Yang on stage and suddenly suggested, what if we just eliminate him? If we do, we become heroes of the nation. That Zimilov's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he stared at his companion. Utterly speechless, what on earth was he thinking? It was a ludicrous notion. Attempting to assassinate Zhou Yang would likely result in immediate retaliation from his protectors. The opening ceremony was brief, concluding within an hour as several leaders delivered speeches. The aviation exhibition was officially underway. Zhou Yang and his companions exited the venue. The host called out, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed outside where, in half an hour, Shifei will hold the first press conference of the aviation exhibition. Let us hurry, Zhang Yifan urged, pulling Sun Chao along as they rushed outside. Given it was an aviation exhibition, it was certain that aircraft would be present. Outside the expo, a vast open area was filled with various planes. Where many of the larger press conferences would take place, it has to be fighter jets. Perhaps even the legendary H-20. We have waited so many years for this, Zhang Yifan exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Chapter 90, Breakthrough in Engine Technology. Outside the exhibition, hundreds had gathered, including ticket-holding visitors, representatives from various weapon manufacturers, and procurement teams from several countries. Such an aviation exhibition press conference. New weapons are typically unveiled, some of which can even be ordered on the spot. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao managed to squeeze into the front row, eagerly anticipating the proceedings. The exhibition booth was already set up, and as the time arrived, the conference commenced punctually. An engineer from ZN Aircraft Industrial Group, named Yang Junchang, took the stage. Following a brief opening statement, he introduced a long-standing issue that has plagued our nation's fighter jets. The engine has always been a significant challenge for our combat aircraft. The J-20 is taken to the skies, yet it lacks a competent heart, This revelation. Zhang Yifan gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Could it be that the WS has made a breakthrough?" The mention of the engine heightened the possibility that what was to be announced next would indeed be the engine. The WS project held by Xi'an Aircraft was undoubtedly the focus of attention. Sun Chao, equally astonished, remarked, "That can't be true. How could there be a sudden breakthrough? If there were any results, we would have heard whispers long before now." Occasionally, the state may subtly convey some intelligence to the outside world, albeit in an understated manner. For instance, a brief interview snippet in a news segment might inadvertently reveal a fighter jet's engine that appears different from its predecessors. Rest assured, any news that gets publicly released is intentional. There is no room for accidental errors in such matters, Yang Junchang stated. The WS project has indeed been a formidable challenge that if there were genuine hopes for a solution, there would certainly be movements signaling such progress, perhaps even a hint of impending success to evoke concern in others. Thus, Sun Chao remained skeptical regarding a sudden breakthrough of the WS project. Zhang Yifan, however, was brimming with excitement, stating, "Not necessarily. There could still be a chance for a breakthrough. To be honest, I have been waiting for this day for many years. The engine issue has long troubled the nation, often becoming a topic of ridicule and debate online." Yang Junchang continued. He teased, "Allow me to build some suspense." With a wave of his hand, the large screen behind him parted, revealing a booth draped in red cloth. The crowd craned their necks, eager to discern what lay beneath the fabric. Zhang Yifan quickly declared, "By the size of it, it must be the engine." Sun Chao, though excited, cautioned, "What if it's just the WS-10? Yang Junchang then announced, "Now let us welcome the project leads for the WS-15, Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingxian, and Academician Zhou Yang, to reveal this innovation." His words ignited an electrifying atmosphere in the hall. Yang Junchang had effectively confirmed that the forthcoming announcement was indeed about the WS-15 engine. "I knew it. It's the WS-15. After so many years of anticipation, it has finally arrived," Zhang Yifan exclaimed. Bouncing with joy, Sun Chao, equally elated, felt tears welling in his eyes. That moment, Zhou Yang led the way, followed closely by Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian. As they ascended the stage, Zhou Yang had intended to walk at the back, but Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian insisted he take the lead. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian waved in acknowledgement, while Zhou Yang raised his hand, following suit. "Wait, isn't that him?" Sun Chao suddenly froze. Zhang Yifan, recognizing Zhou Yang, exclaimed, "Isn't that the academician Zhou Yang who sat in the center at the opening ceremony? How did he become the lead for the WS project?" Zhang Yifan was puzzled, as he knew Yuan Haifeng had always been acknowledged as the leader of the WS project, yet he was unfamiliar with Li Bingxian and was bewildered by Zhou Yang's new role. Sun Chao shared his confusion, noting, moreover, "Did you notice that Yuan and Li are following behind, while Zhou is at the front? Typically, the core project leader stands at the forefront. Could it be that academician Zhou Yang is, in fact, the true head of the WS project?" Uncertain, Zhang Yifan shook his head, overwhelmed. He seems so young. Not only is he an academician, but he is also in charge of the WS project. It's simply incredible. Countless flashes captured the trio on stage. This moment marked Zhou Yang's debut in the limelight. Among the crowd, Jimilov's expression darkened, as he muttered, "It's him. He is the one who solved the WS project. Damn it. How could it happen so quickly?" Guliwa also appeared dazed, observing, "Zhou Yang looks to be in his 20s. How could he have developed the Longshin battery, the Tianqin 100, and now the WS project? Is he channeling Einstein?" Zhou Yang approached a button on the stage. "Shall we do this together?" He smiled. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian nodded and pressed the button alongside him. The red cloth fell away, revealing a brand new aviation engine before the audience. The applause erupted, reaching a fever pitch. Zhou Yang stepped aside, joining in the applause, as the engine captivated all attention like a star in the spotlight. After half a minute, Yang Junchang introduced, "This is our latest WS-15 aviation engine, featuring a thrust of 105 kilonewtons and an afterburner thrust of 181 kilonewtons. Thanks to newly applied materials, it boasts a thrust-to-weight ratio of 11 and a service life of 10,000 hours." His final statement sent shockwaves through the venue. Those who had paid to attend were predominantly aviation enthusiasts, well aware of the challenges surrounding the WS program, and they understood the significance of a 10,000-hour lifespan. 10,000 hours, my God, it's truly resolved, Zhang Yifan exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement, echoing the exhilaration of the crowd. 10,000 hours. The audience chanted in unison, their voices merging into a tidal wave of elation that swept across the entire conference hall. Meanwhile, representatives from foreign arms manufacturers and procurement teams wore solemn expressions that a 10,000-hour lifespan showcased in such a public aviation exhibition indicated that the Z Nation had successfully addressed the challenges of mass production and all technical hurdles of the WS-15. Yang Junchang added, I want to delve deeply into the specifics today, but we have a surprise in store. AJ-20 fitted with 2 of the latest WS-15 engines will fly over our conference site for your witness. What, did I hear that correctly? The J-20 gas filled the air as a thunderous roar shattered the sky. In the distance, a fighter jet resembling a majestic eagle soared through the in the cockpit of the almost sci-fi J-20. Colonel Chong Lei, a seasoned ace pilot with 20 years of experience, smiled as he communicated. So, how shall we fly today? An elderly voice replied over the comms. Today is a day for the eagle to spread its wings and draw its sword. Chong Lei, show me what you've got. Let it fly. Understood? Understood. Chong Lei donned his oxygen mask and gazed downwards, where he could faintly discern the situation at the exhibition center below, for this demonstration. The airspace within several dozen kilometers had been completely cleared. The stage was ample. All right, old friend, let us begin, Chong Lei murmured, and the fighter jet accelerated dramatically. The exhibition center. The crowd erupted into cheers as they heard the deafening roar. J-20. Zhang Yifan grasped Sun Chao's arm, waving vigorously. Everyone looked skyward, witnessing the J-20 trailing a massive plume of vapor as it approached. What an incredible vortex. It's magnificent. Zhang Yifan screamed as the J-20 reached the exhibition center. It began a vertical climb, an authentic, nearly 90-degree ascent. The thunderous sound reverberated through the sky, even from a distance of 1,000 meters, causing discomfort in the ears of those below. Zhou Yang winced. Covering his ears with a wry smile, it was then that a hand reached out. Zhou Yang turned to see Chenrian, offering him a pair of black earplugs, with a knowing smile. Zhou Yang accepted the earplugs and felt relief wash over him. That vertical climb and agility are astounding, Zhang Yifan exclaimed, shouting to equalize the pressure in his ears. Sun Chao, equally thrilled, noted some notable differences, stating, the angle of ascent is steeper. The engine performance must be improved. It has definitely been upgraded. High above, the J-20 commenced its performance, executing a series of complex maneuvers that elicited waves of applause from the crowd. Jimalov gazed up in awe, murmuring, this fighter jet is truly breathtaking, almost like something out of science fiction. Beside him, Guluwa echoed his sentiments. Indeed, its maneuverability is remarkable. When it comes to aerodynamic design, the J-20 could claim second place in the world, as no one would dare claim first. Its unparalleled aerodynamic design has bestowed upon it extraordinary agility. The only limitation previously was the engine, which constrained this Golden Dragon. However, with the newly upgraded engines, the J-20 has finally addressed its last shortcoming, in the high-altitude cockpit. Chong Lei smiled and said, not enough yet. He sensed that the fighter jet's performance had yet to be fully realized. Contemplating this, Chong Lei began to ascend. 3,000 meters. The J-20 appeared diminutive to the spectators below. Fortunately, the skies were clear today, allowing for an unobstructed view. Subsequently, the J-20 commenced its acceleration. This moment, the 2 WS-15 engines finally unleashed their power. If earlier it had been akin to a leisurely stroll, now it was akin to a brisk walk. Boom! A bowl-shaped vortex of airflow materialized beside the J-20. The sound barrier had been breached. Zhang Yifan exclaimed. The cheers from the crowd instantly reached a crescendo. This was the first time the J-20 had publicly demonstrated its ability to break the sound barrier. It is important to note that this is a supersonic cruise fighter, capable of surpassing the sound barrier while in cruise mode. After several seconds, the thunderous clap of the sound barrier echoed down to the ground. Despite the 3,000-meter distance, the sound was still palpable. Yet no one complained. Everyone was exuberantly shouting in excitement. Chong Lei controlled the aircraft's ascent, leaving a clearly visible trail of vapor in its wake until he reached 4,000 or 5,000 meters, where he finally halted. That's just the beginning, Chong Lei chuckled, announcing over the communication channel, I've engaged afterburners. With that, he pushed the throttle to its limit. Boom. The fighter jet shot forward as if propelled by a mighty kick from behind. The air before it seeming to transform into a wall, which the aircraft tore through. The massive shockwave expanded outward in an instant. The J-20 vanished from the spectator's view below. Zhang Yifan widened his eyes, murmuring, was that the afterburner? Otherwise, the speed wouldn't have increased so dramatically, especially while already in a supersonic state. Sun Chao nodded in dazed agreement that it should be. The next moment, a tremendous roar reverberated back. Seconds later, the fighter jet returned, resembling a swift arrow slicing through the air, its speed so astonishing that human eyes struggled to keep up. The afterburners are definitely engaged. It's incredible, Zhang Yifan shouted. Sun Chao was equally overwhelmed with excitement. The J-20 in afterburner mode could achieve speeds nearing twice the speed of sound, a velocity that was simply exhilarating. After several seconds, the J-20, which had disappeared from sight, reappeared still in afterburner mode, climbing rapidly like a sword piercing the heavens. The J-20 maintained its afterburner status, repeatedly soaring over the heads of the crowd in various maneuvers that it was astonishing. The speed was such that even missiles could not keep pace. This was the true prowess of the J-20, an unparalleled display of might. Zhang Yifan shouted in exhilaration, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Sun Chao, however, noted, "How many minutes has it been?" "What do you mean, how many minutes?" "With the afterburner engaged, it must have been 2 or 3 minutes already." Sun Chao remarked, "Why is it still in afterburner mode? Wasn't it said that afterburner operation shouldn't exceed 2 minutes? Beyond 5 minutes could cause irreversible damage to the engine." Zhang Yifan gasped, "Right? It seems like it's been over 2 minutes. My heavens, could the engine be damaged? What if the pilot got too carried away and forgot?" "Are you joking? Those who can fly like this are all ace pilots. They wouldn't forget," Sun Chao replied, shaking his head. "Unless the J-20 can withstand such afterburner usage without significant damage at this point." Sun Chao shivered with anticipation. The J-20, in afterburner mode, was truly unmatched in speed. One could imagine that in a confrontation with enemy aircraft, they would stand no chance of locking onto it. Even if they managed to do so, the missiles launched would be unable to catch the J-20. Modern aerial combat has long transcended the era of close-range dogfights. It is now characterized by beyond visual range strikes. Before you even see me, I've already obliterated you with a missile. With the highest speed and the ability to sustain afterburner operation, the J-20 strike and penetration capabilities reached astonishing levels that it could be deemed invincible. All of this was thanks to the formidable engines that provided unparalleled performance. Sun Chao could not resist glancing at Zhou Yang and his 2 colleagues on the exhibition stage. These 3 were the true heroes, the benefactors of the nation. Chapter 92. Claiming credit? In the sky, the J-20 continued to soar back and forth. Present were all professionals, and soon, many noticed that the J-20 had been in afterburner mode for an unusually long time. It seemed 5 minutes had already elapsed. Klimov frowned. Isn't the pilot concerned about the engine being rendered inoperable? At such low altitudes, the air resistance was significant, making it even more challenging to reach top speeds. Engaging afterburners had a greater impact on the engine. Normally, even 30 seconds of afterburner use would be considered lengthy, yet the J-20 overhead had been in afterburner mode for a full 5 minutes. It was impossible that the pilot was unaware of the potential damage from prolonged afterburner use. Rather, the pilot seemed completely unconcerned. Klimov suddenly realized they must have enhanced the internal materials, achieving greater strength. I recall the host mentioning that the WS-15 utilized entirely new materials. It must be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to engage afterburners for such an extended period. Liwa stared blankly at Klimov, finally saying, "If that's the case, wouldn't they no longer need our engines? The design capabilities of the AL-41 are inferior to those of the WS-15. How could the nation with the WS-15 possibly still require the AL-41? Coming here to negotiate. What a farce!" Klimov smiled bitterly, no longer concerned about whether the nation would abandon the AL-41 engine, but rather contemplating what impact the Z nation, having resolved the issues with the WS-15 and allowed the J-20 to reach its true potential, would have on the entire world, particularly on their own country. Above, the J-20 slowed down, making one last low pass before vanishing from view. That it wasn't that Chong Lei wished to cease flying, but rather that he was running low on fuel. Afterburner operation consumed more fuel, and having used it for 5 minutes, continuing would likely prevent him from returning. "Incredible!" Zhang Yifan shouted in excitement. Sun Chao shared a similar expression, stating, "If the WS-15 really has a lifespan of 10,000 hours as Shifei claims, that would be truly remarkable. That it ought to be accurate. Even if there is some exaggeration, it cannot be significant. Just consider the fact that the pilot dared to engage afterburners for 5 minutes. That speaks volumes about the engine's durability. That an engine that can withstand rigorous use naturally has a longer lifespan." The atmosphere on site was fervent, taking several minutes to calm down. Yang Junchong took the microphone, proclaiming, "This is the true strength displayed by the J-20 equipped with two WS-15 engines from Shifei. Now, let us extend our gratitude to the three chief engineers of the WS project. It is their hard work that has enabled the WS-15 to be produced in earnest. Please give them a warm round of applause." The crowd immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone understood the significance of the WS-15's breakthrough, all thanks to Zhou Yang and his two colleagues. Zhou Yang smiled as he applauded, leading Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian off the stage. The applause continued unabated. Zhang Yifan clapped until his hands turned red, yet he did not stop, exclaiming, "How many years has it been, comrade Sun? We finally have our own aero engine." Sun Chao was moved to tears. He could not forget the countless times he had argued on forums, only to be stung by the dismissive comments of detractors claiming their engines were inferior. Now, he could proudly declare to everyone that they too possessed their own engine, the strongest. A world-class engine, that I must find a place to write an announcement and send it out to let everyone know about this. Sun Chao exclaimed urgently. Zhang Yifan laughed. Why wait for you to send an announcement? Just look around. Everyone here is filming with their phones and cameras. The entire nation already knows. The aviation exhibition was already trending online, and the news of the J-20's appearance, equipped with the latest WS-15 engines, had instantly ignited the internet. Major news outlets and short video platforms were flooded with various reports. Particularly, the footage of the J-20 breaking the sound barrier, accompanied by shockwave clouds, left every viewer in awe. Countless individuals shed tears, and the comments below were filled with expressions of national pride, such as "Our country is amazing, and I am proud of my nation." Many lamented their absence from the event. The backbone of the nation, the fighter of a great power. Remarkable from now on. Whoever dares to say our fighter jet engines are inadequate, I will confront them fiercely. Proud comments flooded the comment section. Meanwhile, the names of Zhou Yang, Yuan Haifeng, and Li Bingxian, the three developers of the WS-15, rapidly spread across the internet, becoming known to countless individuals. I know Yuan Haifeng. He is an old engineer from Shifei, always responsible for the WS project. As for Li Bingxian, I looked him up. He seems to be an engineer from Dawn, and he also hails from Shifei, overseeing the preliminary research of the WS project. The crucial question remained. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? There was no information about him online, and he appeared far too young, barely in his 20s. Could he be a phony, the son of some high-ranking official, deliberately seeking to bask in glory and seize credit? It was a possibility. After all, one could surmise that even a prodigy like him could only be a doctoral candidate at best. What could a doctoral candidate achieve in such an advanced field? It was disgraceful. Initially, I felt overjoyed by the WS-15 breakthrough, but now witnessing such circumstances made me feel utterly disgusted. It is indeed disheartening that some individuals, in their pursuit of accolades, seek to usurp the hard-earned achievements of seasoned researchers such as engineers Yuan and Li, who have devoted decades of their lives to the service of our nation. Though both engineers Yuan and Li exhibit remarkable magnanimity, choosing silence over confrontation, we must not remain silent ourselves. It is imperative that we expose Zhou Yang, allowing the nation to witness his true nature. Yes, we must bring this to light, ensuring that more people are made aware of his actions. The outcry against him has surged, further fueled by some media outlets that have become unwitting participants in this narrative. Consequently, the public perception of Zhou Yang has shifted dramatically, becoming saturated with condemnation and vitriol, of which he remains blissfully unaware. Upon descending from the stage, Zhou Yang is confronted with the sight of both Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian in tears. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou," they express in unison as they bow in gratitude. Without Zhou Yang's development of high-strength crystalline steel, such a moment may have remained elusive for many years to come. Zhou Yang quickly intervenes, stating, "Gentlemen, do not say such things. I merely undertook a small research endeavor to address material issues. You both are the true heroes here. Do not forget that the engine's inception was entirely your design." Yuan Haifeng attempts to argue further, but Zhou Yang insists, "Let us not dwell on accolades. We are all contributing to our country's advancement." "Indeed, well said, Mr. Zhou. Contributing to the nation is what matters. Discussing accolades is trivial." Li Bingxian agrees. Following this, Zhou Yang chooses to depart from the aviation exhibition. As the convoy leaves, he suddenly suggests, "Ryun, your sister resides in SC. Shall we pay her a visit?" Zhang Bo works at Zhaowei Electromechanical, headquartered in SC, where Chen Ruoshi and her family also live. After pondering, Chen Ruoyan replies, "Perhaps it would be better for her to come to the villa." Zhou Yang counters, "That cannot be. It is improper to impose upon others to visit us." Let us arrange it this way, as I also have matters to discuss with my brother-in-law. Zhou Yang Electromechanical is known to Zhou Yang as the largest private enterprise in the nation specializing in transmission systems. Given the significance of transmission systems and mecha technology, it is time to address these issues. Chapter 93. Honor must not be defiled directorly. Please take a look at these reports. Li Tianshu's secretary presents him with some materials. After reviewing them, Li Tianshu slams the table in anger, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Who is responsible for this? Who is steering this narrative? Investigate this immediately, that I want them dealt with severely, and all of these news reports must be retracted." These reports, all centered on Zhou Yang, offer no praise. Instead, they depict him as a despicable character with deep connections, exploiting his power to claim credit for the maiden flight of the WS-15, that Li Tianshu cannot tolerate this misrepresentation. He knows better than anyone that the successful maiden flight of the WS-15 is fundamentally attributed to Zhou Yang's high-strength crystalline steel. The higher-ups intended to elevate Zhou Yang's profile, allowing him to make a public appearance at the aviation exhibition. Only to have this disgraceful narrative unfold, Li Tianshu feels he has lost face in front of Zhou Yang. His secretary, not daring to delay, promptly departs. That same day, the National Press and Publication Administration issued a directive, penalizing every media outlet that published false news about Zhou Yang and mandating immediate rectification. No major news outlet, including Tushio, escaped unscathed. Each one trembled in fear upon witnessing the government's decisive action. Without hesitation, all reports were retracted, and relevant content was amended. Furthermore, all related videos on platforms like Douyin were swiftly removed. Within hours, nearly all false reports regarding Zhou Yang vanished from the internet. The government's response was swift and resolute. However, those fervently discussing the WS-15's maiden flight and condemning Zhou Yang for claiming credit soon found that all news concerning him had disappeared. All videos were taken down, and searches for Zhou Yang yielded no results. What a rapid and powerful intervention! If one's background were not formidable, how could they possibly claim such credit? Yet, we cannot stand idly by while those deserving are wronged. They may attempt to silence our voices, but they will not succeed. Indeed, the more they attempt to suppress us, the more it reveals their fear that we must amplify our voices, ensuring that everyone is aware of the truth. Let us flood the comments sections. Soon, within the comments of prominent news articles and trending Douyin videos, individuals began to flood the discussions, asserting that Zhou Yang was a thief of credit. This scandal had already gained considerable traction. And with this new wave of comments, even those previously unaware began to seek information about Zhou Yang. This shift in public sentiment caught Li Tianshu's attention, but this time, he refrained from immediate action. The day after the aviation exhibition, during a routine press conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the world's attention was drawn to the WS-15's maiden flight. As the conference commenced, a reporter promptly inquired about the WS-15. Spokesperson Zhou Yang provided measured responses to all inquiries, but they were standard replies. Suddenly, a reporter stood up and asked, "I have noticed numerous media reports covering the three chief engineers of the WS-15, particularly about academician Zhou Yang, who, at under 30, has become an academician and the chief engineer of the WS project. Many netizens are questioning this, alleging that Zhou Yang has usurped the achievements of engineers Yuan and Li. What is your perspective on this matter?" Upon hearing this question, all media representatives turned their attention to the reporter, as many shared the curiosity, especially foreign journalists who could only envy the triumph of the WS-15 but were intrigued by the scandal surrounding its developers. Although some intended to raise similar questions, the previous day's firm stance from the National Press and Publication Administration had instilled a sense of caution regarding Zhou Yang's formidable background, prompting them to wait for the issue to fully develop before posing their queries. Yet, unexpectedly, a brave journalist had dared to ask. Zhou Yang glanced at the reporter, offering an enigmatic smile before responding. "Firstly, I must clarify that all reports regarding academician Zhou circulating online are entirely unfounded and inaccurate." The journalists exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Yang's statement marked the government's first formal response to the matter. He continued, "Since this reporter has brought up academician Zhou, I would like to take this opportunity to reintroduce him to everyone." Pausing for effect, Zhou Yang elaborated, "Academician Zhou Yang is a pivotal scientist in our nation. Due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot disclose too much information. However, some of his research accomplishments have been deemed appropriate for public announcement following rigorous discussions at higher levels." The journalists looked at one another, perplexed. What did it mean to withhold information due to confidentiality, and what specific research outcomes would be disclosed? Did academician Zhou have other achievements yet to be revealed? Zhou Yang maintained his composed demeanor, stating recently, several technological challenges in our country have been surmounted, such as the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100 chip. The Longshin battery was successfully developed by academician Zhou. Furthermore, the Tianqin 100 chip was also a product of his theoretical research on bionic cell chips, which he has successfully brought to mass production. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Every journalist was left speechless, their minds racing. The Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 were both outcomes of Zhou Yang's research. How could this be? Such groundbreaking technology could traditionally require the efforts of thousands over many years. Yet, at such a young age, how could Zhou Yang have achieved this? This revelation was astonishing, yet it was delivered at a government press conference, where every word uttered by Zhou Yang was carefully crafted and deliberate. The voice of the government did not bestow praise lightly. It was a statement of fact. The Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 were indeed the fruits of Zhou Yang's labor. Zhou Yang's expression turned grave as he continued. Academician Zhou has made outstanding contributions to our nation's technological advancement. He is a national treasure, and the government will not tolerate any form of slander or false reporting against him. I advise those with ulterior motives to cease their actions immediately. The honors bestowed upon academician Zhou must not be tarnished. Many journalists noted Zhou Yang's use of the term national treasure, a designation typically reserved for only the most esteemed scientists, that if these research achievements truly belonged to Zhou Yang, then the title was well-deserved. Later that evening, the 7 o'clock news would feature a special report highlighting academician Zhou's significant contributions to our scientific endeavors, encouraging viewers to stay tuned for further details. Having concluded his address, Zhou Yang announced the end of the press conference and exited the hall. Chapter 94. A visit in the Binzhou neighborhood of SC. A car slowly enters the community and makes its way into the underground garage. Qinren glanced outside, and only after hearing a confirming voice from her earpiece did she say, "Zhou Yang, let us descend." Zhou Yang nodded and exited the car alongside Qinren. The underground parking lot was eerily quiet, yet Zhou Yang knew without looking that numerous security personnel lurked in the shadows. The entire community had likely been preemptively secured and controlled. Qinren picked up the gifts and ascended the elevator with Zhou Yang. Upon reaching room 1201, she knocked on the door, which was opened by Qin Ruoxi, who stood momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhou Yang and her sister at the threshold. "What brings you here?" Qin Ruoxi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. "Hello, big sister," Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Qinren added, "What, no warm welcome?" Qin Ruoxi hurriedly ushered them in, saying, "Of course, you're always welcome. Lao Zhang, Riyun, and Xiao Zhou have arrived. Come out quickly." "Annie!" Zhang Tong excitedly rushed out, first embracing Qinren before bounding toward Zhou Yang, asking, "Uncle Zhou, where's my gift?" "That child," Zhang Bo remarked as he emerged, playfully scolding, "Xiao Zhou, when did you and Riyun come to SC? Why didn't you let us know? We could have picked you up," Qin Riyun replied. "We arrived the day before yesterday, and besides, it would have been inconvenient for you to come." Zhang Bo insisted. "What inconvenience? By the way, where are you staying in SC? You might as well stay here instead of a hotel. We have an extra room." Qin Ruoxi chimed in, "Yes, do stay with us, and no need. We have our own accommodations," Qin Riyun replied. Zhang Bo invited them to sit down and suggested, "Dear, why don't you skip cooking? Let us go out for a meal. I'll make a reservation right away." Zhou Yang interjected, "Zhang, it's better not to eat out. It's too inconvenient that if we go out, there will be a need for prior security measures, which is rather troublesome." Qin Riyun timely wrapped her arm around Qin Ruoxi's and added, "Exactly. Let us dine at home, that I long to taste my sister's cooking." "Very well, we'll eat at home then." "Lao Zhang, go buy some vegetables," Qin Ruoxi laughed. Zhang Bo quickly grabbed his coat and left. "Sister, let me help you," Qinren offered, then whispered to Zhou Yang, "Stay away from the window." Zhou Yang nodded, albeit a bit bewildered, and asked Zhang Tong beside him, "Are you still practicing the violin?" "Of course. Would you like me to play a piece for you?" Zhang Tong replied excitedly. Zhou Yang nodded, but Qin Ruoxi immediately rushed out, exclaiming no. However, Zhang Tong had already dashed off to fetch her violin. With a wry smile, Qin Ruoxi returned to the kitchen, pulling the sliding door closed behind her. Zhou Yang felt puzzled, but soon understood Qin Ruoxi's reaction. Zhang Tong's skill was hardly more refined than playing with cotton. After finishing her piece, Zhou Yang found himself drenched in sweat. "Uncle, how did I do?" Zhang Tong asked eagerly. "Good," Zhou Yang replied stiffly, then added, "But your technique needs work. Observe this." He took the violin, took a deep breath, positioned it under his chin, and stated, "It should be like this." As he drew the bow across the strings, a melodious sound resonated. Zhang Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle, you can play the violin." Even Chinruoshi and Chinrin emerged from the kitchen, incredulous as they gazed at Zhou Yang. He casually played a short segment and then set the violin aside, saying, "I know a little, but I haven't played in years, so I'm not very skilled." Chinruoshi exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, you truly are multi-talented." Chinrin shared her astonishment, unaware of Zhou Yang's violin abilities. "My mother plays. I learned a bit when I was young," Zhou Yang explained. Zhou Yang's parents were intellectuals, gifted in various arts, particularly his mother, who returned from studying abroad in a country, adept at the violin. After some conversation, Zhang Bo entered, carrying some ready-to-eat dishes, muttering, "Is a high-ranking official inspecting our community. I just ran into a neighbor on the 7th floor who mentioned that the property management has changed, citing some sort of control measures. It seems there's a big leader visiting." Chinruoshi merely responded with an "oh," seemingly uninterested. Zhang Bo took a seat and inquired, "Xiao Zhou, have you decided when you'll get married?" Zhou Yang nodded, saying, "On August 26th of this year." "Oh, that's soon. Just 8 months away," Zhang Bo remarked, then affectionately ruffled Zhang Tong's hair, saying, "Tong Tong, in 8 months you won't be calling him uncle anymore. You'll be calling him aunt's husband." Zhang Tong laughed. "I can call him aunt's husband right now." A lavish spread of dishes was laid out by Chinruoshi, but just as they were about to sit down, Zhang Bo received a phone call. "All right, tomorrow at 9, right? I will be there on time to be. By the way, do I need to bring anything else besides my resume?" he asked. After hanging up, Zhang Bo appeared somewhat exhilarated. Curious, Zhou Yang asked, "Zhang Ge, are you changing jobs?" Zhang Bo nodded. "Why would you change a good job?" "Zhou Yang Electromechanical is quite reputable, isn't it? They're the leading company in transmission systems in the country," Zhou Yang remarked. Zhang Bo sighed heavily, saying, "It's good, but there are things I only feel comfortable discussing after deciding to leave." The company grew. So did the myriad of headaches. When I first joined, everyone was united in their efforts to improve technology, solely focused on producing quality products. Step by step, we achieved industry leader status. But as business expanded and profits soared, office politics and nepotism crept in. That bonus you helped me secure for solving that issue was also denied, as they claimed there was no precedent for such a thing. I was furious and had a big argument with the management. But it was all for naught. I've come to see that the management has become utterly corrupt over the past 2 years. Those with real skills have mostly left, and now the company is merely living off past successes. But how much longer can that last? Given the circumstances, it's better to leave early." Chinruoshi added, "Leaving is wise. The salary is low and the workload heavy, with no overtime pay in sight. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you often work overtime?" Zhou Yang shook his head. No one dared to reprimand him for not showing up for a day. "Zhang Ge, are you suggesting that most of the core technical personnel at Zhou Yang Electromechanical have left?" Zhou Yang inquired. Zhang Bo nodded, "Pretty much. Aside from a few older employees, the younger ones have mostly departed." Zhou Yang frowned. While he didn't mind office politics or chaotic management, common issues in large enterprises, as seen in companies like Huawei and Tencent, he was concerned about the loss of core technical staff at Zhou Yang Electromechanical, which could lead to them living off past glories. It appeared he could not pursue opportunities there.